"Which is the wrong direction to the USSB." Goodwin slammed the tabletop in anger, sending everything on it jumping an inch into the air. Hilt stared at Goodwin, unfazed by his sudden outburst. Goodwin calmed himself. "I'm sorry, Commander." "Perfectly understandable, sir, given the circumstances." "I feel like I'm letting everyone down." "No one else thinks that." "No, you mean no one says that. They're all thinking it. I am, so they are. I brought us here, apparently out of the fire and into the damn frying pan." Hilt didn't deny it, opting to stay quiet. The man never was any good at moral support, Goodwin thought. Damn him. So their future prospects didn't look good. Goodwin didn't need to ask what would happen if none of these ideas panned out. Some would end up dying down here, while the remainder would have to endure an increasingly bleak existence as equipment slowly failed over the years and decades. Goodwin pushed such thoughts from his mind. That way led to madness. "I'll schedule a meeting with my officers and your management team," Hilt said, breaking the silence. "Everyone needs to know our objectives." Goodwin bobbed his head, acknowledging the comment, his mood as dark as it ever had been since they'd been in sanctuary. Even the name of the place elicited a bitter taste in his mouth. The two men discussed their options in more depth before Goodwin decided he needed a break. "Get some sleep, Commander. We can resume this later." "Yes, sir." Goodwin turned to leave. "Sir, one more thing," Hilt said. Goodwin looked back inquiringly. "I forgot to say, tell your people not to go in the water, even if it's just ankle deep, and to take extra precautions on their rafts." "Why's that?" "One of my men sustained an injury when he and his unit were out surveying the lake." "What sort of injury?" "Leg lacerations. They're not deep, but they look to be festering." "What caused it, a fish?" Hilt paused. "Perhaps. Something caught him, came out of the water. They didn't get a good look at it." "He was attacked, then?" "The wound didn't look like any fish bite I've ever seen. Just make sure your people know." "Will do, Commander," Goodwin said, leaving Hilt to it. Walking back through the camp, Goodwin decided to make a detour, heading out to the nearest section of the lake. Switching on his torch, he left the lights of the camp behind and ventured out into the black void. In the distance, he could just make out the twinkling lights of his GMRC staff as they collected water and fished for food. Treading carefully, he slowed, giving himself plenty of warning in case he came upon the lake quicker than expected. You could never be too careful in this place. The lack of light was inhibiting at the best of times, but add to that a completely alien environment, and the dangers went up considerably. The dry layer of soil that covered this area of the chamber crunched under his boots as he moved forwards. Another thing about the chamber was the muffling effect it had on noise. As soon as you were any distance away from other people, the silence that closed in around you was almost intense, the absence of sound complete. A silky shimmer ahead, an effect produced by his beam of light, announced his arrival at the water's edge. Goodwin was still some way from the activities further down the shoreline. With care, he negotiated some small boulders, leaning on a couple with one hand to pick his way through the uneven surface. Hopping down, his feet sank into a shingle beach, but the jarring landing made his torch flicker and go out, plunging him into darkness. Goodwin swore and rapped the torch with the palm of his hand in an attempt to restore the battery's electrical contacts. It didn't work. With his eyes rendered redundant, his other senses launched into overdrive, his ears detecting the sound of the water gently lapping at the shore nearby, and a faint odor specific to the lake tickling his nose and taste buds. He dialed back the torch's intensity, and the light sprang back to life, albeit fainter than before. The batteries must be low, he reasoned. Not a good thing to happen out in the middle of nowhere. A tiny splash out in the lake brought his attention back, and he flashed his torch out in the direction it came from. Nothing could be seen except for an ever-expanding ring of ripples, the only evidence of whatever had seen fit to disturb the surface. Goodwin wondered what sort of fish came out of the water to attack a person. His mind returned to Hilt's words. "The wound didn't look like any fish bite I've ever seen." Goodwin searched the waters in front of him with large, slow sweeps of his torch. Who knows what lies out there in the depths? Goodwin mused, an equal measure of curiosity and foreboding stealing over him. Gazing out beyond the reach of his light, Goodwin shuddered and turned, his need for the company of others suddenly an overwhelming compulsion. Chapter 24. Another large raft reached the shore. Its dark timber hull breached the shallows, cleaving its way through the water to grind to a halt on the gravel beach that awaited it. 10 people knelt on board its deck, 5 on each side. This civilian crew held a variety of crudely fashioned paddles which they'd used to propel the simple vessel through the water. In the center of the craft, a large lamp hung at the top of a pole. Hemming in this sturdy post at all sides lay a mass of pale, scaly bodies, which in turn were held in place by a bulging fabric fence. Goodwin caught one of the lines as it was thrown to him from atop the vessel. Together with around 60 other people, they heaved the craft up out of the water and onto dry land. "Looks like you have another good haul," Goodwin said to one of the crew after they'd hopped down to the ground next to him. "One of the biggest catches yet." The man grinned and gave Goodwin a congenial slap on the back before moving away to help his friends unload the fish from the center of the raft. Goodwin dusted his hands off on the side of his trousers and walked away to the top of the beach, his boots displacing the loose pebbly surface with each step. Not far away, on a rocky outcrop, Kara van der Voort sat waiting for him. Smiling, she gave him a little wave as he approached. "Having fun?" she asked in her rich and vibrant South African accent. "It makes a change from organizing rotas and deliberating on finding the USSB." Goodwin sat down next to her and kissed her in greeting. "Physical exercise is always good to clear the mind," Kara said with a twinkle in her eye. Goodwin smiled and accepted the small flask she held out to him. Taking a swig of water, he savored its refreshing taste as he quenched his thirst. He'd been working with the teams at the lake for half the day. His hands had been rubbed raw and his arms ached, as did his back. But despite all these niggles, he felt reinvigorated, his fears temporarily pacified. What Kara said was true. Exercise helped relieve stress, and he'd needed some release after the less-than-inspiring news delivered by Hilt earlier that morning. Sitting beneath one of the lighting rigs, it felt nice to be bathed in light. He could almost feel it warming his skin like the rays of the sun he often craved. As the saying went, you don't know what you have till it's gone, and it was true. You didn't. Goodwin often woke up these days with dreams fresh in his mind. Some faded quickly, without trace, while others lingered on, their message clear. It was one of these dreams that Goodwin could always recall with clarity throughout the day, the heat from the sun on his skin, as he sunbathed on a holiday he'd never taken. The crash of waves as they broke on a beach he'd never been to, the distant sorrowful cry of gulls circling in a cloudless blue sky. He'd been underground for many years in Steadfast, but the base that had been his home possessed a powerful artificial sunlight generator, strong enough to produce heat for those under its glare. He'd also had a special screen fitted to his USSB office in order to fight the bouts of depression he suffered due to his underground existence. This place, on the other hand, is a whole different kettle of fish, he thought, absently noting the inadvertent pun in his phrase. The months spent underground in the darkness tended to suck at a person's soul after a while, even for the hardiest or most sun-averse, which was probably why Kara and Goodwin weren't alone where they sat. Many others had gathered to bask in the steady glow of the floodlight. In fact, whenever people took a break from their duties, they congregated in the light, drawn like moths to a very bright flame. Even now, as Goodwin looked along the shoreline, every pool of light had attracted its own group of workers, each taking a much-deserved rest. They watched the fish being gutted and carved up, ready to be taken back to camp. The overwhelming stench drifted up the beach in waves, making Goodwin wish he had a cold to dull his senses, which protested at the gag-inducing onslaught. "I hear things didn't go too well," Kara said. "No, not the best," he replied, distracted. "I'm sure you and the commander will come through for us in the end." She placed a comforting hand on his knee. "Yes," he put his hand on hers. "I'm sure we will." Whether Kara could hear the defeat in his voice, Goodwin was unsure. If she did, she didn't acknowledge it. "Have you ever wondered how the air is so breathable down here?" she asked, perhaps in an attempt to change the subject and take his mind off the worries that she had just inadvertently reignited in his mind. "I have, although since you were in charge of the bio-chambers back in Steadfast, I'd have thought you were better qualified to answer that than me." "I have a few theories." "Are you going to enlighten me, then?" he asked when she failed to continue. She grinned, her eyes alight with mischief, an expression he knew all too well. Kara was quite cheeky when she had a mind to be. Her buoyant mood always seemed to rub off on him and was partly why he loved her so. He tried to keep his own smile in check and failed miserably. "Am I going to have to beg?" "Later," she said with a wink. "But seriously, though," she continued, looking around their surroundings, "there's nothing to suggest there should be any air down here at all. Nothing to produce it in the quantities and quality that we're experiencing." Goodwin looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to further enlighten him. "The algae and other plant life in the lake may produce a certain amount of oxygen," she said, "but not enough to keep the air fresh and perfectly balanced. The nitrogen levels, according to Darklight's high-tech sensors in those helmets of theirs, also stay at a constant 78%. There doesn't appear to be any kind of mechanisms down here, mechanical or otherwise, to ensure this consistency. Sanctuary's USSB, like Steadfast itself, will undoubtedly have its own integrated air generation and purification system. The USSB isn't connected to this part of Sanctuary, however, and even if it was, unless I'm missing something, it couldn't possibly churn out the volume required to fill this place." "So what's happening, then?" Goodwin was intrigued. "There must be something elsewhere producing a breathable atmosphere on a biblical scale." "What, a machine of some kind?" "Either that or a big, and I mean big, ecosystem, replete with copious amounts of flora, able to sustain significant oxygen output." "We have a lot of water here," Goodwin said. "Couldn't there be some kind of plankton creating it?" "Phytoplankton, yes, but they require energy from the sun, which, if you'd noticed, there isn't much of down here. And as big as the lake is, its surface area is too small." "Won't the lack of sunlight prevent other plant life flourishing?" he asked. "In most instances, but we do know plant and animal life can exist in the deepest oceans. congregating around thermal vents and thriving without any sunlight at all. Since the professor told you Sanctuary reaches 20 miles down, then it's possible it operates by harnessing the heat from a magma chamber located beneath, or even within, the structure itself. Inside? Goodwin didn't like the sound of that idea. Kara laughed and slapped his thigh, picking up on his concern. Don't worry, if these Anakim were as clever as they appear to have been, then it was probably built into the design plans. A permanent source of energy for something this large would have been a must, I imagine. They weren't that clever, or they'd still be here, he said. Kara murmured in response. A shout went up from the people unloading that day's catch. Kara and Goodwin stood up to get a better view, as did others around them. It seemed a large cod-like fish wasn't dead. The poor beast thrashed on the deck of the raft. Some workers got out of its way, while others moved in to subdue it. A man carrying a large block of wood finally dispatched it with one swift blow to the head, the fish flopping limp. The show over, Kara and Goodwin took it as their cue to leave. Goodwin had to get back to assist Hilt with his planning, and Kara was needed to help with the logistics of distributing the food and water supplies amongst Steadfast's evacuees. Leaving the lights and people on the shoreline behind them, they switched on their respective torches and slipped away into the darkness. In the distance, a single lantern, glinting like a tiny star, had been erected at the outskirts of the encampment to act as a guide to those returning from the lake. "One of Hilt's men got bitten, then?" Kara said as they trudged along, hand in hand. "Yes, I've relayed the message to all the team leaders that no one should venture into the water, including the shallows. And you've banned all bathing and swimming, too." "Bathing in the water, yes, but people can still clean themselves. In fact, I encourage it. We need to be careful with hygiene. We can't afford an outbreak of anything down here." "What's that?" she asked, holding his arm up, their hands still clasped. "It's my new bracelet." Goodwin stopped to let her examine the stones, which had been faintly glowing before he turned his torch onto them. "It's lovely, isn't it? Susan gave it to me earlier." Kara's eyes narrowed. "Who's Susan?" "One of Rebecca's patients. I've mentioned her before." "Rebecca," Kara said, attaching a strange emphasis to the name. "It glows really brightly in the dark," Goodwin told her. "Look." He turned off his torch and reached over to click the switch on hers. Now cast into darkness, the bracelet radiated powerful shades of gleaming blues, strong enough to highlight his skin around it. Kara ran her fingers over the stones, seemingly unable to stop herself from being interested in their vibrancy. "I don't like you seeing that woman," her disembodied voice said out of the dark. "She's a friend," Goodwin told her, a tad too defensively for his own liking. "Nothing more." "You're always saying how resourceful she is," Kara said. "How she's so amazing with how she copes with everything." "Well, she is amazing." "What? You're not supposed to agree with me, you idiot." "I'm not actually agreeing with you," Goodwin said, pointing out her imprecise semantics, "just confirming my previous position." Kara turned her light on, gave him a filthy look, and stormed away into the dark. "Kara, wait! You're going the wrong way!" Cursing, Goodwin flicked on his torch and jogged after her. Unfortunately, the bouncing movement sent his light blinking out, just as it had earlier that day. "Not again!" He halted his advance and whacked the side of the torch's tubular metal shroud with his hand. Glancing up, he saw Kara's silhouette striding further away, taking with it his only source of light. "Kara, wait! My torch is broken!" Kara didn't stop, however. Hurrying to catch up, Goodwin stumbled over the uneven terrain as he tried in vain to dim the strength of the torch, to bring it back to life like he did before. This time, though, it was totally dead. After nearly sprawling flat on his face on numerous occasions, Goodwin caught up with an irate Kara who'd stopped, presumably to enable him to rejoin her. "Thank you," he said as he came to stand in front of her. Kara glared at him and then grasped his arm to hold up his wrist with the bracelet on, the homemade jewellery still glowing brightly, her torchlight aimed away at the ground. "You do realize this could be radioactive," she said, still holding on to his arm. "Its glow is too strong. You should take it off." "What? You can't be serious." Kara didn't respond, her expression difficult to read, as over half her face was in deep shadow. "Look, Kara, I'm sorry, but—" "What's that?" she said, before he could finish his apology, an apology he didn't think he needed to say, but one he thought he'd better, just to keep the peace. "What's what?" he asked. She shone the light away to one side. "That, over there." She gestured with her torch in the direction she wanted him to look. Goodwin couldn't see a thing. Kara switched her light off, and as they adjusted to the pitch blackness, she grabbed his upper arm, her fingernails biting into his flesh. "There, do you see it?" She sounded excited. "I'm not—" he began, and then he did see something, barely visible, an indistinct blue-green light hanging in the air, shimmering in and out of existence. It was difficult to tell how far away it was in the dark, there being no point of reference against which to measure it. Kara switched her torch back on and trotted off in its direction. "Come on," she said to him over her shoulder, their argument apparently forgotten. "Let's go and see what it is." "I don't think that's a good idea." He stayed where he was in the hope she would return. "Kara, I don't have a light. Come back." Kara didn't stop. She just called him onwards, her voice becoming fainter as she ran away into the void ahead. "For pity's sake," he said, and ran after her into the dark. Up ahead, Goodwin could no longer see the ethereal light they'd both spotted, but Kara apparently still followed something, as she didn't slow or stop despite his calls for her to do so. The outline of Kara's compact figure continued to shrink with every step before her light blinked out. Goodwin swore. "Kara, come back!" he yelled out at the top of his voice. Looking around, he could no longer see any light, not from the lake, the camp, or Kara. He was lost and blind, totally turned around, and without direction. "Richard, over here!" Kara called back, her voice sounding far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, a light appeared off to his right, Kara's torch. Moving with care, Goodwin closed the distance as Kara came back to meet him. "You ran off and left me in the dark," he said as they reunited. "Sorry, I thought you were right behind me. I tracked the light into the city. I think it went into one of the towers. Come on." Still buoyed by the chase, she trotted off once more. A little out of breath, Goodwin didn't have the chance to argue, and not wanting to get left behind again, he ran to stay close to her. Is she trying to prove a point? He wondered. Maybe trying to compete with Rebecca somehow by hunting down some mysterious light? He didn't dare ask. He might put his foot in it sometimes, but he wasn't that stupid. At least he hoped he wasn't. Around them, and at the very limits of the light from Kara's torch, the shadowy forms of long-dead trees appeared only to slip from view back into the darkness, indicating they were indeed close to the edge of the ancient, abandoned city. Their indistinct cone of light splayed out like a fan to reveal the lay of the land ahead, eventually illuminating the side of one of the huge Anakim edifices. The purplish stone structure reared up out of the gloom like the prow of some great ship, sliding through the fog on a becalmed high sea. The corner of the building soon hove into view, its strange architectural nuances testament to the fact that human hands had not been responsible for its fabrication. They slowed to a walk. The enormous entrance of the tower appeared on their left, its interior barely encroached upon by the light from Kara's small torch. "Where did you say it went?" Goodwin said. down here somewhere." Kara moved her head this way and that, her eyes intent on scanning the area. "I lost sight of it when I came back for you." His good sense prevailing, Goodwin didn't rise to the inference that it was his fault they'd failed to keep track of whatever it was they'd seen. He actually wanted to point out it had been Kara who'd left him high and dry in the middle of no man's land. "We should go back," he said instead. "What? No way!" Kara's South African inflection strengthened along with her resolve. "It could be someone from the USSB searching for us. We should at least have a look around." "I don't think it's someone from the base," Goodwin said. "Why?" "Just a feeling." "What do you think it is, then?" "Some flying insect, perhaps?" Could be, I suppose," she said. "A group of fireflies. It would account for the inconsistent light." His hopes rose. "Shall we go back, then?" Just when it looked as if she was about to agree, the weird fluctuating light appeared once again, its shimmering luminescence gliding along 100 yards ahead. "Look! There it is again!" She darted forwards once more with Goodwin in tow. Half a minute later, when it looked like they were gaining on it, the light vanished. "I think it's entered a building," Kara said as they closed in on where they'd last seen it. Another huge tower had eased into view on their right. This one's surface appeared almost translucent, as Kara's torchlight reflected from its great bulk. The ground on which they trod was hard, uneven, compacted earth. When the doorway emerged from the shadows, their footfalls echoing in the oppressive silence, Kara paused beneath the great arch. Narrowing the beam of light with a twist of the torch's mechanism, she traced the entrance from one side to the other. Standing 50 feet across and the same high, the great opening dwarfed their tiny figures. Kara made to go inside. "What are you doing?" Goodwin grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "Taking a look around. Whatever went in here can't get out again without coming back this way. According to Commander Hilt's teams, all these towers only have one way in and one way out." She was right. Hilt had told Goodwin the same thing. He didn't let go of her hand, however. She looked up into his face. "You're not scared, are you?" "No, we just—" "Excellent. Come on, then." She pulled him forwards through the cavernous aperture. Goodwin let himself be led along while Kara shone her light around, the two of them moving deeper into the blackest of blacks. Goodwin's throat tightened, his anxiety spiking as he looked into the light ahead, fearful at what it might, at any moment, unveil. He tugged on her hand. "Kara, I've got a bad feeling about this. Let's go back." At his words, Kara's torch flickered, and Goodwin held his breath, praying that her light didn't fail like his had. The beam regained its power, and Kara looked at him, her eyes betraying her own disquiet, the reality of being without illumination in a large, unearthly structure that something else had just entered, hitting home for the first time. Goodwin's eyes widened, and his grip tightened on Kara's hand. "Did you hear that?" "What? Hear what?" Kara said, her voice quavering as she swung her torch around. "Shh!" He moved closer to her. On the edges of his hearing, Goodwin thought he could hear something that sounded a lot like breathing. Goodwin pressed his mouth to Kara's ear. "I think there's something else in here with us," he whispered. "I can hear it breathing." Kara gave a small nod, her fingers clenched around his. Silently, they moved back, step by step, the way they'd come. As they retreated, Kara kept the torch moving in a continuous 360-degree sweep. Something touched Goodwin's back, and he shouted out in terror, making Kara scream. Spinning round, his heart in his mouth, Goodwin felt the cold, smooth surface of a wall with his hand. "It's just a wall! Just a wall!" Turning back, Goodwin wondered why Kara hadn't answered him. The reason soon became apparent. She stood transfixed by the ghostly light which had reappeared in what must have been the far corner of the high-vaulted room, 100 feet away. A bone-chilling screech rang out into the darkness, and the light sprang forwards, heading right for them. Pure, unadulterated terror gripped Goodwin's heart like a vice, freezing his legs in place. Kara's shrieks brought him back to life as the light bore down on them with terrifying speed. Scrambling back, hand in hand, they fled through the giant doorway, sprinting with a swiftness only those being chased can muster. The next moments were lost to Goodwin. His breath came in great gulps as he pumped his legs for all his worth. He was just conscious of Kara to his right, her torchlight flailing ahead of them as her hand rose and fell as she too pushed herself to her physical limit. They were out onto the uneven plain now, free from the city and beyond the dead trees, the bumps and dips making them both stumble. Kara was the first to trip and fall, their wild flight impossible to maintain. Goodwin slid to a stop and went back to pull her to her feet. Without a word, they ran once more, hand in hand again, until Goodwin could take no more and slowed to a canter, then a jog, and finally a walk. His energy depleted, lactic acid filling his muscles, and his breathing coming in hoarse, drawn-out gasps. Looking fearfully behind them, back towards the city, nothing stirred. No apparition dogged their footsteps. Kara aimed her light in all directions. "Let's keep going," she said, each enunciated word punctuated by gasps for air. Goodwin nodded, and they set off again, at a slower but consistent pace. Whatever had chased them might still be following, just no longer visible. Goodwin looked back over his shoulder yet again, searching for any sign of pursuit. When they finally reached the camp, they both collapsed underneath a beautiful and welcome floodlight. People nearby looked over at the couple, curious as to why they were so out of breath. It took the two of them a few minutes to regain their composure when, at Goodwin's insistence, they headed straight to the command tent. Once there, Goodwin informed Hilt about their brief excursion into the city, much to the interest of some of his officers who worked alongside him. "And you didn't get to see whatever was holding this light?" Hilt asked them both, not for 1 second doubting the information they relayed to him. "No," Goodwin said, as he accepted a cup of steaming water prepared for him by a dark-light soldier. "We didn't get close enough, thank God." Kara shook her head, taking a sip from her own hot beverage before moving to lean against the rear wall close to Goodwin. Hilt grunted an obscure affirmation and walked over to the communications desk, picked up a small device, and put it to his left ear. "This is Commander Hilt, broadcasting on all frequencies, code yellow. I repeat, code yellow alert. Hostile contact of unknown origin sighted 2 clicks north-northwest of base camp. I want weapons ready and eyes on at every location. Further orders to follow. Hilt, out." The commander discarded the earpiece and called over one of his men. "Sir," the dark-light soldier said to his commander, "I want roving patrols around this camp in 5 minutes. Make it happen." "Yes, sir." The man saluted, spun on his heel, and rushed off to carry out his orders. Hilt got back on the radio, connecting to his executive officer, Major O'Fire. "Major, I need a security detail to and from the lake set up immediately. I also want our units at the beach doubled." "Copy that, sir," the response came over the radio. "Thank you, Commander," Goodwin said. "I'm glad you and your people are here." "Sir, if I may speak freely?" Hilt asked. "Of course," Goodwin said, somewhat exasperated by the man's continued need for such formality. "What possessed you to go into the city without an escort?" Goodwin glanced at Kara, who looked suitably guilty. "It was my fault, Commander," Kara spoke up before Goodwin could say anything. "I saw the light and decided to investigate." Hilt looked from Kara to Goodwin, who gave his dark-light friend an apologetic half-smile. "You're lucky things turned out the way they did," Hilt said, formulating his words carefully as he trod the fine line of reprimanding his director. "I can't believe it chased us," Kara said. "I was so scared I nearly passed out." Goodwin held out a hand, which Kara took before flashing him a strained smile. "Whatever or whoever it was," Hilt said to them, "you followed it into the city, effectively chasing it, and then cornered it. What did you expect it to do?" There wasn't much Kara or Goodwin could say to that. The man had a point. "So there's something down here with us," Goodwin said after Kara had returned to her tent with an armed escort at Goodwin's request. Hilt looked at him across the table, his heavy features as ever masking his emotions. "It looks that way." Goodwin sighed. "And I thought things couldn't get any worse." Chapter 25. Dazzling light momentarily blinded Professor Steiner, as almost immediately a deafening clap of thunder announced the storm's presence overhead. Rain hammered down like stair rods, the intensity soaking him to the bone. Behind, Colonel Sampson lit their way with a torch attached to the side of his tactical assault rifle. Every so often Steiner felt a nudge in the small of his back, the action an attempt by Sampson to encourage him to move faster across the uneven and rocky topography of the New Mexican desert. Steiner's thoughts still lingered on those who had just perished, a harrowing guilt over their deaths gnawing deep into his heart. His orders and his alone had seen them to an early grave. Captain Iwamoto and his lieutenant, a powerful woman whose name he couldn't recall, had been taken out by some unseen assassin. The rest, who'd made the arduous journey to the surface from USSB Steadfast, had been cut down on Malcolm Joyner's orders and by the callous actions of Sampson, whose company he now had to endure alone. "Get down!" Sampson shouted from behind. Steiner, shoved to the ground, had the air squeezed from his lungs when the colonel landed painfully on top of him, the man's heavy bulk pinning him to the muddy earth. "What are you doing?" Steiner said as Sampson held him down. "I'm shielding your body. Don't move." A loud, penetrating roar shot by overhead, the very earth trembling at its passing. Steiner knew that sound. It wasn't anything produced by nature, but by a high-velocity, low-flying aircraft. Peering out from underneath the Terraforce leader's camouflaged body, Steiner caught sight of the twin afterburners of a jet fighter as it banked steeply, vanishing up into the flickering storm clouds above. The weight lifted from Steiner's back, and a metal-shrouded hand heaved him to his feet. "This rain will wash away our tracks," Sampson said as the two men moved forwards once more. "But they'll keep searching the area in case they missed anyone. We need to up the pace." The ground sloped down. Steiner stumbled and grabbed onto a stunted, sodden tree. The branch he'd selected, too brittle to support his weight, snapped with a resounding crack. Falling to his knees, Steiner found himself looking into a small hole sunken into a shelf of bedrock. Peering back at him out of this shadowy pit was a face, its eyes wide. Steiner barely had time to move as a small figure flashed past him, out into the rain and off into the night. Scrambling up, Steiner saw Sampson had raised his gun, preparing to shoot. Without thinking, Steiner threw himself at the colonel just as a stifled shot exploded from the muzzle with a flash of flame and smoke. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" Sampson's voice seethed from within his helmet. "I just stopped you from murdering a small boy." "No, you just compromised our mission." Sampson shoved his heavy rifle into Steiner's unresisting hands and loped off, his indistinct outline fading quickly from view. Now, all alone, Steiner directed the small light from the heavy weapon at the rain-swept desert floor, gingerly following the path taken by Sampson and the startled boy. A full quarter of an hour passed before Samson returned, the limp body of a child under one arm. "He was a fast little bastard," Samson said as he approached. "You killed him?" Steiner was horrified beyond measure. Samson didn't reply, opting instead to dump his lifeless load at Steiner's feet. No sooner had Samson let him go than the child sprang up, making to flee once more. Samson's arm struck out like an uncoiling viper, his cat-like reflexes snuffing out the boy's escape plan in the blink of an eye. "Let me go!" The child struggled against Samson's unyielding grip, his limbs and body contorting wildly in an attempt to break free. Samson placed a hand over the bedraggled boy's mouth and knelt down to his eye level. The colonel's mask-like helmet, emanating an eerie green glow, must have been a terrifying sight to behold for one so young. "Be quiet, boy," Samson said, pulling out a long, serrated Bowie knife, which he then held in front of the child's terrified eyes. "Or I'll make sure you stay silent. Permanently." "Leave him be, Colonel," Steiner said in his most authoritative tone, placing a hand on the boy's small shoulder and moving to stand in front of him, shielding him from Samson's monstrous form. Samson stood up, towering over Steiner and their new companion. "You'd risk our mission for a child?" Samson's voice was cutting. "He'll be dead like everyone else soon enough. In fact, he might even be better off dying now, considering what's to come. Life is still life, Colonel, regardless of its longevity. I'll look after the boy if you're so worried about him." Samson stared down at Steiner, the faceless visor concealing his expression. "Fine, but if he becomes a problem, I won't hesitate to do what's necessary." "You'll do as I command, Colonel, and you won't touch another hair on this child's head. Do you understand me? Not a hair!" Samson grunted and leant down, extending his shrouded face towards Steiner's own. "If you think you're still in control, old man, you're mistaken. Keep the infant close. He's your responsibility now." Reclaiming his rifle, Samson stood aside and motioned for Steiner and the boy to lead on, and lead on they did. The rain had slowed now, the storm shifting its position northwest as the troop of three headed east, away from Steadfast and the U.S. military that guarded its exits. Despite the passing of the tempest, the night sky remained oppressive, its starless nature a poignant reminder as to the ever-present dust cloud drifting in the upper atmosphere high above them. "We need shelter," Samson told Steiner after they'd walked another half-mile. "They're sending out more drones and helicopters from Fort Bliss to search the area." "How do you know that?" Steiner picked his way with care through a dense section of brush, the small lad close on his heels. "A Marine was kind enough to let me borrow his radio. I patched into their feed. I don't get all communications, but enough to improve our chances of evasion." "There is no shelter," Steiner felt desperation rising. "We're still miles from the Dark Light compound. If we're caught out here, they'll kill us all where we stand." "I know a place," a timid voice spoke up. Samson turned his torchlight onto the young boy's face. He blinked against the sudden brightness, his pupils contracting while drops of rain trickled down his face. Steiner bent down on one knee, giving the boy what he hoped was a friendly smile. "What's your name?" "Mine's George." The child glanced at Samson, looking fearful. "Don't worry about him." Steiner gave Samson a stern stare. "He's just a nasty bully. Do you have any bullies at your school?" The boy nodded mutely. "And what have your parents told you to do when dealing with a bully?" "My father says I must stand up to them," the boy said, regaining confidence at the mention of his parent. "That's right," Steiner said encouragingly. A bully is a coward. We all know that, don't we, Colonel? Samson gave a growl. Don't push your luck. Steiner laughed, trying to show he wasn't scared by Samson's threats. See, he's not so scary, is he?
Kuruk, the boy said. My name's Kuruk.
Kuruk, Steiner repeated, pleased he'd managed to get him to open up. Do you know somewhere we can hide, Kuruk? A building, maybe? Kuruk nodded his head again.
There's a barn not far from here. I go there to play sometimes.
Does it have a storm shelter? Samson said. Kuruk looked to Steiner, still clearly afraid of the colonel. Steiner raised his eyebrows and smiled once more, conscious that forces from Fort Bliss closed on their location.
Yes,
Kuruk said. Steiner brushed raindrops from his glasses. Can you take us there?
Uh-huh.
Kuruk held out his hand, which Steiner took.
This way,
he said, pulling Steiner in the opposite direction to the one in which they'd been headed. It wasn't long before a rickety, high-sided barn inched into sight out of the darkness. Its walls had seen better days, with planks of wood hanging off in places, exposing the interior to the elements. Steiner pulled at the double doors. They were locked. Samson lashed out with a heavy boot, splintering the wood with ease and sending both doors swinging inwards. Steiner went to walk inside, but Samson had gone stock still, blocking his way with an outstretched arm. Colonel, Steiner said. Samson held up a hand for quiet. Someone's approaching, he said after a moment's pause. Get inside. Steiner did as he was told, guiding Kuruk along with him. The colonel must have picked up a signal on the radar system built into his helmet's HUD. This technology always seemed to Steiner to give its user the impression they possessed some kind of precognitive ability. It's just as well it does, considering our current predicament, Steiner thought. At that moment, a voice could be heard, calling out into the night. Kuruk! Kuruk! Where are you?
Father!
Kuruk pulled against Steiner's hold. Father! The boy slipped beyond Steiner's reach, turned on a torch he'd been keeping hidden, and headed for the exit. Simultaneously, the barn doors swung open to reveal a Native American man holding a shotgun. Drop it! Samson's voice came from out of the shadows, halting Kuruk in his tracks. The Apache Indian bent down, placed his weapon on the damp, dusty floor, and then stood back up, arms raised. Samson's translucent shape hovered in Kuruk's torchlight, the beam appearing to bend as the rays came into contact with the armor's individual panels. "Who are you people?" the man said, his arms encircling his son protectively. Samson, his assault rifle trained on the newcomer, deactivated his active camouflage and walked round to stand next to Steiner, while Kuruk hugged his father around the waist. Steiner moved forwards. "We mean you no harm. Your friend doesn't appear to agree with you." "Lower your gun, Colonel," Steiner said. "They're not a threat." The imposing weapon dipped towards the floor, Samson perhaps seeing the sense in Steiner's request. "Sir, we need your help," Steiner said to Kuruk's father. "I am no sir, but you may call me Noroso." "Noroso, I need your help. It is a matter of extreme importance. Many lives depend on my actions, and perhaps now on yours, too. People are looking for us, and we need a place to hide, or better still, some transport." The Apache considered Steiner's heartfelt request, seemingly undaunted by the situation that faced him. "My people come to me for advice," Noroso said, his tone conversational. "They tell me things they have done. They ask me if the spirits of our forefathers see their deeds. I tell them if they are worried, then their actions are shameful. If they are hopeful, they need not be troubled. Do you know what my people are called?" Steiner shook his head, the man's measured yet abstract words almost hypnotic in their effect. "We go by many names," Noroso continued his narrative. "Jicarilla Apache, Native American, or in days past, the white man called us the Red Indian. But we are to ourselves the Tinde or Dinde, the people. Our brothers from the plains name us Kinya Inde, people who live in fixed houses. Tanashisen, men of the woodland. Kioptagui, mountain Apache, and many more. But we have another name, a little used name, Heisendayan, which translate as people who came from below. We are descended from the first peoples to leave the underworld, the ancestors of mankind. Our history is passed down from generation to generation, unaltered through song and verse." Fascinated, Steiner listened, all the time wondering what the man was leading up to. After Noroso had let his words sink in, he began again. "You have led man back to the underworld in our time of darkness," Noroso said. "Beneath the earth is our true nature. We belong to the land, as the land belongs to us." Is he indicating he knows we are from Steadfast? Steiner wondered. It certainly seemed that way. The GMRC were aware of certain theories about underground facilities that circulated amongst minority groups around the world. These tales of fancy had been around long before the subterranean program had even existed. Was it so surprising that their secret was more transparent than they'd previously thought? After all, Aboriginal peoples, still living off the land, were always more in touch with their surroundings than those living in modernity. "We are kindred spirits, you and I," Noroso told Steiner. "If I can help you, I will. Come, follow me." The Apache turned, his long braided hair separated into twin tassels on either side of his head, swaying across his proud chest as he moved. "Stop!" Samson's gun surged up as the man reached out to open the doors which had swung closed. Noroso looked back. Shaking his head, he moved Kuruk out of harm's way. "If you mean to shoot me, man of mist," he said, holding out his arms to provide Samson with the perfect target, "shoot now, and return me to our Creator." "Put your weapon down, man," Steiner said, his tone hushed. "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth." Samson lowered his rifle again, but only when Steiner moved between it and the Apache, bisecting his line of sight. Noroso and Kuruk took this as their cue to move back outside. "Are you coming?" Steiner asked the colonel. Samson strode forward to pick up Noroso's discarded firearm. "Are you buying this cryptic bullshit?" "We need this man's help," Steiner said, keeping his voice low. "And if he wants to help us, I don't particularly care what he says. Now let's go before he changes his mind." Samson didn't reply, but his silence spoke volumes as he followed Steiner out of the ramshackle building. With Noroso in the lead, the group of four moved with haste through a selection of trails that crisscrossed the hidden landscape. In less than a quarter of an hour they approached a small huddle of buildings, the windows of one brimming with a warm yellow light which flooded out onto the damp veranda that surrounded it. Noroso mounted the steps that led up to his house. "Stop!" Samson said. "You wanted a means to travel, did you not?" The big Apache pointed to a row of stables across from the house. I need to unlock the outbuilding over yonder, and to do that I need keys. You wait here with me, the colonel said to Noroso. You, he gestured to Steiner, go in with the boy. Steiner took Kuruk's hand in his own after Noroso nodded to the lad to indicate he should go with Steiner. Be quick about it, Samson said, before Steiner and the boy disappeared inside. They'll be here soon. The door closed behind the professor, Samson's warning that the reinforcements from Fort Bliss were on their way at the forefront of his mind, the need for urgency essential. Steiner had little time to take in the warm surroundings of Kuruk's home as the young boy rushed to the other side of the room, picked up a set of keys, and returned to Steiner to deposit them in his hand.
"You won't let the demon hurt my father, will you, George?"
Kuruk's eyes searched Steiner's face for reassurance. The question and Kuruk's fearful expression made Steiner feel awful. "You have my word," Steiner said, while praying he could keep a rein on Samson's actions. Kuruk, only 9 or 10 years old, seemed to accept Steiner's words and opened the door so the team of 2 could return outside. Steiner handed the keys to Noroso, who then led them to the end section of the building he'd previously mentioned. Putting his shoulder against the edge of the door, Noroso pushed it to one side, the thick timber panel sliding on a set of metal rails with a great screeching groan. The air that had been trapped inside wafted out, the smell of fresh manure and hay unmistakable. Noroso, now using his son's torch, shone a light over a thick, mud-splattered white sheet which covered a bulky shape in the gloom. With a quick tug, Noroso pulled the cover free to reveal a glossy, deep-red, 30-year-old pickup truck. Steiner gaped at the huge alloy wheels that sparkled in the shadows, their thick, knobbly off-road tires setting off the imposing front grille and bull bars of the AEV Dodge Ram Expedition vehicle. "Wow," Steiner said in awe. Noroso mustered a chuckle at Steiner's surprise. "What did you expect? A horse?" "I always wanted one of these." Steiner stroked the pristine metal paneling with a gentle caress. "Does it have fuel?" Samson asked, bypassing Steiner, opening a door and climbing into the driver's seat. "It's a hybrid. I had it converted. The rear tray acts like a tip-up truck, too, a special mechanism I added myself. And it does have gas in, yes." Steiner opened the passenger door and pulled himself up into the mechanical beast. Noroso put his foot onto the door sill and leaned inside to flick down the vanity mirror, dropping a set of keys into Steiner's lap. Samson snatched them up, inserted the key into the ignition, and turned her over. The engine roared into life. "Noroso, I don't know how to thank you." Steiner closed the door and wound down the electric window. "People may come and ask questions. It would be a good idea if you weren't here when they do." "May is not will," Noroso said. "But if they come, we know less than nothing. Only that someone stole our truck. Isn't that so, Kuruk?" Kuruk nodded at his father's behest. Samson selected first gear from the manual gearbox and instantly stalled it, giving Steiner the opportunity to get back out of the vehicle. "What are you doing?" Samson restarted the truck. Steiner took Noroso's hand in both his own. "You have trusted me so far. God only knows why. I must return the favor. In 8 months' time, this whole area will be destroyed. I can't tell you why or how. But you must take your family far away from here, the eastern states if you can. Do you understand? This place is no longer safe for you." Noroso looked at Steiner with sad eyes. "We can leave our home as much as our home can leave us. Steiner didn't think the man would just up and leave his ancestors' land on his say-so. Why would he? They'd only just met after all. It hadn't stopped him trying, though, which at least gave him some small comfort. Able to stay no longer, Steiner ruffled Kuruk's bushy black hair and then, with a final despairing look at Noroso, got back into the pickup. Samson gunned the accelerator, and the vehicle lurched forwards, its wide tires thrusting them out into the open air. The main headlights ablaze, the truck soon breached the outer fence of the small holding, but rather than continue, Samson hit the brakes, sending them into a four-wheel skid. Stopped, Samson made to get out, but Steiner caught his arm. "Where are you going?" "They've seen us," Samson said by way of explanation. "So? You think Joyner won't have his agents scour this whole area in case anyone escaped?" "So help me God, Colonel, if you kill those people, I will turn you in at my first opportunity." Samson hesitated, Steiner's conviction compelling him to reconsider. Steiner's eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire. "Do not doubt me, Colonel." Samson closed the door and pressed a button on the side of his helmet to retract the visor and faceplate, his own gaze no less potent. "Very well, but remember this moment. You owe me now." With that, Samson re-engaged his visor and floored the accelerator. The tail of the truck swung out as it slid from the gravel and bounced up onto a tarmac road. Now, thundering along, they quickly reached an intersection. Samson slowed down as they approached, and Steiner squinted out of the windscreen at the road signs ahead. "We need to head east to the Darklight compound," Steiner told him. "We might be able to pick up more equipment there and get some support from any soldiers manning it." Samson turned left onto the highway. "Where are you going?" Steiner said. "We need to take a right. You're going the wrong way." "Change of plan." Samson drove at high speed down Route 64 in the wrong direction. "What? What do you mean, change of plan? There is only one plan." "There's something else we need to do before we help the people in Steadfast." "There is nothing more important than that." Steiner swiveled around in his seat as if he could see their intended destination retreating before his eyes through the rear window. "There is for me," Samson said, "and you're going to help me do it." "Like hell I will." "If you don't, the people in Steadfast are already dead. Help me, and I guarantee afterwards I will do everything possible to get those left behind in Steadfast to safety. Besides, you owe me, unless I should go back and deal with that loose end." Samson slowed their travel with the brake pedal. Steiner cursed Samson to the four winds, struggling to get his intense anger and frustration back under control. "What do you need me to do?" he said at last, aware that Samson held all the cards. Samson increased their speed again, and the heavy-duty 4x4 barreled on into the night. "That's for me to know, and you to find out." Chapter 26. "Where are we going, Colonel?" Steiner asked the SFSD commander in weary resignation. Samson had been driving for hours, intentionally avoiding the interstate network, citing their passage would be less conspicuous on the smaller roads. "Are you heading for the western coast? If you want my help, you need to tell me something." Samson stayed silent, as he had ever since they'd begun their impromptu journey. Reaching down to his waist, without taking his eyes off the road, the colonel popped open a pouch on his belt and withdrew something small and red, placing it in his mouth. Steiner gritted his teeth, the colonel's obstinacy getting to him. What is this madman up to? "Colonel, I will need your help to rescue those in Steadfast. On my own, the chances of success are greatly reduced. Whatever it is you need to accomplish, it is clearly important to you. If you tell me what your plans are, I might be able to help you achieve them more quickly, which will, in turn, let us return our attention to our main mission." Samson glanced in Steiner's direction, a reaction that told him the man was at least listening to what he said. "Give me something, damn it, man!" Steiner raged at him, unable to keep his emotions in check any longer. Samson looked over at Steiner again, appraising him. "There's an army outpost in the city of St. George," he said, breaking his silence. "And what is it you want in St. George?" "Supplies." Steiner's hopes rose. "To replace the communication systems we lost?" "Perhaps." A lorry whooshed past them in the opposite direction, its cab lit up like a Christmas tree on crack. Steiner's mind raced, seeking a way to phrase his questions that would elicit more than monosyllabic responses. "You need me to help you, don't you? I'm a key part of whatever you're planning to do. Don't you think your chances of success will go up if you let me in on the details? You might as well make use of me now that you have me." Samson snorted in derision. Steiner frowned. "What? You don't think I can improve your chances, or I'm not necessary to achieve your goal? Pick one." Steiner gave up. He knew Samson wasn't about to let him in on his little secret any time soon. "I'll just have to play along until I find a way not to," he thought. At least they'd evaded the army's forces in and around Dulce, and those deployed from Fort Bliss. They were well away from that threat now. Would Joyner's forces discover two people had escaped Steadfast and the fight on the surface? Hopefully not. He just prayed Noroso had the good sense to reconsider his warnings and leave town, or better yet, the state. Steiner was well aware this major diversion in his plan, instigated by Samson, would severely delay his efforts in rescuing Nathan and everyone left behind in Steadfast. But he also knew it was 8 months until the next meteorite hit, time aplenty to get things back on track. The problem was, the more time he dedicated to Samson's agenda, the greater the chances of being apprehended by Joyner's agents, or the army acting under his control. As various scenarios unfolded in Steiner's head, the roadside scenery sped past, briefly illuminated at the extremities of the pickup's main beams. Another hour faded from reality, the conversation continuing its previous incarnation of non-existence. Steiner, exhausted by recent events, felt himself dozing off, his head heavy and his eyelids drooping. Professor Steiner awoke with a start, his concept of time foggy and skewed. Rather than the brightly lit road ahead, only blackness remained. The non-existent engine noise belied the sensation that the car still moved at high speed, felt by Steiner through the seat and floor pan. Looking to his left, the faint glow from the instrument panel barely registering, the outline of the armor-clad figure of Samson still sat at the wheel. Steiner, his faculties returning, deduced the colonel had switched to the vehicle's electrical powertrain and was using his helmet's night vision capabilities to continue driving in the dark. Steiner sat up straighter in his seat. "Are you expecting trouble?" "Checkpoints," Samson said. Steiner assumed they must be approaching the city limits. As if on cue, a signpost drifted by, a single light suspended over the lettering which read, "Welcome to the city of St. George, Utah." "Won't it look suspicious if we cruise up with no lights on?" Steiner asked. "I want to get the lay of the land before we enter," Samson said. "Wow, a whole sentence. It must be my birthday," Steiner thought to himself, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. In the distance, a large barrier had been erected, floodlights all around, as the road they were on merged with the larger interstate converging from the right. Sampson pulled the Dodge Ram over to the side of the road and onto the sparsely vegetated dry earth of the Mojave Desert, the wide off-road tires crunching to a quiet halt. To Steiner, all was dark except for the faint light from the dashboard. In the deep shadows, he could make out Sampson putting his hand to his helmet, pressing a combination of buttons on its side. A minute passed before the colonel opened the car door and got out, the vehicle's interior light switching on and a cold breeze gusting inside as he did so. "Get out," Sampson told him. Steiner unfastened his seat-belt and stepped down from the pickup, his movements restricted by the black body armor he still wore. Sampson moved around the car to meet him and then slipped a long-bladed dagger from its sheath. Steiner's eyes widened in fear and he took a step backwards. "What are you doing?" Sampson advanced, and the knife flicked out towards him. Looking down, Steiner waited for the searing pain to begin and the blood to flow. Neither happened. Instead, his armor, covering his chest and back, fell to the floor with a clunk. Steiner looked up in surprise. "What?" "Turn around," Sampson said, cutting off his question before it had formed. Steiner did as he was told, and the rest of the bulky gear was sliced free, until Steiner stood, wearing only the red climbing coveralls he'd started out with back in Steadfast. Sampson put the knife away. "Drive into the city. I'll meet you inside, 6 blocks in. Don't park near the streetlights. Keep to the shadows." "I only have my GMRC paperwork," Steiner said while Sampson scooped up the obsolete protective clothing and deposited it in the rear passenger seat footwell. "Tell the checkpoint guards you're a mechanic passing through town and you need some gas." Sampson attached his gun to his backplate and then tapped at some buttons on the inside of his wrist armor. "They'll give you a temporary pass and let you through. On your own, you should be fine. If I was with you, we'd stick out like sore thumbs, and they'd note down our passage in their logbook, or worse, report the entrance of an unauthorized military officer from an unheard-of regiment to their superiors, and then try and detain us." Sampson activated his armor, sending tendrils of miniature lightning discharging over each panel, the camouflage system shimmering over his entire body like a stardust-encrusted cloak. "I'll see you on the other side." The ghostly figure of the colonel jogged away into the darkness. Steiner stood for a moment, gathering his thoughts before shutting his door, walking round the vehicle and getting into the driver's seat. Adjusting it so he could reach the pedals, a thought sprang into his mind. Why don't I just turn the car around and head back to the Dark Light compound in New Mexico? Sampson can run off and do what he likes, and I can get on with helping those stranded in Steadfast. The idea was very tempting, but he knew he might never make it to the Dark Light base, and even if he did, there was no guarantee there would be anyone there to help him. It could even be staked out by the U.S. Army. If he approached on his own, his lack of military nous might lead him straight into the arms of those he wanted to avoid. He needed Sampson, as the colonel no doubt still needed him. Turning the combustion engine back on, Steiner turned a knob to activate the car's headlights and then pulled back out onto the road. In no time at all, he drew to a stop in front of a slim yellow and black checkerboard barrier. 2 men in National Guard uniforms approached from either side of the vehicle, their assault weapons held in their hands with a nonchalant ease. Steiner wound his window down. "Good morning, sir." The man withdrew a flashlight from his breast pocket and shone it into Steiner's face, making him squint. "Morning." Steiner conjured up a tired smile as the second man shone his own torch into the front and back seats of the pickup. "Nice truck," the first soldier said. "Anything in the back?" Steiner swore inwardly. He had no idea if anything was stored in the flatbed. He shook his head a fraction. "Papers, ID?" The soldier held out a hand and took his eyes off Steiner when his colleague flipped down the tailgate and climbed up onto the tray area, sending the suspension rocking. Steiner made a show of looking in the glove compartment. "I'm sorry, I must have left it in my other car." The soldier glared at him, and then the car bounced again as the other man, after finishing his inspection, jumped back down to the ground. "Would it be possible to get a temporary pass?" Steiner asked, following Sampson's instructions. "I just need to refuel. I've got a job on in the next town along, and I'm not sure if I've got enough gas to go back to—" He stuttered to a halt. What was the name of the last town they came through? I don't know, he thought. I was asleep at the time. "Everything okay?" he said to the second man, who'd come to stand by his window, wheedling out of his faltering lie with aplomb. "What do you do exactly?" the second soldier asked. "I'm a mechanic, work on cars, mostly classics like this one." "Shut up, George," he said to himself. "The key to a good lie is in its simplicity." The two men looked at him with what Steiner thought must be intense suspicion. "Do I even look like a mechanic?" he wondered. The first man got out a paper pad and started scribbling on it. He walked round to the rear of the car, came back, tore off a sheet, and handed it to Steiner, the thin paper rustling. "That's your pass," the man told him. "You've got 2 hours before you need to exit the western boundary of the city. If you stay any longer than that, you may be arrested for a violation of GMRC curfew regulations." Steiner thanked the men and gave them an appreciative wave when they lifted the barrier, allowing him to pass underneath. Steiner drove through the outskirts of St. George, its centre blazing with light in response to the dust cloud created by AG5. This was the first time Steiner had witnessed the daytime measures actually working, having been ensconced in Steadfast ever since the asteroid collided with the planet many months before. Passing the 5th road on the left, Steiner brought the truck to a stop down a side road, away from the streetlights. 20 minutes later, Sampson had still not reappeared. Has something happened to him? I hope not, he thought. Otherwise, I'm in serious trouble. Contemplating his concern for Sampson's welfare and the perversity therein, Steiner nearly jumped out of his skin when he looked to his left to see 2 green, glowing eyes peering back at him. Sampson opened the door and Steiner shuffled over to the passenger seat, letting the Terraforce commander enter. A potent smell of stagnant water and refuse wafted inside, forcing Steiner to put the back of his hand to his nose. Sampson dumped his weapon on the back seat and removed his helmet. His armor was covered in mud and dirt. Coupled with the foul aroma, this suggested he'd been through an assault course, doubling as a cesspit, rather than running across an arid desert plain. "You took your time," Steiner said. "Did you find the outpost?" Sampson ran a hand over his sweaty scalp, his short hair spraying out a fine mist. "I did. Do you have a pass?" Steiner nodded, handing over the scrap of paper. "Good. I'll drive in, and you'll stay inside the vehicle. If I can, I'll requisition some communication equipment to replace the kit we lost." Was Sampson trying to make up for his past transgressions? If he was, he had a long, long way to go, but it was a start. Sampson drove up to the small U.S. Army compound, stopping at the metal mesh gate which served as its entrance. A soldier dressed in green and brown camos appeared out of a rectangular porter-cabin to greet them. Sampson had prepared for such an eventuality back in Steadfast, and held out his identity badge for the man to read. The guard noted something down on his clipboard and handed the card back to Sampson. "Thank you, sir. Parking is straight down, second turning on your right." The soldier unlocked the gate, swinging it back and in, and then snapped into a bolt-upright stance to salute Sampson as he moved the pickup inside. Sampson nodded to the guard as he passed, throwing him an easy salute in return. Haven't you just declared our location to all and sundry?" Steiner's grating voice said as Samson followed the empty road into the tiny base. Samson fought down the urge to jab his elbow into the man's face. I handed him a doctored ID badge. He looked left and right, searching the brightly lit area for his intended destination. Some of us came prepared. The professor made a huffing noise, perhaps in disapproval of his comment. Samson didn't much care what the professor thought. He had a job to do. Now where is their supply depot? He wondered. The vehicle crawled along the primary avenue, rolling past the turn for the car park, suggested by the corporal on the gate. There. Off to one side he saw a heavily fortified building. Samson kicked the car up a gear and took it round to the rear of the structure. Reversing it up to a secured loading bay entrance, he switched the ignition off, the purr of the engine rumbling to silence. Without a word to the professor, he got out, slamming the door shut behind him. A small, square metal box hung on the wall to the side of the up-and-over door. Pulling the front panel open, its rusty hinges screeching in protest, Samson hit the intercom button located inside. "Yes, what do you want?" A voice crackled through the antiquated system. "I need access to this facility," Samson said with authority. "Crack open loading bay 2. "There's no one scheduled for a pickup today. Who is this?" "Colonel Hemingway," Samson replied, quoting his pseudonym. A lengthy pause followed. "Can you put your service badge up to the camera, please, Colonel?" the man's voice said, the tone more respectful than before. Samson stepped back, turning his head left, right, and then, finally, up, to see a CCTV mast protruding from the upper story of the 3-floored structure. He held his card up to it and waited. A few more moments passed. "Thank you, sir," the voice said. Soon after, a deep hum vibrated through the thick metal door, an internal mechanism hoisting it up to reveal an expansive loading area. Samson returned to the car, reversed it inside, and then got out once again, at no point speaking to his passenger. Leaving his helmet and rifle behind, Samson stomped up a flight of concrete steps at the rear of the garage and into a narrow corridor, which brought him to the acquisitions desk. During his jog into the city, he'd taken the opportunity to cover his armor in filth and soil from a drainage ditch. The purpose of such action, to hide the emblems on his armor from prying eyes. He may have had the rank of colonel in the U.S. Army, but he was also deployed in a top-secret underground base and a member of a highly classified Special Forces team. Operating on the surface for the subterranean detachment was not unheard of, but wandering around amongst regular Army staff was, and since he wanted to fly below the radar, he'd decided to take the appropriate measures. The bulk of the room in which he now stood was blocked off by a counter that ran from one side to the other. Behind this substantial piece of furniture, rows upon rows of shelving stood in alignment, jammed full of crates and brown cardboard cartons of all shapes and sizes. Interspersed throughout, a muddle of vacuum-wrapped clothing and all manner of sundries and surplus. On the wall behind Samson, a large depiction of the regimental insignia for the United States Army Ordnance Corps had been painted. The flaming black bomb, combined with 2 crossed cannons, surrounded by a red circular belt, and containing the inscription, Ordnance Corps USA, in gold lettering. "The design was approved in 1986, a croaky voice said from behind the desk, making Samson turn to see a haggard, balding veteran hobbling into view, dressed in plain green combats. "Although," he continued, pointing with a gnarled hand, "the brand's insignia, the shell and flame depicted by the flaming bomb at the top there, was commissioned in the 1830s, over 200 years ago. It's the oldest insignia in the Army." Samson looked back at the emblem again. "I always liked the 504ths myself." "Ah, don't tell me," The ordnance officer waggled his finger in Sampson's direction. "Parachute infantry. A blue shield with a flaming yellow sword. Am I right?" "Almost." Sampson walked over to place his armored gloves on the desk while he scanned the shelving for any sign of the equipment he desired. "The sword is actually yellow with a white blade, surrounded by yellow fire." Yes, a white blade. You're quite right, Colonel. Now let me see. Their motto is..." The aging sergeant removed his U.S. Army embossed baseball cap and rubbed his chin. "Strike hold," Sampson said, after giving the man ample opportunity to recollect it. "Strike hold, yes, of course. So, Colonel," the soldier said, putting his cap back on, "what can I do for you this miserable day?" Sampson gauged the man before him. A Sergeant Rogers, according to his name tag. Was he a rule-breaker? No, but a rule-bender, perhaps, he decided. "I need your help, Sergeant." He leaned in and lowered his voice, despite there being no one else present. "I'm on a covert, time-critical mission, and I need high-end, high-power ordnance to get the job done. I was told you might be the man to help me." The sergeant blew his cheeks out with a puff of air. "Do you have any acquisition orders processed through the computer system?" Sampson shook his head. Rogers sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Everything must go through the system these days. Long gone are the times when a senior officer could fill out a form on the fly." "Is there really nothing you can do?" Sampson asked, thinking fast. "I have men stranded down in Mexico on a black op gone bad. The top brass have disavowed our excursion into the sovereign territory of another nation. I'm on my own, and my men's only chance of getting back over the border alive is down to me, down to this. I thought your armor looked high-tech, elite special forces." The sergeant searched Sampson's grubby attire for identifying marks. Sampson nodded. "And your boys are stuck over the border?" Sampson didn't respond, holding the sergeant's gaze in what he hoped was a look of needy desperation. "It's not like we're in peacetime, is it?" Rogers said, more to himself than to Sampson, searching for a way around the problem and trying to justify such a move in his own mind. "We're at DEFCON 3, after all. Mitigating circumstances equate to special dispensation in my book. In fact..." He moved away from the counter with his awkward gait and disappeared from sight before reappearing a minute later with a crumpled form in his hand. "Voila!" He banged the paperwork down on the desk in front of Sampson, who looked at it with a critical eye. Rogers, a tad downcast that his efforts didn't receive the accolade he believed they deserved, flattened out the paper with two hands and then rearranged it so it was perfectly aligned, for Sampson to read, giving it one last twitch so it was just so. Stepping back, he gave Sampson a grin, raised his eyebrows, and flicked his eyes at the form. Sampson held back his frustration, which had been mounting ever since their conversation had started. Pulling the pale green document towards him, he ran his eyes over the heading. EAR. Emergency Acquisition Request. Form AJ-11. "I'd forgotten about the old EAR form," Sergeant Rogers said. "Not sure how, with a name like that. But there you go. Haven't used one for, must be going on 15 years now. Just fill it in, and I can run it through the system later. Strictly speaking, the AJ form series went defunct years back, but it can be explained away as an admin error. I'll probably get a bawling out for it, but if it's going to save some of our boys, then it's the least I can do." Rogers handed Sampson a pen, which he used to fill in the form with his falsified information, and then passed it back for the sergeant to check over. "Excellent." Rogers put the document to one side. "So, Colonel, what did you have in mind?" Half an hour passed, and Sampson had loaded up a mound of equipment on a trolley, including some old communication gear Rogers had found tucked away. According to the sergeant, the comms kit was part of a much larger cache that had found its way into the ordnance lock-up instead of the warehouse used by the Quartermaster Corps at another base. It wasn't top of the range by any stretch of the imagination, but considering their circumstances, the professor would have to make do.
"Anti-vehicle mines, as ordered." Rogers banged down a heavy steel case onto the worktop. "These suckers will take out a tank, no problem."
Sampson surveyed the assembled boxes of ammo, claymore mines, and grenades. Picking up the latest case, he slipped it between a collection of miniature drones and a couple of MX-4 assault rifles.
"Have you got anything bigger?" Sampson asked.
Rogers looked at him for a moment. Lifting up a hinged part of the counter, the sergeant waddled out to join Sampson in the front section of the room. Sampson could now see the reason for the man's abnormal movement. His left leg was a mechanical limb. Rogers caught his look and touched his artificial device with one hand.
"Got it blown off in Argentina back in 2023. Argentina was a cunt hair away from a Janfu," Sampson said, recollecting the conflict back when he was a captain in the Marine Corps. "The whole South American war is a fucking shitstorm." "More like a bumfuck-nowhere prize clusterfuck," Rogers said. "Where were you deployed?"
"All over. Brazil, Chile, Panama, Argentina." Solemn, Rogers nodded as he too recalled long-past memories of the conflict.
"What's with the leg? That thing looks like it's 30 years old." "Government overspend or some such bullshit," Rogers said as he led Sampson out of another door and to a flight of stairs, which he began to ascend with difficulty. Sampson followed the slow progress of the man up to the first floor. "Sounds about right."
Rogers glanced back.
"That's the big green dick at work, my friend."
Sampson nodded in agreement. The notorious shortcomings of army administration was so entrenched in the soldier's psyche it had been coined with its own phrase. Eventually, Sampson was led to a caged section on the first floor, the faint odor of machine oil and gunpowder swimming on the edge of his perception. Rogers unlocked the area with a digital code, and then, using a set of keys, opened it up so Sampson could enter.
"This is where we keep anything that has a little je ne sais quoi," Rogers said, while Sampson looked around at the weaponry on display. "If it's high-tech and high-powered you seek, then you'll find it here."
Sampson pulled a streamlined rifle from its brackets, turning it over in his hands, and then bringing it up to his shoulder to take a look down its scope.
"Latest beam weapon," Rogers said. "That will cut through walls, metals, even nano-armor. It has limited ammo, though, and a tendency to explode if a bullet penetrates its fuel cell." "Explode?" "Yeah. When one of those babies goes up, you don't want to be holding it, or be within 50 yards. They go off like a small bomb."
Sampson eyed the device.
"Sounds like a liability." "Not really."
Rogers pointed to the underside of the stock.
"The weak spot is underneath, which minimizes the soldier's exposure during combat."
Sampson considered it for a moment before handing Rogers the weapon.
"I'll take it."
"What's this?" he wondered, moving off through to another section, which was empty except for a 10-foot-tall crate, the wooden sides branded black with a single word, prototype. Sampson examined a hefty padlock on the front.
"What's in here?"
he asked, rattling the lock.
"No idea. Came in a month back. It's due to be shipped on to Fort Bliss, destined for some classified project, no doubt."
"You don't have the key?"
"Nope."
Sampson withdrew a heavy dagger from his utility belt.
"I don't think you'll be able to prise it open with that," Rogers said.
Sampson looked at him and then depressed a small button on the handle. A faint, high-pitched whine accompanied a thin orange glow that ran around the edge of the blade.
Rogers looked amazed. "Is that what I think it is?" Sampson grinned and waited for the heat to build in the thermal knife. Once the cutting edge throbbed white-hot, Sampson pressed the blade against the side of the thick steel padlock. It bit deep into the metal, cutting it cleanly in two in a matter of seconds, the glowing red-hot pieces falling to the ground with dull clunks. Sliding back 3 substantial chrome bolts, Sampson prized away the front of the case and leaned it up against the wall on his right. "Fuck me sideways," Rogers said as Sampson stood back to admire the container's contents. "You said you wanted high-end, Colonel. I think this qualifies, don't you?" Sampson didn't answer. He stared at the piece of hardware inside, trying to figure out what it was. At the side of the curiously shaped object, he spied a manual. Pulling it out from its plastic folder, he scanned through the pages. "Interesting. I'll need a forklift to move this." Rogers gave a nervous cough. "I'm sorry, Colonel. I don't think I'll be able to explain this thing going AWOL." Sampson turned to fix the sergeant with a penetrating stare, watching as his silent, passive assault wilted the man's resolve. Rogers shifted to and fro from his good foot to his artificial one. "I suppose I could turn a blind eye," he said, relenting. "Good man." Sampson turned to replace the crate's front panel for transport. It wasn't long before Sampson was back down at the pickup, putting the final items in the back of the cab, the professor still sitting patiently in the front. A persistent beeping, accompanied by a rotating orange lamp, announced the arrival of the sergeant and the prototype weapon. Emerging from an aperture at the rear of the loading bay, a forklift rolled up to the back of the truck and deposited the crate past the open tailgate. The weight was released, making the back of the vehicle's suspension dip a few inches. Rogers then withdrew the forks and returned the small loader back from whence it had come. Sampson, meanwhile, had pushed past some canvas sacks piled high at the side of the garage and retrieved a tarpaulin which he lashed down over his newly acquired cargo. Satisfied everything was in order, he went back to make sure his tracks were covered. "You want the CCTV disc?" Rogers said. "It's for the best," Sampson told him, itching to get back on the road. Rogers shook his head at the folly he thought Sampson was bringing upon himself. "All right, but I'll have to write it down on the incident sheet that it went walkabout. When they send someone round to break my balls over that prototype going missing, and they will, they'll put 2 and 2 together and come up with you. I'll have put your EAR form through the system by then, and your name will pop up like a gopher with a hot ass." Do what you have to do. Sampson knew full well his information was bogus, and he'd be long gone when that time came. Rogers handed over a disc. "I half wish I was going with you, Colonel," he said, a wistful look in his eye. "I hope you're able to rescue your men. They're lucky to have a CO willing to go out on a limb for them." Sampson nodded his thanks, shook the man's hand, and turned to walk away. "Terraforce," Rogers said, stopping Sampson in tracks. "That's a new one. And what's USSB Steadfast when it's at home?" Sampson looked down at his left shoulder, where the dirt he'd strategically placed over his insignias had wiped off, most likely when he'd sourced the tarp. He moved back to the counter. "Terraforce is a code name for Special Forces Subterranean Detachment." "Subterranean Detachment?" Rogers leaned forwards to peer at the exposed designs on Sampson's armor. "Yes, the Army operates SFSD units throughout all the USSBs. We're the future of modern warfare." "The future underground?" Rogers sounded confused. "I can't see that happening. And what's a USSB?" "United States Subterranean Base. There are 10 of them that I know of. They're large underground complexes, cities, you might say. I was told they were built in preparation for the asteroid AG-5, but it seems they're a lot more important than that." "How so?" Rogers said, fascinated by the information he was receiving. "I recently found out 6 more asteroids are following in the wake of AG-5. They will destroy all life on the planet." Rogers laughed, but his mirth faded away as Sampson's humorless expression remained unchanged. "You can't be serious." Sampson nodded, his expression grave. "Why haven't the government told anyone?" "Why do you think?" Rogers stared down at the ground as he processed the information. "It does make sense. All these stories about water and food shortages in the news, martial law, the wars in other countries, the GMRC controlling everything." Rogers looked up at Sampson in alarm. "I have to call my sister to warn her. What can I do? Where can we go? Where's the nearest of these USSBs?" "There's one in Dulce, New Mexico, but you don't want to go there, believe me. Besides, you needn't worry about all that now." "What? Why?" Sampson jabbed out a flat, rigid hand into the veteran's throat. Rogers doubled over, fighting for breath. Sampson walked around the counter while the sergeant slipped to his knees, wheezing against his collapsed airway. Rogers looked into Sampson's eyes, shocked and terrified by the unprovoked attack. Sampson moved behind him and encircled his neck with his arms. With a quick, sharp twist, Sampson broke his cervical spine, the bone and cartilage cracking as he did so. Sampson held the body for some moments and then dropped it to the floor. "I liked you, Sergeant," Sampson said to Rogers's lifeless form, "but you gave me no choice." Picking up the corpse, Sampson stuffed it into a wooden crate at the back of the storeroom and clipped the lid back on to conceal the grisly sight inside. Scooping up a nail gun he found nearby, Sampson secured the crate further, knowing such a move would extend the time it took for Rogers's body to be found, by days if not weeks. Moving fast now, he returned to the vehicle and the waiting professor. "You planning on starting a war, Colonel?" the professor asked as he drove out and away from the ordnance warehouse. "The war never stopped." Sampson plucked a few pills from his pouch and swallowed them with a practiced ease. "And it never will." Chapter 27. Professor Steiner thought the colonel seemed more morose than normal as they left the city of St. George behind them. The truck given to them by Noroso was now laden with a veritable arsenal. Steiner could only guess at what Sampson had in mind for it all. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good, unless, of course, he planned to use it to help those in Steadfast. Somehow, however, Steiner doubted that was the case. The SFSD commander had been as good as his word, though. Steiner looked round at the aging communication devices bumping about on the back seat as the pickup bounced over the uneven road surface. He believed they might be capable of breaking the GMRC's encrypted feeds, gaining him access to the system that could prove crucial in reinstating himself on the Council's directorate. Whether the kit was sophisticated enough to prevent Joyner from hunting him down first was another matter entirely. "So, where are we headed next?" he asked, not expecting a meaningful answer. "Vegas." "I didn't take you for a gambler, Colonel. I need to see a man." "About a dog?" Steiner said, unable to resist the quip. "I need some more equipment." Steiner, pleasantly surprised his questions seemed to be reaping some results, pressed ahead, knowing he might not find the colonel in such a receptive mood again. "Communication equipment?" he asked in hope. "Computer hardware and software. I'm going to need you to hack a secured database." At last we're getting somewhere, Steiner thought. About time, too. What sort of database did you have in mind? "The FBI." "Right.
Steiner said, unsure if he was capable of such a feat.
"Will that be a problem?" Sampson asked in concern. "I thought you were some kind of computer genius."
"Hardly." Sampson shot him a look of anger. "But," Steiner continued, regretting his first response, "I am pretty good."
"Stop shoveling that false modesty crap. Can you do it or not?"
"Yes, with the right tools I should be able to." What the hell, Steiner thought to himself. I already need to break into the GMRC system. Why not the FBI, too? In for a penny, as they say. May I ask what I will be doing inside their database?
No.
Sampson's expression and body language warned Steiner to leave well enough alone. With the conversation as dead as a nail in its door, Steiner got comfortable as they followed the back roads once more, this time their destination the so-called entertainment capital of the world. Steiner had never been to the desert-locked city before. He'd always seen it as a crass, vulgar place full of debauchery and feeding off and promoting the baser, uglier traits of the human race. Greed, excess, gambling, lust. It certainly lived up to its self-proclaimed billing of Sin City. Steiner planned on keeping his head down when it came to Sampson's mysterious and ill-timed quest. He just prayed his disappointment in this regard wasn't going to be assured. Enormous hoardings pulsed with vibrant three-dimensional displays, advertising events and shows throughout the Las Vegas Strip and beyond. The cornucopia of hotels, casinos, arcades, theme parks, and resorts dazzled and amazed, the fantastical architectural splendors weaving their web of beauty and creativity through a skyline built to shine, tempt, and titillate on an unprecedented scale. Giant domes and enclosed avenues stretched out in all directions, overlooked by neon signs and sculptured landmarks, bringing with them an endless array of glitz and glamour. Professor Steiner stared out of his window at the streets, throbbing with revelers and traffic, the noise of thousands upon thousands of people and vehicles only outdone by the pounding music pouring out from almost every other building they passed. Sampson stopped the car at a red light, and pedestrians streamed across in front of them, coming in from all directions. Ahead, a hotel of immense proportions dominated the horizon. Spinning into the dark sky from its rooftop was a spectacular display of searchlights and lasers, their rays arcing up like the contrails of angels and sprites. A troupe of performing artists cut a swathe along the sidewalk, catching Steiner's eye. Their outlandish garb accentuated the rhythmic beat of their percussion instruments, which they played with a flamboyant vigor to the delight of the onlookers swept up in their wake. It seemed everyone here was trying to escape the dark, dull, and often terrifying existence of the outside world. The sheer volume of people was staggering. Yet another symptom of the dust cloud, Steiner assumed. It was strange, though. Getting into the city had been surprisingly easy, checkpoints lax and almost non-existent in places. It was as if the GMRC protocols had been universally ignored by general consent. Las Vegas had always courted the impression of having laws unto itself, and the arrival of AG-5 had apparently done little to alter the tradition laid down in decades past. Sampson turned a corner, the bright lights reflecting in the highly polished, lustrous red paintwork of the Dodge Ram pickup truck. They drove down the side street, the exhaust burbling a deep growl. Steiner noticed some admiring glances aimed their way. He felt a spark of annoyance that he wasn't driving, then suppressed the feeling. I have far more important things to think about than showing off, Steiner chided himself, sending his suitably chastened ego to sulk in the deeper recesses of his mind. Are we there yet? Steiner asked, his role of tormentor a pleasing distraction from the immense stresses he was under. Sampson didn't reply, most likely, as he didn't have to. Pulling the car into an underground car park, the Colonel found a suitable spot and turned the engine off, the keys rattling as he did so. Opening the door, he climbed out, and Steiner did likewise. Sampson glared at Steiner and slammed his door shut, the noise echoing through the low-ceilinged concrete structure. "I didn't say you could come." Steiner shut his own door. "I'm not some child, Colonel, whom you can boss around. I go where I please." Sampson muttered an obscenity and picked a large army-issue overcoat out of the rear seat, something he must have sourced back at the depot, and stalked away, pulling it on over his armor as he went. Steiner trotted to catch up. He'd decided he needed to stretch his legs. Hours stuck in the vehicle had made them begin to cramp up. Secretly, something he didn't want to admit even to himself, he'd also been seduced by the sights and sounds on their journey into the city, his previously held beliefs conveniently forgotten. Sampson pressed a button to call an elevator. "Just keep your mouth shut. The man I'm meeting does not suffer fools." Steiner followed Sampson into the lift. "And yet he will suffer you," he said, as the shiny gold doors closed behind him. Sampson ignored him, and Steiner, not for the first time, questioned his own sanity at goading such a man. He couldn't help himself, it seemed. He was hard-wired to mock and poke fun at the mean and the wicked. He abhorred bullies, and Sampson was a bully like no other. Perhaps it had something to do with being on the GMRC Directorate for so many years, and the power that came with it, an invulnerability he'd grown accustomed to, perhaps. Whatever the reason, it was frightfully enjoyable, almost addictively so. The music in the lift, a jaunty little number, seemed quite ridiculous, with Sampson standing there looking larger than life and as wicked as the skies were dark. A smile crept onto Steiner's lips as he imagined Sampson dancing to the tune. "Having fun?" Sampson asked querulously, looking down at him. "I am, actually." Steiner's smile broadened. "It's been quite some time since I've had some R&R. At those words the doors opened, and the two men walked from the lift, a wave of noise sweeping over them from the huge casino floor now in full view. Suspended over row upon row of gambling machines, magnificent gold chandeliers sparkled and shone, shining down their bright light on everything and every one beneath. Further away, various games of chance played out on tables of various shapes, colours, and forms. They paced down an aisle of luscious red carpet, and people pressed in around them on all sides. Sampson, who found it hard to keep his temper in check at the best of times, barged people out of his way like an ogre with a toothache. Steiner slowed while Sampson pressed ahead. "Why don't I wait here?" "Fine," Sampson said, barely looking back before being swallowed up by the human sea. Steiner peeled away from the thoroughfare towards a row of slot machines. All were taken except one, and Steiner positioned himself in front of it to watch those alongside play their respective games. Coin after coin disappeared from a plastic bucket, held by a grey-haired woman 10 years his senior, sitting on a stool to his right. As she fed in her money, pressing the transparent, brightly lit plastic buttons with an unerring frequency, she glanced over to see him watching her. "Run out of money, honey?" she asked in a Texan drawl. "Never had any to start with." The woman, dressed in a gaudy cardigan and a pair of mustard-yellow corduroy trousers, dug into her stash and placed a handful of coins into Steiner's hurriedly outstretched palms. He looked at her in surprise, her generosity unexpected. The woman laughed happily. "Don't worry, sweetie, I got plenty more where this came from. Knock yourself out." Steiner gave her a nod of his head, his smile wide. "Much obliged." "You're welcome, honey," she said, already continuing her game. Turning his attention to the machine, Steiner inserted a coin and watched the small, different-coloured fruits spin round and round until the 4 adjacent wheels each came to a stop in turn, accompanied by a small bleep. Steiner assessed the game's functions and the various buttons that went with it. Feeding in some more coins, one at a time, his money rapidly disappearing, it became apparent that he wasn't about to win any time soon. He now had 2 coins left and felt cheated and depressed at having lost it all, despite the fact it was not hard-earned, merely a kindly donation. "It's the principle of the thing," he said to himself. The machines were clearly rigged to rinse a person of every dollar they possessed. He glanced back along the lines at the people playing, their static stare zombie-like in its addiction. Looking at the machine, Steiner had an idea. He recalled a news story he'd heard when he'd been lecturing at the California Institute of Technology 30 years earlier. Was it that long, he thought, never ceasing to be astounded by the ephemeral nature of time. The tale, if he remembered it correctly, told of a man hacking into the NSA database using an antiquated dial-up modem. The simplicity of the idea had amazed Steiner at the time, such a wonderfully constructed theory utilizing outdated techniques to crack a high-tech and supposedly ultra-secure network. Pure genius. The machine at which he stood had dual controls, button or voice-activated. Switching to voice control, Steiner withdrew his small pocket computer and brought up an audio application. After some moments of trial and error, he'd accessed the machine's internal system, the hold and nudge buttons lighting up on his command, the simple tones emitted from his computer acting like keys on a keyboard. Figuring out the code to induce a jackpot was now a formality. With a final tap of his index finger, the wheels spun round once more. Round and round until, one by one, they displayed the same image of a bunch of red cherries. Sirens blared and flashing lights erupted from the top of the machine, which flashed and shook itself as coins spewed forth. "Oh, my God, you did it!" His female benefactor looked overjoyed at his success. "You won!" Steiner grinned at her and slid his computer back into his pocket, the enemy vanquished. His pleasure at defeating the house was short-lived, however, when 2 pairs of hands clamped down on his arms to escort him away from the confused onlookers as the coins, still ejecting from the machine, now cascaded onto the floor itself. Steiner soon found himself descending in an elevator. "Have I done something wrong, gentlemen?" he asked, knowing all too well his own guilt. The 2 bald-headed burly men, dressed in matching black suits, remained silent, their grip on him undiminished. On the breast pocket of each the word "security" had been embroidered in bold white lettering. Steiner was led down a cold, white-walled basement corridor and into an area filled with a huge wall screen divided into scores of separate streams, all showing various parts of the casino inside and out. A man in a shirt and tie approached and addressed the 2 gorillas either side of Steiner. "Put him in holding room 5. "Yes, sir," one of the apes said, his cruel, beady eyes looking at Steiner like a crocodile eyeing up its next gazelle at the watering hole. Steiner was shoved into a grey, empty room, but rather than being left alone, Ape 1, the no-necked wonder that seemed to have some capacity for speech, remained with him. Steiner raised an eyebrow. "Any chance of a drink?" The man didn't respond. "That's a no, then." He sighed and removed his spectacles to clean the lenses. Steiner didn't have long to wait before a commotion outside the room lured the security guard away, the door opening and closing behind him. He heard people yelling, followed by loud thuds and crashes, then silence. The door to the room opened again, and Samson stood there glowering before moving out of sight of the now vacant doorway. Steiner emerged from the small cell, his brief stay over, and looked around the room. The orderly office he'd glimpsed on his way in now looked like a raging bull had swept through it. The main screen was shattered and desks had been upended. The 2 security guards lay comatose on the floor, while 3 of their colleagues, equally prone, moved weakly, the occasional moan escaping their lips. Sampson, meanwhile, ripped a piece of hardware from a server in the corner of the room and then stalked out, with Steiner following close behind. "I take it that's the security footage from the casino," Steiner said as they made their way back down to the car park. Sampson stopped walking and held the hard drive up to Steiner's face, his pent-up fury making the device shake in his hand.
"Are you trying to get us caught?"
It was Steiner's turn to keep his thoughts to himself, much to Sampson's further disgust. Steiner knew he'd made a mistake. He needed to keep out of the limelight, not jump into it. Unfortunately, he was used to having a team of people surrounding him, guiding his hand almost every step of the way. This was the first time in 30 years he'd been effectively working alone, the conductor of his own music, so to speak. His enthusiasm, usually carefully directed, had been unleashed. He'd always known he possessed what bordered on a split personality, deadly serious, calm and in control while at work, and almost juvenile while at play. Now that Sampson had put saving those in Steadfast on hiatus, Steiner found himself adrift. That was until the colonel had completed whatever business he felt compelled to undertake. The 2 men got back into the pickup, and Sampson drove them out onto the neon-splashed streets. Steiner rubbed his tired eyes, the urgency to free those in Steadfast reasserting itself in the forefront of his mind. He knew it was easy to blame Sampson for his own shortcomings. While the SFSD commander had derailed Steiner's plan, he knew he couldn't afford to let the gravitas of the situation escape him again, no matter how much he wished to temporarily unburden himself of his responsibilities. Steiner, unwilling to even bother striking up a conversation with his unwanted companion, took it upon himself to inspect the communications equipment Sampson had retrieved from the military outpost. Engrossed in the task, he suddenly became aware that they'd stopped moving, and the truck was now parked just down from a nightclub where revellers queued up outside waiting to gain entry. The large building bore a huge sign, the letters lit up in deep shades of purple and blue, proclaiming it to be the Asteroid Club. Steiner glanced at Sampson. "I take it your man at the casino didn't have what you were looking for." The colonel slipped the vehicle out of gear and switched off the engine.
"He did. Information. The owner of this club has what I need."
Sampson made to get out of the car, but paused when Steiner stayed in his seat.
"I need you with me this time."
Sampson's words were spoken as if they'd been dragged out of him by means of torture. "No, I think I've caused enough trouble for one day. I'll stay here." Sampson made a strangled noise, exhaled, and looked down at the floor, fighting hard to keep control of his temper.
"You come when you're not wanted and stay when you are. You're testing my limits, old man. Now get out of the damn truck!"
Steiner shook his head, but did as requested. This time he put on a plain green baseball cap that had been poking out of one of the sacks on the back seat. Pulling it down low to hide his face, Steiner followed the tails of Sampson's overcoat as he took the lead, walking past the line of young folks looking to dance their troubles away. The entrance to the club boasted 4 huge searchlights, their intense ice-blue light tracing great circular patches of illumination on the dark clouds above. A deep thumping beat pounded from inside the building, the energy of the sound waves palpable through the pavement, even outside. 8 enormous bouncers stood guard on the door, herding people in and out 2 at a time. Sampson approached one of the men, leaning forwards and speaking into the man's ear to be heard over the noise of the music. The bouncer shook his head. Undeterred, Sampson continued his verbal barrage, his stance becoming aggressive, which only served to bring 4 of the bouncer's colleagues to his aid. The 5 doormen arranged themselves in a formidable semicircle around the marginally smaller figure of the colonel, the breadth of whose shoulders were accentuated by the armour cladding he wore under his coat, making him appear even more powerfully built than he was. The fact that the bouncers thought they needed 5 of them to quell one man showed how seriously they took Samson's physical threat. Steiner hung back and watched, wondering what Samson would do as he held his ground against the overwhelming odds. The sound of a high-powered sports car tore Steiner's attention away to the road outside the venue. He recognized that sound, a V8 engine, a dual-tone Mark II Ford GT40, one of Steiner's all-time favorite sports cars, came roaring into view. Iconic and timeless, the stunning black and chrome machine came to a stop adjacent to the entrance, enclosed by super-wide tires, each sidewall displaying an immaculate white Goodyear logo. Lavish, deep-dish alloys sparkled in the light. The front doors opened, and out stepped 2 tall and incredibly beautiful brunettes, long silky legs accentuated by revealing clothing, which made Steiner feel chilly just to look at. And look he did, as did others in the queue. Cameras flashed from all directions as previously unseen photographers gathered around the 2 women, who glided up the steps and on into the club. Celebrities, Steiner assumed, his eyes drawn back to the car, which was now being attended to by a lucky valet. Steiner felt a hand grab his arm. It was Samson, directing him back to the pickup. Steiner looked back. 2 of the bouncers watched as they walked away. Inside the Dodge once more, Samson punched the dashboard, leaving a large dent. "Perhaps there's a back way in," Steiner said, never thinking he'd ever be trying to give Samson any words resembling support. Samson didn't reply. Instead, he delved once more into his supply of red pills, throwing a small handful into his mouth and chewing down with speed. Sticking the truck into gear, he reversed against the flow of traffic, sending other cars dodging out of his way and honking their horns in protest. Lucy Marshall had worked in the exclusive Asteroid nightclub for 2 years. She enjoyed her work. Free drinks were a perk, plus she got to know the DJs and the bouncers, which gave her a certain status amongst her peers as being part of the in-crowd. From time to time, she even managed to get into the VIP area where all the top stars came to party on a regular basis. The Asteroid Club had been Vegas's top nightlife venue for years now, attracting only the best clientele. It was the place to be, the only place to be if you were someone of note. People who were somebody went to the Asteroid, and people who wanted to be somebody went to the Asteroid. That's all you had to know. Lucy worked in the VIP section on the front desk and cloakroom, and she'd just that moment received a pair of delicate and extremely expensive jackets from 2 of the world's top models, Asilina Salerno and Atalanta Varushkin. The 2 women now waited for their special gift bags, provided to all such guests by the Asteroid's owners. Chewing her gum in time to the thumping, uplifting dance music, Lucy picked out 2 of the bags from underneath the counter and gave them to the picture-perfect brunettes. A loud noise and shouting made the 2 models look round towards the entrance, and Lucy also peered with interest through the haze of the smoke that seeped down from the main part of the club, an effect laid on once a week for the Impact Night promotion. She heard screaming, and 10 doormen came steaming out of the main building to rush outside. The noise seemed to go on for ages. Through the huge windows that made up the front of the foyer, Lucy saw the great floodlights blink out as if someone had turned the power off. A small crowd had gathered around the cloakroom, and one of the models, Asilina, walked elegantly to the doors to see what was happening, at which point she screamed. Out of the haze, a shadowy figure emerged, its glowing green eyes, quite frightening to behold. The man, if that's what it was, shimmered and shifted as it moved, the smoke and light distorting around it in an abnormal way, making it appear to slip into the background from whence it walked. Heavy metallic footfalls clanked on the marble flooring as it passed by, the people parting like the sea before the prow of a mighty ship. Hushed cries and whimpers could be heard over the music. People shrank from its passing, and Lucy stood transfixed when the ghostly eyes turned in her direction. Before it was gone, only the disturbed smoke testament to its existence. Lucy, suddenly wondering why the doorman had not returned, rushed from behind her desk. Outside the front entrance, the sight that greeted her was disturbing. Around 20 bouncers lay on the ground, some struggling to rise, while others lay still, barely moving. The press of people that had been waiting to enter the club had moved back some 50 feet, as if giving whatever event had transpired room to unfold. Lucy bent down to one of the injured, a brick wall of a man called Delmar, whom she knew well, and one she'd never seen beaten and bruised like he was now. "What happened?" she asked him, momentarily distracted, when a small old man with a beard, wearing a baseball cap, walked up the steps and into the building. Cradling his left arm, Delmar groaned.
"Something came out of nowhere. Didn't get a good look at it. Whatever it was strong. Really strong."
Lucy soothed him as he let out another cry of pain, the sound echoing the mournful and emotive police sirens responding in the distance. Professor Steiner picked his way past the sprawling forms of the nightclub's doorman and made his way inside. The display put on by Sampson had been both terrifying and awe-inspiring, as he cut his way through the men like a razor-edged scythe through grass. Granted, the colonel had the advantage of being armoured and camouflaged, but still one couldn't help but be impressed by the speed and skill on display as he took down 20 men built like blocks of granite. Part of him had been hoping the colonel would fail, while the rest knew he had to succeed, for the sake of those in Steadfast. The fracas outside appeared to have had no effect on the people at the bars and on the dance floor, the partying continuing unabated. The interior of the club was so loud, Steiner was finding it difficult not to put his hands over his ears for protection. Sampson was nowhere to be seen, and Steiner pushed his way through intoxicated men and women in an attempt to head upstairs for a better view of the vast dance floor and surrounding areas. Finally reaching the first floor, Steiner entered a section marked VIP Lounge. He assumed large men normally prevented general riffraff like himself from entering such sections, but seeing as Sampson had taken out what had to have been the majority of such guards, he was able to swan in like he belonged. This area, like the rest, heaved with people. Steiner felt dizzy and disorientated as the music thumped, the lights pulsed, and the strobes flashed. Finding a chair amongst the press of hot bodies, he sat down, attempting to get his bearings and regain his faculties. Before he could settle, a breath of air on his neck made him shiver, and he turned to come face to face with a beautiful woman on a stage, bending down towards him, her face and movements sensual in the pulsating strobe. Standing up, Steiner realized, to his intense embarrassment, the young lady was stark naked and gyrating provocatively towards him as he watched, mouth agape. Someone caressed his arm, and he looked to his left, where another woman had appeared, similarly dressed, or not, as was the case in this instance. Eyes wide, like a rabbit in the headlights, Steiner felt heady, intoxicated even. It was a long time since his pulse rate had been increased thus. With the rapidly rhythmic lights hypnotizing him, Steiner felt a large hand clamp down on his shoulder from behind, breaking the spell. Looking round and then up, he saw 2 green glowing eyes and the sporadic image of Samson's armored body, appearing then disappearing on and off in the flashing white lights surrounding them. Samson pressed a button on the side of his helmet to reveal his grim face. "No time for sightseeing, Professor. I need you to see something." "I've seen enough already," Steiner thought to himself, as one of the naked dancers blew him a kiss goodbye. The two men, now in the middle of the dance floor, found themselves in bright, constant lighting as the thumping percussion ceased to be replaced by an uplifting vocal section of the song. Everyone in the area put their hands in the air and cheered. The lights dimmed, and a single pulse of strobe lighting flashed out, accompanied by a booming beat. The bass line gradually kicked back in, the music rising to a crescendo as the lasers and strobes, in combination, drove the people into a frenzy. Steiner thought, if I was 40 years younger, I might be tempted to join in. As it was, however, he just wanted to get away from the relentless noise. After Samson and Steiner had broken free of the crush, another obstacle arose in front of them in the form of 8 doormen pushing through a pair of double doors. Samson moved Steiner behind him, reactivated his armor, and then launched himself at the nearest man. Steiner watched while Samson's indistinct form, transformed into some kind of ethereal demon, dispatched the men arrayed against him in quick and brutal succession until only he remained standing. Ignoring a crowd of shocked spectators, the colonel beckoned Steiner onwards, and the two men disappeared into the rear of the building where the offices were located. Samson opened and closed doors until he found the one he desired. Steiner, following him into a brightly lit area chock full of crates and boxes of all shapes and sizes, was relieved to hear the music fade when the heavy door swung shut behind him. To the left, 50 feet away, a man, most likely the nightclub's owner, stood behind a desk, the gun in his hand, pointed at the colonel. "The police are outside!" The man exuded fear like dark smoke from an oily fire. "There's no escape!" Samson walked towards him, and the man's weapon discharged, sending a bullet ricocheting from Samson's armor and off into the room. Steiner ducked for cover. The armor-clad figure of the colonel bore down on his hapless victim, and 3 more shots rang out before Samson knocked the weapon away with the back of his hand. Grabbing the man by the hair, his other hand clasping his jaw, Samson lifted him off his feet with pure brute strength. "I was told you have some computer equipment, some special computer equipment," Samson said to his struggling prisoner as Steiner approached warily. "You will show me where it is immediately. Do you understand me?" The man nodded as best he could with the colonel's fingers clamped around his face. "Good." Samson let the man go. "Where?" The asteroid's owner rubbed his sore face with one hand and pointed with the other to the corner of the room where a door lurked in the shadows. Samson grabbed the man and kicked him forwards with a steel-shod boot. "Are you out of your mind?" Steiner said after they'd passed through the doorway to descend some stairs. "You complain I nearly get us caught, and then you pull a stunt like this, probably bringing half the Las Vegas Police Department down on us." Samson looked at him. "Relax." "Relax? How can I relax?" An unresponsive Samson moved into the basement and through into another room, hastily unlocked by their prisoner, leaving Steiner to simmer in a melting pot of his own fury. "There!" The owner of the club indicated a metal cabinet against the far wall. Samson stormed over to it and ripped the doors open with such force that one came off in his hand. He threw it aside with disdain, the thin metal panel crashing to the floor. Steiner walked to the shelving and began sorting through the hardware on display. "I'll need a box." Samson, anticipating his request, dumped an orange plastic crate at his feet. One by one, Steiner selected the pieces of equipment he would need to access the FBI's computer network. Regardless of Sampson's methods, he'd sourced the right kit for the job. Everything here was cutting edge, the latest quantum processors, data miners, and artificial intelligence. In fact, it was so advanced he wasn't convinced anyone outside of the military or GMRC should have access to it. A small stamp on the side of one of the cases read, "Property of the GMRC." He picked up the other items in his box. Everything had the same marking on it, confirming his fears. "Where did you get this?" Steiner asked the nightclub owner, brandishing a device at him. "You were selling this on the black market. Do you know the punishment for such a crime?" The man stared at him tight-lipped and then returned his attention to the colonel, clearly more focused on Sampson's physical threat than anything Steiner had to say. Sampson snatched the item from Steiner's hand and all but chucked it into the box. "Time to go, Professor." Steiner was about to retort, but realized the illegal activities of one man were hardly high on his agenda right now. He picked up the box, struggling under its weight. Sampson withdrew his sidearm and pointed it at the man's chest. "Where's your escape route?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Sampson cocked the hammer. "Last chance." He raised the gun to the man's head. Not surprisingly, the nightclub owner relented. "Behind the cabinet." He flicked a hand to his right. Sampson lowered his weapon and leaned his weight against the piece of furniture. With a screech of metal, the cabinet slid to one side, revealing an unlit opening behind. Sampson let go, and the hidden exit began to close. Pushing it back once more, he held it open so Steiner could move past and into the dark. With one hand on the cabinet, he raised his pistol and shot the man in the head, the body falling to the ground without a sound. Steiner gasped in shock. The man's murder carried out by Sampson with an indifference akin to an arbitrary task, like putting on your glasses or turning out a light. Steiner gave Sampson a savage look. "You really care nothing for the life of others, do you?" "Why should I?" Sampson illuminated their escape route with his helmet's inbuilt torches. "According to you, everyone's living on borrowed time as it is. Come 2045, no one on the surface will be left alive. Tell me if I'm wrong." Steiner couldn't. The colonel was right. "As far as I see it," Sampson said, "they're all 6 foot under. They just don't know it yet." Chapter 28. Steiner stared out of the window at the endless blackness, the low whir of the Dodge Ram's electric engine lulling him to sleep, its soporific embrace hard to resist. Occasionally a car sped past in the opposite direction, its headlights dazzling him back to full alertness, before the process started again, eyelids drooping, mind slowing. Vegas lay far behind them now. Apparently the colonel's source at the casino had been very forthcoming about the nightclub owner's secrets. Steiner wondered if the man still lived. He doubted it, given Sampson's track record. The thought, a sobering one. They had exited the nightclub without hindrance via the secret passage, emerging into a street conveniently close to where Sampson had parked the pickup truck. The police, who had indeed descended on the asteroid club en masse, were none the wiser when Steiner and Sampson drove past and on, out of town. And why would they have been, Steiner thought. They were looking for someone presumed to be still in the building, not 2 men cruising by in a classic car. Once Sampson had deemed enough distance lay between them and the city, they had driven a little way out into the desert to catch a few hours' sleep. Steiner had dozed fitfully, one eye on the road, searching for any sign of pursuit. The colonel, however, went out like a light, his training helping him to grab rest when he could, in spite of the precarious nature of their circumstances. Back on the road again after their stop, Sampson had continued their drive west across the southern states. After 2 more hours had passed, they arrived at and then successfully navigated entry into the City of Angels. Once again, Steiner had been issued with a temporary pass, this one allowing him 4 hours inside the Los Angeles County checkpoint boundaries. Sampson, as he had back at St. George, bypassed the roadblock, moving in on foot to be picked up by Steiner a mile further down the highway. Now back in the driving seat, literally and metaphorically, the colonel brought them to a darkened office block on the outskirts of Culver City in the western district of the county. "Wake up, old man," Sampson said, rousing Steiner from his slumber. Steiner opened his eyes, unaware that he'd drifted off yet again. Instantly alert, he followed his armored companion out of the car and onto the street. Breaking into the deserted building, Sampson guided Steiner inside and prompted him to set up the equipment they'd taken from the now deceased nightclub owner. Patching into the internal connections within the office, located on the first floor, Steiner's doubts about Sampson's intentions manifested themselves as the time neared for his skills to be utilized. Engineering a code sequence, Steiner brought up the login screen for the FBI's internal computer network, the holographic wall monitor in the office, displaying the agency's well-known seal as a rotating 3-dimensional graphic. "So, Colonel," Steiner said, spinning his seat around to look at Sampson, his hands clasped before him in pensive anticipation, "what is it you require me to do inside the FBI's network exactly?" "I need you to locate an agent in the L.A. field office." "Who?" "Brett Taylor." "Why?" "You don't need to know why, just do it." "If you think I'm going to break into the secure network of a government agency without knowing why first, then you don't know me very well." Sampson glared at him. "Don't push me, Professor." Steiner folded his arms across his chest, his face hardening. "Or you'll do what, Colonel? You obviously need me as much as I sadly need you, and if you resort to your default setting of violence first and talk after, then you'll find my services are no longer available to you." Sampson's jaw tightened as his rage, never far from the surface, battled to unleash itself at the obstacle before it. Steiner watched while Sampson struggled in his own internal private tug-of-war. "The ball's in your court, Colonel, and it's your call." Sampson held Steiner's gaze, perhaps seeking to melt his resolve by sheer force of will. Unfortunately for the colonel, he only bowed to such pressure when he had absolutely no alternative. Steiner raised a questioning eyebrow. Sampson released Steiner's gaze and moved to look out of the window. In the distance, the high-rises of central L.A.'s financial district thrust up into the dark skies, their windows lit up like sparkling jewels in a physical embodiment of the power and influence enjoyed by those that occupied the offices within. A minute's silence passed before Sampson spoke. "I have a child, a daughter." Steiner waited for the colonel to continue. When he'd failed to do so after another minute dragged by, Steiner took it on himself to coax forth further information. "And in light of what you now know about the Earth's future," Steiner said, keeping his tone as neutral as he could, "you seek to relocate her to USSB Sanctuary?" Steiner took the colonel's continued silence as an affirmation of his insight. But why the FBI? Steiner asked himself. Had the girl and her mother been placed in protective custody to escape the violent and unstable colonel? This seemed the most likely explanation, which also meant the colonel sought to relocate the girl against her will. "What about your daughter's mother?" Steiner asked. "Do you plan on kidnapping her, too?" Sampson continued to stare out at the distant skyline, but when he spoke his voice was bitter.
Her mother is dead.
Steiner was tempted to ask Sampson if he'd had anything to do with the untimely death, but common sense prevailed. "And this FBI agent will know where your daughter is?" Steiner said instead, finally grasping the full picture that had eluded him since Sampson had forced him into this macabre sideshow. Sampson turned to face Steiner again, his face set.
"Help me or not, I will find her. But with your help, I can get in and out without being detected."
"In and out of where?" Steiner was confused.
"The field office," Sampson said in anger, as if Steiner was being purposefully obtuse. "It's a few miles from here."
"You want to break into the FBI's L.A. field office, the second largest FBI stronghold in the country. Are you insane?"
"I'm not fucking mad!"
Sampson's eyes bulged and spittle shot from his mouth. Steiner stared at the man in disbelief. I must have hit a nerve, he thought, and a raw one at that. What with his little red pills, his wanton murder, and this, Steiner could well believe the colonel would qualify as a candidate for committal. "If I ever get reinstated at the GMRC," Steiner promised himself, "I'll make a point of having the colonel's record checked." How the military could let someone like him continue as a serving officer in a highly sensitive black project, God only knew. "If you'd told me about your daughter before, Colonel," Steiner said, staying calm, "I could have saved us all this trouble. I implore you, forget this—" Steiner paused, having been about to use the word madness. "Idea," he said instead. "Help me resume my position with the GMRC, and I promise you I will have your daughter moved to a USSB of your choosing."
"It's too late for that," Sampson told him, his composure regained. "Besides, your chances of returning to the GMRC are slim at best. Malcolm Joyner has seen to that. My daughter comes first, Steadfast second."
"Have you considered staking out the offices and then speaking to this agent elsewhere?" Steiner asked. "It would be a lot easier, don't you think?"
"It would, but seeing as surveilling any government office is now a virtual impossibility due to 24-hour drone cover, we'd be picked up in a matter of hours. A tactical incursion into the offices will not be expected and will be incisive and quick, in and out, minimizing exposure."
Steiner's faint hopes of diverting Sampson from his crazy plan were in tatters. It seemed his only option now was to try and ensure its success. "So, when I locate this Brett Taylor," Steiner said cautiously, "you'll then need me to stay in the system, help you gain access to the building, and guide you around any obstacles you encounter inside. You'll extract the information you need from the agent about your daughter, and then I'll guide you back out again, correct?" Sampson nodded. "Fine, I'll do it on one condition. You do not kill any agents, including Taylor. Tie him up and then hide him, but under no circumstances kill him. If you renege on this, I'll pull the plug and you'll be on your own. Agreed?" Sampson studied him for a moment.
"Agreed. Now get to it."
Steiner, not caring for Sampson's tone one iota, turned back to the screen and the stacked computer equipment on the desk. He flicked the switches on each deck, and the machines whirred to life one by one, the hum of their sophisticated cooling systems creating a pleasant background harmonic. Steiner interlaced his fingers and splayed them out in front of him, cracking the synovial fluid in his joints and stretching out the tendons and muscles, generating a pleasant sense of relaxation in preparation for the work ahead. Accessing the artificial intelligence system, Steiner activated its startup code, effectively bringing the machine to life. "Wake up now," Steiner said to it as the AI's human interface window popped up on the wall display. In its center, an amenable metallic depiction of a human face rotated on its axis. After a few seconds, the face snapped to the front, its eyes opened, and it peered out of the screen in curiosity. "Hello, my name is AI-152. Please state your designation and the task schedules you wish me to undertake today." Steiner detached a microphone from the AI's console and attached it to his collar. "Hello, 152. My designation is Professor, and I need your help in bypassing multiple encrypted access ports on a multi-string system." "Thank you, Professor," the AI said, its eloquent and musical lilt pleasing to the ear. "I have assessed the processing power you have linked to my console and deduced the chances of your tasks being completed at a probability of 38%. Do you wish to proceed?" "I do, thank you, 152. I will control your work by command code. Please keep me updated on countermeasures instigated against our tasks in real time." "Certainly, Professor." 152 fell silent, its simulated features feigning an expression of concentration as it carried out its duties. Steiner entered his first line of code, his finger hovering over the return key. He looked to Samson. "Right, I'm about to go in. Final chance to back out is now." Samson came to stand by Steiner's chair. "Do it." Steiner nodded and depressed the key, sending lines of code flashing onto the screen. "Bypassing in progress, Professor," 152's voice intoned as the procedure of breaking into the FBI's system was instigated. "Countermeasures encountered. Processing." Steiner analyzed the system overview streams at the side of the screen. His fingers moved across the keyboard, slowly at first, then picked up speed as the security programs within the FBI system attempted to counteract his commands. Line upon line of code spewed forth from his fingertips, his hands a blur as his mind worked furiously to keep up with the information relayed to him by the artificial intelligence. Steiner swore the system he was trying to access was quite alien to him. He was beginning to wonder if he could breach it after all. "What is it?" Samson's eyes searched the screen for signs of a problem he couldn't possibly comprehend. "Hang on," Steiner said, distracted. "Having a problem here." He spun up another system, funneling various data streams from one machine to another, trying to keep up the charade to the FBI mainframe that everything was as it should be. Samson stepped closer. "Can you do this or not? If you can't, then quiet, man! Just let me work!" Gradually, protocol by protocol, Steiner turned the tide. He'd lost some battles, but he was winning the war. After what seemed like hours, but was in actuality only 35 minutes, the FBI login screen, ensconced in its own window, flashed once and then displayed the message, "Access granted," in bold green lettering. "We're in." Steiner navigated to the FBI's internal menu system and scanned down the page. "It seems personnel files are held elsewhere." "Most likely in D.C. on a standalone system." Samson indicated a heading entitled Field Offices. "What about that?" Steiner entered the section Samson had suggested and scrolled down a list until he reached Los Angeles. Hitting the Enter key, Steiner assimilated the page, drilling down into the information within, flashing up page after page until he found something of real use. "This should help, I think." Steiner expanded a holographic map out of the screen and into the room. Samson walked around the image of the L.A. office block, his face and body turned a mixture of blue and green by the projected graphic that now floated in front of him. Steiner tapped a few more keys and added real-time locations for all staff within the building, a function designed to aid emergency services in the event of a fire or terrorist attack. There, Sampson jutted a finger at a small red figure seated at a desk on the 14th floor. Steiner enlarged that section. The small floating tag above the virtual image of the person was now clearly visible as Special Agent Taylor B. "Looks like your luck is in, Colonel."
"We'll see."
Steiner swiveled in his chair. "I'll need your helmet's communication frequency so I can establish a secure uplink to it." Sampson handed it to him so he could swipe it over the computer's induction port. "Automated fail-safe tracing in progress, Professor," the AI's voice interrupted through the office speaker system. Steiner returned his attention to the screen. 152, can we stop the trace? "Negative, Professor." "How long until the system locates us?" Steiner asked. 63 minutes, 16 seconds, and counting." A small box displaying the minutes and seconds as a countdown timer appeared in the top left-hand corner of the wall screen. "You'd better get—" Steiner looked round to see the office door swinging shut and the colonel going. Turning back to his computer, Steiner set up a comms link to the colonel's combat system and fitted a small device to his right ear. "Colonel, if you can hear me, you have 61 minutes to get to, in, and then back out of the field office."
"Roger that,"
Sampson's voice replied. "I'm connecting to the live video feed from your helmet's camera," Steiner continued, tapping away at his keyboard, "and I've already taken control of the building's internal and external surveillance streams. I should be able to guide you inside and to your target, hopefully without them knowing you're there." Sampson confirmed he'd received the extra information, leaving Steiner to contemplate the possible ramifications of his actions. "Everything will be fine," he told himself. "They won't even know he's there. He has camouflage on his armor and an inside track on his surroundings. This is what he's trained to do. What could go wrong?" "A lot," was the answer that sprung to mind. With the seconds and minutes ticking by on screen, Steiner's tension grew. His neck became tight as he leant forwards, bunching up his shoulders to watch real-time video footage of Sampson driving to the FBI building. Thankfully, the field office was only a short drive from where he now sat, a convenience no doubt premeditated by the colonel long before they'd even arrived in the Golden State. Steiner watched everything from Sampson's perspective on his wall screen as he approached the imposing 17-story building that was the Federal Bureau of Investigation's L.A. field office. The camera angle panned up, the colonel surveying the 14th floor using his visor's spectral scanners. Steiner looked to the window displaying the multiple camera feeds from the FBI's own internal security system. Carefully, he manipulated the field of view on the cameras and created a clear path to an emergency exit on the far right of the structure, enabling Sampson to enter unnoticed. Now, deep within the FBI network, Steiner also set about unlocking a route through the building to Special Agent Taylor by disabling the digitally activated bolts that were used to prevent access to various areas of the office complex. "You're good to go, Colonel," Steiner told Sampson over the radio. "I've just sent the real-time 3D render of the building to your visor. Follow the path I've laid out for you, and your presence will go unnoticed by the security guards. You should also be able to dodge any agents by utilizing the same image."
"Copy that,"
Sampson replied, arcing his path round to intercept Steiner's route. "Professor," the AI said, its expression on the screen mirroring the concern in its voice, "I have encountered an unforeseen issue. Line 1627 in your command code is invalid. Please advise." Steiner's attention flew back to his command window. Frantic, he searched for the problem raised by 152. There it was, an innocuous segment of text, a search string and value which he'd entered in error. As he rushed to correct the issue, retyping a few commands, the AI spoke again. "System spike, information interrupt, connection lost, Professor." Steiner looked to Sampson's video window and saw a metal-clad hand pushing open an emergency exit door. "Colonel, stop! Go back! The FBI has regained control of the system. We're blind. Abort!" "Are you fucking kidding me?" Sampson's voice crackled over the speakers. Steiner saw Sampson hesitate in the doorway. "System breach detected, Professor," the voice of 152 told him. "Trace protocol prioritized. Time until completion 12 minutes, 8 seconds, and counting." Oh my God. Steiner watched in horror as the timer on the screen rapidly descended until it read the new time. A flashing red light brought his attention back to the image relayed from Sampson's helmet. A beacon pulsed on and off in the corridor, and a siren echoed through Sampson's two-way comm system as Steiner spoke to him. "Colonel, get out of there!" But Sampson didn't reply. Instead, he started into the building at a jog. "What are you doing?" Steiner yelled as he tried to slow the trace instigated by the FBI. Sampson continued his advance without deviation. "Colonel!" Steiner said, watching in disbelief as Sampson walked boldly through an automatic door and into the building's main lobby, a large depiction of the FBI emblem visible on the immaculate tiled floor before him. Steiner saw Sampson's left arm move over his shoulder, drawing down a strange-looking weapon, which he then fired into the security scanners in front of him. A pulse of energy shot forwards, sending a devastating explosion ripping through the atrium. Debris flew in all directions. Security guards, who had been heading towards Sampson, their guns raised, were blown backwards, while other people dived for cover. "Dear God," Steiner whispered in shock, the realization of the colonel's actions sinking in. "What have I done?" Chapter 29. Richard Goodwin waited with trepidation for the arrival of Commander Hilt. An emergency meeting had been called by the Dark Light leader, its purpose as yet unknown. Whatever had transpired, it had to be important, as other officers from the black-clad security force filtered into the large command tent. Lost in abstract thought, Goodwin paced around the back of the enclosure, away from the gathering soldiers, his mind inexorably returning to recent events, like a honey-bee drawn to nectar. A few weeks had passed since Goodwin and Kara had experienced the incident with the light in the abandoned Anakim city, and Goodwin had understandably been on edge throughout that period. He'd never felt comfortable in the endless darkness of Sanctuary, his depression only held at bay by Kara's company. Now, however, the black pit they were forced to endure had evolved into something far more sinister. Areas of the camp he'd once sauntered through he now avoided. Basically anything that wasn't touched by light, whether directly or by reflection, he gave a wide berth, fearful of what might be lurking within. His anxiety, Goodwin knew, had been well-founded, but the fact of the matter was no further contact or sightings of the wraith-like glow had since been reported. Commander Hilt's recon teams, sent to investigate the disturbing phenomenon, had returned with nothing. Goodwin, ignoring an inner voice that shrieked in ardent opposition, seemingly throughout every fibre of his being, had even ventured back to the city with them to make sure they'd searched the correct building. They had, and many others in the immediate vicinity besides, all turning up no trace, except for the odd half-print from one of Goodwin or Kara's own shoes. Ever since security had been stepped up around the camp, word had spread like wildfire amongst civilians and Darklight contractors alike about Goodwin and Kara's encounter with the entity. Initially, the tale had taken on a life of its own, but Goodwin and Hilt had been quick to play it down in order to keep a semblance of calm amongst the people. Even though Goodwin's, and to a similar extent Kara's, nerves remained suitably frayed, everyone else around them, as the days and weeks drifted by, appeared to forget the event had even occurred. Goodwin was pleased, of course, that panic had not ensued, although people's indifference to what could only be described as a threat only served to add to his continued unease.
10 hut!
One of the Dark Light officers said, and every soldier snapped to attention in response. Commander Hilt strode into the tent, his XO, Major O'Fire, at his side.
At ease, Dark Light.
Hilt moved to stand near Goodwin, his men forming up to look in his direction.
Sir,
Hilt said in his deep voice, acknowledging Goodwin. Commander, Goodwin replied with a nod of his head. Soon after, a few civilians arrived and filed into the room, Kara among them. She gave Goodwin a questioning look, as if asking what the meaning was about. Goodwin returned the expression with one of his own, and an almost indiscernible shrug of his shoulders. He had no idea either. Behind Kara were a few people from Goodwin's old steadfast management team, and bringing up the rear, Sergeant Alvarez, the commanding officer from USSB Sanctuary's captured U.S. Army decontamination team. "That's everyone, Commander," the dark-skinned African, Major O'Fire, told Hilt.
"Thank you, Major."
Hilt cleared his throat.
"You've all been called here because of a discovery made by one of our patrols a few hours ago. Such is its nature and implications, I believe it's imperative we act both immediately and unanimously."
He glanced to his right-hand man.
"Major, if you will."
Major O'Fire placed a small screen onto one of the flimsy tables in the middle of the room and powered it up. Everyone else, including Goodwin, shuffled forwards in an attempt to get an unobstructed view of the display. A black-and-white, pixelated image started playing and resolved itself into a clear color picture.
"This footage,"
Hilt said,
"was recorded by a helmet cam during a routine sweep on the west coast of the lake."
Goodwin watched the footage unfold. The small Dark Light team, 7 or 8 people strong, roamed the area around the western shoreline, the controlled sweeping movements of their light beams intersecting one another as they utilized a set formation for the patrol. "What's that?" a voice could be heard saying, close to the head cam operator. The direction of the camera angle shifted when the wearer moved their head in the direction of the speaker's voice. "What's what?" another voice said, a woman's, loud enough, Goodwin assumed, to be the owner of the helmet that had recorded the video they now watched. "A light in the distance," the other soldier said, excited. "There, can't you see it?" The woman swore before getting on her radio as those around her, weapons now raised, fanned out into a defensive configuration and slipped into a purposeful jog towards the distant light, now visible on screen. "Command, this is Lieutenant Manaus." Her voice shook as she ran to keep pace with her colleagues. "Contact sighted at our location. In pursuit. Over."
"Roger that, Lieutenant," the communication came back. "We'll reroute another team to your coordinates. Keep us posted."
"Copy that, Command. Manaus out." Goodwin watched with bated breath as the Dark Light team converged on the light, which shimmered and distorted strangely before blinking out of existence. "Fuck! Where did it go?" Manaus slowed to a walk near the water's edge. "We were right on top of it." A Dark Light man appeared in front of the camera from out of the darkness.
"Into the water. That's the only place it could go. We had it penned in."
"Lieutenant!" another voice said, drawing Manaus even closer to the shoreline and a muddy strip of land separating the lake from the hard earth of the chamber's floor. "You need to see this!" The head cam moved over to a man who had dropped to his haunches and was peering down at the patch of earth before him. the ground illuminated by a torch on the side of his rifle. When Manaus approached, he looked round, his face etched with concern.
"Take a look,"
he said. "What is it?" Manaus placed a hand on his shoulder and looked to where he pointed. Tracks in the mud led into the dark liquid of the lake.
"They look like boot prints," she said.
Goodwin and everyone around him looked at the image with the same focused intrigue as the lieutenant had hours past. "And that's what they are," Hilt's voice said. Major O'Fire paused the recording, bringing Goodwin's attention back from the scene at the lakeside. Boot prints? Goodwin was confused. He'd been expecting something. He didn't know what he'd been expecting, but not that, not footprints. Hilt looked at Goodwin. "Yes, made by U.S. military-issue boots, to be precise."
"What does that mean?"
Kara said, her voice mimicking Goodwin's previous tone. "It means," Hilt replied, now addressing everyone present, "that the USSB have located our position."
"What?"
Goodwin's eyes widened. "How can that be? Are you sure?" Hilt nodded as others began muttering to one another at the news. "As sure as we can be. Sergeant Alvarez and his men have all been accounted for during the time of the incursion and their footwear inspected." "And my men put under guard," Alvarez said, his tone bitter. "A necessary precaution, Sergeant," Hilt replied. "According to you." Alvarez pushed his way past two dark-eyed men to bring himself to the fore. "How do you know it wasn't Goodwin's ghost?" "That's Director Goodwin to you," Major O'Fire told Alvarez, clearly annoyed at the sergeant's disrespectful tone. "That light wasn't like the one I saw." Goodwin looked at Kara. "That we saw. And it was no ghost." "The mind can play tricks on us all, Director," Alvarez said, the barbed inflection for the benefit of Major O'Fire. "I'm beginning to wonder if you saw anything at all." "Whatever the Director and Dr. Vandervoort witnessed," Hilt said to the belligerent sergeant, his tone leaving no doubt that he was dismissing Alvarez's assertions, "did not leave size 10 boot marks behind it. We must assume the two are separate in origin, unless proven otherwise." "If troops from the USSB have found us, then there's a way into this chamber," Goodwin said, "which means there's also a way out." Hilt's expression remained impassive. "Indeed. We always suspected some of the submerged waterways might lead to the USSB. The fact that they can reach us, however, does not mean that we can reach them. As I've said before, we don't have the capability to negotiate these underwater channels." "Surely this is a good thing, sir," one of Hilt's lieutenants said. "If we can capture one of those interlopers, or a team of them, we can then use their gear to navigate the water." Major O'Fire picked up a map. "We need to find out how many of them have made it through to this chamber and on how many occasions." Goodwin looked around at those present. "Shouldn't we be asking another question? What is the U.S. Army doing here in the first place? What are their intentions towards us? We know we entered Sanctuary without authorization. They could be planning on just leaving us down here to rot, in which case they won't return, and our chance of escape has already gone. Perhaps Sergeant Alvarez can fill us in on some of the details," Major O'Fire said, staring at the U.S. Army man with a hostile eye. Alvarez, never one to shy away from conflict, met the Major's gaze with a challenge of his own. "Fill you in on what?" His tone was mocking. "I don't know anything. I've been down in this accursed hole for as long as you all have, brought here against my will, as were my men." "But you've lived in the USSB for years, haven't you, Sergeant?" Goodwin said. "Surely you must know something that can help us further." Alvarez chuckled, the sound harsh and without humor. You lot never stop, do you? I've told you before. Do I have to say it again? I don't know shit. I'm a sergeant leading a small decontamination team, an NCO, not a general, colonel, or even a lieutenant. I've given you what information I have on this part of Sanctuary. Which is very little, Major Rofia said. What more can I do? Alvarez continued, ignoring the interruption. Goodwin considered the sergeant. His appearance had altered drastically since his capture, his hair growing long and his face unshaven. Despite having the facilities available to wash and clean his clothes, Alvarez remained grubby and disheveled, a far cry from the clean-cut image displayed by his dark-light counterparts, who still maintained their strict standards of dress and appearance at all times. Goodwin knew Hilt neither liked nor trusted the man, and he could understand why. The more he got to know Alvarez, the more he disliked him too. Whatever their purpose here, Hilt told him, it makes no difference. We can't afford to divert our resources any longer. I'm sorry, sir, Hilt said to Goodwin, but we need to cull our patrols and stake out the lakeshore. Whatever you saw in the city hasn't returned, and this new development could prove pivotal to our escape from this chamber. Goodwin was aware that all eyes were on him. Very well, Commander. Do what you feel is necessary. Thank you, sir. In the meantime, Hilt continued, addressing his officers, I want all personnel combat-ready immediately. Full armor at all times. No exceptions. If the U.S. military comes in force, we'll be ready for them. Do we understand each other? Sir, yes, sir, the Dark Light officers said as one, making Goodwin shift in discomfort at the sudden loud and unified response. I'll issue detailed orders to your combat systems shortly, Hilt told the assembled ranks. Dismissed. The majority of the Dark Light officers began filing from the tent to go about their duties. Hilt turned to his second-in-command. Major, can you take Sergeant Alvarez back to his men? I'll inform you when they can be released back into Gen Pop. Yes, sir, Major Rofia said. With pleasure, sir. Gen Pop? Alvarez sneered at Hilt as Rofia fronted up to the army sergeant. We're not in a prison, Commander. Just because there are no guards or bars, Sergeant, Hilt said, his tone severe, does not mean we're not all prisoners down here. Take him away, Major. You'll regret this, Commander, Alvarez said as the Major maneuvered him out of the tent. I'll make sure of it. I think you might have made an enemy of him, Goodwin said after the sergeant was out of earshot. Hilt remained unmoved. The man's a duplicitous fool. Even so, Hilt looked at Goodwin, his expression mild. He'll calm down, he said, his concern about angering the sergeant apparently non-existent. We can't afford to take any chances. With Hilt's military orders out of the way, Goodwin, with the Dark Light leader's assistance, went on to discuss with the remaining civilians various contingencies in case a military assault did occur in the future, specifically evacuation plans from the lake's surface and beaches. After decisions had been made, people dispersed, and Goodwin was left alone with just Kara and Hilt in the ramshackle command center. Kara surveyed some of the maps strewn out on the desks, depicting areas of the cavern already scoured by the tireless reconnaissance teams. How go the searches, Commander? You're aware the southern expeditions came back empty-handed? Hilt asked her, looking to Goodwin for confirmation. Yes, Kara said. Richard told me the bad news. The tunnels beneath the city are still to yield their secrets, Hilt continued. If there are exits from this chamber down there, we haven't found them yet. We're still to hear from the north, but we should be getting a sitrep within the week. Do you think we should be looking for the USSB at all? Kara said to Hilt. What else can we do? Goodwin answered her, Hilt seemingly perplexed by the question. Kara shrugged. Perhaps we should be looking for routes to the surface, tunnels headed up, not down. Goodwin shot Hilt a quick look, but the Darklight man failed to notice. Goodwin hadn't told Kara about the other meteors destined for Earth, but he couldn't help but worry in case he disclosed the secret by accident. He hated keeping things from her, even more so when he had to lie to keep up the pretense. Now, thankfully, wasn't such an occasion, as there were no tunnels going upwards whatsoever. In the future, the idea of the surface being a safe haven would no longer be relevant, but for now anything would be better than where they were. Except, perhaps, Steadfast, he thought sadly. "We've looked for any and all exits, Doctor," Hilt replied, "up, down, and sideways. I agree the USSB doesn't have to be our only goal, but it is by far the nearest and most attainable destination available to us at this." A small bleeping noise caught their attention, and Hilt moved to one of the tables, picked up a small device, and placed it in his ear. "This is Hilt," he said, his hand held to his ear while he received the communication. "What? How?" A few more seconds passed as whoever spoke to him relayed their answer. "What's his condition?" He moved to the tense exit, the question making Kara and Goodwin exchange looks of concern. "Very well, just find him." "Problem, Commander?" Goodwin asked. Hilt removed the earpiece. "Alvarez got the drop on Major O'Fire and fled into the city." Kara gasped. "Is the Major okay?" "Concussion and a bruised ego to go with it, I imagine." Hilt's face was grim. "He took the Major's torch and sidearm, too." "What's the man thinking?" Goodwin said. "He's got nowhere to go." Hilt snorted. "As I said before, the man's a fool. He won't get far, though. 2 teams are out searching for him already." "I hope they find him," Kara said, her face showing her disquiet. "I wouldn't worry about him too much," Hilt told her. "We've got movement sensors all around the camp. He'll trip them before he can cause any harm." "You don't understand. I'm not worried about him," Kara said. "I'm worried for him. Out there, alone in that city. It's not somewhere I'd want to be on my own." Goodwin thought back to the huge empty towers, the unending darkness, and inescapably, back to the blood-curdling shriek that had accompanied the shimmering, unexplained light. "No," Goodwin murmured in agreement, looking out of the tent at the deep, pervasive gloom beyond. "Neither would I." Chapter 30. Sergeant Alvarez sat in the black void with his back against a building, its smooth, curved surface cradling his body, like the arms of some giant maternal stone mother. He'd so far managed to evade the Darklight teams sent to recapture him, and more by judgment than luck, he believed. He knew this place played havoc with telecommunications and other pieces of tracking kit, so he'd headed deep into the Anakim city, a surefire way of preserving his newly won freedom. The look on Major O'Fire's face was priceless when I wrested the pistol from his holster, Alvarez remembered with pleasure, even now holding the heavy weapon comfortingly in his hands. The black bastard had thought I was going to shoot him where he stood. I would have, too, if I hadn't known Hilt would have me mercilessly hunted down in retribution, but smashing the gun around the back of O'Fire's head was almost as much fun. I'd have given him the boot, too, if that civilian hadn't disturbed me, Alvarez thought, the memory a bitter one. Alvarez sighed in relaxation, almost enjoying the solitude of the blackness he'd grown accustomed to. The first night he'd spent alone in the dark had been traumatic. As soon as he'd switched off his small torch to preserve its battery life, the complete lack of discernible light had instantly driven him to turn it back on again. Slowly he'd trained himself to leave the torch off for longer and longer periods, until he'd been able to drift off to sleep. only to wake with a start some time later, his fingers scrabbling to switch the light back on once more. Fortunately, his timepiece, a gift from his mother, had proved an invaluable resource in more ways than one. First, it possessed its own surprisingly powerful light, and secondly, it ensured he knew what time of day it was, critical in the dark when all sense of chronology went out of the window. It was now his third day on the run, and he'd worked his way first north and then back east, in the direction he knew the lake to be located. His plan was simple: pilfer food from the fishermen at the lake and roam the western shoreline for signs of his USSB comrades. He'd always known much more about Sanctuary than he'd let on. Darklight and Goodwin had him and his men taken by force. They were the enemy and had to be resisted. If that meant gaining their trust and then sabotaging them from within, then so be it. That's exactly what he'd sworn to do. Every member of his decontamination team had also been willing to withhold certain types of information. Unfortunately, they didn't really know anything about the chamber they were in. Nothing concrete, anyway, and nothing to aid their escape in any case. He, after all, wanted to reach the USSB as much as Goodwin and his ragtag, steadfast crew. Alvarez's number 2, Corporal Walker, had been a great help during their time under the watchful gaze of Darklight. Walker had also aided Alvarez in his attempts to acquire their weapons, so much so that Alvarez had on occasion needed to calm the man down. Alvarez's thoughts strayed to Corporal Walker and the rest of his decontamination team, currently being held, against their will, back at the camp. It made his blood boil to think of fire still lorded it over them. A sudden noise made Alvarez snatch up his torch and turn it on. He aimed the beam of light around the curious structure he now frequented. It was one of the smaller towers in the city, in terms of its footprint anyway. Alvarez didn't know how high the thing went, nor did he care. It was situated on the outskirts of the city, providing excellent access to the lake, while also being close to the area where the Darklight recon team had come into contact with his USSB brethren. Its strange design, inside and out, now illuminated by his torch, revealed nothing out of the ordinary, so he flicked the light off once more and looked at his watch. It was nearing 1 in the morning, time for him to sneak out to the lake and nab some much-needed food. Standing up, he froze in mid-stretch as the small light in the distance caught his eye. A single luminous glow, much like he'd seen on the footage at Hilt's meeting, recorded by Lieutenant Manaus on her head cam. "Fuck a duck," Alvarez said out loud to himself. "It must be my lucky day." Switching his torch back on, he ran in the light's direction, following it as it made its way from the lake and into the city. "There's no way it's a Darklight team," he thought. "They never operate with just a single light source." "Hey!" Alvarez shouted, now only a couple of 100 yards away. "Sergeant Alvarez, USSB Sanctuary! Slow down, fellas!" Rather than decrease in speed, the light kept moving and then blinked out of existence, most likely going behind one of the buildings. Alvarez picked up the pace and was soon rounding what must have been the tower in question, but there was no sign of the light. "Shit!" Alvarez stamped his foot in frustration at his missed opportunity. He knew all too well he could ill afford to miss out on such fortuitous breaks. Turning back, he caught a glimmer of movement out of the corner of his eye. Snapping his head round in its direction, he caught the tail end of an afterglow, heading deeper into the city. "Sweet glory," Alvarez said, his hopes soaring once more as he set off in pursuit. Alvarez ran further and further into the Anakim metropolis, but the men from the USSB always seemed to be that much quicker than him, just staying the same distance ahead, almost as if they were deliberately matching his speed. Realizing he couldn't keep up with them for much longer, he redoubled his efforts, running flat out in a last-ditch attempt to catch them. As he pounded along, the light from his elusive army colleagues finally getting closer, his torchlight threw up a disturbing sight, a huge chasm directly in his path. In a split-second decision, Alvarez threw himself to the ground in a desperate bid to halt his headlong dash into oblivion. His arms and legs spread wide, his body hit the floor, the torch flying from his grasp. Letting out a cry of terror as he slithered across the dusty gravel surface, he felt his legs drop over the abyss, his torso following suit. Alvarez forced his fingers into the loose sediment, his nails biting into the harder substrate beneath, grinding him to a stop on the brink of the cliff edge. His eyes wide in fright, he watched the beam of light from his torch spiral, end over end, into the air below, until it bounced once against the rock wall and went out, the distant echo of the impact its final declaration of existence. Thrust into darkness, Alvarez heaved himself back up, rolling away from the chasm and to safety, his breath coming in deep, rapid gasps. He lay there for some time, gathering his thoughts while he recovered from the fright of his life. "I don't think I've ever come that close to dying before," he thought, his heart rate gradually dropping back to normality. Another thought, a worrying one, worked its way to the forefront of his mind. How had the soldiers he'd been following crossed over the chasm so quickly? He'd watched the light carry on without deviation before he himself had encountered the large fissure, its expanse far too wide to leap over. Pushing the disturbing question away, he pressed the button on his watch, its light seeming less powerful than he remembered it. A strange clicking noise made him swing round. His watch extended in front of him as he sought to shine its faint glow at whatever had made the sound. "This is Sergeant Alvarez," he said, a tremble to his voice. "Decontamination team, USSB Sanctuary, who's there?" A light appeared 50 yards away. It glinted and glistened in the darkness, its green and blue tinge fluctuating strangely as it did so, almost mesmeric in its fundamental effervescence. Alvarez took a step back from it, the weird clicking noise restarting, getting louder and more insistent, before developing into a guttural growl. Alvarez, shaking uncontrollably, felt a trickle of water run down the inside of his leg. A high-pitched screech shattered his last shred of sanity as the light surged towards him. Stumbling backwards, the last sensation Alvarez had was of falling into a deep black void, his own screams ringing in his ears as his eyes locked onto the light which followed him down into the bowels of the earth. Chapter 31. "What the hell is it?" "No idea, but it looks pretty." "Pretty? Don't you think so?" "I'd say more like disturbing or ungodly."
"It's been going on for some minutes now,"
a deep voice said from behind, making the two of them jump at the interruption. Goodwin looked back at Hilt. "Commander, what do you think it is?"
"An electrical discharge of some kind."
Hilt looked up in the same direction as everyone else who had gathered at the edge of the camp.
"I have to agree with the doctor on this one, sir. It is pretty."
Goodwin looked at Hilt in amazement. The word pretty not something he'd ever imagined the hardened mercenary ever saying. Hilt glanced at Goodwin and gave him an odd expression, the downturn of his mouth and raised brows, conveying his willingness to stand by his comment despite the shock it had invoked. "See, I told you," Kara said. How can you not call that pretty?" Goodwin looked back up at the spectacle, giving Hilt a final look of confounded disappointment before he did so. "I can't see their point, I suppose," he thought to himself, watching the pinnacle of the distant Anakim Tower throb as a wave of purple energy pulsed up its length to discharge towards the ceiling of the chamber over a mile above. "One of my lieutenants tells me it's one of the tallest structures in the city, if not the tallest structure," Hilt told them, as another ripple of purple light flowed up from within the dark of the metropolis to erupt from behind the other surrounding towers and swirl around the building's pointed spire. "Why do you think it started now?" Goodwin asked. Kara pondered the question. "Perhaps it always happens at this time of year." "Or it's a once-in-a-lifetime event," Hilt said. A man in front of them, earwigging on their conversation, glanced back. "Or our presence has sparked off a chain of events that has activated some ancient mechanism. An electrostatic build-up through the city, maybe," Kara said, "discharged when a certain mass has been reached." They were all plausible theories, but none sated Goodwin's curiosity. A dark-light soldier approached from behind and handed his commander a pair of VSE goggles. Hilt held them up to his eyes for some moments and watched the energy spike discharge once more up into the rocky roof of the ceiling. "Interesting." He handed the device to Goodwin for him to try. Goodwin looked through the lenses, their enhancement of the visual spectrum displaying the phenomenon in a grey, crystal-clear image. With the scene magnified, Goodwin could see the branches of electrical lightning dispersing into the air at the building's summit and flashing to the ceiling, sending out tiny trails of white light in all directions. Goodwin watched a few more of the pulses before passing the goggles to Kara. "I've sent a team to investigate," Hilt told Goodwin. "It'll take them half a day to get there, but it's worth a look, I think." "Most definitely, Commander," Goodwin said, before, as quickly as it had begun, the repetitive cycle of purple light stopped. A groan of discontent swept through the onlookers. Everyone waited for some time before, one by one, and then in groups, they broke away, going back to their normal routines, the fascinating display accepted as being over. Goodwin, with Kara at his side and the Darklight commander just behind, walked back into camp, their conversation about what they'd just witnessed immersive in its detail and scope. As they approached the command tent, a heart-wrenching scream of despair split the quiet, sending all three of them running to locate the source. Coming in from the other direction, a Darklight soldier held a sobbing woman in his arms, trying to pull her back to her feet from where she'd collapsed to the floor. Kara, the first to react, took over, offering soothing words of comfort to the near-hysterical woman. "Rebecca!" Goodwin said, realizing who it was, as others in the vicinity rushed to the scene, drawn by Rebecca's terrible cries of pain and torment. "Rebecca, what's wrong? What's happened?" he asked, anguished at her suffering. "I'll take her inside." Hilt bent down, scooped Rebecca up, and carried her into the camp's central tent, Goodwin and Kara close on his heels. Hilt placed Rebecca down on a pile of discarded clothing, quickly assembled by Kara to act as a place of comfort in an area otherwise free of any kind of soft furnishings. Goodwin got a glass of water, which he managed to get Rebecca to sip as she calmed, while Kara continued to whisper to her soothingly. Rebecca tried to speak, but her shallow breathing made the words stick in her throat as she fought to get them out. "Deep breaths, Rebecca," Kara said. "Slow, deep breaths." Rebecca shook her head. I couldn't find her." Goodwin crouched down before her. "Find who?" "Susan." Rebecca's face crumbled again as the tears came. "Susan's gone." "Gone? Gone where?" Rebecca sobbed harder.
"Come on, Rebecca, sweetheart," Kara said. "You need to tell us what's happened."
Another soldier appeared in the tent with Joseph in tow. The young handicapped man rushed to Rebecca's side, embracing her and holding her tightly, trembling himself.
I came back to our tent, and somehow Susan and Joseph had sneaked out,"
Rebecca told them, stroking Joseph's hair.
"Julie and Ariana were beside themselves. I ran out to look for them, expecting them to be close by."
Rebecca paused again, wiping away her tears as her voice strengthened.
"I saw Joseph in the distance, at the edge of the camp. I called out to him, but he didn't seem to hear me. I ran over to where he'd been, but by then he'd moved out beyond one of the floodlights, beyond the boundary. I had my torch with me, so I turned it on and ran after him, heading straight out into the dark. I heard a noise in the distance, followed by Susan's screams. I called out, shouting her name and Joseph's. Neither of them responded. I kept shouting until I was hoarse, and eventually I found Joseph on his knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. He'd wet himself, too. There was no sign of Susan. I tried to search for her, but Joseph wouldn't move forwards, and I couldn't leave him in the dark again. I managed to drag him back towards the camp, and I can't really remember the rest. The soldiers started taking me back here, but I knew Susan was still out there, alone. I tried to tell him, but I couldn't get the words out. I couldn't—"
Her voice broke again. "Joseph." Goodwin touched the boy's shoulder. He whimpered and flinched from the contact. "Joseph," Goodwin said again, moving round to try and look into his face. "It's me. It's Winnie." Joseph's eyes opened a fraction, and he stared into Goodwin's face. Goodwin gave him a comforting smile, noticing the handicapped man's limbs still shook and spasmed as his body attempted to rid itself of the massive amounts of pent-up energy created by his trauma. "Joseph, what did you see?" Goodwin asked. Joseph closed his eyes, his body shaking in response to the question. Goodwin cupped the poor boy's cheek. "Joseph, where is Susan?" Joseph opened his eyes again.
"Noise,"
he whispered across Rebecca's shoulder, his grip on his carer unrelinquishing. "Noise?" Goodwin said. "What noise?" Joseph let out another whimper and shut his eyes. Goodwin was about to stand back up, but before he could, Joseph started making a strange sound that got louder and louder until he was shrieking in one extended scream, his eyes wide, his face a mask of terror. Goodwin stumbled backwards in shock and fear, the hairs all over his body standing up on end. He stared at Joseph in horror as the boy quietened and hid his face in Rebecca's shoulder once more, his shaking unabated and whimpering increased. "What is it?" Hilt asked, seeing Goodwin's expression. "Sir, what's wrong?"
"That sound. That was exactly the same sound that we heard in the city," Kara said, her voice as distressed as Goodwin felt.
Hilt looked from Kara to Goodwin. "How can that be?"
"The boy can mimic sounds."
Goodwin tried to dispel the awful noise produced by Joseph from his mind.
"He's seen what we saw in the city. Susan isn't lost. She's been taken by whatever or whoever that light is."
Hilt contemplated them both, perhaps judging the conviction of their claims. Apparently satisfied the information was sound, he turned to one of his men. "Lieutenant, get me my armor." "Sir!" The man sped from the room. Hilt strode to his command desk and flicked some switches on the main console before picking up a communication device and holding it to one ear. "This is command. Code Red alert. All units receiving this message return to base immediately. I repeat, Code Red." "Sir," Major O'Fire said, "what about the men at the lake? Shouldn't we leave at least a token force in case the U.S. military return?" Hilt muttered something unintelligible, but maintained his calm. "Very well, make it happen. Ophir got on his radio. Another Dark Light soldier approached the commander. "Sir, the sensors didn't activate in the quadrant where we found the woman and the boy. We have no data on movements in that sector for the past hour." "You're telling me we had a malfunction at the exact time one of our number goes missing, in the same location?" "Yes, sir. Well, no, sir. I mean, the equipment is sound. We've tested it. It just didn't work when it was supposed to." Hilt's face darkened. "Then it's no coincidence." "You think this thing, this light, manipulated your systems by design?" Goodwin said. Hilt's mouth tightened before he nodded in confirmation. "Whatever this thing is, it's turned out to be more of a threat than expected. I won't underestimate it again. It's come into this camp, disabled a high-tech piece of hardware, and made off with an unarmed and vulnerable woman. But it's shown its hand now, and I aim to ensure that will be the first and last mistake it makes." The lieutenant returned with the commander's armor. Hilt inspected the black, hardened panels before, piece by piece, clipping them to his body with clinical precision. "Major," Hilt said, attaching his formidable chest plate. "Sir." "I want every available man and woman with a torch assembled in this camp ASAP. Recall all the reconnaissance teams from the tunnels. I want this girl found, and I want her found now." "Yes, sir." The major scurried from the enclosure, his superior's words motivating him like no other. The Dark Light leader secured the final section of his armor, completing the process of encasing himself in the impenetrable black shell, the white Dark Light insignia and his name and rank on the chest and shoulders. He then placed the substantial helmet down on the central table, ready to be worn at a moment's notice. Next to this he laid his large assault rifle. Finally, the knife he'd been using as a paperweight was returned to its home, a sheath built into the armor on one side of his chest plate. "Sir," Hilt said to Goodwin, "when everyone is ready, I'll need you to coordinate our civilian response with my men. No one goes out alone, and no one goes without an armed escort." Goodwin nodded, his thoughts racing, the turn of events taking on a life of their own. "Commander," Goodwin said, bringing Hilt's attention back to him, "if you think the sensors going down aren't a coincidence, what about the light on the tower? The two events coincided just as closely, don't you think?" The Dark Light leader gestured for Goodwin to follow him out of the tent, and they stopped once they were out of earshot. "The thought had crossed my mind." Hilt's brows furrowed in an uncommon display of emotion. "There's something else, isn't there?" Goodwin said, perceiving the commander's continued unease. Hilt nodded, moving yet further away from the command tent. "This incident has also occurred in close proximity to the light at the lake and the relocation of my patrols from around this camp. If that hadn't happened, there would have been no way anything could have taken Susan the way it, or they, did." Goodwin didn't like the implications of what Hilt was saying, and it must have shown, as Hilt's expression grew graver still. "You think the U.S. Army footprints were simulated somehow?" Goodwin said. "We can't rule out anything at this point. As crazy as it sounds, we could be dealing with something beyond our comprehension. From what I've gleaned from Alvarez and his men, they class Sanctuary proper, as they call it, as a highly dangerous environment, full of ancient technology and materials that can prove extremely hazardous to human health." "I thought Alvarez wasn't so forthcoming with his information," Goodwin said. "No, you're right. He only released his knowledge sparingly, but when he did, it was with a care that seemed rehearsed. That's why I had his tent bugged as soon as they were released from custody." Goodwin whistled in appreciation. The sergeant would have gone berserk if he'd known.
"He was paranoid enough to keep talk within the camp to a minimum," Hilt said. "On the odd occasion he or one of his men slipped up. We were listening. We never got much, just titbits here and there."
"If the footprints were a diversion—" Goodwin left his sentence hanging.
"Then," Hilt continued, "it would mean whatever we're dealing with is capable of differentiating between two military units to the finest detail. It also knows exactly how to manipulate us into an appropriate response, which is unsettling to say the least."
Goodwin thought for a moment. "Another possibility is that the light at the lake is an untimely, unconnected event. Alvarez is still out there somewhere. He might have had a hand to play with the light on the tower and even the footprints at the lake."
"Whatever is the case, our hand has been forced."
Hilt paused before continuing.
"I'm sorry, sir. It appears I've failed you. It won't happen again."
"Nonsense, Commander. You failed no one. Under the circumstances, you've been exemplary in every department. If anyone is to blame, it's me."
"Thank you, sir, but on this, we'll have to agree to disagree."
A soldier ducked his head outside the tent. "Sir, you're needed." "Go to work, Commander," Goodwin said. "Find her. Find Susan." Hilt nodded once, his expression set as hard as stone. His director had commanded, and he obeyed. Chapter 32. 48 hours had passed since the mentally handicapped woman Susan had gone missing. Neither Hilt nor Goodwin had slept much during that time, tirelessly working round the clock to make use of their resources as best they could. The 25,000-strong civilian contingent had been separated into 500 groups, each 50 people strong. These civilian teams were each assigned 5 dark light soldiers, and even now they combed the vast area around the camp and beyond, searching for any sign of Susan. Floodlights near the center of camp were moved further out into the darkness, acting as points of reference for the team leaders as they guided their people to the zones allotted by those back at base. Further afield, the remaining available dark light reconnaissance units delved deeper into the city and surrounding areas, scouring every inch of land, their specialized equipment making steady work of what would otherwise be a near impossible task. "This is pointless." Goodwin threw a map to the ground and stalked away to the entrance of the command tent. Standing there, staring out into the dark, his thoughts as ever dwelling on Susan, Goodwin felt a small hand slip around his waist. "We'll find her." Kara moved in front of him to take his chin in her other hand. "We just have to keep going, keep searching." "This place is too big," Goodwin said, her words, while appreciated, not helping to relieve his growing despair at their lack of progress. "We've been here for months on end. Every day we've found new structures, new tunnels, new cave systems. How can we expect to find one small woman in a place this big, this dark? It's a damn labyrinth." Kara didn't reply, perhaps fearing, as he did, that the longer Susan was missing, the more likely it was, if they did find her, they would be recovering a body. Goodwin sighed. He unhooked himself from Kara's embrace and returned to pick up the discarded map, dusting it off before replacing it back on the table. Smoothing it out with both hands, he looked up at the 3 lieutenants tasked with helping him coordinate the search. "So Hilt's team has already covered this quadrant?" Goodwin pointed at an area within the city. "Yes, sir, but—" The soldier was cut off as the main radio crackled to life, announcing an incoming communication from one of the search teams. "Civilian Team Lambda 8 reporting," the voice said, sounding excited. "We found something. We think it's part of a bracelet." Goodwin, his hopes lifting, snatched up the handset. "What does it look like?" "It's broken," the reply came back after a short pause, testing Goodwin's patience to the limit. "But it has a few stones and shells left on it. The stones glow bright blue in the dark." "That's it!" Goodwin smacked the table. "That's Susan's bracelet." "Where are Lambda 8 on the map?" Kara asked one of the soldiers.
"There, ma'am."
The woman placed her finger in a sector to the southwest of the city. Goodwin's attention homed in on the area in question. "We don't want to pull everyone into the area." He rubbed the back of his neck, deep in concentration. "She may no longer be there, or it could be a trick of some kind." Kara gave him a look. "A trick? You think whatever took her is that intelligent?" Goodwin scanned the map, deliberating as to which teams to move. "Yes," he said absently. "Possibly." Just then, another incoming transmission interrupted his thought process.
"This is Hill,"
a voice said before breaking up. One of the soldiers adjusted the system's frequency, and Goodwin picked up the radio. "Say again, is that you, Commander?"
"This is Hilt."
The message was repeated, much clearer this time.
"Do you copy?"
5x5, Commander, Goodwin said. "Go ahead."
"I heard the previous transmission. I'm repositioning to their location."
"Copy that, Commander. Keep me updated."
"Will do, sir. Hilt, out."
Another day of searching came and went, and the Dark Light leader returned to camp, bringing with him the remains of Susan's bracelet, but no further news. Goodwin glanced over at the piece of handmade jewelry on the side of the desk at which he worked, and couldn't help but remember the sweet, vulnerable, and unassuming woman that had made it. The other in the matching pair even now encircled his wrist, a constant reminder of the loss and guilt that he felt over her disturbing abduction. Despite the initial breakthrough, there seemed to be no accompanying trail which they could follow. The large proportion of the search parties had been reassigned to the area surrounding where the bracelet had been found, but as yet nothing even resembling a lead had surfaced. It was mid-afternoon when an unexpected visitor, Corporal Walker from the decontamination team, was escorted to the command tent, requesting an audience with Hilt and Goodwin.
"You wanted to speak to us, Corporal?"
Hilt said.
"Yes, Commander." Walker looked from Hilt to Goodwin and back again. "It's a matter of some importance."
Walker, Sergeant Alvarez's second-in-command, was now in temporary charge of the small unit of U.S. Army troops still held under guard in the camp. The corporal was slim and of average height, with cropped dark hair and a goatee beard. He wore the baggy green uniform worn by U.S. soldiers the world over, and had developed a slight facial tic since Goodwin had last seen him. He wondered if it was perhaps precipitated by the stress of detainment. "Well, Corporal?" Goodwin said, when Walker failed to speak. Walker eyed the other people in the room. A few civilians, but mostly Dark Light troops, populated the desk where the search for Susan was being coordinated.
"May we talk in private?" "Negative,"
Hilt said, in no mood for having his time wasted, a stance Goodwin himself held too. "Out with it, man," Goodwin said, as Walker continued to procrastinate.
"Right."
Walker's cheek and eye twitched in tandem.
"Since Sergeant Alvarez left."
"Absconded," Goodwin corrected him, noticing as he did so that Major Rufaya watched Walker from across the room.
"Yes," Walker continued. "Since the sergeant absconded and the disabled woman went missing, I feel it's time to come clean on a few things."
Goodwin gestured to him.
"Go on." "Alvarez, the sergeant," Walker said, "he'd always been on the decontamination teams in Sanctuary, as have the rest of the unit you have under guard. I've been at the USSB longer than everyone else, though, 3 years longer, to be precise. And I wasn't on a decon team during that time, but a different regiment that worked in and around the military laboratories, along with a civilian outfit called the SED. "SED?" Hilt repeated, unimpressed by what he'd heard so far. "Sanctuary Exploration Division," Walker told him. "They go out into Sanctuary proper, where we are now, and photograph and dig up ancient sites built by the Anakim. It's a highly secretive outfit, as they get to go where others don't, far outside the USSB.
"And you keep this information to yourself?"
Goodwin wasn't sure where this was leading.
"It's more than my job's worth to blab about it," Walker said. "But the fact is, when I worked there, while I never got to see anything very interesting, I did hear things."
Goodwin frowned. Such as?
Such as, years back, the elite deep reach survey teams from the SED used to explore to the east of the USSB. That was until a whole unit, along with TerraForce support, went missing, and the Eastern program was shelved permanently.
"We're east of the USSB, aren't we?" Goodwin said. Walker gave a solemn nod.
"What happened to this deep reach team?" Hilt asked him. "Officially, they were deemed the victims of an earthquake, and the whole region was declared unsafe for human habitation or exploration."
"Unofficially?" Goodwin said.
"Word has it they encountered something that left more of a trace than the official documents let on."
Realization suddenly dawned on Goodwin. "Something, you mean the light, don't you? You knew, and you didn't tell us." Goodwin was enraged by the man's deceit. "Do you know what you've done?" Hilt held him back as Walker quailed at his fury.
"How many men were in this deep-reach team?" Hilt said, his tone urgent.
Walker stared at Goodwin, who still seethed with anger.
"I said,"
Hilt roared, grabbing Walker around the throat, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into the rock wall.
"How many men?"
"4," Walker gasped, unable to speak as Hilt's giant hand throttled him.
"Sir,"
Major Ophir tried to pull Hilt away from a rapidly reddening Walker.
"How many, Corporal?"
Hilt repeated, shooting a look at his major that made Goodwin fear for the man's life. Ophir held his hands up and backed away, Hilt's wrath seemingly indiscriminate.
40,
Walker croaked as he tried in vain to free Hilt's mighty grip. Hilt released his hand, sending the corporal falling to the floor.
"Call back all civilian search teams,"
Hilt said to one of the comm operators, who looked as frightened of Hilt as Corporal Walker did.
"Now!"
The soldier got onto the radio, his training kicking into gear. Walker looked to Goodwin as he stood back up.
"I swear we didn't create those boot prints at the lake. I've never heard of any USSB units going through water-filled tunnels, either."
Goodwin's contempt for the man vied with the anger he felt towards him.
"You admit you don't know everything, though."
"No, I don't.
But I think when we came to Sanctuary, humans, I mean, we disturbed something down here, something that was better left alone. Not Anakim, but something else. That's why you kept pestering me for your weapons for all those months, isn't it?"
Hilt's voice was full of fettered rage.
"Isn't it?"
he bellowed. Walker nodded in confirmation. "Sir," Major Ophir said to Hilt, his tone attracting Goodwin's attention, "we've lost touch with 3 of our men in one of the western reaches of the city."
"How long have they been out of contact?"
Hilt turned from Corporal Walker to give Ophir his undivided attention. 5 hours. They were scheduled to report in 2 hours ago." 2 hours? Goodwin said, "and you've only thought to tell us now?" "Normal protocol, sir," Ophir told him. "We give our recon teams more leeway as they travel further, often underground, where communication is difficult or impossible. It was flagged up when they failed to submit their report, but many of our teams get caught out similarly on a daily basis. This one is the first to breach the 2-hour window, however." "Sir, an emergency flare has been sighted 2 miles west of the city," a Dark Light communications operative told Hilt.
"That's our missing team," Hilt said. "They must be out of comms range. Major, secure the camp. Reinstate all Dark Light personnel returning with the civilian search teams to form a secure perimeter. I want weapons hot, visors down, combat systems activated." "Yes, sir." Ophir got to work on his orders. Hilt looked to another soldier. "Lieutenant, tell all recon teams in the vicinity of the flare to converge on its location." Hilt
shrouded in his matte black suit of armor, picked up his helmet and slid it over his head, the visor up, his face visible inside it.
"Sir," he said to Goodwin, "I'm heading out to my men. Emergency flares are only to be utilized as a last resort, so they're either in difficulty or they've found something. Maybe both. I'm bringing this situation back under our control. You have my word. If I fail, I recommend you replace me with another officer of your choosing."
Goodwin looked at Hilt, lost for words. He nodded his head as Hilt waited for his response.
"Thank you, sir. You men,"
Hilt gestured to 3 Dark Light soldiers who'd been poring over some maps,
"with me."
And with that, the Dark Light leader and his men left the tent, vanishing into the subterranean night. Chapter 33. Goodwin paced the edge of the camp's exterior, waiting for the imminent arrival of the Dark Light leader. Hilt had only been gone 6 hours, but the unexpected speed of his return had set Goodwin's nerves jangling. For some reason only discernible to the commander, he'd declined to comment on his findings during his brief communique, just saying,
"You need to see it for yourself."
He didn't have to wait much longer before the hulking figure of Hilt emerged out of the gloom, accompanied by a large unit of soldiers, all similarly garbed in black armor, an array of formidable weapons on show. Goodwin fell into step beside Hilt. "What news, Commander?"
"I'm sorry to keep you waiting, sir,"
Hilt said, his mood grave.
"The flare drew us to an area where we found a previously undiscovered tunnel system. We wouldn't have found it at all except the entrance, concealed beneath the ruins of an ancient monument, had a curious symbol embedded into its rock surround."
"Anakim symbols are 2 a penny down here," Goodwin said, as they made their way into camp and towards their hub of operations. "Why was that one so special?"
"It glowed bright blue."
Goodwin looked sharply at the Dark Light man. "Bright blue?" He pulled up his sleeve to reveal his bracelet, which emanated its faint radiance in the half-light. "Like this?"
Hilt peered at it. "Exactly like that. I recommend you take that off. If that's what drew the creature to Susan, it might return for you."
"Creature?" Hilt glanced at him.
"Sir?"
"You said drew the creature to Susan. What have you found, Commander?" Hilt looked at him once more, his expression unfathomable.
"A turn of phrase, but one that may yet prove accurate."
"Tell me." Goodwin led the way as they cut left and onto the main thoroughfare of the campsite.
"I had a few hundred men at the scene when I arrived," Hilt said, resuming his narrative. "Once we'd found these new tunnels, we entered, seeking the 3-man recon unit we suspected had preceded us. It wasn't long before we found the locator beacon, no doubt left by one of the team for us to find. A little further in we found another, and then a trail."
"Trail of what?" Goodwin asked, the command tent now in sight ahead.
"Blood."
The evocative word flooded Goodwin's mind with all manner of images, many of them distinctly unpleasant.
"Following this," Hilt continued, "we arrived at a cylindrical structure with a high vaulted roof where we found this."
He held aloft a helmet Goodwin recognized as one worn by Dark Light's reconnaissance personnel, the shape narrower and more streamlined than the bulkier combat-orientated headgear sported by Hilt and the rest of his mercenaries. "It looks in bad shape." Goodwin noticed one side of the helmet had been crushed. "But there's more that you're not telling me, isn't there?"
"There's no point telling you any more,"
Hilt said as they walked inside the tent.
"It's better you watch."
"Watch what?"
"You may remember, all Dark Light helmets have an array of tech integrated into a comprehensive combat system."
Hilt placed the battered helmet down next to a portable computer on one of the desks.
"Which includes solid-state memory chips, cameras, and, perhaps most advantageous in this instance, automated recording protocols."
Hilt connected the helmet to a port on the computer, positioned the screen so Goodwin could see it, and then streamed the video file. "Take a look," he said, moving back to stand alongside Goodwin. "But be prepared, it's hard to watch." Goodwin swapped glances with Major Ophir, who'd been by Goodwin's side during Hilt's excursion. "Captain," a man's voice said, the sound coming out of the screen's speakers, "I think I just saw something 2 towers down." "You think or you did?" another man's voice replied. "Did." The pale blue image on screen showed a bright light gliding quickly across the ground some way away between an avenue of Anakim structures. "I see it too, Captain," a woman's voice said, her armored shape creeping into view on the right side of the screen, rifle in hand. Another person strode into frame, the slits in the helmet glowing like demonic eyes, as the man looked at the camera's owner. "Don't just stand there, Dixon, you idiot," the captain said, sprinting off. "After it!" The woman followed her CO, and Dixon, the director of this production, swore and started running as well, the image on screen moving up and down in response, rhythmically attuned to his gait. The crew of 3 sprinted through the ghostly city at speed, their agility impressive considering the armor they all wore. Further ahead, the ethereal light Goodwin was all too familiar with flew onwards, the Dark Light recon team in hot pursuit, the gap between them increasing. Rounding a corner, Dixon all but knocked over his female colleague, who'd pulled up behind the captain, standing a few yards ahead, his weapon raised as he scanned the area, now devoid of any movement or light. Dixon was breathing hard. "Fucking hell, that thing's quick." "Quiet," the captain said, and then walked forwards, rifle still at eye level. "Activate visor radar. Echelon formation on my 6. The 2 Darklight soldiers moved out in front of Dixon. He brought up the rear, completing the short diagonal column. Goodwin watched the image as it rotated this way and that, Dixon's rifle scope in shot as the man surveyed the terrain around them. "Command, this is Recon Delta 2-6, over," Dixon said in a hushed voice. "Still no signal, sir." "Copy that," the captain replied. "Keep calm. We knew this section might be a dead spot." The recon team moved as one towards the crumbling structure of a huge plinth, on which stood a colossal statue that looked like it had once resembled an animal. Across the ground to one side, another large section had collapsed, its shape no longer easily determined, the ravages of time masking what might have been a figure of an Anakim warrior. An object 20 foot in diameter and resembling a head had detached from the rest of the fallen stone monument and lay at the furthest reaches of the debris, as though it had been severed from its body by the powerful swing of an equally immense sword. The scene changed as Dixon's attention was drawn towards a dark hole at the base of one of the walls. The display on the screen darkened as he scrolled to a different type of spectral image. Now visible within the pit was a dim glow. "Captain, look at this." The Dark Light officer came to a halt. "Henderson, cover us." "Yes, sir." The woman dropped to one knee, her rifle at the ready. The captain moved back to Dixon's side. "I don't see anything." "Try TII, Dixon said. TII? Goodwin looked to Hilt for an explanation. "Thermal Image Intensifier." Hilt's eyes were fixed on the screen. "Good job, Dix." The captain held out a hand. "Drop me down." Dixon grasped the captain's hand and lowered him down into the hole. "I see an entrance," the captain said, almost disappearing from view. "Henderson, stay topside. Dixon, get your ass down here." Dixon switched back to the pale blue visual image, and the picture on the display lurched as he turned and dropped down into the hole, aided by his colleague beneath. Now, below ground level, Dixon and the captain walked a few paces along a tunnel, the floor littered with rubble and the walls wreathed in cracks. A wide archway, 10 feet high and the same in width, came into focus. Around the arch, an inscription had been carved into the stone, its meaning lost long ago to time's unyielding embrace. In the center of this text, a large symbol glowed with a brilliance Goodwin knew to be as blue as the stones on Susan's bracelets. A faint noise, seemingly far away, could be heard through the speakers.
Jesus wept.
The captain traced the symbol of the cross on his chest.
Did you hear that?
Dixon's camera moved up and down.
Yeah, it sounded like a girl's scream.
The captain hung his head for a moment as if in deep thought.
We have to go in.
But we're off the grid. Dixon sounded worried. We're almost at the 2-hour cutoff.
Fuck that, the captain said. We may never get another chance at this. If that poor girl's down there, we have no choice. Henderson, do you read me?
Yes, sir, came the response.
Send up an E-flare and follow us down. Dixon, lend a hand.
Dixon walked back to where he'd entered the hole and looked up to see Henderson firing a projectile high into the firmament above. A trail of smoke streaked out behind it until seconds later a small detonation was followed by a piercing, bright light that filled the screen. Stowing her weapon, Henderson climbed down into the hole, helped by Dixon, and the pair rejoined their leader, who waited at the gateway into the newly discovered tunnel complex.
Okay, movement sensors on.
The captain checked his weapon and ammo clips.
Switch to your combat spectrum array. For God's sake, don't shoot at anything that moves. There's a civilian down here, and I don't want her killed by friendly fire. Understand?
Copy that, Cap, Henderson said. Lock and load. That's an affirmative, Captain. Dixon cocked his own rifle, and the image on the screen changed to a multi-layered, multi-colored feed.
Right, the captain said. I'll take point. Henderson, the rear.
The captain blew out a whoosh of air, psyching himself up, then put his assault rifle to his shoulder and ghosted through the arch.
Let's go.
Goodwin watched as the small unit made their way through the tunnels, which branched off in all directions. After a while, the captain ordered Dixon to place a small locator beacon on the ground. The device had a small lamp on the top and pulsed out a bright light once every few seconds. Pressing on further, the team located a central passage that all other paths converged on. A second beacon was laid down, and then another, 50 feet on. The captain stumbled upon the first drops of blood.
"Is that what I think it is?"
Dixon said. The captain, squatting on his haunches, dipped a gloved finger into a droplet that was part of a distinct trail leading off into the darkness ahead of them. Opening the visor on his helmet, he looked at the smear before rubbing the substance between his thumb and forefinger.
"Yes, it's blood, all right."
The captain stood back up, lowered his visor, and advanced more warily.
"Stay sharp, people."
A strange, high-pitched sound reverberated through the tunnels, making Dixon freeze in place. What the fuck was that? "Dixon, man up and move your ass," Henderson's voice told him as the captain moved ahead. Dixon, scurrying forwards, soon halted again as the captain put the flat of his palm in the air, signaling for them to stop. In front, the tunnel turned a sharp left.
"Henderson, get up here."
The captain waved her forwards. The form of the dark-light woman passed by Dixon, who shot a look back at the emptiness before shifting sideways against the wall, ensuring nothing could creep up on him from behind.
"Moving,"
the captain said, as he and Henderson, covering each other in tactical formation, edged around the kink in the passage. Dixon, rounding the bend behind them, could see they were now in a weird, cylindrical shaft. Instead of rock, the walls glinted like dark metal. The surfaces had been deeply engraved and sculpted, creating miniature labyrinths beneath, almost as if the abnormal construct consisted of multiple layers, one inside the other. These fantastically intricate and abstract carvings glowed from within with a curious wavering light. In the center sprawled the body of a man. Henderson turned it over with the tip of her rifle, an arm flopping loose as she did so.
"It's Sergeant Alvarez, Captain. From the look of his heat signature, he's stone cold. Must have been dead for a while."
The captain joined her and looked down at the lifeless form. "He's got extensive injuries. All his limbs are broken, and there's some big wounds here on his torso. He would have bled out quickly." A loud noise ahead made them jerk their guns in its direction. They all held that pose for some moments, but nothing else stirred.
"Let's keep moving."
The captain stepped over the body of the dead soldier. As they moved through the metallic tube, Dixon kept glancing at the strange walls, even putting his hand out to touch them as he passed by. 40 feet on, the tunnel opened out into a large, square room hewn out of the rock. In the corner, the shape of a small person could be seen huddled against the wall. The captain motioned for Henderson to approach, while he and Dixon entered behind, covering her and each other. As Henderson got within 10 feet, the person turned to face her. It was Susan. Henderson held out a hand.
"It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now."
Susan, her clothing, arms, and face streaked with dirt and blood, didn't move. As she sat there without making a sound, staring without seeing, her body trembled, the movement morphing into a continuous and violent shake. Her eyes swiveled to focus on something behind the dark light unit, before they widened in terror, and her mouth opened in a silent scream. The image from Dixon's helmet camera flickered, and then a terrible noise filled the room. Susan put her hands to her ears and buried her head in her lap. Gunshots cracked out, and Dixon spun round. The captain fired at a light that surged towards Dixon, who didn't even let off a single shot as the image on the screen distorted and went black. Horrific screams and gunfire still emanated from the speakers for a while, until everything fell silent. Only the faint sobs of Susan in the background, an indicator that Dixon's helmet microphone was still active.
"Oh, my God,"
Goodwin said, the whole episode disturbing him to his core. A faint noise in the room, echoing Susan's own cries, made Goodwin turn. He saw Rebecca standing in the entrance to the tent, her hand over her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her eyes filled with despair. "Commander," Goodwin said, but Hilt had already paused the recording on the computer, albeit far too late to protect Rebecca from the horrors they'd all just seen. Kara, standing just behind Rebecca, gave Goodwin an anxious look before dragging Rebecca from the tent. Goodwin went to follow them out, the compulsion to attempt to relieve Rebecca's distress a strong one. "Wait," Hilt told him. "There's more." Goodwin paused, torn between a dichotomy of duties. Knowing Kara would have things in hand, he relented, motioning for Hilt to continue. He needed to see it all. He must see it all. The commander resumed the recording, the black screen a welcome relief from what had gone before. They continued listening for another minute, the occasional whimper from Susan making Goodwin feel helpless and sickened by her plight. Finally, the movement of something large in the room could be heard, a scraping of what sounded like metal on stone. "What is that?" Major Ruffier said. Hilt held up his hand for quiet as a strange clicking noise grew louder before becoming a deep, penetrating growl, followed by the hissing of white noise as the audio stream failed. "That's it." Hilt turned off the computer. Goodwin rubbed his face with both hands, trying to get his mind round what he'd just observed. "We found nothing else at the scene," Hilt said to Goodwin and O'Fire, "except for Dixon's helmet, and a lot of blood." "No bodies?" O'Fire looked perplexed. "What about Alvarez?" Hilt shook his head. "Nothing, nor any weapons or equipment." "So, whatever this thing is, it clears up after itself," O'Fire said. but leaves behind a helmet," Hilt added. "You think it left it there on purpose, for us to find?" the Major asked. Hilt shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps." "Why is Susan still alive?" Goodwin looked from Ophir to Hilt. "Why hasn't it killed her, too? It doesn't make sense." "I have a theory," Hilt said, "but you're not going to like it." "Go on," Goodwin told him. "It could be keeping the bodies," Hilt hesitated, "to feed on." Goodwin stared at him in horror. "And Susan?" "Fresh meat," Ophir said. "Jesus Christ!" Goodwin walked away from the two soldiers. He felt like he was going to be sick. Leaning over, he took a slow, deep breath. "It's only a theory," Hilt said, when Goodwin had recovered somewhat. "What are you doing here, Commander?" Goodwin asked, his voice weary as Hilt began moving around the tent, gathering up pieces of kit and stuffing it into a large backpack. "Why aren't you out there looking for Susan?" "I needed to show you what we're up against. My men are still at the scene, some documenting the site for analysis, the rest fanning out into the tunnels. It's a new system, massive, interspersed with its own subchambers. I think it may even lead us out of this chamber, but we won't know until we follow it to its conclusion." "You're leaving us?" Goodwin said in realization. Hilt zipped up his bag. "As I said before, it's time to bring events back under our control. Don't you agree?" Goodwin nodded. "I have every faith in you, sir," Hilt told him. "Major Ophir will handle operations here while I'm gone. He'll serve you well." Goodwin looked to the Major, who gave him a brief nod. Hilt spoke to his command team for a few minutes before heading out of the camp, accompanied by Goodwin and Ophir. At the boundary between the lights of the small city of tents and the dark void beyond, Hilt rejoined the men who'd been with him when he'd returned to camp with Dixon's helmet. There was a flurry of activity as other Darklight personnel brought various bits of gear from the rest of the camp. Huge backpacks, crammed full of supplies, were heaved onto broad, armored shoulders. A female Darklight operative approached her commander, handing him a substantial and exotic-looking beam weapon. "Extra ammo has been put in your backpack, sir," she told him. "Thank you, Lieutenant." Hilt checked the weapon's systems and mechanisms with practiced ease. He then secured his thermal sword onto his back, the grip sticking out to one side over his shoulder. "Sir, we did find one other thing at the site." Hilt took something out of one of his pouches and held it out in his hand. Goodwin looked at the other half of Susan's bracelet. Only a few stones and shells remained attached. "Have you still got the other half?" Hilt asked. Goodwin nodded and withdrew it from his pocket. "I need to take it with me. And the one on your wrist, too." Goodwin gave him a quizzical look. "If it was the stones that drew this thing to Susan," Hilt said, "then it could save us precious time in locating it." Goodwin couldn't quite believe the commander wanted to use himself as bait, but it was comforting to know the man seemed willing to go to any lengths to ensure Susan's safe return. Goodwin slid the bracelet off his wrist and placed it and the fragments of the other one in Hilt's hand. "Thank you, sir." Hilt tucked the objects away. "Your team are ready, Commander," the lieutenant told him. Hilt nodded in confirmation and turned back to Goodwin. "As you can see," he stood aside to let Goodwin get a good look at the troops behind him. "I'm taking with me 75 of our best men and women. We're fully loaded, but you'll still have ample supplies here if required." Goodwin surveyed Hilt's unit, their matching black armor and formidable array of weaponry an intimidating sight. He also noted that 10 of them carried black, sheathed thermal swords, like their leader. "Bring her back to us, Commander." Goodwin held out his hand, which Hilt shook. "I'll find her, sir." Hilt placed his helmet over his head. the visor raised, enabling Goodwin to still see his face. "And stay safe," Goodwin added, all too aware of what the Dark Light leader was going up against. Hilt surprised Goodwin with a small half-smile.
"This thing likes to hide in the dark,"
Hilt told him, pressing a button on the side of his helmet. The visor and faceplate slid together to form a solid, unyielding shield, and the internal combat system within powered up, a deep blue glow emanating from its slanted, eye-like sculpturing. "Two can play that game." He pressed another button on his wrist, sending a shimmering light dancing over the panels on his armor until his whole body faded into the darkness behind it, only the top of his sword and glowing eyes visible, like a shadowy knight possessed by a malevolent and powerful spirit. The ghostly figure of the commander saluted Goodwin, and then turned to stride towards and through the ranks waiting for him.
"Dark Light, move out,"
Hilt said, his powerful voice ringing with authority. As one, the Dark Light unit activated their camouflage systems, each one melding into the blackness around them, their glowing eyes disappearing into the dark as they turned and followed their leader into the void. "Good hunting, Commander," Goodwin said, watching Hilt fade from view. "And good luck." Chapter 34. An ear-shattering blast tore through the foyer of the FBI field office in Los Angeles. Government agents and security personnel alike were blown from their feet, while others dived for safety. Debris, which flew in all directions, seemed to cascade down in slow motion before Sampson's eyes, the devastation an immutable, incontrovertible declaration of intent. "Colonel!" Steiner's voice rang out within his helmet. "We agreed no killing! What are you doing? If you—" Sampson severed the connection between them, cutting Steiner off mid-flow. He had no time for such redundant protestations. Firing off another bolt of energy from his futuristic beam rifle, the recoil forcing him backwards, he obliterated another swathe of the reception area before tossing a couple of grenades into the mix, one towards the elevators and the other at front entrance. Using the schematic of the building retained within his combat system, Sampson ducked down a stairwell leading to the basement, two successive and deafening explosions booming out, and a bullet zinging past his head as the door closed behind him. His armor's cloak might help him blend into the scenery, but his form was still very much observable, especially under bright office lights. Taking the stairs, 3 at a time, Sampson ran to his first objective, the generator room. Flying down a central hallway, smashing open any doors that barred his way, he soon reached his destination. Warning signs plastered the locked metal door that faced him. Taking a small magnetic grenade from his belt, he snapped the device onto the door and retreated 10 feet before detonating it. Blown from its hinges, the door disappeared in a loud bang and a cloud of smoke. Ghosting through the dust that hung in the air, Sampson analyzed the setup within. Walking to a set of thick cables which came out of the wall and down into a large multi-point junction box, Sampson grasped the first two with his shielded composite gloves and ripped them out. Sparks flew and crackling electricity coiled around his wrists. He repeated the process twice more, and the lights in the room failed, to be replaced by emergency backups, their low-powered red light dull compared to those he'd just rendered useless throughout the office block. Sampson moved back into the darkened hallway, the slits in his helmet aglow with the green light from his combat system. Running further down the hall, he saw 2 FBI agents approaching. They hadn't seen him. He stopped and pressed himself flat to the wall in a small alcove. The 2 men were almost on him now, the red lighting casting deep shadows as they hunted him down, pistols drawn, covering each other as they moved in textbook tactical fashion. Sadly for them, Sampson had no time for such naivety. The first man came within reach, and Sampson seized his gun, clamping his hand around the end of the muzzle. The agent fired on instinct, the resulting back blast engulfing the man's head, making him scream out in pain. In the same motion, Sampson fired his own sidearm into the second agent's chest, the exploding round ending the man's life and splattering the walls with his flesh. Leaving his two victims behind, Sampson continued to the end of the hallway. Ignoring the elevators, now disabled by his own hand, he dodged into a stairwell and stormed up the steps. Sampson moved swiftly upwards, floor by floor. Shouts from below and above told him his pursuers sought to hem him in. Lashing out with a fist as he went by, he activated a fire alarm to add to the confusion of his enemy. Turning on his helmet's air filters, he deployed 2 smoke canisters, one up and one down. Stooping low, he placed a thin heptagonal mine in front of a doorway before carefully stepping over it to move out onto the 7th floor. A hail of bullets greeted him, the projectiles ricocheting off his armor and forcing him to turn his head to protect his visor. Unable to go back the way he'd come, he returned fire with his pistol. A host of small explosions subdued the onslaught, giving him time to dive behind a wide pillar and remove his rifle from his back. Getting his bearings, his visor's HUD informed him 6 tangos closed on his position. Gunfire tore at the other side of his cover, spraying concrete chunks in all directions. Narrowing his weapon's beam, he rolled from his position and fired 3 shots in quick succession before standing up behind another pillar. 3 tangos remained, their firepower reduced but unrelenting as they tried to keep him pinned down. Unclipping a tiny aerial drone from his belt, Sampson threw it into the hallway, directing it through the air with his eyes via his visor. A small strobe light on the miniature machine ignited at his command, flickering wildly, sending shadows cavorting in all directions. Sampson made his move. Diving out in one fluid motion, he dispatched 2 men with his rifle before taking out the remaining agent by directing the drone at his neck, the small device embedding into his carotid artery and felling him where he stood. In that instant, the building's low-level illumination switched back to ordinary, bright white office lighting. They'd transferred to another power outlet, a tertiary generator, Sampson presumed. A huge blast from down the hall made him stagger back. The booby trap on the stairs had been triggered, the high-yield mine destroying the surrounding fabric of the building and sending the floor sagging down. Making haste, he thundered down a carpeted corridor, a few administrators screaming in terror at his passing. On the other side of the building, he went up another flight of steps, his exertions liberating. He felt calm and relaxed. He lived for moments like this. In the midst of a storm, his mind became centered. 10th, 11th, 12th. The levels flashed past. The 13th came and went, and then he was bursting out onto the 14th floor. Looking this way and that, he saw the area was open plan and empty of people. Damn it, where was everyone? More importantly, where was Agent Taylor? Walking between the unending rows of desks, searching, his rifle's scope guiding his vision, Sampson reevaluated his previous thoughts on the professor. He'd been too quick to buy into Steiner's supposed intelligence, the man failing him when it came to the crunch. If he's a genius, then I'm a fucking saint, he thought. A ping sounded at the far end of the room, announcing the arrival of an elevator. He whirled around and ducked to watch the doors slide open. Nobody emerged, the interior void of occupants. "Drop it," a steady voice said from behind. Sampson checked his visor, wondering why his movement sensors hadn't detected anything. "I said, drop it," the woman said again. Sampson stood and placed his rifle down on the desk in front of him. "Turn off your cloak." Sampson reached out to his left wrist. "Slowly," she said. Sampson completed the movement with care, unsure what kind of weapon she possessed. At point-blank range, in the right place and with the right ammunition, his armor would be breached. Switching the camouflage system off, Sampson's green and brown paneling reappeared. "Turn around." Sampson did so, his hands in the air. In front of him stood an FBI agent in a grey suit, a semi-automatic rifle pointed squarely at his visor. Clever girl, he thought in admiration. Worthy adversaries were hard to find. "Get on your knees," she told him. Sampson glanced at the identity badge clipped to her breast pocket before kneeling down. "Interlock your fingers and place your hands on your head." Sampson did as he was bade, noticing two separate units of FBI agents, dressed in full combat gear and armed to the teeth, exiting from opposite stairwells at the far end of the room. With her colleagues bearing down on them, the agent stared into Sampson's mask, her eyes full of fire and hatred. "I don't know who you are," she said, "but I'll sure make you fry for this, and I'll be there to watch." Sampson wasn't paying attention. His eyes darted over his visor's internal displays, using the visual command system to divert his helmet's internal power supply to his armor's chest panel. With a final flick of his eyes, he initialized the process he'd just prepped. A blinding flash of light made the agent blink, and Sampson surged upwards. She pulled the trigger. The report from the gun echoed out, the bullet missing him by inches. Grasping the agent's shoulder in a bone-crushing grip, he threw aside her rifle and placed his pistol to her head before pulling her back against his chest to face the 40 agents, who rushed to encircle him. "Back off!" Sampson dragged his captive with him, while turning in sharp, quick movements to prevent anyone from risking the shot. "You've got nowhere to go!" The lead agent moved to the fore. "Put down your weapon and surrender!" Sampson kept moving away, the crescent of rifles in front of him following his every motion. His captive struggled. "Shoot him!" Sampson grasped her tighter and pushed his pistol harder against her head. "Take another step forward and she dies." The lead agent put his hand up to halt his team's advance. This was an unusual position for Sampson, face to face with an adversary but unable to strike them down. Whenever he'd faced a hostage situation previously, he'd always been on the other side, and he'd always taken the shot. To the casual observer, it would appear to be a stalemate, but both sides knew the status quo couldn't and wouldn't endure. Soon another FBI team would come up from behind him, and the game would be up. Backing further away, his options dwindling, something caught his eye between the agents' black-clad forms. Without another thought, he shifted his hold on his human shield, putting the gun under her chin and pressing it hard up into her windpipe to prevent her from attempting to move. With his free hand, he slid a second pistol from a leg holster and fired 2 quick shots at his abandoned beam rifle lying on the desk 20 yards away. Both projectiles hit true, exploding on impact with the rifle's unprotected underbelly, the second piercing the beam weapon's unstable fuel cell and unleashing an explosion that ripped through the building. The violent shockwave threw Sampson and his hostage from their feet, propelling them backwards to slam into a wall. The FBI agents, who'd been standing close to the blast, were either incinerated or cut to pieces by flying debris. The ensuing fireball erupted through the empty window frames and into the dark sky of Los Angeles, the glass within having already blown out milliseconds before. Sampson rose unsteadily to his feet and shook his head to clear the high-pitched ringing caused by the blast. He saw the crumpled form of the FBI agent lying a few feet away and checked for a pulse. She was alive. Sampson surveyed his surroundings. The entire 14th floor had been devastated. A wide gash had been ripped through the floors above and below. Debris hung down from the edges, cabling and pipework exposed, the occasional spark of electricity flashing in the darkness. Sampson picked up the unconscious government agent and slung her over his shoulder. He strode to the building's edge and looked down. People milled about outside in confusion. Lights flashed and sirens blared as the LAPD streamed in from outlying areas of the city to heed the distress call from their besieged FBI comrades. Sampson's visor highlighted the distant approach of a cluster of drones and helicopters. He had to move. Retrieving one of his pistols from the floor, the other nowhere to be seen, he activated his camouflage panels once more and then shot out the floodlights below, plunging the exterior into darkness. Turning round, he adjusted the woman's body on his back, making sure she wouldn't fall, and then held out his wrist and fired a small metal bolt into the exposed concrete floor above. Attached to this bolt, now firmly embedded and secure, was a strand of high-tensile cable capable of carrying great loads over greater distances. Sampson might be above ground, but his TerraForce training and equipment were versatile in nature. They had to be by definition. Sampson abseiled down from the 14th floor, increasing his velocity all the way. At the last moment he impeded his rate of descent before touching down on the ground and detaching himself from the cable with the flip of a small lever. Unseen in the darkness, he carried his prize through a gap in those gathered, all of them unaware that the one responsible for their displacement slipped past unhindered. Sampson soon reached the pickup truck, which sat just off the main road, shrouded in shadow, the floodlights from the beleaguered FBI stronghold now only operable on one side. Police patrol cars screeched to a stop in front of the building, blaring sirens whooping to silence, doors opening and slamming as armed officers rushed to the scene. With more squad cars being drawn in like a swarm of flies to a steaming, noxious landfill site, Sampson hurried to offload the FBI agent in the passenger seat before tearing round to the other side and jumping in, yanking the door shut with a bang. One by one, searchlights from air and ground response teams lit up the area, their discs of light blinking into existence to dance over the area like a disco on an epic scale, its reach immense and intensity bright. Depressing the clutch pedal and sticking the Dodge Ram into gear, Sampson put his hand on the key, preparing to turn on the ignition. Before he could, however, a bright white light encompassed the vehicle from above. If he believed in alien abduction, he'd be expecting a visit from E.T. very soon. As it was, the blades from a helicopter in the skies overhead beat down their steady rhythm, a giveaway to the illumination's terrestrial source. Sampson hesitated as the aircraft circled the pickup, hoping they'd lose interest in a dark, immobile vehicle. Tense moments dragged past before the chopper and its searchlight drifted away. The truck's interior light blinked on, and Sampson snapped his head right. The agent had come to and was trying to get out. Leaning over, he tore her hand from the door, shut it, and pushed her down into the footwell. She was still groggy from the blast and moaned feebly in response. Her attempt at escape had drawn the attention of the helicopter straight back to them. The light was now fixed on their position, and Sampson sighed as the aircraft sank lower to the ground to project its beam inside the cabin. "Fuck," he said, and turned the key. Chapter 35. Professor Steiner stared in shocked disbelief at the wall screen opposite, the continuous whir of computer equipment on the desk around him, white noise in an otherwise silent room. After Sampson had taken it upon himself to launch a full-scale assault on the Bureau's L.A. field office, Steiner had been blind to his activities, the colonel having seen fit to disengage their audio-visual link after Steiner began his protestations. While Sampson committed who-knew-what atrocities inside, Steiner, housed a few miles away, battled against the trace instigated by the FBI mainframe, which endeavored to reveal his location, the ultimate culmination of such an eventuality being his untimely apprehension. He wasn't sure what would happen if a top GMRC official like himself, albeit a deposed one, should be arrested on charges of terrorism. He was under no illusions, however, that Intelligence Director Malcolm Joyner would use it to his advantage, and the hundreds of thousands of people Steiner strived to rescue from Steadfast would be forever lost. That was an outcome Steiner simply couldn't allow under any circumstances. "Professor," the voice of the artificial intelligence program said, stirring Steiner from his myriad of thoughts, "Trace protocol has determined our city of origin. Time until completion, 20 seconds. Steiner waited. He'd prepared his countermeasures as best he could. Watching the seconds on the digital clock on screen tick away to 0, his finger hovered over the return key. He had to time this right. 10, 9, 8, 7. The timer flashed red. 4, 3, 2. Steiner hit the key. The black command code window displayed the following white text. Trace diversion executed. Target GMRC mainframe. XU string equals, quote, server equals New York _ hub, close quote. Extension access equals, quote, NYH _ AG896 FGAE%002, close quote. System port equals, quote, ID equals 159V, semicolon, override equals directorate, close quote. System spike equals, quote, ID equals bypass, semicolon, password equals bypass, close quote. Link string crack equals, quote, file name equals 152, close quote. Steiner waited in anxious turmoil as the timer remained frozen on 2 seconds. Trace diversion completed, Professor, AI 152 told him. Time until completion. Steiner watched the digital numbers on the clock rapidly increase. 35 minutes and 38 seconds and counting. Well done, Professor. Thanks, Steiner replied drolly to his computerized companion, his mouth dry and his fingers moist with tension-induced sweat. His ploy had worked, redirecting the FBI trace into the monster server array of the GMRC's North American Disaster Recovery Network. While it had delayed the FBI lifting the veil on his whereabouts, it was only a temporary reprieve. He wouldn't be able to prevent the trace from completion a second time. He just hoped his infringement into the GMRC computer system wasn't detected. If only accessing the GMRC's highly encrypted communication lines were as easy to manipulate, he thought. Having bought himself more time, Steiner's attention returned to the colonel. He needed to speak to the man, inform him of the finite time frame available. He also needed to aid their escape from the authorities. Steiner's threat of abandoning Sampson if he killed any agents had been a bluff to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. In actuality, he was in no position to enforce any such obligation. As much as he loathed being complicit in the death of any person, in this instance he took comfort from his childhood Sunday school teachings, specifically those of the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. The securing of one individual's good is cause for rejoicing, but to secure the good of a nation or of a city-state is nobler and more divine. Or as one of Steiner's favorite science fiction characters later famously paraphrased, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. No longer able to traverse the FBI computer system, their cameras unavailable to him, Steiner needed to find another way to see what was happening on the ground around the large office block situated on Wilshire Boulevard. Using a quantum processor now standing idle, Steiner harnessed its power to break into the Los Angeles Police Department's transmission relay. Coursing through their frequencies like a shot of morphine in the blood, Steiner soon found what he was looking for. With a few purposeful keystrokes, 4 windows popped up on the large wall monitor. Spacing out the windows, Steiner patched in the relevant live streams from his chosen sources. The two on the right were images from separate LAPD aerial drones, while the images on the left were from two police helicopters. He reasoned that if Sampson had launched an attack on the FBI, then at least one of the units would be directed to the scene, or so he hoped. Peering at the screens over the tops of his glasses, Steiner was dismayed to see all 4 streams were circling the one building. "What have you done, Colonel?" Steiner said to himself, noticing the searchlights that swept the FBI offices and the surrounding area weren't just emanating from the drones and helicopters he'd hacked into, but from many other sources too. Police cars were everywhere, their lights flashing in almost every camera angle, and more poured in seemingly every second. One particular image suddenly commanded his full attention. A helicopter hovered in front of a bright red Dodge Ram pickup, its powerful light shining into the vehicle. Was that Sampson sitting in the driver's seat? It was hard to tell, as the headlights of the vehicle blazed to life, the front of the pickup rearing up as the driver, surely the colonel, floored the accelerator. Steiner tapped in a few more commands and switched on the police radio, combining the real-time shots from the helicopter with the audio of those that manned it. "Control, possible suspect sighted," the helicopter co-pilot said. "Corner of Wilshire Boulevard and Veteran Avenue. Red vintage Dodge Ram pickup. No visible plates. In pursuit, east on Wilshire." "Copied, 24 Bravo 1, the police dispatcher replied. "Proceed with extreme caution. Support units en route." Steiner watched the helicopter gain altitude and turned to follow the speeding red truck, its tail lights blending in with the light traffic that still flowed towards the center of the city. The aircraft, unrestricted by land-bound obstacles, soon caught Sampson up, the searchlight tracking the truck's every move as it powered through red light after red light. Creeping into view on the ground, the flashing lights of police cars could be seen, some of them power sliding in from interconnecting roads to join the chase. 2 black helicopters shot past the LAPD aircraft, making it sway wildly in their wake. "Jesus Christ!" another voice said, Steiner assuming it to be the pilot. "Are they trying to knock us out of the air?" "Control," the co-pilot said. "FBI air responders have compromised our position. Please advise." "Copied, 24 Bravo 1. The FBI are taking the lead on this. Hang back and provide direction for ground units." Steiner could see the FBI helicopters taking a more aggressive stance over the fleeing truck. "All units, shots fired," the co-pilot said. Steiner watched in horror as a stream of muzzle flashes burst from the Ram's driver's side window. Small explosions flashed over the tail rudder on one of the black FBI choppers. Smoke billowed from its disabled rear rotor as it fell from the sky to explode in a great fireball, taking a couple of cars on the opposite carriageway out with it. "Control, paramedics and firefighters required at intersection of Wilshire and Santa Monica Boulevard. Aircraft down, multiple casualties. Suspect utilizing a high-powered automatic weapon." "Received, 24 Bravo 1, the dispatcher said after a momentary pause. "Emergency services have been notified and are en route. Keep your distance. Our UAVs will take the lead." The police helicopter dropped further back, and Steiner saw the FBI aircraft follow suit. A few multi-bladed drones flew in to drop down above the red pickup as it continued to weave through the traffic at speed, their searchlights taking over where their human counterparts had left off. Sirens sounded outside Steiner's building, and his eyes flicked to the trace timer. 29 minutes and 5 seconds remained. He rushed to the first-floor window to see 3 police cars speed by, followed by 2 fire trucks and an ambulance. He was safe, for now. Returning to his seat, Steiner saw Sampson was now shooting at the drones, flames bursting from the muzzle of his gun while he drove, like the madman he was, careering into and smashing aside any driver stupid enough to remain in his way. 24 Bravo 1, the police dispatcher said. Be advised, drone footage suggests possible hostage in pickup's passenger seat. All units advised to hold fire unless you have a clear shot at suspect. Shoot to kill has been authorized. I repeat, you are authorized to shoot suspect on sight. Roger that, Control. We have unlocked our gun turret and our weapons hot. Correction, the dispatcher said. Hostage is confirmed. Identity unknown, but appears to be a female FBI agent. The co-pilot indicated they'd received the updated information, while his colleague continued to track Sampson through the city, along with seemingly the whole of the LA police force and every available FBI agent. Surely Sampson couldn't remain at large for much longer. An abrupt series of explosions behind the Dodge Ram answered Steiner's question. 2 police cars were blown high into the air, along with a civilian SUV, their mangled frames dropping back to earth, their interiors aflame. Control, we have multiple detonations, the co-pilot said as another police car was blown clean in two. Looks like the suspect is distributing landmines onto the freeway. Another flash lit up the scene, making Steiner flinch, the loss of life mounting as the colonel's rampage escalated. He had to do something, but what? What could he do? The helicopter flew higher as it encountered a cluster of skyscrapers. All units, the co-pilot said. Suspect entering new downtown financial district, taking Route 110 off-ramp onto West 6th Street. The footage now showed the red pickup traveling at high speed through a built-up area, pedestrians and cars trying to get out of its way. Jumping a set of lights, the rear of Sampson's truck was T-boned by a police car, sending it spiraling out of control to come to rest in the center of the junction. Suspect stopped at corner of 6th and South Hill Street, the co-pilot said. We have movement inside the vehicle. Suspect exiting. Steiner, transfixed, saw the indistinct figure of Sampson getting out of the driver's side, and then opening fire with 2 black rifles, one held in each hand. The officers from the 10 police cars in immediate attendance were either gunned down or could be seen ducking behind their vehicles for protection, returning fire as best they could. Officers down, require immediate assistance, the co-pilot said. Suspect heavily armed and appears to be wearing some kind of armor or shield. I can't make him out. He's blending into his surroundings. What is that? The man added, perhaps to the pilot next to him. Steiner saw the FBI helicopter reappear, hovering low behind Sampson. A black-clad agent manning a small cannon mounted on the aircraft's side fired shell after shell at Sampson's shimmering outline. Throwing one of his guns aside, Sampson rolled away from the bombardment, which chewed up the tarmac around him. He returned fire on the run, launching a small rocket from his weapon, which took the FBI chopper broadside, a crippling blast sending it into a spin and crashing into the street. Its blades bit into the ground before snapping off, and the machine and its occupants were consumed by a huge fireball. "Engage! Engage!" the co-pilot said as they bore down on Sampson from the other side, their own minigun tearing into the street, its tracer rounds providing the pilot with a guide as he tried to rip Sampson to pieces. "RPG!" the co-pilot screamed as Sampson fired another rocket. The picture from the police helicopter veered to the right, but the missile homed in on them with deadly accuracy. The camera image fizzed and went black, and the final screams of the crew cut off to silence. Steiner, blind and deaf once more, strove to find another source from which to watch. The other images on screen were of little use, since they still depicted the crippled FBI field office. Rather than keep trolling through the police transmissions, which were now clogged to bursting, Steiner had a better idea. Taking another quick glance at the tracer timer, which read 24 minutes and 42 seconds, He brought the local news channels up on his wall screen. He wasn't to be disappointed. Everyone had the story as breaking news and followed the incident blow by blow. Steiner couldn't believe what he was seeing as he brought up 3 more channels on screen. CNN and Fox News were already covering the incident, and the BBC's worldwide service was just switching to it. It was official. Sampson's actions had just gone global. Patching into the audio from CNN, Steiner listened as the male news anchor described to their viewers what was happening.
Horrific scenes unfolding on the streets of Los Angeles tonight as police pursue a suspect they're describing as the most violent and dangerous individual they have ever encountered. Events started to unfold around 4:15 this afternoon when an armored man entered the FBI field office on Wilshire Boulevard and proceeded to wage a one-man war inside. Accounts have varied, but many agents within the building are said to have already lost their lives, current estimates standing at around 50 fatalities, while many more incidents carried out by the same individual across town are expected to make this appalling death toll rise even higher over the coming hours. Reports are arriving all the time indicating that many police officers and civilians alike have also lost their lives as the deadly game of cat and mouse continues to play out across a city under siege. The police are advising all Angelenos to remain indoors or to seek shelter until the individual has been subdued. For their own safety and under no circumstances should any citizen attempt to confront or make contact with the suspect, who is known to be heavily armed and exceptionally dangerous. An emergency helpline has been set up for those finding themselves caught up, directly or indirectly, in this terrorist attack. You'll find the number at the bottom of the screen. We're now going back live to our reporter in the sky, Marianne Gobrinsky. Marianne, over to you. The image switched to a picture coming from an aircraft hovering over the city center. There was a still photograph of the reporter in the top left-hand corner of the screen, her name written underneath, and a small black graphic representation of a helicopter beside it. "Thanks, Bill," Marianne said. "We've just arrived at the latest scene of carnage, and as you can see below, the streets of the financial district are like a war zone. The burning shells of 2 helicopters, which were moments ago blown from the skies, are testament to the scale of this attack. Wait, we've just received information that the fugitive may have an FBI agent as a hostage and has just driven into the newly developed Spring Street Supermall, not far from where we are now." Steiner watched the image from the helicopter roll sideways as it repositioned to the new location. In an unconscious effort to rid himself of his stress and angst, Steiner rubbed his hands over his bearded face and worked his fingers beneath his glasses to massage his eyes. "A shopping mall," he thought in despair. "There'll be children there, mothers." Groaning, Steiner slammed the desk in frustration. "Malls have cameras and digital wall displays." The thought sprang unbidden to his mind. He snapped upright, his fingers attacking the keyboard with a renewed vigor. This was his chance to intervene, and he must seize it. Locating the security network of the mall, Steiner easily bypassed its firewalls and transferred the video streams to his own wall screen while preventing anyone else from accessing them, including those in the mall itself. Expanding the window so he could get a good view of the 100 available images, Steiner turned his attention to the mall's internal information system, blocking out the human interfaces of those who usually operated it. He entered his message and transferred it to every screen in the building, hoping that he'd get lucky. He wasn't to be disappointed. A minute later, as the trace from the FBI reached 18 minutes, the speakers in the room crackled before a recognizably abrasive voice spoke.
"You surprise me, old man. I'd have thought you'd have washed your hands of me by now."
"What you've done is beyond sickening," Steiner said to Sampson. "But I still need you, and if I can't control you, I might as well try and prevent you killing any more people. Now, do you want my help or not?"
What have you got in mind?
Where are you?
Southern Car Park, Level 4, Orange Sector B.
Steiner looked to his screen, scanning the images. Finding one that looked promising, he enlarged it. That area's crawling with police cars, Steiner told him, watching a patrol car roll slowly past, its light bar pulsing and a searchlight combing the rows of parked vehicles.
I'd noticed, Sampson's voice dripped with scorn.
You need to help me a little here. Where exactly are you?
Sampson didn't respond.
Hurry up, damn it! Steiner flicked his eyes at the countdown clock. The FBI trace is down to 17 minutes.
I hid the pickup in the back of a semi-truck on the basement level, Sampson said, realizing Steiner wasn't about to rat him out to the cops, although the thought had crossed Steiner's mind more than once in the previous half hour. I'm going to draw them away, double back, offload my gear to another vehicle, and then head back to you.
Gear? She's an FBI agent who you've abducted.
I had no choice, Sampson told him. Get out before the trace ends. I'll meet you on the corner of Slauson Avenue and Port Road. According to my visor, that's 3 blocks from you.
The line crackled again. Colonel, are you still there?
Silence.
Steiner uttered more than a few choice words. My protocols dictate such language is not permitted under current parameters, the voice of the artificial intelligence said.
Oh, shut up. Steiner pressed the mute button on the AI's window.
Turning the volume back up on the CNN broadcast, Steiner, once again a bystander in proceedings, felt a deep dread at what he might see next. We can only hope. Marianne Gobrinsky, the helicopter reporter, was still speaking, the image showing the massed ranks of the L.A. Police Department descending on the area. Some new information fresh in, she said, as the police try to evacuate the building, which will take some time considering its size. A message was seen on the information boards within the mall itself. It read, Red Pickup Contact 152. The authorities have been tight-lipped about what this message might mean, but it seems clear that the fugitive is receiving outside help. Steiner sneered in distaste at his own success. Aiding and abetting added to his growing list of crimes. This theory, the reporter continued, is reinforced by other reports indicating the security cameras inside the shopping precinct have also been overridden by a source as yet unknown. Chapter 36. Now, inside the shopping mall, Sampson slid the magazine out from his remaining MX-4 assault rifle as he strode along.
Half full, only 20 more rounds, he thought, before shoving it back in with a click.
He placed the rifle onto his back plate, withdrew his pistol, and ejected the exhausted clip, replacing it with his final one, containing 30 subsonic hollow points.
Not the best ammunition for fighting your way out of a sticky situation, he mused as terrified shoppers moved out of his way, a woman with a pushchair screaming at the sight of his shimmering form and the array of weaponry on display.
Breaking into a run as panic erupted around him, Sampson headed north, aiming to draw his pursuers away from the Dodge Ram. With his metal-clad boots clanking along the rapidly emptying hallways, he spotted a couple of police officers. They hadn't seen him. The deserted food court he now observed quiet except for the sporadic shouts and screams of the departing shoppers. Pistol in hand, Sampson slid the silencer mechanism along the barrel, its composite frame snapping securely into place. A bullet already in the chamber, he selected his first target with his visor and fired, and the female officer dropped without a sound. As he switched to her partner, firing again, he rendered the man dead with a similar headshot. As he advanced, a strange sound made him whirl round, the barrel of his gun pointing straight at the source of the noise. 2 big, wide eyes peered at him, and the baby made a gurgling sound and reached out to grab the gun. Movement in the distance made Sampson look up and magnify his visor's image. It seemed an FBI SWAT team had hunted him down. One of their number, a sniper, was aiming straight at him. Sampson saw the man rock back as he fired, and instinctively stuck out an arm, deflecting the bullet away from the infant. Another bullet pinged off his helmet, momentarily disrupting his visor display and snapping his head back. Diving to his left, the camouflage system failing, he rolled to his feet. Beginning to enjoy himself, his breathing increased and heart pumping harder, Sampson ran for his life. Professor Steiner looked nervously over at the trace timer in the wall screen's top left-hand corner. Several minutes had passed since he'd last spoken with Sampson, and the clock showed he had fewer than 12 minutes left. During this time he'd glimpsed what he thought was the colonel disappearing up a flight of stairs in the northernmost quadrant of the building, but he couldn't be sure. "Breaking scenes," said Bill Brightman, the larger-than-life CNN news anchor, recapturing Steiner's attention. "We're returning live to Marianne Gobrinsky, our eye in the sky. Marianne, what do you have for us?" Footage from the helicopter appeared next to the image from the news studio. "Bill, it seems we have activity on one of the rooftops." The camera zoomed in on a team of black-clad men shooting at what could only be Sampson, his green and brown body armor appearing and disappearing in the dark as a number of LAPD and FBI drones followed his flight with their searchlights. "The suit he's wearing looks military," Bill said. "Can you zoom in any further?" "I'll patch you into our minicam drone." Marianne altered the aspect to a view directly above the roof itself. Steiner could clearly see Sampson as he returned fire to the SWAT team behind. "Yes, it's definitely military of some kind," Marianne said, Steiner thinking she sounded too excited at the prospect. The media are lapping this up, he realized, the idea repulsing him. Don't they know people are dying down there? "Are those markings on his shoulder?" Bill Brightman said. "I'll drop the drone in for a better look." Marianne changed the angle on screen once more. Sampson looked up when the UAV got too close, the green glow from his helmet visible as he evaded the lights attempting to pin him down, his breath visible as it gusted from his helmet into the cold air around him. As Steiner watched, Sampson raised his rifle and fired, sending the screen fuzzing into a mass of black and white pixels. "Oh my," Marianne sounded disturbed by what she'd just seen. "Did you get that? Those glowing eyes?" Bill Brightman nodded. "We did. Whoa! He just jumped to the next building!" The camera had switched back to the helicopter's video stream and replayed in slow motion footage of Sampson jumping clean across a wide gap, bullets bouncing from his back as he flew through the air. Now returning to real time, Sampson looked to be nearing the end of the road, the rooftop he was on running out ahead. Out of nowhere, a helicopter rose above the building, miniguns firing on either side, spraying Sampson with a barrage of deadly hail. Sampson faltered and fell before a huge explosion lit up the dark skies, the flames giving way to a pall of thick black smoke. Steiner didn't really take in what the CNN team said next. He felt stunned and disorientated, not because he mourned the colonel's abrupt demise, but because, with his death, Steiner's chances of helping those in Steadfast to get to safety had just taken a significant backward step, perhaps irreversibly so. He was on his own now. His eyes darted to the trace timer. 8 minutes remained until the FBI acquired his exact location. He had to move. A few more minutes passed while Steiner finished hiding his digital signature. Hurriedly, aware of his ever-dwindling window of opportunity, he began shutting down the computer hardware. He flicked the switches off one by one, leaving one quantum processor running to ensure the trace continued to be fended off for the longest possible period. Closing the programs still open on the wall screen, Steiner's finger paused over the CNN footage. He watched, gobsmacked, as their cameras caught the image
of a bright red Dodge pickup bursting out of the shopping mall's first-floor facade. With huge shards of glass flying in all directions, the wheels of the truck slammed down onto the ground, its suspension buckling to breaking point. "Dear Lord," Bill Brightman said, grandstanding for all he was worth. "Guess who's back?" Chapter 37. Steiner couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Samson was alive, although by the looks of what faced him he wouldn't be for much longer. The CNN helicopter footage showed that the car park Samson now found himself in was completely surrounded, not only by the LAPD and FBI, but also by the National Guard, called in to lend a hand to their law enforcement colleagues. Drones and helicopters filled the dark skies above, including those from the world's media tasked with covering the story, their combined lights shedding a bright blanket over the single red vehicle. "There doesn't appear to be anyone inside the car," Marianne Gobrinsky reported. She wasn't wrong. The TV footage showed the interior of the battered pickup pretty well, and Steiner couldn't make out anyone sitting in either of the front seats. Was it really Samson at work? Unconsciously, he'd started twisting his wedding band around his finger, the countdown timer for the FBI trace temporarily forgotten, its digits dropping below the 2-minute mark, unseen. Bent double in the driver's seat of the Dodge Ram, Samson didn't need to use his visor's spectral scanners to know what confronted him outside. Even as he sat there, rifles were being trained on every inch of the vehicle. If he so much as popped his head up, he'd have it taken off in an instant by multiple high-velocity, armor-piercing rounds. The only reason he wasn't already dead was because of the person he had crammed into the adjacent footwell, his hostage. The FBI agent, now conscious, gagged and secured with her own set of handcuffs, stared at him with baleful eyes. Samson knew he'd been fortunate back on the roof. The helicopter had provided him with the perfect foil against which to stage his own death. Utilizing his last 2 grenades, he'd blown a hole in the roof while at the same time reactivating his camouflage, which he'd managed to repair on the move. After the shock wave passed, Samson had thrown himself down into the thick smoke, landing heavily on the floor below. Still having to act quickly, he'd then hot-footed it back through the mall, avoiding the police, to finally reach the truck. Unfortunately, his plan of switching vehicles hadn't accounted for the cops that had decided to set up shop in the same car park where he'd stashed the pickup. Deciding action was preferable to waiting to be discovered, Samson had driven the vehicle into the shopping area to avoid the squad cars below, before launching it out through the first-floor window of the complex's main entrance. Turning away from the penetrating and unsettling gaze of his companion, Samson tried restarting the engine, which had cut out during its collision with the ground. He kept the key turned, and the engine spluttered to life, aided by a push of the accelerator with his hand. Reversing as best he could with his contorted posture, Samson stuck the car in first gear and released the clutch. With the pickup now rolling forward at a sedate and steady pace, he flipped the switch that the previous owner, the Apache Indian Noroso, had custom-fitted to the flatbed. A whirring of gears raised the rear tray higher and higher, acting like a tip-up truck. At the critical angle of tilt, where the gravitational pull on the load became greater than the frictional resistance, a long wooden crate slid out past the open tailgate, hitting the tarmac and splintering open. Samson, his hand wrapped around a small transceiver he'd removed from his utility belt, thumb poised over the small button on top, floored the accelerator, and then depressed the button. On the ground behind him, the black cylindrical stainless steel prototype device rested on the tarmac, its broken case lying shattered around it. On one side, a power bar pulsed green, confirming 100% capacity.
Beneath this, in illuminated red lettering, 2 words: System armed. On receipt of the signal to activate, small charges propelled 4 separate spikes into the ground, a 5th charge jettisoning the top section of the weapon 500 feet into the air. A flash of light and a pulse of energy swept through the pickup and beyond as the triphase electromagnetic pulse bomb detonated. The dashboard lights flickered and died, the engine cutting out, its electronics failing. Sampson twisted the ignition key once more, praying that its tough, antiquated circuitry had survived the EMP. The engine coughed and spluttered before purring back to life, the truck's momentum jump-starting it. Sitting upright, he pulled the steering wheel hard to the right as complete darkness descended within a half-mile radius, the lights of buildings in the distance blinking out to join those already disabled at the epicenter of the silent blast. His visor already set for night vision, Sampson refrained from putting the headlights on as the sky rained aircrafts and drones from above. With every police car being electric and unshielded against EMPs, the entire LAPD police force had been immobilized. Only the National Guard operated with gasoline, and their transport was static and would be unable to start. At least, that was Sampson's theory. A helicopter smashed into the ground ahead and erupted into flame, its frame buckled and broken. Yanking up the handbrake, Sampson slid the back end out to miss the carnage by inches. Gunning the accelerator, the Dodge Ram's bored-out 7-liter engine roared in response. With everyone thrown into the pitch black, Sampson drove unimpeded at the weakest link in the ring of parked vehicles. The Dodge's bull bars broke through the line, smashing aside 2 squad cars and catapulting him out into the street beyond and freedom. Chapter 38. A beeping sound made Steiner tear his gaze away from the final TV shots of what had looked like Sampson setting off some sort of energy weapon. His eyes widened as the trace timer slipped past 10 seconds. Holy! Steiner's heart rate skyrocketed as knee-trembling, palpitation-inducing panic set in. "Trace complete, Professor," the AI said. "The game is up. The chicken is cooked. The broth is boiled. The bread is buttered. The—" Steiner tore 152's console from its socket and stuffed it into a satchel, along with anything else he could grab, before fleeing out of the door and rattling down the stairs as fast as his legs could carry him. Bursting out into the low-lit street, he paused to calm his mind, taking long, deep, slow breaths, despite the sound of approaching police sirens in the distance. Suppressing his emotions, he recalled the location the colonel had suggested for their rendezvous, the corner of Slauson Avenue and Port Road, 3 blocks away. But in what direction was that? In the heat of the moment he'd failed to consult a map, and going the wrong way could prove disastrous. He could see the red and blue flashing lights now, a mile away. But he hadn't made Director General by being easily distracted. Sifting through his mental imagery of the final stages of his arrival into L.A. with Sampson, he slowed his breathing further. There, he had it. The vestiges of a visual memory, a vision of a lamp-post, attached to it a green sign with white letters reading, "Something S-O-N Ave." It was the best he was going to get, a partial name, and he'd already started running to his left, happily in the opposite direction to those that hunted him down. Pulling out his baseball cap as he ran, Steiner pulled it onto his head before rounding a corner and disappearing into the endless night. The cold air and brisk wind gnawed at Steiner's hands and face while he waited in the shadows on Slauson Avenue. He'd been relieved to find his memory recall had been accurate, and that the only avenue in the area ending in the letters S, O, and N had been the one he'd required, or at least that was how luck would have it. bringing him to his current location. A few blocks away, a black helicopter hovered over the building he'd vacated only a few minutes before, like an immense raven delivering a ubiquitous portent of his ruination. "Where is Sampson?" he asked himself. "Did he escape, or is he even now being questioned about my whereabouts? Perhaps he'd been killed and was lying in a pool of his own blood inside the red pickup, or he'd turn up being chased by all and sundry. Whatever the case, if the colonel hadn't arrived in 10 minutes, Steiner would have to relocate and then start planning how he'd escape the city. Being on the run and alone, without any military support, would test him to his limits. Just to remain free would be an immense challenge. Helping Steadfast would have to take a back seat until he could maneuver himself into a better position, preferably outside of the United States. 5 more minutes passed before a set of headlights approached along Port Road, the rays of light growing stronger every second, and the shadows from the surrounding foliage increasing in sharpness and density. Steiner moved back into the trees, dropped to his belly, and wriggled under a bush. The vehicle stopped at the intersection, its electric engine inaudible. Steiner peeked out from beneath a low branch, his face pressed down against some damp leaves. From what he could tell, the vehicle was a dark blue sedan, unmarked, with the potential of having an FBI agent at the wheel. He could ill afford to make the first move. If Sampson was within, he'd need to instigate contact. The car door opened and the suspension lifted as someone got out. Steiner held his breath, trying to hide any hot vapor that could alert someone to his presence.
"Stop hiding in the bushes,"
a curt voice said from out of the dark,
"and get in."
Steiner scrambled out from his seemingly inadequate hiding place and ran over to the car as the colonel, still fully encased in his green and brown protective shell, returned to his seat. Clambering in, Steiner deposited his bag behind him and put on his seat belt.
"The streets are running alive with cops,"
Sampson said to him, turning down a dark side street.
"The FBI and National Guard, too. We need to hole up until things calm down."
Steiner's anger surfaced.
"You planned this all along, didn't you? The weapons you amassed on our way here were in preparation for this. "I didn't plan it. I planned for it. There's a difference."
"Semantics from you, Colonel, is like asking a dying dog to explain Einstein's theory of relativity, a distasteful lesson in absurdity." Sampson said nothing for a moment, perhaps trying to figure out if Steiner had insulted him or not.
"I prepare for all eventualities,"
he said, driving them into a run-down industrial district of the city.
"And fighting your way out of the FBI field office was one of them."
Steiner's tone was accusatory. Sampson didn't respond at all this time, and Steiner wondered why he was even bothering to get the man to admit to his guilt. He was a remorseless shell, a stone-cold killer. A couple more minutes passed, with Steiner twitching in anxiety every time he saw a light in the sky. The police and FBI would be sending out every available asset they had in their hunt for Sampson, his hostage, and anyone connected to him, namely me, he thought, which meant the deployment of all available UAVs and any remaining helicopters. With this in mind, Steiner was more than happy when Sampson drove them into a 3-story derelict warehouse and stopped the car.
"Get out,"
Sampson said, leaving the car running and stepping out of the vehicle to stride around to the boot. Steiner, collecting his bag, followed him out into the dilapidated interior of an old 20th-century brick building, its roof hanging down in places, water dripping down into shallow pools beneath. With the boot lid up, Steiner could hear a muffled voice emanating from within. Sampson bent down and dragged out the FBI agent, lifting the hooded, trussed and squirming body up onto one of his shoulders. Leaving the boot open, the colonel carried his hostage through a maze of long, unused offices, finally kicking open a rotting wooden door and heading down into a damp and uninviting pit of a cellar. With the lights on the colonel's helmet ablaze, Steiner followed him down the worn steps. Dumping his captive on the floor, Samson disappeared back up the stairs, leaving Steiner in darkness until he switched on his computer phone. The colonel soon returned with a large satchel and some weapons, which he placed down before opening the bag up and withdrawing a lantern, its light shining out to illuminate the dank, low-ceilinged room they now found themselves inhabiting. Steiner eyed the forlorn form of the government agent with pity. The woman's smart blue suit was stained, torn, and singed in numerous places. "So what's the plan now?" Steiner asked. "Are you planning on adding torture to your litany of crimes?" Samson didn't respond, choosing instead to remove his helmet before picking the woman up like a sack of potatoes and dumping her down at the rear of the room away from the light. If Steiner had felt guilty before, his shame intensified even further now. It wasn't that he felt a woman's life was worth more than a man's, but he was old school and always felt more protective toward the fairer sex, even though nowadays this idea might be construed as politically incorrect by some, and even misogynistic by others. Delving back in his sack, Samson withdrew a power pack and plonked it down at Steiner's feet. "Patch into the local police channels," Samson told him. "We need to know what they're up to." "Just like that," Steiner said. "I'm not a miracle worker." "What's the problem? You have power, you have your computers." "I haven't got any hard lines, and that tiddly little battery isn't going to power 152's console or anything bigger than my computer phone." Steiner rummaged in his own rucksack to see what he'd managed to salvage in his rush to get out of the office. He had the AI console, a single quantum processor unit, a bundle of cables, and some peripherals, and that was pretty much it. Nothing that could run off the battery Samson had provided, at least not in the capacity he would need to break into the encrypted transmissions while remaining undetected. Samson's brow furrowed, his pale blue eyes fixing Steiner with an unreadable expression. Steiner wasn't going to cave in to pressure and returned the man's gaze with a steady one of his own. "Just do what you can," Samson said, breaking the impasse. Retrieving his helmet, he returned to the stairs. "Where are you going now?" "To move the car. If it's found, I don't want it anywhere near us." With Samson departed, a noise from the back of the room made Steiner glance apprehensively in its direction, the shape of the agent moving as she struggled against her restraints. Muttering to himself, Steiner tried his best to ignore her, concentrating instead on setting up a basic computer system with his computer phone's fold-out screen at its heart. Running an aerial lead up the stairs, he had an improvised workstation set up in 6 minutes, an old plastic crate he'd found nearby functioning nicely as a seat. While cracking the law enforcement networks was out, he was able to patch into local and national television broadcasts, and soon had a couple of channels streaming side by side on the phone's display. Having watched them for a few minutes, trawling through the various programs on offer, his disquiet had increased exponentially, transforming into outright fear and desolation. Standing up, Steiner took off his glasses and stared into space, one hand on a hip, his thoughts dark and his emotions bleak. After what he'd just seen, he was under no illusions as to the severity of the challenge they now faced, and the veritable shitstorm Samson had thrust them into. An unprecedented manhunt was underway. GMRC curfews had been brought forward by 3 hours, all serving police officers on leave had been recalled, and the governor of California had declared a state of emergency. One local channel reported that the assistant director in charge of the Bureau's L.A. field office had been one of the casualties in Samson's initial assault, and that the FBI director himself was flying in from Washington, D.C. to assume command, accompanied by every available resource he had at his disposal. Samson had started a damn war, and Steiner's choice to stick by his side had backfired spectacularly. He realized, with the bitter irony of hindsight, that he would have been better off on his own trying to save those left behind in Steadfast. "Oh, Nathan," Steiner murmured, wishing his friend were there to console him. "I've made a terrible mistake." Samson had returned some time later, having hidden the vehicle to his satisfaction, and then left once more, citing as his reason the fact that they would need food and clean water for the indeterminable duration of their stay. Steiner, his mood mirroring his oppressive and lackluster surroundings, hardly acknowledged the colonel during his flying visit, opting to stay sunken in the mire of his mind. As time ticked by, Steiner switched off the computer to conserve energy and then glanced over to the area of the cellar deep in shadow. In an effort to ease his psychological burdens, he picked up the lantern and walked across to the FBI agent. The noise of his approach made her face, covered by a rough linen sack, move almost comically as she strained to hear or see whoever or whatever drew near. Crouching down in front of her, the fluid in his ankles popping, Steiner reached out and pulled off the hood. The woman, in her mid to late 20s, blinked against the bright light before settling her eyes on Steiner's own, their fear plain to see, their plea for mercy heartbreaking. A large cut on her forehead had dried to a congealed mass, strands of her hair caught within it. Steiner extended his hand to move a cluster of the light brown locks away from her face. Shrinking from his touch, she protested pitifully, her voice still muffled by the crude cloth gag tied around her head. Steiner held up his hands. "It's okay. I won't hurt you." "Here." He made a small gesture with his right hand before moving it to her mouth. "Let me get that for you." Pulling at the knot, Steiner worked it free until the strip of cloth fell away to her lap. "Better?" he asked. The agent, her features broad and strong, her lips thin, spat out some remaining fibers and moistened her lips with her tongue. "Yes," she coughed, trying to clear her throat. "Thank you." Her anxious eyes darted around the room. "Where's your friend?" Steiner noticed the tremor in her voice and gave her a comforting smile. "He's not here, don't worry. I won't let him hurt you." She looked at him with skepticism. "No offense, but I don't think you could prevent him doing anything." "I have my ways," Steiner said. "In some aspects, I'm as much a prisoner as you. Of circumstance, maybe, but a prisoner nonetheless." The FBI agent considered him anew. "I don't suppose you fancy just letting me go?" Steiner would have dearly loved to do so, but if he did, he risked compromising his position even further. If that is even possible, he thought, while considering his current state of disarray. "I just can't afford for anything else to go wrong," he decided. "Too many lives are at risk." "I'm sorry," he said. "As much as I want to wash my hands of this, whatever this is, I can't." The resulting expression of defeat on her face was almost too much to bear. "I can loosen these for you, though," he said, by way of recompense, indicating the handcuffs, her hands appearing red and puffy from the pressure on her wrists. "Please." She held out her arms to him. Loosening each loop in turn, he adjusted the small levers that protruded from each side of the stainless steel device, noticing they left dark red marks where Samson had tightened them almost to the point of cutting off her circulation. When she rested her hands back into her lap, Steiner glimpsed her identity badge, still clipped to her breast pocket. Beneath the famous logo and her photo were the words "Special Agent," and next to this, her name, written in her own hand. "You're Brett Taylor?" he said, thrown off guard. Amazingly, she managed to muster a small smile. "I prefer Taylor. Were you expecting someone else?" "Sorry, I just assumed you were a man." "Assumptions are the mother of all fuck-ups.
At least that's what I'm told.
"You're new to the job?" he asked, picking up on the inference. Her meek eyes welled up.
Sort of. I was a beat cop, been with the Bureau coming up 8 months now.
Steiner gave her hand a squeeze before a sound upstairs made him come to his senses. "I'm sorry, my dear." He stuffed the gag back in her resisting mouth and tugged the hood back over her head. "Shh, I'll get you out of this mess. Just give me some time." Snatching up the lamp, Steiner hurried back to his computer, switching it back on just as Sampson clanked down the steps. "Food," the colonel said, dumping down a bulging sack, "and water." He placed a large orange cylindrical canister on the floor. Steiner read the writing on the side of the odd-looking container. "Sanitation waste filtration. You want me to drink something used to filter out public toilets?" "It's clean," Sampson said, unimpressed by Steiner's complaint, "and it's from a private trailer." The thought of it made Steiner queasy. "A trailer that still uses it for toilet water? Take it or leave it, I don't care." Sampson removed his helmet once more and sat down on the floor to rest his back against a supporting pillar in the middle of the room, his eyes closing in preparation for sleep. "You don't care about anything. That's the problem," Steiner said, his hackles rising. "You murder innocent people like slaughtering cattle and disobey my direct orders, effectively condemning hundreds of thousands of civilians to a premature death." One of Sampson's eyes crept open. "Says the man who nominated himself to go for help, the great man who preaches courage but is the first out of the sinking ship, saving his own hide ahead of those he supposedly holds so dear. You make me sick. You understand nothing of loyalty, of family." "Loyalty!" Steiner couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Like the loyalty you showed your men when you left them for dead before executing them yourself? You sick, twisted bastard!" Sampson surged to his feet and seized the front of Steiner's red coveralls. "What did you say?" Sampson yanked Steiner in towards him, his eyes wide and manic. Steiner felt something metallic press against his temple. His eyes flicked left to see Sampson's pistol there, its polished frame glinting in his hand. "Say it again," the colonel bellowed, almost frothing at the mouth. "Say it!" Something swung through the air and cracked against Sampson's head, snapping it to one side. The pistol fell from his hand, his iron grip dropping from Steiner's clothing. Eyes glazed, his heavy armor-clad frame clattered to the floor in a heap. Steiner looked up in shock at the disheveled form of the FBI agent, her breathing heavy, her hands wrapped around a rusty piece of pipe. Before he had time to comment, she'd snatched up Sampson's gun, tucked it in the front of her trousers, and then turned the colonel over to bind his hands with some thick cable. Moving quickly to his legs, she repeated the process, pulling with all her weight and strength to bind him as tightly as she was able. Steiner watched her in silence, unsure what to do at this unexpected turn of events. Hauling Sampson's considerable frame over to the central pillar, Agent Taylor sourced some rope from the colonel's satchel and went about securing him in place, weaving together his arms, legs, hands, and feet in an inescapable fibrous web. She placed a foot on the colonel's chest and heaved back, the rope cinching tighter and tighter, its individual strands creaking under the strain. "Thanks for loosening my cuffs, by the way," she said to Steiner as she worked. "It's lucky you're so gullible, otherwise he might have killed you." Steiner looked at the woman in confusion. Her whole demeanor had altered, and not just because she was free. No, this was an extreme transformation from an unassuming, tearful, fledgling agent to one of strength and a self-confidence verging on arrogance. Her tone even sounded deeper and less feminine than before. She was a special agent and was definitely in charge. "You tricked me," Steiner said, "playing the fragile woman in distress." She glanced at him. "I wouldn't take it too personally. I did what I had to do. Those cuffs weren't as tight as they looked. I'd been pulling at them for some time, trying to get them loose. The extra bit of slack gave me the room I needed. How long have you been an agent? She finished her task and stood up. Nearly 6 years, but I was a beat cop before, that bit was true. Walking towards him, she peered at the TV stream, and then removed the gun from her belt and pointed it at Steiner's chest. "Now," she said, "who the fuck are you?" Steiner looked at her, his expression dubious. Her eyes narrowed. "You doubt me?" She stepped closer. "I could easily say I shot you in self-defense. There's no one around to say otherwise, and you're just as culpable for the deaths of all my colleagues as that fucker behind me. Give me one good reason I shouldn't shoot you where you stand." Steiner watched the gun in her hand and swallowed, his judgment of character apparently failing him for a second time in quick succession. "I'm nobody." "Ha!" she said. "You're insulting me now. Going by the way you carry yourself, the way you stood up to him, and by the sound of your little altercation, you're also his superior. Remember who you're talking to. Profiling people is what I do, so I'll ask again. Who are you?" Steiner didn't reply. "Who are these hundreds of thousands of civilians that are condemned to death?" she said, trying a different tack and quoting the words he'd said to Samson. Steiner stared at her, unwilling to speak. Her eyes flashed and a snarl escaped her lips. Pushing Steiner back against the wall, she switched the gun to his forehead. "What does that piece of shit I've just tied up want with me?" Steiner stared into her eyes, no longer doubting her resolve. "He needs you to help him find his daughter." "Is that what he told you?" Her laugh verged on the hysterical. "You might want to get your facts straight next time you lend him a hand. Do you want to know the truth, you piece of shit?" She cocked the hammer. "Do you?" A bead of sweat ran down the side of Steiner's face. He closed his eyes, fearing the worst. "Then I'll tell you," she whispered, her face inches from his, her breath warm on his cheek. "I am his daughter." Steiner's eyes flared open, his pupils contracting as Taylor stared at him intently. "Your father?" he said. "Samson is your father?" No wonder he'd refused to abort when the alarm had tripped. Steiner thought his daughter had been within his grasp. It all makes sense in a perverse, insane kind of way. "You think this makes us buddies?" She pushed the gun harder against his head, her finger still on the trigger. "That man is a monster. He may have contributed to half my DNA, but he's as much my parent as you are." Steiner's mouth went dry, induced by the arousal of fear. The madness in her eyes and her recent disclosure about her parentage sowed more seeds of doubt in his mind as to her willingness to end his life. "Still refusing to talk?" she asked. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you any more. There are things going on here far greater than you could possibly imagine." "You think so?" She yanked him away from the wall and shoved him forwards. The gun to his back, she maneuvered him round to look at the TV, still streaming on his computer. "You think you're in a position to bargain with me?" she said. "Take a look. Either I kill you or you tell me what you know. You decide." Steiner barely heard her. He was too busy looking at the images on screen. One was a picture of the colonel, bedecked in his armor. Alongside this was another photo, taken at a checkpoint, of Steiner himself. Underneath both were the following words, in big, bold letters. "FBI Most Wanted Terrorists. $50 million reward." "You're up shit creek, old man," Taylor said in his ear, the gun against his neck, her manner, inflection, and words frighteningly similar to those of the colonel. "It's do or die." Chapter 39. The lorry bounced and rolled as it traveled along an uneven section of road. The thin metal panels that made up the box-like container behind the driver's cab flexed and wobbled, the noise echoing inside the empty space like some giant distorted instrument. The vehicle lurched again, and its chassis impacted the surface beneath with a loud bang, awaking its occupant with a start. Jessica Klein's eyes flew open, her gaze darting around in alarm. "Where the hell am I?" she wondered, the small, dull light above doing a poor job of illuminating her surroundings. She deduced by the sound and motion that she was inside a moving truck of some kind. Her sense of time shot to pieces. Jessica tried to recall how she'd ended up where she now found herself, but her befuddled mind refused to give up its secrets. "Why can't I remember anything?" she thought, trying to quell the rising panic within her. Concentrating hard, she willed her memory to work. Books. An image of rows of books drifted out of the ether. A library. I was in a library. Yes, that's right. But why was I there? Answers. I went there to find answers about the GMRC and what they were covering up. To find out why so many of my colleagues at the BBC disappeared and died in unusual circumstances. Yes, and Eric. I met Eric in the library. No, wait, that's not right. A searing pain lanced through her head as if an electrified white-hot needle was slowly being inserted into her eye. In agony, she put a hand to her forehead and then pushed her palms hard against her eye sockets to try and relieve the pain. She stayed thus for some moments, curious red and orange shapes on black flashing before her subdued vision. The migraine-like sensation gradually subsided, and Jessica opened her eyes once more. "No," she said to herself again, resuming her internal monologue. "I met Eric outside, in his van." She remembered hearing the blades of a helicopter in the dark, the sensation of running through thick snow. A GMRC team had been sent to the Berlin Library to track them down, and then there was Bick, the international hacker, the cyber-terrorist. He'd been the one who'd warned that her life was in danger. He was the reason she'd left her London home, why she'd left her family behind in England. Heaven, the girls. A groan from nearby made her tense. Someone else was in there with her. "Who's there?" A faint voice came from behind some large cardboard boxes. "Jessica, is that you? Eric?" "Yeah, it's me." Eric's German accent sounded slurred. Jessica leaned forward from what felt like an uncomfortable pile of metal chains. Looking back, she saw that's exactly what she'd been resting against. No wonder my back hurts. She rubbed the protruding ridges of her spine through her jumper and the T-shirt beneath. "I'm sure I was wearing a jacket," she thought, suddenly feeling the icy chill in the air and glancing around before spying her coat close by. Picking it up, she shrugged into it and then stood up. Her head, still feeling battered and bruised like a boxer had been using it as a speedball, protested at the sudden movement, and she almost vomited. The swaying motion of the vehicle didn't help things, and she was forced to grab onto a cargo net that hung down from some crates opposite. Stumbling forward, she navigated some obstacles before rounding the boxes and looking down at the slim form of Eric. The youthful German computer hacker, a.k.a. Das Gespenst, the self-proclaimed ghost, held his head in his hands. She dropped to her knees next to him. "Eric, are you okay?" "Apart from the mother of all headaches, yes. Scheiße, what did they do to us?" "I can't remember. Weren't we in a monastery?" "Yeah, aua, Scheiße, my heart hurts." "You mean head," Jessica said, unable to stop herself from correcting his English. "Yeah." "I think they injected us with something." Her memory was solidifying from its esoteric stupor. The sensation of lying on the floor and her hands being tied behind her back sprang to the forefront of her mind. "Yes, I remember now. They tied us up with cable ties, interrogated us, and then kept us under house arrest."
Eric looked confused. "Weren't we there for a few weeks?" "I think so." She tried to will the fog of her mind into chronological coherence. "Yes, or at least it seemed that long. So much for your da muss ich or Bick or whatever he's called." "Nein," he said, lapsing into German. "Ich kann nicht glauben, würde uns verraten." "You may not be able to believe it." Jessica sat down next to him and made herself comfortable as her mind cleared. "But betray us he did. If being held, against our will for days on end, with only weak gruel and stale water to sustain us, hasn't convinced you otherwise, I don't know what will." Eric didn't say anything for a while, most likely coming to terms with being let down by his idol. What did they say? To avoid disappointment, never meet your heroes, or something along those lines. It was sad, but quite often true. People who could appear perfect from a distance would invariably turn out to possess the same myriad of flaws as everyone else, just in a different order and perhaps not as obviously apparent. No one was perfect, least of all those that courted fame and notoriety. "I should know," Jessica reflected in a rare instance of critical introspection. "I'm supposedly famous. Well, more notorious now, I suppose. And I've got flaws galore." "I think they stuck a needle in my bum," Eric said. Jessica couldn't help but chortle at the remark, but she had to stop as it made her head pound. Now that he mentioned it, her left-hand buttock was a little sore. Reaching back, she touched the area with tentative fingers. "Ouch, yep, me too." The movement of the truck, which had settled back down into a smooth, unimpeded ride, once more became uncomfortable as it audibly slowed and jolted over rough terrain, making them and everything around them shift and slide sideways. When the sensation of motion ceased, low voices could be heard conversing before the sound of the vehicle's doors opening and closing reverberated through the rigid steel shell that enclosed them. More talking could be discerned, louder now, but still unintelligible to Jessica's ears. Whatever language they spoke, it wasn't German or English. Behind them, on the other side of the double doors, clasps were unlatched, and a metal bolt slid back. Jessica and Eric struggled upright as they prepared to confront their captors. One of the doors swung outward, and the light of a torch, aimed inside, made them shield their eyes. "Anem mestekeza," someone said in a guttural tongue. "Lekomethenyan alekeroesh." Jessica and Eric looked at one another mystified. "Aussteigen," the man repeated in German. "Get out!" Jessica walked forward, Eric at her heels, both with hands raised against the bright light. Reaching the opening, she climbed down from the rear of the truck and onto frozen ice-strewn soil. Eric dropped down beside her, his shoes like hers, crunching and cracking the crystalline water underfoot. Looking around, it was clear they were no longer in an urban area. Snow-laden pine trees all around stood tall and silent in the darkness, illuminated by the lorry's red tail lights. Breathing in the fresh, freezing air, small puffs of breath expelling from her mouth, Jessica focused on the two men in front of them. Both were similarly dressed in thick, heavy fleece overcoats, military-style steel toe-capped boots, and combat trousers, and each wore a thick black belt around his waist, attached to which was a holstered pistol. They were dark-skinned, with swarthy faces and black hair, their beards short and wiry. One eyed Jessica and Eric with hostility as he puffed on a fat cigar, the end glowing orange as he took another drag. "Yegbege and tekwanina," the non-smoker said to his friend, taking out his pistol. "I am him." The other man shrugged and expelled a large smoke ring from his mouth, its undulating shape floating away before disintegrating into nothing. Jessica had given enough broadcasts and interviews in her day to realize the men were speaking in Arabic, although her understanding was limited and her ear untrained to distinguish one dialect from another, so they could have been saying anything for all she knew. She just hoped it wasn't something like, "Shall we kill them both now or later?"
At the sight of the weapon, Eric had grabbed Jessica's arm, possibly fearing the worst. The two men turned as another vehicle approached along the narrow dirt road, the man with the gun giving a wave of his hand in recognition. The compact truck came to a stop, the green and brown camouflage paintwork, high ground clearance and green canvas rear cover pulled tightly over a square subframe, a dead giveaway as to its military origin. The petrol engine continued to idle despite the vehicle now being stationary, its exhaust propelling out hot pollutants in a continuous, steady stream. The driver's door opened, revealing a depiction of the German national flag on the side. A man emerged, his feet impacting the ground in tandem as he dropped down from his lofty position. He had a rifle slung over one shoulder and wore similar attire to those greeting him. "Assalamu alaikum," the man said, sauntering over. "Wa alaikumus salam." The cigar smoker put his hand to his heart and shook the newcomer's hand. After exchanging a greeting with the pistol-wielding third man, the new arrival appraised Eric and then Jessica in turn, the two of them now brightly lit under his transport's blazing white headlamps. He said something to his friends, who laughed in response, the joke, no doubt, Jessica assumed at her expense. "I'm glad you all find this so amusing." Her tone and manner wiped the smiles from their faces. "Shush," Eric said in fear. The man with the rifle walked up to her, looking her up and down with disdain. He lashed out with the back of his hand, catching Jessica hard across her cheek. "Hey!" Eric moved forward. "Yadale!" The man grabbed his rifle and pointed it at Eric, who put his hands up and stepped back again. "Don't worry, Eric." Jessica stood up straighter and pushed her long dark locks back behind one ear, the short red wig having been discarded back at the Stuttgart monastery. Her face stinging, Jessica stared defiantly back at her assailant, her psychological constitution preventing her from kowtowing to his intimidation. The man held her gaze and then muttered something and spat at the ground at her feet before stalking off to the rear of his truck. "Prick," Jessica thought to herself, rubbing her face. The blow had brought back her headache. Just when she thought things couldn't get any worse, the rear flap of the truck clanked down, and 5 white-clad soldiers got out, all wearing balaclavas and sporting assault rifles. The apparent leader of this team shouted some commands in German to those around him before marching straight up to Jessica to speak in a heavy German accent. "Jessica Klein?" She looked up at him. "Yes?" "Good. Wir kommen in der Rückseite des LKW." He indicated the military truck he'd just vacated. "Get in." Jessica hesitated, unsure where this was leading. "Ach, kommen!" the man said impatiently, pulling her forwards by the arm. Eric made to follow, but another soldier pushed him back. "Jessica!" Eric cried out. "Eric!" She pulled back. "What about him? Was ist mit ihm?" The soldier, in no mood for games, kept her moving. Bleibt hier. He stays." He yanked her round to the rear of the vehicle and pushed her up into it. Jessica felt bereft and exposed without Eric, whom she'd grown to like during their time together. She also felt a maternal instinct towards him, and a bond born of their shared experiences. She prayed he'd be okay without her, any optimism about his safety, and hers, deriving from the fact that they'd kept them alive this long. Why would they change things now? Not wanting to think up any reasons to fracture her brittle confidence, she pushed the thoughts from her mind. Inside the truck, an identical bench ran down either side. Jessica stayed standing, reluctant to get comfortable. Heavy black boots clattered up onto the metal floor pan, the soldiers' bulky frames forcing Jessica to take a seat as they crammed in around her. The leader, who'd manhandled her, sat nearest the cab and banged a gloved fist on the metal panel, signaling to the driver they were ready to leave. The vehicle rolled back and then executed a tight 6-point turn, while Jessica looked out of the small rectangular opening between the tailgate and canvas roof. She felt a wash of emotions when Eric came into view, still standing in the same position, with the cigar smoker and his friend for company. He looked as forlorn as Jessica felt. Seeing her, he raised his hand in farewell, and Jessica waved back as the truck moved off into the dark, snowy forest. She watched until a bend in the road obstructed her view. With her young German friend no longer visible, she was left with only the grim, silent, masked men around her for company in a new and wholly unwanted reality. The journey into the depths of the snowbound forest went on and on, the endless bouncing and jolting almost hypnotic as Jessica rocked around inside the vehicle. 4 hours must have passed, and the truck now crept up an ever-increasing incline, the rocky road turning treacherous. Jessica guessed they were still inside Germany, although she couldn't be sure. The duration of her enforced sedation could have lasted for hours or even days, for all she knew. She could even be on another continent. The soldiers around her spoke little during the drive, and to her not at all. Up and up they climbed, and Jessica's clothing, which she'd stolen from the house back in the small town of Aalen, did little to keep out the freezing temperatures. With her teeth chattering, her sporadic shivering had become uncontrollable, the now continuous movement bringing the attention of one of the men upon her. "Sie hat den Tod einfrieren," the man said to his superior. Jessica barely heard him. "Ach!" The leader stood up, took off his coat, and pulled it around Jessica's small shoulders. Crouching down in front of her, he did up the zipper, and then vigorously rubbed her frost-nipped fingers before breathing onto them, his own hands cupped around them, trying to increase the warmth and blood flow. After a while of this treatment, the tips of her fingers regained some feeling, sharp pains and tingling sensations confirming they hadn't become frostbitten. He then switched his attention to her arms and legs. "Danke schön," Jessica said. Her teeth still chattered a little, but her shivering had subsided. The man nodded to her before sitting back down, leaving Jessica wrapped in his thick, warm coat. Not much more time passed before the truck ground to a halt, the steep topography finally becoming too great for the vehicle to go any further. The men around her clambered out and hopped down to the ground. One of them held out a hand, which Jessica refused, opting to get out under her own steam. Torches were switched on one by one until 5 beams of light radiated out into the mountainous landscape around them. The great trunks of many conifers, their bark coated with ice and snow, could be seen disappearing into the darkness, like many immobile giants standing to attention and awaiting orders from an otherworldly, omnipotent source. As one, the men moved away from the truck and on up into the forest. Jessica, encouraged to move into their midst, glanced back to see the relative security of the truck vanishing from sight. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, not relishing trekking through the uninviting wilderness. "Wo bringen Sie mich?" No one answered her, but she didn't have to wait long before they came across a small yellow tent hidden amongst the trees and boulder-strewn forest floor. From within this tiny haven emanated a bright, warm glow. In the centre and at its peak a chimney poked out, puffs and wisps of smoke swirling up into the starless heavens. All but one of the men bypassed this oasis, the leader of the troop stopping to hold Jessica back and reclaim his coat. "Warten im Inneren." He pointed to the tent, let go of her arm, and turned to leave. "Stop," she said in German. "Where are you going?" "We're continuing on. You need to wait in the tent. Someone will meet you inside." "What's this all about?" she asked. But he was already walking away, following his men up into the mountains. Confused, Jessica unfastened the tent flap and ducked inside, quickly closing the opening behind her to preserve the hot air within. The tent was larger than it had appeared from the outside. A small chimney had been erected in the middle, powered by a wood-burning stove, cunningly constructed to prevent any flames or sparks igniting the padded floor under and around it. It was the wavering light from this fire that had glowed so invitingly from without. At the back lay an unfurled sleeping bag, its crumpled creases and central indentation indicating it had recently been used by its owner. As minutes turned to hours, Jessica made herself comfortable, enjoying the warmth that eroded the chill that had pervaded every fibre of her clothing and body. Feeling filthy and unwashed in her ill-fitting clothes, she tried her best to clean herself up, combing her tresses with her nails and wiping her face with hastily collected snowmelt. A while later the tent flap rustled before flopping open to reveal a man in a thick, bright orange jumpsuit. He had a pale yet jovial, wind-burned face framed by a tight-fitting fur-lined hood. "Ah, hello," the man said upon seeing her. "You've come a long way," he continued in German. "I hope they didn't treat you too badly." Jessica sat up straighter as he entered the tent. "Who are you?" "What? Didn't they explain?" "No, why would they, any of them?" Looking annoyed, he took off his thick orange mittens and put his hands out to the stove, rubbing them together for extra warmth. "My name is Franz. And you are Jessica Klein, no?" Jessica nodded. "But I don't understand any of this. I was imprisoned, drugged, and then driven out here, wherever here is." "Imprisoned? Drugged? Oh, dear. That is not good. Not good at all. Those people are thieves and criminals, not to be trusted, the whole lot of them. Some, I think, are linked with a terrorist group out of the Middle East, the People's Arabian Militia. Perhaps you've heard of them." Jessica shook her head. "No, you surprise me, a woman of the news such as yourself. But then these are dark times, full of censorship and oppression. Things are not like they were. They are kept hidden, secret. That is why the likes of me end up rubbing shoulders with the likes of them. Dark days indeed." "So where are we, and who were those soldiers? They weren't terrorists." "We are in the northern reaches of the Alps in Austria," Franz said, "and those soldiers were most definitely not terrorists, but troops from the German army, moonlighting, if you will, across borders." "So why am I here? What's all this about?" Franz gave her an odd look. "You don't know, but you must know. He told me you knew." "Who told you I knew what?" "The man who set up this meeting, of course. DMI. Da muss ich." Chapter 40. Jessica stared at Franz in disbelief. "Da muss ich set up this meeting? Bick, the cyber-terrorist?" "Yes, it has been arranged for some time. He didn't tell you?" Jessica thought back to her brief conversations with Bick via the computer, some of her memories still jumbled from whatever powerful drug the kidnappers had pumped into her. "He did mention something about meeting a GMRC insider," she said, "but that was before he betrayed us, before we were taken captive." "There is someone else with you?" Franz asked in concern. "I can only get access for one person, no more. 2 would be an impossibility." Frowning and disregarding his question, Jessica rubbed her temples, trying to piece together the disjointed puzzle in her mind. "You're the man who works on the classified program, aren't you?" A section snapped into place. "The insider who can tell me the truth about the GMRC and what they're hiding." Franz smiled at her. "Do you want to see?" he said, a twinkle in his eye. Jessica traipsed through the freezing Austrian alpine forest, dressed in bright orange clothing, provided for her by Franz, who, a few steps ahead, with a torch in his hand, guided her to a destination that would finally reveal the GMRC's most secret of truths. What that would be she could only guess at, but the anticipation was palpable and increased with every step she took. They'd been walking for a couple of hours, and Jessica's tired limbs vied with a thirst for water to see which could exact on her the most discomfort. After cresting a ridge and dropping down into a valley, Jessica thought she glimpsed lights in the distance through the trees, lots and lots of lights. A deep rumbling noise built in the skies overhead, getting louder and louder until a deafening roar shot past, disturbing the snow-clad treetops. Another high-speed Sabre fighter followed in its wake, both heading down the valley at frightening speed. "Air patrols," Franz said over his shoulder, dislodged snow falling around them in the torchlight. "Regular as clockwork. Nothing moves down here without them knowing about it."
"What about us?" Jessica asked. "They know we're here?"
"Of course. I should know. It's part of my job. I work in the security center."
"Security center for what?"
"You'll see."
Jessica stifled an angry retort. Franz, while amiable, was certainly not forthcoming about what he was taking her to see, putting her off with ambiguities which seemed to amuse his penchant for the dramatic. With the trees thinning, the slope bottomed out to a gravel and slate-laden basin. Encircling this massive clearing stood a chain of mighty floodlights, higher than the trees that encircled them. At the far end of the valley a monstrous wall stretched across like an enormous uncoiled snake that had been turned to glistening grey stone, its petrified carcass serving others in its death. A resonating hum made Jessica turn to see 5 tandem coaxial rotor helicopters skimming in low over the trees before crossing the large open expanse and moving on towards the distant monolithic wall. Each of these black aircraft bore the gleaming white logo of her nemesis, the power-hungry and out-of-control behemoth, the GMRC. Further along, after walking around a tiny portion of the basin's edge, which resembled the shallow pit of an open mine, they reached a small white building. Next to this stood an open-top vehicle, a kind of dune buggy with massive oversized wheels and a transparent shell. They climbed into the front seats, the edges of the low-profile tires, now higher than their heads, and a bright blue head-up display blazed to life on the front windscreen. Pressing a touch button, Franz started the electric engine and drove them towards the activity around the wall. He passed her a red hard hat. "Put this on," he said, still speaking in German. She put on the helmet, and he followed suit, his own helmet white. "And you'll need this." He dangled a metallic badge on a chain before her, the cold wind whipping at it through the open vehicle. Accepting the proffered lanyard, Jessica inspected the curious design of the accompanying card. The GMRC logo was engraved in the top right-hand corner, and on the left was her facial image and her pseudonym, Eliza Sterling, the name her deceased friend and colleague Martin had given her prior to her leaving England. Putting the chain around her neck, Jessica felt a certain amount of trepidation as the wall grew nearer. The astounding structure must have been over 100 foot high and bristled with lights all along its formidable length. She could see now that it wasn't a barrier, but an enclosure, the sides at each end curving round and out of sight. Bouncing along in the buggy, they skimmed along next to the wall. Armed soldiers could be seen patrolling, high above on top. The sentries wore white balaclavas and identical clothing to the men who had escorted her to the meeting with Franz. An entrance through the wall came into view, and Franz turned to her. "When we get inside, let me do all the talking. You're a security inspector from another facility and are there to observe only." "What facility?" she asked, alarmed by the lack of detail to her cover story. "They won't ask." He slowed the vehicle. "They're not allowed to know." "Convenient," she said. He flashed her a smile that looked more like a grimace. "That card is all you need. Damus, ich, and I have ensured your entry will go unnoticed. As long as we keep to the plan, nothing will go wrong." "I've heard that before," Jessica muttered under her breath. "Act natural," he said, the vehicle stopping on a flat piece of concrete. "Here we go." Here we go where? Jessica thought.
The imposing gates in front of them still stood tightly closed, with no sign of opening. The futuristic buggy rocked as the ground beneath them shifted. Slabs of concrete reared up all around, and they sank into the earth, their descent giving the impression that the wall rose higher above them. The platform shuddered to a halt, revealing a road ahead blocked off by a substantial metal barrier that protruded from its tarmac surface. On either side, a team of grey-garbed men and women emerged from glass-partitioned offices built into the super-sophisticated underground security checkpoint. Some scanned the exterior and interior of the vehicle, while others ran France's and Jessica's identity badges through a handheld computer, even stopping to take DNA and hair samples from each of them. Jessica hoped France and Pick had done a good job at gaining her access. She could see herself locked up permanently if her deception was exposed. The security personnel were apparently satisfied with their checks, and France rolled the car forwards and onto another platform. A large rectangular scanner rose out of the floor, its metal frame zipping up and down and around them at a frenetic pace, a plethora of crystal blue, laser-like lights covering every inch of the buggy and its passengers with their pervasive fan-shaped beams. "Put this on." Franz handed her a small face mask, the two small discs on the front marking it as a piece of breathing apparatus. Jessica did so just before a white light above shone down on them, and jets of warm mist blasted over every inch of the vehicle like some out-of-control, ultra-high-tech car wash. Once this process had subsided, the buggy and their bright orange outfits glistened with a fine film of residue. A loud buzzer blared out, and the metal barrier sank into the floor, allowing France to drive over it and down a long, brightly lit tunnel. When they emerged from below ground onto a raised, single-lane road, Jessica caught her breath. The panorama before her was awe-inspiring to behold. Above, a transparent covering stretched away in all directions. Travelling further in, Jessica could tell that this massive see-through dish, if viewed outside from the air, would resemble a funnel, similar to the end of a wind instrument like a tuba, but with the hole in the middle being much smaller and the curve shallower. Below the elevated highway, Jessica could see that this gargantuan, shielded indoor area, a few miles across, had indeed been built over an open mine. The huge pit descended in great steps of rock hewn from the earth's crust. Down and down they went, each level supporting a whole host of pipework and cabling, ranging in diameter from the size of a person's arm to the width of a large house. All around, a web of interconnecting turbines powered the facility, their giant, bulging shells arranged in a series of systems so complex it boggled the mind just to look at. Throughout this structure, people could be seen carrying out their duties, all wearing the appropriate hard hats and various coloured coveralls, perhaps denoting their specific department or team. At the epicentre of this mass of activity, a towering structure thrust up from deep underground, creating the supporting hub for the vast, translucent, inverted funnel dome around it. The top of this central tower also extended above the dome itself, cutting a path to the air outside. From her vantage point inside the buggy, Jessica saw that numerous circular platforms sprouted from the sides of the building, many of them occupied by the large black helicopters she'd seen only a short while before. "Is it safe to speak in here?" Jessica asked as the road spiraled in towards the centre. France glanced at her. "Yes, while we are in the car, anyway." "What is this place for? It's huge. All these people, equipment, machines." "This is not huge. Just wait. You'll see. Look, we are almost there." Jessica looked to her right as they neared the tower. During their drive inside, they had gradually been descending. The surface now lay hundreds of feet above them. The wall that stretched around the outside so far away it looked small when viewed through the transparent funnel overhead. Franz slowed the vehicle, directing it inside one of many small external carports built onto the side of the structure. Powering down the car, they both got out onto a smooth metal floor and walked into the building through a wide-open arch. "Good morning, Franz Weber. Eliza Sterling," an automated female voice said as they passed inside, a red laser scanning them both while on the move. "Welcome." Ensuring she kept her thoughts to herself now they were inside, Jessica looked around the interior. Wide, oval-shaped corridors, fanned out in every direction, comprising frosted glass floors and thick, durable, gloss-white composite wall mouldings. It was a pleasing fusion of aesthetic design and functional austerity. Continuing down one of these passageways, Franz and Jessica, still wearing their respective hard hats, found themselves engulfed in a hive of activity as they cut through a bustling control room. Controlling what, Jessica wasn't quite sure, but wall screens and complicated projections adorned every surface. Franz stopped soon after to converse at length with a man holding a clipboard, his grey uniform embroidered with a black version of the GMRC's logo. Nearby, Jessica stood trying to look inconspicuous. Apparently satisfied with whatever Franz had told him, the official walked away, giving Jessica a nod in passing, which she returned, along with a smile that felt more like a rictus grin than a friendly gesture. Setting off again, Franz led her through a series of turns, culminating in a breathtaking circular atrium, the centre dominated by a huge open shaft as wide as a football pitch, and containing a single, equally monstrous, multi-floored platform surrounded by an abundance of complex machinery. "Is this what I think it is?" Jessica said, keeping her voice low. "It is okay to speak freely again," Franz told her, "but if you're thinking it's a subterranean lift shaft and accompanying elevation transport module, then yes, that is exactly what it is." "But it's so big?" "Yes." "It's a matter of logistics." Franz ushered her to a far smaller human-sized lift at the atrium's edge. Entering it, he pressed a button. If you have a lot of material to move, you need something big to move it with. A high-pitched whine indicated the elevator moved down at speed, Jessica spying on an interior panel the words "vacuum lift." The sound stopped and the doors opened to reveal an astounding sight. "Now that is big," Franz said, moving out into by far the largest indoor area Jessica had ever seen. They stood on a metal gangway, suspended high up on the other side of an outer wall. The huge lift shaft they had seen above cut through this section and continued its way down, unhindered, destination unknown. What so amazed her, however, was that it wasn't the only shaft in sight. Miles apart, separated by the mother of all loading bays, other lift shafts could be seen in the far distance. On this great floor, huge vehicles, themselves dwarfed by the warehouse in which they operated, loaded and unloaded all manner of containers. "This is incredible." Jessica was awestruck. Franz nodded. "The structure you saw on the surface is one of many. They all meet here underground, and then continue on down to the main complex below." Jessica stood there for some moments, taking it all in. "I'm sorry, what?" she said, realizing what he'd just said. "This isn't the main complex?" Franz grinned at her. "This," he gestured with a hand at the immense area before them. "No, this is just a staging area. It's small in comparison to what lies beneath." "Small?" Jessica said. "Yes. Look here." He guided her to a schematic attached to a nearby wall. "This is one of the surface structures, where we entered." He pointed at a small disc shape near the top of the diagram. "Here," he said, indicating a larger area below, "is where we are now, and this," he continued, his finger drawing her eyes further down to the bulk of the diagram, "is the main facility." Jessica looked at it, finding it hard to comprehend the sheer scale of it. "But what is it? What's it for?" "That," Franz said, looking proud, "is EUSB Deutschland."
Chapter 41. EUSB. Jessica noticed a curious emblem in the bottom right-hand corner of the wall diagram. EUSB Deutschland. European Union Subterranean Base, Franz said, before a beeping alarm alerted him to his computer phone. "Time's up, we need to go." "But I need to see more." Reluctant, Jessica followed him back to the vacuum lift. "That's all I can show you. I don't have clearance to go down into the main structure, not yet, anyway." "But you will?" "Yes, in less than 12 months now, I get to go." Having had to stay quiet while they journeyed back through the tower complex, Jessica was full of questions when they returned to the buggy, questions that Franz, frustratingly, didn't seem to be able to answer. As they exited the base by a different route, thankfully, without hindrance, Jessica pressed him further for information. "But you must know why it was built," she said, as they bounced along over rough terrain in the transparent vehicle. Franz scratched his chin. "Well, for protection against the fallout from AG5, for sure. The GMRC told us that AG5 wasn't that great a threat," Jessica said. "And it wasn't," Franz replied. "We're still here, aren't we?" Jessica thought for a moment. "True, unless the fallout is going to be worse than predicted, or worse than we were led to believe. I think that must be it. That's why they're siphoning off all the water and food. This is where it's going, to this base." She paused. "But no, even a place as large as that couldn't take all the world's resources. There's no way." "This isn't the only base," Franz said. "As I told you before, you're supposed to be from another facility, and by this I mean another EUSB." Jessica was dumbfounded. "How many of those things are there?" "That I know of? At least 6 in Europe. I guess the Americans and Chinese have similar projects underway." "Then that must be it. AG5 has caused more problems than they expected, and these bases are to provide shelter for those lucky enough to be inside, leaving everyone else to fend for themselves on the surface as civilization collapses in on itself." Franz didn't respond to her theories. Jessica continued to deliberate as they dropped off the buggy and made their way back to the tent, once more plunged into darkness with only torches to guide their way. Another hard slog through the freezing conditions ensued, until at last they reached the welcome shelter of the tent. Back in relative warmth, Jessica realized, while she may have found out the disturbing truth hidden by the GMRC, she had failed to document it as Bick had required. She said as much to Franz, who allayed her fears. "That's been taken care of," he said. "I've already recorded footage over a number of months and have passed this to Da muss ich. He needed you to see it for yourself, to give credence to your findings." "How long have you known Bick Da muss ich?" she asked as she changed back into her other clothing. "Many years now." He turned his back so as to afford her some privacy. "He came to me when I had reached my lowest ebb, my darkest hour. He gained my confidence, and over time I came to trust him like a brother. We worked together so I could infiltrate this facility, and that was 10 years ago now. He has great foresight and a sense of purpose I have rarely seen." "Have you ever met him? In person, I mean?" "No, not once, in all that time. He says it would be too dangerous for both of us to know his real identity." Jessica could understand that. Such a disclosure would also destroy the anonymity he had worked hard for so long to maintain.
Pondering on what she'd learned, she'd devoured some food and water left by the soldiers during one of their security sweeps, which left her feeling sufficiently refreshed to start the final leg back to the road with France once again acting as her escort. Reaching the stony dirt track, Jessica was pleased to see the same military vehicle that had dropped her off was standing waiting, ensuring she didn't have to wait around in the Arctic conditions. Thanking Franz for his help and giving him a brief hug in parting, Jessica climbed into the front of the truck at the driver's instigation. The journey back through the forest was considerably more pleasant than the previous trip, as she now enjoyed the luxury of a heated compartment. She even managed to drift off to sleep before being nudged awake by the soldier next to her. "They are ready for you," he said. Jessica looked with weary eyes to see a group of people in the road ahead, the light from the truck highlighting them against the white van beyond. Thanking the driver, she got out, and with apprehension walked to meet the 3 Middle Eastern terrorists France had told her belonged to the People's Arabian Militia. The leader, whom she'd had the unpleasant privilege of meeting before, opened the rear of the vehicle, and she got in without a word. The door closed behind her, the noise of the bolt sliding into place, and catches clipping down, announcing she'd been sealed inside. "Eric?" She searched the rear of the truck, but he wasn't in there. Worrying about his safety, she settled down as the truck moved off over the uneven terrain. The journey back to the terrorists' headquarters lasted about an hour. Then the truck stopped, and Jessica was led back into the monastery she'd grown all too accustomed to during her time in confinement. Corralled into a back room on the first floor, she felt overjoyed to see Eric. "Jessica, am I glad to see you?" He gave her a warm embrace. "I wondered if I'd see you again." "Tell me about it. How's the memory?" she asked. "Better, but I'm not sure why they drugged me in the first place, to be honest. If I wasn't going with you to wherever you went, they might as well have left me here." Jessica took a seat at a rickety wooden table. "I guess they didn't want to leave you on your own, or they didn't realize only one of us could go." Eric shrugged, his face non-committal. "So where did you go?" he asked, intrigued. "When those goons brought me back, they finally let slip that Darmus Ich had arranged a meeting for you. Turns out he didn't betray us after all, eh?" "Looks that way. I don't go much on his choice of partners, though. The guy I met told me they're connected to a Middle Eastern terrorist cell." "That explains a lot." He sat down opposite her. "As to where I went, you won't believe it." Eric looked at her expectantly, but before she could regale him with tales of the amazing things she'd seen, they heard people coming up the stairs. A group of men stormed into the room, at their head the terrorist leader.
"Sauf tasjil, el fidio biernesbil na Ellen."
He waved a small video camera in her face. Jessica didn't understand.
"You record video for us now,"
another man translated, Jessica recognizing him as the cigar smoker from her trip. "Video?" She looked from him to the irate leader and back again. The leader shoved the camera into the hands of another of his cohorts, then grabbed Eric's arm, pulled him out of the chair, and pushed the designated cameraman down in his place, gesturing at him expansively while spouting a stream of instructions to him in Arabic. The man with the camera pointed it in Jessica's direction, and then a little red light appeared on one side of it, indicating he'd started it working. The leader then thrust a sheet of paper under Jessica's nose and pointed at it, demanding something from her in his unfathomable language. "You want me to read this?" She ran her eyes over the paper.
"Yes, read to camera,"
the translator said. Having read through it, she pushed it away. "I'm not reading that."
"Ma,"
the leader asked his translator. The cigar smoker relayed what she'd said, which didn't seem to go down well.
"Tekralan."
Wild-eyed, he pushed the paper back towards her. "No," Jessica shoved the paper away again and looked at the cigar smoker. "I'm not reading out a list of his demands, nor will I condemn my country's actions on his say-so. Besides, I'm a disgraced newsreader. No one will want to listen to what I've got to say." The leader received the translation and became, if anything, even more incensed. "You do what you promised. We kept our side of the bargain," the English-speaking terrorist relayed to her. "That was the deal." His leader rattled off another barrage of angry words, pointing at Eric, and the man continued the translation. "And da muss ich tells us people will listen to you. You read, or we kill your friend."
"What?"
Jessica and Eric said in unison.
"I agreed to no such thing."
Jessica half stood in protest and was immediately forced back down by a man behind her. "Tell him I didn't agree to this. Tell him!" The man told his boss what she'd said, but he threw a hand in the air dismissively before rattling off his retort. "You didn't agree, but da muss ich did. He said you would read. That is why we agreed to help you. You read, or your friend dies." Jessica looked to Eric in despair as the leader held out a hand and was given a pistol by one of his men.
"Wait," she said. "Let me speak to Bick. Da muss ich. Let me speak to him."
The terrorists had a heated discussion, and then one of the men left the room. He returned shortly after with Eric's touch-screen device, which she had used to speak with Bick during their escape from Berlin. The man placed it on the desk in front of her. She looked at it before typing in a question.
"Bick, you promised I would read out their statement?"
"Yes," came the immediate response.
"I can't read it out."
"Pass the device to their leader." Jessica handed the screen to the leader, who snatched it from her grasp. Jessica looked at Eric, who was justifiably worried. Not much time passed before the terrorist threw the touch screen back onto the table, pointed his gun at Eric, and fired.
"No!"
Jessica screamed. Eric slumped to the floor, blood smeared on the wall above him. "Read," the leader said to her in English, cocking the hammer as he did so. She hesitated, and the gun fired again. Chapter 42. Jessica looked in shock at the smoke rising from the end of the terrorist's handgun. She looked down at her chest. No blood spot appeared, and she felt no pain anywhere. He'd missed on purpose. A warning shot. Before anything else happened, the touch screen bleeped, and Jessica instinctively picked it up to see what Bick had said. It was in Arabic, but as she watched, another message appeared in English. A single word. "Duck."
"Duck?"
she thought, her mind in turmoil. A bright light and a deep hum from outside the first-floor window caught everyone's attention. More guns were drawn, and Jessica threw herself to the floor. The windows shattered, and thunderous gunfire tore into the room. Jessica covered her head with her arms as the onslaught continued, glass and shell casings raining down around her, and almost as soon as it had begun the noise ceased, only the light and hum remained, and the occasional tinkle of glass dropping to the floor. Jessica raised her head to see that all the terrorists were dead, and the room riddled with holes. Getting up, she couldn't help but notice a large black drone hovering at the window. On its front, a stark white GMRC logo. Unthinking, she rushed to Eric's side. Putting 2 fingers to his neck, she was relieved to feel a strong, steady pulse. He opened his eyes. "Jessica?" "Yes, I'm here." She checked for the wound and saw blood on his right thigh. Probing with her fingers, she located the hole and tore open his trouser leg to reveal the damage. "It doesn't look too bad." Her experience as a roving war reporter in her younger days stood her in good stead to make such judgment calls. Moving his leg, making him groan in pain, she confirmed her first thought. "It's a through and through," she said, more to herself than him. Moving away, she took a belt from one of the terrorists' bodies. Returning to Eric, she wrapped it tight, extracting an agonized cry from her young patient. With difficulty, due to her small stature and his height, she helped Eric over to the table and the one remaining intact chair. The drone that had come to their rescue still hovered outside the room, lights ablaze. A beep from the touch screen, which had somehow survived the brief firefight, made Jessica turn it over. "Jessica Klein, bring Eric to the drone. You don't have much time." "Much time for what?" "The GMRC will be with you shortly." "How did they know we were here? Why did they help us?" She was fearful of getting assistance from anything branded with the GMRC logo. "They aren't helping you. I am. I hijacked their drone. They know you are there, as I told them." "What? Why?" "Because I didn't know if I could save you. The terrorists are unpredictable, and I needed to ensure yours and Eric's survival. Redundancy. Now, hurry, get onto the drone." Pocketing the screen, she helped Eric get back up and over to the window. The hovering black drone moved closer to the building, the backdraft from its enclosed twin rotors whisking up her hair in the process. Trying not to look down, she stepped onto the window ledge, Eric managing to get up alongside. "I'm not sure I can do this," Jessica said to Eric over the noise. In no fit state to contribute, Eric gave her a weak smile of support. As she looked out of the first-floor window, the sound of approaching vehicles drew her eyes to the left and then to the right. 2 convoys converged on the building, and in the distance a helicopter approached. The GMRC had arrived. Grabbing Eric firmly around the waist, she braced herself. "On 3, she said. Eric nodded. 1, 2, 3! They leapt out into the air and dropped down onto the drone, which fell a few feet as it compensated for the extra weight. Gripping onto the central body of the machine for dear life, her other arm holding Eric in a death grip, Jessica repositioned them both into a more secure position. With their enemy closing in, the drone's blades angled them away from the monastery and propelled them with gathering speed out over the surrounding rooftops and off into the night. With Eric by her side, Jessica skimmed across the Stuttgart skyline on board the GMRC drone controlled by the hacker Bick. In the moonless sky, the snow-laden streets and buildings seemed picture-perfect, the lights in and around them shining clear and bright. As far as the eye could see, powdery white ice crystals created beautiful, smooth, mushroom-topped sculptures from otherwise mundane, lifeless drudgery. In the air, however, this idyllic setting was brutal, the bitter wind stealing away the breath of those travelling through it unprotected. The craft banked left to avoid a tall tower block, making Jessica grimace when Eric's weight threatened to break her hold on him. With her hands and face going numb, relief washed over her when the drone decreased its forward trajectory and flew down to hover over a single-story structure draped in a white cocoon of innumerable snowflakes. The turbine-esque rotor blades, channeling their concentrated vortices downwards, cleared a convenient path for Jessica to jump down onto. Eric, looking pale and weak, slid off the drone, barely keeping his feet as he settled next to her on the flat rooftop. No sooner had they disembarked than the drone's blades spun up faster, launching it up and away, to disappear into the night. Jessica, half carrying Eric, guided them towards a rectangular structure which contained a door. Pulling her coat over her exposed hand, she pulled the metal handle down. A digital lock that had been showing a red light clicked to green, and the door opened. They entered and closed the door behind them, then made their way down some stairs and into a cozy apartment. Heaters had pre-warmed the rooms to a degree over toasty. Jessica's first responsibility was to dress Eric's injury. A few hours later, she'd managed to stitch his leg with supplies she'd found in a medical cabinet before putting him to bed to rest. Whose home this was she had no clue, but it was currently unclaimed, and right now she felt too tired to care. Sitting down on a comfortable sofa, she plopped the touch screen onto her lap and closed her eyes. Jessica woke to a persistent vibration, unaware of how much time had passed. The portable computer had slipped from her lap as she slept, and now lay next to her leg, the big display flashing in time to its alert. Picking it up, she read a message from Bick. "We need to talk." "I wondered when you'd get back in touch," she wrote, before remembering she could speak into the screen. Selecting the button Eric had shown her previously, her expression turned angry. "I don't appreciate being thrown to the wolves. Those terrorists could have killed us both." "I am sorry, Jessica Klein, truly. They were the only people willing and capable of taking you to Franz Weber." "I'm beginning to wonder whose side you're really on." "I am against the GMRC." "You called the GMRC." "I had no choice." On seeing those words, she had an epiphany. "You alerted the GMRC to our presence at the library, didn't you? There was no hidden program on Eric's system. It was you all along." Jessica waited for the response, her anger increasing with each passing moment. "Please don't tell Eric. He will never forgive me." And there it was, an instant confession. Jessica ground her teeth and looked heavenward. She'd been played this whole time. Returning her gaze to the screen, she spoke again. "I won't tell him, but not for your sake." "Has anything you've said been true? Was Martin really murdered? Was I really classed as a suicide risk? Are you even who you say you are?" "I am who I am, but you are right to question me. You were not deemed a suicide risk, but your old producer was killed." "Why? Why did you manipulate me?" "I need you, Jessica Klein. You are my eyes and ears. You are my conduit to the people. I had to get you to go to Berlin, and I then had to make sure you went to Stuttgart. You would not have listened otherwise." "I might have done, and if you need me so badly, you're going the wrong way about earning my trust." The hacker didn't reply, and Jessica wondered if he'd logged off the system. His silence served to add fuel to the fire of her simmering fury at having been deceived. A minute later the screen pinged, and a new message appeared. "Did you enjoy your visit to EUSB Deutschland?" "Unbelievable," she muttered to herself. "Where? Oh, you mean the place you got me to visit under false pretenses?" "Your tone suggests you are still angry with me." "No shit, Sherlock." "I have something which may cheer you up." No sooner had she read Bick's message than a picture materialized onto the screen, instantly altering her mood. Framed at the doorstep of a house she vaguely recognized was her husband, Evan, and peering out from behind him the beautiful faces of her daughters, Victoria and Daniela. The photo fluctuated, the scene rewinding before beginning to move. It was footage from a TV camera, along with an audio track. "And you don't know where your wife is?" someone was saying, a microphone thrust forwards under Evan's nose, Victoria and Daniela no longer in the shot.
"Not at this time," he said, "but she has reassured me she is completely innocent of the crimes attributed to her. My wife is the most honest, law-abiding and hard-working woman I know. The sheer notion of her taking money to slander the GMRC is preposterous. The video evidence has clearly been falsified in attempt to discredit her claims." Jessica watched, her heart soaring in pride and love for her husband as he defended her honor. "He must have decided to speak to the press to clear my name," she realized. "I see," the reporter said. "But what do you say to the majority of people, and I class myself as one, who say that your wife's claims about some kind of conspiracy are quite frankly absurd, and her disappearance an affirmation of guilt?" Jessica's heart sank as Evan floundered on air against the biased interviewer. Near the end of the recording, her daughters came into view, and Evan was quick to shepherd them back inside what she now saw was her in-law's house. The footage ended, and Jessica received another message from Bick.
Your loved ones are safe and well."
His motives may be questionable, but a brief glimpse of her family had indeed tempered her mood, regardless of the continuing difficulties they faced. "Thank you," she said grudgingly. "As to EUSB Deutschland, it was an enlightening experience. I now know the truth."
"Tell me."
"The world's stockpiles of food and water are being transferred to colossal subterranean facilities all around the globe," she told him. "France says there are 6 in Europe alone, and I find it hard to believe the Americans and Chinese haven't done likewise. Everyone on the surface will be left to fight it out in a survival of the fittest, while below the lucky few will continue to live in relative safety until the dust cloud dissipates and the planet's ecosystems return to normal."
"But do you know why?"
"Because the fallout from the asteroid AG5 was worse than forecast, or greater than they would have us believe."
"Good. You have done well."
"So what happens now? You do a global hack and release your playground software thingamajig, and then I tell the world what's really happening?"
"It's not as simple as that."
"Why not?"
"There is something missing. My computations don't add up. This is not the whole truth."
"What other truth could there be?"
"I'm unsure. That is what is concerning me."
"I thought you knew the whole truth,"
she said, infuriated. "I know one truth, not all truths."
"Oh, for heaven's sake! This truth is enough. We need to tell people now before it's too late."
"No, we wait. The GMRC are gearing up for something soon, something big. I am close to finding out what. Since AG5 impacted, even the GMRC are finding it difficult to keep information contained."
"Can you at least help me contact my family? I need to speak to my husband."
"You seek to warn him. I understand, but it is too risky, dangerous even. The GMRC will be watching them. Even for me, it would be impossible to instigate contact without them knowing."
Jessica's thoughts were bitter. "So you say."
"I know you no longer trust me, but what I say is true."
"So what's with you and the GMRC anyway? When did you first realize something wasn't quite right?" she asked, changing the subject for her own sanity. "France said you've been working with him for 10 years. He said you're extremely motivated and dedicated. That kind of commitment comes from somewhere."
Vic didn't reply at first, the cursor on the small screen blinking on and off as she waited for an answer. The screen bleeped, and another message appeared. "I have always known something, as you put it, wasn't quite right. As to my motivations, they are many, but my goals are few." As ever, Bick revealed no more than he wanted to, the hacker's enigmatic persona remaining firmly intact.
"So what do we do next? If you want to wait, how long for? I'm not hanging around indefinitely on your say-so. I know enough to at least help my family."
"No, what you now know puts your family in far greater peril. The information you hold is something the GMRC will kill for to keep hidden. If they don't already know of your involvement in Germany, it will only be a matter of time before they do. You have never been in as much danger as you are now."
"Great. So I've got to stay here until you say otherwise. If you think that's going to happen, you don't know me at all."
"I know you better than you think, Jessica Klein. Get some sleep. I have something for you to see in the morning."
"Like what?" she said. But the screen had gone dark, the power turned off remotely by Bick. "Wonderful." She slumped back in her chair in defeat. "Just wonderful."
Chapter 43. FBI Special Agent Brett Taylor held a cocked and loaded gun to her abductor's head. Behind them, unconscious and tied up on the floor, lay his partner in crime, a man directly responsible for the murder of over 50 of Taylor's colleagues and countless more police officers and civilians, a man she also knew as father. The aging man before her, sweat glistening on his bespectacled and bearded face, appeared to be in some kind of catatonic shock, having seen his picture and learned of a $50 million reward for his capture on the news. Becoming the FBI's most wanted could dampen anyone's day. "Final chance," she told him between clenched teeth, pressing the gun harder against his head. "Tell me what you know, now." The man focused on her, a look of defeat stealing across his features. "I cannot." He closed his eyes. "Do as you will." The hand holding the gun trembled, and then shook as an internal battle raged within Taylor. The thirst for vengeance for her dead friends screamed at her to pull the trigger. "Pull it!" while her duty and training begged, pleaded with her not to. "Fuck!" She pointed the gun at the wooden ceiling and fired off 3 shots in sheer frustrated anger. The deafening noise in the enclosed quarters of the cellar made her ears ring. Unleashing a stream of curses, Taylor kicked the computer displaying the TV feed to the floor and walked away to lean against a wall. Hanging her head, her chest heaving, she sucked in great gulps of air to reduce the pent-up tension and masses of adrenaline that now coursed through her veins. Regaining some semblance of composure, she looked back to see the man she'd nearly killed watching her, his expression unfathomable. She knew with distressing certainty she'd been a hair's breadth away from ending his life, far too close to a line she'd promised herself never to cross. The reason for such a promise lying only a few feet away, bound and still comatose. Knowing the old-timer didn't represent any physical threat, Taylor moved to the other side of the room to retrieve her handcuffs. Returning with them, she grabbed the man's wrists and secured his hands behind his back, ratcheting the mechanism up nice and tight. "Brett," said a groggy voice, its familiarity freezing Taylor on the spot. "Release me." Turning slowly in trepidation, her gaze inexorably came to rest upon those unforgiving, penetrating and disturbing, ice-cold blue eyes. Eyes she hadn't seen since she was 12 years of age. Eyes that she'd hoped never to see again. "Release me," her father repeated, the ropes that held him creaking and groaning as he fought against them. Taylor's hand went to the gun tucked in her belt, the security of cold steel comforting in its dense solidity as her fingers wrapped around the grip. Aiming the weapon at Sampson, she felt an overwhelming compulsion to shoot. "Don't do something you'll regret," the old man said from behind her. "He's still your father." "Shut your mouth," she told him, but she lowered the pistol all the same. "You don't deserve a quick death," she said to Sampson. "Like your friend, you'll be tried, and then, God willing, your final days will be spent waiting for a lethal injection." Sampson glared at her, one eye bleary and bloodshot from the blow she'd dealt to his head. "You're making a mistake," he slurred, still clearly concussed. "Your life in danger." "Not any more, it's not." Taylor smiled in grim satisfaction and turned away to rummage in a large sack close by. Quickly tiring of searching through it, she upended it, sending its contents tumbling to the floor. Prodding at items with her foot, she soon spied what she was looking for, her computer phone, FBI badge, and service pistol. Scooping them up, she returned her sidearm to its holster and clipped her badge back onto her belt. Her phone had been smashed, she assumed, to prevent any signal from being traced. Looking around, she saw another phone on the floor next to the computer she'd all but destroyed earlier. Picking it up, she dialed her office. As she waited for an answer, the call redirecting to Washington, Sampson mustered another word. "Wait." "The time for waiting, father," she said, loading the last word with sneering contempt, has gone. Like a horde of angry hornets, the lights and sirens of emergency vehicles, helicopters, and drones descended on a little-used industrial park located in southwest Los Angeles. The area, once deserted, now throbbed with activity. LAPD, FBI, the National Guard, everyone was there, responding to a distress call they had all prayed for, but had never believed in a million years they'd receive. In the back of an ambulance, Brett Taylor received treatment from a paramedic for her minor injuries. In the surrounding area, police officers set up a cordon to halt the huge contingent of media crews that had also caught wind of the latest development in what had turned into an international incident. Despite her miraculous escape, Taylor still stewed over the words she'd heard spoken between her father and his companion. What secrets did they hold? Who were these hundreds of thousands of civilians in mortal danger, and why was the old coot willing to die rather than tell her? It made no sense at all. There was something about that old man. She didn't know what it was, but he had a way about him that spoke of power, a rare strength. He'd unnerved her, truth be told, and she wasn't one to be easily spooked. Knowing the riddle of this man wasn't about to be solved any time soon, her thoughts invariably switched to her father, or Major Sampson, as she'd once known him. Going by what she'd witnessed so far, the man hadn't changed one iota in the 14 years since she'd last had the displeasure of his company, that last time being her mother's funeral. Why he'd tracked her down now, she had no clue, but if there was any reason at all, why he'd taken it upon himself to tear apart her city, she was going to find out about it. That was before he paid for his crimes with his life. "You're all done here," the medic told her. "Try and rest that left arm if you can. It'll speed up the recovery." Thanking him, Taylor got down from the ambulance, the sling on her arm instantly hindering her ability to function. "I can't be doing with this," she thought. Slipping her arm out, she attempted to remove the blue padded support that had been secured over her shoulder with Velcro pads. "Agent Taylor," a man said, while she struggled to rid herself of the sling. "Not now," she said, without looking round. "Do you need some help?" "Get lost, will you?" Finally freeing herself, she turned. "I've just had a very bad day. Sir, She gawked at the sight of the director of the FBI, Patrick Flynn, and behind him a collective of D.C. agents. The balding FBI director shook her hand. "Agent, it's good to meet you. If I'm honest, I didn't expect we'd find you alive, let alone apprehending the men who'd taken you hostage. Outstanding work." Taylor felt a rush of pride. "Thank you, sir." "How did you do it? The report I've been given was a little sketchy on detail." "Luck and cunning, sir. Luck and cunning." The director smiled. "A healthy combination in any situation. What can you tell me about the terrorists?" She was unsure how to proceed. The last thing she wanted was her boss or anyone else finding out the mass murderer was her father. The director looked at her expectantly while she fumbled for the words to put behind a lie. Fortunately for Taylor, a timely distraction got her off the hook. 2 huge, black, tandem-rotored helicopters descended from the heavens, extracting themselves from the multitude of aircraft, manned and otherwise, that populated the dark skies above. The dust and debris kicked up by the massive downdrafts obliged people to cover their faces with hastily raised arms and hands. The man-made vortex subsided as the 2 craft touched down, their thunderous turbine engines cutting out on a command from their respective pilots. Taylor had been expecting to see FBI written in big white letters on the side of the aerial beasts. Instead, she was surprised to see the familiar GMRC logo emblazoned in similar fashion. What are they doing here? She wondered. The doors of the side of each craft slid back, and men in black suits and the green dress uniform of serving officers in the U.S. Army jumped out. Taylor watched with interest as they momentarily congregated and conferred before heading directly for her, the FBI director, and his agents. At their head strode a tall, thin man with greying hair and a pinched, angular face. Strangely, despite the darkness that continued day and night, this man still saw fit to wear a pair of dark sunglasses, as did some of those around him. This ought to be good, she thought, as they approached. "Ah, FBI Director Flynn," the man said, drawing to a halt in front of them. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Flynn's demeanor had transformed to one of guarded hostility. "Intelligence Director Joyner, this is not a national security matter. I'm afraid you've had a wasted journey." "I may be Director of National Intelligence," Joyner said, his nasal voice and superior tone already getting under Taylor's skin, "but I'm also, as I'm sure you're aware, a member of the GMRC Directorate. It's in that capacity that I'm here. I believe you have 2 of our personnel in your custody, and we're going to need you to hand them over. Immediately." "You've got a snowball's chance in hell of getting your hands on those 2 men," Flynn replied vehemently. "And if they're GMRC, as you say, then it's the GMRC we'll look to when laying the blame for the deaths of nearly 100 people, half of whom were my agents." "I'm sorry," Joyner said, looking anything but. "I don't think you comprehend the serious nature of the matter at hand. Those 2 men are in possession of valuable information way above your pay grade. Now, if you don't hand them over—" "Above my pay grade?" Flynn scoffed, cutting Joyner off. "Who the hell do you think you are, waltzing in here like King Canute? You do know the meteorites hit, or hadn't you noticed? The GMRC's job has been done. Your purported power will be vanishing any time soon. So why don't you toddle off and deal with dust clouds and rotting vegetables and leave the important stuff to the big boys?" Joyner stiffened at the belittling insult. Raising a gloved hand, he flipped up his shades to reveal clear lenses beneath and a pair of dark, gimlet-like eyes. "You forget yourself, Director," he said, his voice ice-cool but laced with venom. "You can only dream of the power I wield. Nations bend to my will. I can have you replaced within the day. In fact, I will have you replaced within the day. That is, unless you accept your error of judgment, which was no doubt induced by your limited intellect, and hand over our people." Taylor couldn't quite believe what she was hearing, gripped by every word and movement as 2 of the most powerful men in the country squared up to one another. Such conversations went down in the annals of folklore. This one might top the tree, and she had a ringside seat. Looking from one man to the other, she waited to see what would happen next. The FBI director, momentarily stunned by the retort, rallied and moved forwards to meet the challenge delivered by Joyner like a slap in the face, his expression fierce. "Delusions of grandeur have always been your problem," Flynn said, "and if you think you can bulldoze your way through me with ill-conceived threats, then it's your intelligence that's lacking. The GMRC doesn't have the unilateral support it once had. Word is on the Hill your precious council is losing political backing hand over fist. And while you're off playing God, I'm in Washington. By the way, have you seen the president lately?" Joyner sneered. "I'm well aware of your weekly tete-a-tetes with the commander-in-chief. If you think he can protect you, you're sorely mistaken." "I wonder what would happen," Flynn said, "if word got out that 2 mass murderers escaped justice due to an intervention by the GMRC, an intervention that was beyond their jurisdiction." The FBI director looked pointedly at the assembled media in the distance before turning back to Joyner.
Even worse, if it became known those two terrorists were actually in the employ of the GMRC itself. I imagine the civil unrest resulting from such a disclosure would pretty much destroy the tenuous hold the GMRC's precious protocols have on this country's citizens, an event that could even spark off revolts around the world. I wonder how long it would be after the story hit the headlines until the rest of the GMRC directorate had you voted off the council. 24 hours, maybe. That's a day, isn't it? Even with your control of the media, the story would spread like wildfire. In fact, Flynn looked exultant. I could guarantee it.
Disconcertingly, instead of turning a livid shade of purple at having been outmanoeuvred, Joyner smiled in return, the effect sickly, and Taylor thought quite repugnant. GMRC Population Control Protocol 395, Joyner said. Any person inciting civil unrest or the threat thereof will incur a fixed penalty of immediate incarceration. He turned to a black-suited man on his right. Myers, arrest FBI Director Flynn, if you will. The man nodded, took a pair of handcuffs out of his pocket, and advanced on Flynn. Taylor found herself, as did the other FBI agents around her, automatically drawing her weapon and pointing it at the man who attempted to arrest the director. Joyner's entourage responded, their own guns sliding out of their holsters with a whisper of metal on leather, and the click and clink of steel slides and triggers being brought to bear. "Gentlemen, please." One of the military officers stepped between the two factions, his hands raised. "Director," he continued, addressing Flynn, "you may know me. My name's General Donovan, Chief of the National Guard Bureau. One of the men you have in custody is a Special Forces colonel. I can assure you he will be court-martialed for his actions and sentenced appropriately for his crimes. However, he is a serving officer in our armed forces, and as such needs to be disciplined under due process outside of civilian courts." Flynn tore his eyes away from Joyner. "General, I appreciate your position, but I will be pushing for a full civilian trial through the Attorney General's office. Although, since double jeopardy isn't an issue between civilian and military courts, you're more than welcome to conduct your own trial once civilian proceedings have been completed." General Donovan's expression quickly altered as it dawned on him the FBI director wasn't about to listen to reason. "Don't concern yourself, General." Joyner gestured for his men to stand down. "There's more than one way to skin a cat. Isn't that so, Director Flynn?" The FBI director didn't reply to the ominous comment, opting to just glare at his adversary with poorly disguised hatred. A disturbance off to one side caught Taylor's attention. Turning, she saw a team of FBI agents and LAPD officers emerging from the abandoned warehouse she'd been in less than half an hour before. Accompanying them was Colonel Sampson, her father. Professor Steiner twisted his left shoulder in discomfort as he was led up the steps from the dingy warehouse cellar. The restraints bit into his wrists painfully, pinning his arms behind his back. Tripping, he stumbled and fell. Unable to break his fall, he cracked his head against a wall, fracturing a lens in his glasses in the process. "Get up, you fuck!" An LAPD officer dragged him back to his feet and shoved him forwards. Reaching the top of the staircase, Steiner could see the large form of Colonel Sampson a little way ahead of him, shackled in chains and a straitjacket, and guarded by a whole team of FBI agents. Blood trickled into the corner of Steiner's eye as he waddled on, the chains around his own ankles making walking difficult. "I must have cut my head," he thought in distraction, as he made his way out into the open air. When the strange procession appeared, lights shone down on it from every conceivable source, the cacophony of noise from those assembled predictably rambunctious. The onslaught of sound engulfed Steiner like a wave. Helicopters and drones hovered above, while police cars and FBI vehicles seemed to occupy every square foot of tarmac in the immediate vicinity. The group walked into an open area where two familiar black GMRC helicopters sat perched on the tarmac, their long static rotor blades splayed down like finger-thin petals weighed down at one end by invisible dewdrops. Steiner looked around, wondering if anyone he knew might somehow be able to rescue him from this ongoing nightmare. His eye twitching slightly, the steady stream of blood pooling in one corner, he stopped dead in his tracks and stared into the face of the man who had created all his woes, Malcolm Joyner. Bold as brass and large as life, the intelligence director locked eyes with him from 50 yards away. Steiner's blood boiled with a ferocity he'd never experienced before, his nemesis viewed through a veil of unadulterated rage and loathing. "Keep moving!" a policeman prodded him in the back. Steiner shuffled forwards, refusing to break eye contact with Joyner, as if he could will the man's death just by looking at him. Eventually he had to concede defeat, and he turned away while his handcuffs were removed before being bundled into the back of a secure prisoner transport. Now standing in the back of an armored truck, the reinforced metal doors slammed shut in Steiner's face, the locks outside secured with a sickening finality. Looking out through the tiny slit that served as a window, he could see the intelligence director walking back to his helicopters, their great engines powering up in a reverberating roar. The truck shuddered and then moved off. Instead of taking a seat, Steiner remained standing, putting his forehead to the door and watching as Joyner disappeared into his flying limousine. Behind Steiner, police car after police car, sirens whooping and lights flashing, followed him out of the industrial park in a long, victorious motorcade. But Steiner didn't have eyes for such things. His attention was focused on the first black helicopter to lift off from the ground. Its great bulk rose into the sky, the GMRC logo on its side pronouncing its invincibility, like the man that rode within it. Higher and higher the craft flew, and Steiner watched it all the way, until finally it disappeared from sight. Professor Steiner slumped down on a metal bench, his subconscious mind directing his right hand to the small band of gold encircling his wedding ring finger. Twisting the small circle of metal around and around in an endless loop, his considerable mind fixated on two things, and two things only: escape and retribution. "I'll make you pay for your sins," Steiner thought to himself, over and over like a mantra. "I'll make you pay for your sins, Malcolm Joyner," he whispered, before looking at his glinting gold wedding ring in despair. "Amelia," he said, closing his eyes, "I need you." Chapter 44. Jessica Klein awoke late morning, her small frame wrapped in a thick woolen blanket and curled up into a ball on the sofa where she'd fallen asleep the previous night. Yawning, she extended her arms above her head and sat up. Deciding to make use of the facilities available to her, she left the sofa and headed straight for the delightful bathroom she knew to be crammed full of luxury toiletries. A couple of hours later, after a sumptuous hot bath and the application of an inordinate amount of cream and moisturizer, Jessica raided the owner's ample supplies of beauty products to regain a sense of self she'd almost forgotten existed. She'd also managed to swap the stolen clothing of a teenage boy for the apparel of a woman of adequate taste and similar size, who apparently owned this small bungalow on the outskirts of Stuttgart. If Bick had somehow selected this place with this in mind, he had at least earned himself one brownie point back from the hundreds he'd lost by admitting to his duplicity the day before. Having checked on Eric a couple of times in the night, Jessica decided to look in on him again. She opened the door to his bedroom and saw that he was awake. "How are you feeling?"
He grimaced. "I was shot in the leg. How do you think I feel?" "Still painful, then?" "Yeah." He dropped his head back to the pillow. "Would you like a drink or anything?" "Okay. And then you can tell me where they took you. You were just about to tell me yesterday before we were interrupted." "That's one way of putting it," Jessica said before going back out to attend to his drink. Returning in short order, she found him propped up on 2 pillows, and after passing him the drink, she sat down at the foot of his bed to begin her tale. A while later, and after many questions from an inquisitive and increasingly excited Eric, Jessica completed the detailed account of her meeting with Franz Weber and the astounding facility in which he worked. "EUSB Deutschland," Eric said in awe. "It's like a forbidden city, a Shangri-La. It's amazing. It's extremely disturbing is what it is," she told him, trying to readjust his mindset to the gravity of the situation that not only faced them, but apparently the whole world too. His face dropped a little. "Yes, I suppose. Although it answers the question of where all the world's resources are disappearing to. I wonder how many of these underground bases there are." "Who knows," she said. 10, 15, 20 even. The problem is what to do with this information now we've got it. Bick doesn't want to let the cat out of the bag just yet, as he thinks there's more to uncover. To be honest, I just want to make sure my family is safe. I have to get them into one of these secret facilities, or they'll end up living and most likely dying in a dystopian nightmare." Eric sipped his drink. "That might be harder to accomplish if you tell the world about them. Once the word is out, everyone will want in." Jessica hadn't thought about it like that, but now that she had, Pandora's box had been well and truly opened, and the clash of opposing motivations she now faced couldn't be avoided. Did she tell the world the truth, a truth she knew they must be told, or instead try to save those she loved and held dear? Even if she could miraculously magic Evan and the girls into one of these EUSBs, if she released the information of their existence afterwards, she could jeopardize the integrity and safety of the base she'd just installed her family within. Feeling a headache coming on, she gripped the bridge of her nose and squeezed. Eric looked concerned. "Are you okay?" "Yes, fine." She released her grip. "So what do we do now? You say da muss ich doesn't want to tell anyone about what he's discovered yet." "That's what he said. I'm actually going to contact him now," she told him, making the decision. "He said he's got something to show us this morning. Do you want me to bring the screen in here so you can see?" "Yeah." "What could it be, do you think?" Jessica shrugged before ducking back out. Collecting the touch screen and a packet of crisps, she returned to sit down on the bed next to the injured 19-year-old. Handing him the food, she fired up the device. "Thank you," Eric said, "for taking care of me." Jessica looked at him. He seemed a little tearful, which made her feel uncomfortable. She usually only did emotions with her family. She gave him a smile and patted his leg. "Don't mention it. Now, shall we see what your friend has to say for himself?" "Or herself," he said. "You think Bick could be a woman?" "9, but I've been wrong before." "He's definitely a man. Only a man could annoy me as much as he does." "Oi, that's sexist." "But true." She grinned and turned on the speech function. "Bick, are you there?" The cursor flashed in the communication window. "I am." "So, what is it you've got to show me, us?" "There is something I haven't told you, Jessica Klein." "That figures." "Don't anger him," Eric said. "He's helped us this far." Jessica knew full well what Bick had and hadn't done, and that not all of it was as selfless as Eric believed. "A recent series of events has come to my attention. Observe." The screen dissolved into news footage with accompanying audio from the United States. Jessica watched as a red pickup truck
careered down a multi-lane motorway. Her eyes widened when the occupant proceeded to shoot down what looked like an FBI helicopter and then exploded a number of police cars. The horrific carnage continued for some time, at points turning into a pitched battle between a man wearing a type of translucent armor and the police and FBI that pursued him. Eric's eyes grew wider as the destruction went on and on.
Ach, mein Gott, dieser Mann ist verrückt.
Insane isn't the word, Jessica said, the film finally petering out after the one-man army activated a strange energy weapon, knocking out the camera that filmed him. Bick's message window reappeared. "What do you think?" Jessica shifted on the bed.
"I'm not sure. It's big news, of course, a terrible act of terrorism by some maniac wielding an arsenal of high-tech weapons."
"What about you, Eric? Did you notice anything?" Eric beamed, still clearly enthralled by speaking to his idol.
"Hallo, da muss ich. The reporter suggested the armored man was getting help. Someone overrode cameras and screens in the shopping mall to send him a message. A hacker, yes?"
"Very good, Eric. I will come to that. But there is something else which attracted my attention. When the news channel switched to shooting the event from a drone, they were able to get a closer look at the terrorist. There was a symbol on his upper arm, which you may have missed." A static snapshot materialized on the touch-screen device, an image from the TV broadcast they'd just seen. One of the panels, making up the man's green and brown armor, bore a black emblem on a white background. The image distorted as Bick manipulated and enhanced it with software to produce a flat, front-on composition, USSB Steadfast. "What do you think now?" Jessica leaned forward.
"Oh, wow. That's just like an emblem I saw back in the German facility. Only this one is a USSB, not an EUSB," Eric said in excitement. "USSB Steadfast," she said. "Well, that confirms the Americans have the same sort of subterranean bases, doesn't it?" "United States subterranean base. Das ist cool."
Jessica frowned at her young friend's continued exuberance. She knew this was far from cool. It just confirmed what they'd already guessed. The threat from the asteroid AG-5's fallout was far worse than the general populace had been led to believe. If the Americans had bases too, the issue was confirmed as a global threat, something she'd been hoping beyond hope might not be the case. Another message from Bick appeared, with an accompanying bleep. "I attained this footage, and more, during its live release, fearing the GMRC would quickly suppress it. Amazingly, such was the scale of the incident that some of the footage is still circulating in the national press of the United States, although this particular shot has since disappeared without trace. It is another chink in the previously invincible media blackout created and maintained by the Global Meteor Response Council. This information in itself is revealing, but it remains in dispute if the man inside the armor is from this USSB Steadfast. He may have come into possession of it by means entirely less clandestine than is first apparent. What makes this event far more valuable to our cause is what Eric alluded to before, the person pulling strings behind the scenes, the hacker who tapped into the shopping mall's security grid. During the time of the terrorist attack, I was already aware of a different type of assault simultaneously being perpetrated against the FBI mainframe, a hack of daring and skill I myself would have been proud to initiate. This individual, from the information I was able to glean from surrounding data streams, while extremely talented, did utilize a GMRC computer system during their digital incursion. To make use of a GMRC server in such a way indicates the hacker was very familiar with GMRC coding and password practices."
"Couldn't he have just hacked the GMRC at the same time?"
Jessica asked, the comment making Eric nearly choke on his drink. "No, to break into the FBI system was a tremendous feat, but to hack the GMRC at the same time would be an impossibility. Such are the security measures they have installed. Since this hacker was of great interest to me, I was pleasantly surprised when I saw the following broadcast." Jessica and Eric continued looking at the screen as another picture appeared. A photo of the armored terrorist was situated on the left, and to the right of this an image of a man in his 60s. This unassuming person, looking more like a doctor or teacher than a terrorist, had a brown beard shot through with grey, a pair of glasses, and a set of red coveralls. Beneath these photographs a caption read, "FBI Most Wanted. Terrorists. $50 million reward." Eric looked dubious.
"That's the hacker?"
"Yes. Do you recognize him, Jessica Klein?" Jessica looked at the picture again, seeing if she could place the face.
"No. Should I?"
"It was unlikely you would remember seeing him, but you will have done, as will most of the world's older population, albeit from a distance, and hidden amongst a crowd. Here is another photo taken 20 years ago at one of the earliest declared GMRC summit meetings." Bick spooled up a new image showing a large group of assorted men and women in suits, all standing in rows and facing front as their collective photo was taken. On the wall behind these people was the GMRC logo. The image zoomed in to the right of the back row, and a man with dark brown hair and a pair of glasses. He was, without doubt, the person displayed in the FBI's Most Wanted poster, just younger and less careworn.
"Who is he?"
Jessica said. Bick didn't reply, instead switching to yet another official GMRC photo of a similar configuration, rows of men and women, and at the back, this time on the left, the same man. This scene repeats itself over and over in many other images throughout the years. Some of these photographs I acquired when I managed to break into one of the GMRC's systems a few years back. They prove, beyond doubt, this man is a member of the elite and highly influential GMRC Directorate."
"What? You can't be serious!" Jessica reeled at the implication. "Why would someone in such rarefied air become involved in a terrorist attack in L.A.? It makes no sense."
"Why, indeed." "Maybe he's rebelling," Eric said. "There must be some people inside the council who think some of the things they're doing are wrong."
"Perhaps," Jessica replied. "But to go out and aid someone in mass murder, I don't think so."
"Whoever he is, and whatever his reasons, this man and his companion are extremely important to the GMRC. From what I've been able to glean from LAPD radio chatter, a GMRC delegation was sent to take custody of them, only to be rebuffed by the FBI." Jessica was surprised. "I didn't think anyone could rebuff the GMRC." "Not many can. There are only a handful of organizations on the planet with enough clout and backbone to defy them, and the FBI is one of them."
"How long do you think the Bureau can hold out?" Jessica asked. "If the GMRC want them, surely it's only a matter of time until they get their way."
"I'm unsure. That is why we must move quickly."
"Move quickly?"
"Yes. This is an unprecedented opportunity to get access to a man from the very highest echelons of power. He is the one weak link in a very strong chain. A man who has the secrets I need."
"We need," Jessica said.
"Yes."
"One question," she said. "How do you propose we get access to a man most likely guarded by more agents and police than we could shake a stick at?"
"I have a plan."
Jessica's eyes narrowed in suspicion.
That involves what, exactly? The message window disappeared, to be replaced by the live image of a dark-haired man. Jessica jerked back in surprise, and Eric swore. "Trust me, Jessica Klein," Bick said, with a sly wink. "Trust me." Chapter 45. Deep below the surface of the earth, thousands of feet beneath the Sierra Madre Oriental mountain range in Mexico, lay USSB Sanctuary, the jewel in the crown of the USA's highly classified subterranean program. Within this mighty man-made marvel was a facility within a facility, the SED, Sanctuary's Exploration Division, a civilian-run outfit overseen and utilized, at will, by the U.S. military. At night, the SED command center became quiet, inactive, standing by to continue its duties at morning light. Tonight, however, events were already unfolding to ensure this fragile serenity would be ripped asunder. Riley Orton, leader of the elite Deep Reach Team Alpha 6, lay on his stomach, secretly watching those in the shuttle bay below. He'd been tasked by his commanding officer, Dresden Locke, to keep tabs on the military, who had seen fit to stage an off-the-books retrieval from Sanctuary proper outside the USSB. Behind this dubious undertaking was one General Stevens, a man known to consider the safety of others to be an inconvenience compared to acquiring newly discovered Anakim technology. Whatever the General was bringing into the SED, Locke wanted to make sure it wasn't anything that would put his civilian teams at risk, and Riley was there to make sure everything was documented. With the cameras from his deep-reach helmet recording everything he saw, Riley zoomed in on the massive stone monument in which General Stevens and his men had invested a lot of time, effort, and resources to transport back to base. Comparing it to the modified air shuttle they'd used to move it, the ancient Anakim monolith must have been touching 50 feet high, 20 feet wide, and the same in depth. He thought back to his unauthorized excursion with Sarah into the 900,000-year-old structure, where he'd seen a team of scientists working on something in the ground that emitted a strange energy reading. He knew for certain this giant object was what they'd been analyzing that day, before it had been extracted from the ground and hoisted through a hole cut into the building's roof. "I never would have guessed it would have been so big, though," he thought. Riley bunched his right hand into a fist, frustrated at the injustice of such an important discovery being kept hidden from those that would most appreciate its value. He knew the military would take it apart piece by piece in order to find out its secrets, the total opposite approach that the SED's renowned archaeologists would employ. A crane lowered the mysterious artifact onto an articulated lorry, the soldiers and military scientists working in unison like worker ants to ensure its transition was smooth and without incident. Riley took some detailed stills of a curious glass enclosure embedded into one side of the multi-sided object. It looked to contain some type of fluid, the truck as it moved off disturbing the contents within. As he pondered what this curious monstrosity might be, a bright flash of white light from the shuttle bay's control center caught his attention. Riley scanned the large glass windows with his visor. Someone crouched beneath one of the operator desks. "What on earth?" he thought. "Has Locke sent someone else to spy for him? Surely not." Standing, still hidden on his lofty perch, a little-used elevator crosswalk, Riley adjusted his visor further before his eyes widened in recognition. "Sarah, what the—" Movement below told him he wasn't the only one interested in this most unexpected of intruders. A Special Forces commando also looked up in her direction. Riley swore and started running. Sarah Morgan burst through the doors of the control center, flying through the air to collide with the soldier on the other side. As she struggled to rise, a hand grabbed her ankle, pulling her back. Grappling with the man on the floor, Sarah realized she stood little chance of overpowering him. In seconds, she was being hauled to her feet, the other soldier, who'd been chasing from behind, bursting through the doors to lend a hand to his colleague. "Nice work," the soldier said, before being knocked out cold by a sucker punch from Riley, she thought. What is he doing here, and why does he have his helmet on? With no time to care, Sarah made use of the diversion by thrusting herself backwards, slamming her other would-be captor against a wall. The man grunted before Riley waded in with another crunching blow, the soldier's grip on her falling away. Breathing heavily, Sarah stared at Riley, stunned by his sudden appearance. "What are you doing here?" He raised his visor. "I could ask you the same question." "Man down," a voice said. "Third floor." Sarah looked down to see one of the soldiers on his radio. She kicked out, sending the communication device skidding across the floor. Riley bent down and delivered a short, sharp blow to the soldier's chin, sending him back to sleep. "Let's move." Riley grabbed her hand and dragged her down the hallway. Running flat out, interconnecting passageways flashed past. An occasional shout from their pursuers made them dart in the opposite direction, hurtling through the maze of the SED complex as though their lives depended on it. Nearing the edges of the building, the transparent walls revealed to them that more soldiers cut off their escape ahead. Riley reacted by guiding them up flight after flight of noisy metallic stairs. Higher and higher they rose through the building, their superior fitness levels helping to keep their adversaries at bay. They burst out onto the vast roof of the building. Above and surrounding them was the large domed atrium in which the SED was housed. As stunning as it was, draped in shadow and low-level nighttime illumination, there was no way out. They were trapped. "We're bollocksed," Sarah looked around in despair. "They'll have this whole place surrounded by now. Fuck! They'll lock me up and chuck away the key this time. 3 strikes, I'm out!" "Not yet, you're not." Riley pulled her onwards towards the roof's edge. Sarah nearly had a heart attack when he walked straight off the top. Rushing forwards, she saw him on a small platform below, looking up at her. "Come on," he said, before moving off down the side of the building, along a narrow gangway. Following him down, she hurried to catch up. Used to climbing, heights didn't overly bother her, but without any gear and in partial darkness, she was well aware of the long drop to her right and the disturbing lack of any kind of handrail between her and oblivion. Far below, she could just make out the forms of soldiers ringing the periphery of the ground floor. Due to the curving nature of the SED's exterior architecture, Sarah soon found herself walking around a bend and almost knocking Riley from the edge. "Careful," he said, giving her some more room. Sarah looked around. "What do we do now? Just hide here and hope they don't find us? If they don't know who we are already." Riley grimaced. "If only it was that easy. You saw what I saw down in the shuttle bay, and General Stevens will search every square inch of this building until he has us. He takes the word privacy very seriously. Thankfully, those soldiers didn't have time to get a good look at us, and the internal cameras are down to preserve their clandestine operation, which means we got lucky." He peered over her shoulder. "I don't suppose you have anything useful in that backpack?" Sarah's thoughts went to the bag on her back and the ill-gotten gains contained within, the shaped charges, 3 waypoint beacons, 2 sets of deep-reach uniforms, and an air shuttle manual. She shook her head. Pity. "So," she asked, "what's the plan?" "That's the plan." He pointed out into the shadows. Sarah followed the direction of his finger, out and away from the building. "Are you kidding me? You're insane." "It's either that or we'll both be spending the rest of our lives in a military prison." Sarah looked out across the expanse between them and the atrium wall. Built into the surface were tiny handholds leading down on a diagonal. At the very top of the advanced climbing course, a platform could be discerned, lit by a huddle of dim lights. "It's too far," she said. "We'll never make it from a standing jump, and we'll be climbing without any gear in the dark." "It's not totally dark, and you know as well as me climbing is based on touch and feel more than vision. Trust me, I've climbed this course a dozen times. It's not the hardest by any means." She gazed down. "But it's the highest." "One of them," he agreed. "But if it wasn't doable, I wouldn't suggest it. And besides, we only need to make it to the next platform down, not all the way to the ground. We can take a ladder the rest of the way and sneak out without anyone being any the wiser." Sarah looked at him and then back out to the wall opposite. Below, she could just see the second platform. "What about the standing start?" He moved back a step and gestured for her to look past him. Beyond, the walkway cut back in towards the center of the building, a perfect runway to the launch pad on which they now stood. Just the thought of leaping from the building, hundreds of feet up, with no safety net, made her feel sick to her stomach. "I can't do it." She stared at the platform across the void. "No way, it's too far." "Sarah, look at me." Riley placed his hands on her shoulders and then moved them to either side of her head, his eyes looking deep into hers. "You can do this. I know you can. This jump has been done before. I've seen Cora do it with room to spare, and you're faster than she is. You can jump further." "Cora's done it? Not in the dark, I'll bet, and not without a safety net." "No, not in the dark. But it's not that dark. Look again. And believe it or not, she did do it without a net. Someone dared her to do it, and she did it." "And I suppose you're the idiot that dared her." He gave a wry smile. "I didn't think she'd go through with it, I admit. She is a crazy one." Sarah still wasn't convinced. "Right," he said, backing up. "You can wait here if you like. I'm not sticking around to get banged up." Sarah stared at him. Her heart was racing, and it wasn't even her making the jump. At his insistence, she moved back a few steps so he could get a clear run-up. Without another word, he sprang forwards, his speed rapidly increasing, before he planted his right foot and launched himself into mid-air. Sarah watched with a sense of detached horror as Riley vaulted out into the atrium. He seemed to hang for an age before crashing down onto the platform with a dull thud, rolling to hit the wall to which it was attached. Getting to his feet, she could just make out his broad grin as he waved her over. Adjusting the rucksack on her back, she considered her options. With the choice of life in prison and a near-suicidal jump, Sarah found herself walking down the short runway, her palms sweaty and her mind in chaos. Not wanting to look at the challenge that awaited her, she stood facing in the opposite direction, building up the courage to attempt the ridiculous. She tightened the bag's shoulder straps. Closing her eyes, she whispered a silent prayer before opening them again. She took a deep breath in, and then let it out with a whoosh. Unable to put off the inevitable any further, she flicked a mental switch. Oh, fuck. Spinning round, her mind screamed at her, "Go, go, go!" Her long limbs accelerated her towards the abyss. Slamming her foot down, she thrust out into the air, arms flailing, eyes wide, mouth agape. Air whipped around her as she flew through it to come thumping down on the platform moments later. A millisecond after that, the wall nullified her forward momentum with a shoulder-numbing impact. Sitting up, she rubbed her bruised body. Riley held out a hand, and she scrambled to her feet. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded, an exhilarating mix of relief, accomplishment, and joy at having made the leap flooding her body and mind. She'd never felt more alive. A broad grin spread across her face, mirrored on Riley's own. He grew serious. "Keep focused. That was the easy bit. We still have the climb to do." On the platform, a couple of 100 feet above the ground, they helped one another limber up for the next stage. Riley then pressed a button on his helmet, sending his visor down over his eyes. "I'll go first. I can enhance my vision to help guide us." He edged off the platform and onto the first series of ledges and handholds. Sarah followed suit, and the two of them crept down the face of the atrium wall. Halfway down to the next platform, Sarah's confidence rose. She felt strong and in control, her training at the SED making the descent easier than she could have hoped. "We need to pick up the pace," Riley said from just below. Stopping, the fingers of both hands wedged into one large vertical crack, she steadied herself. "What's the problem?" "Look down. At the building." Sarah angled her head to see that bright light streamed out of the bottom 5 floors of the SED. Even as she watched, lights to the 6th blinked on. General Stevens was searching each floor one by one, methodically hunting them down. Soon the search would reach the higher levels, and they'd stick out like sore thumbs in a tow factory. They picked up their rate of climb to reach the lower platform, just as illumination blazed forth from the story next to them. With no time to spare, they used the steel ladder to carry on down, hoping they wouldn't be seen by a cursory glance from a soldier searching for them on the inside. Curiously, the final rungs before the ground proved to be the part of the climb most fraught with danger. The ring of soldiers preventing anyone escaping from the SED stood barely 30 feet away, guns at the ready and fully alert for what they assumed was every eventuality. Corroborating the well-known expression that fortune favors the brave, the area they stepped down into benefited from a shadowy cast, and while the general's personnel gazed in towards the building, Riley and Sarah were actually behind them in the opposite direction. Sneaking amongst the various crates, boxes, and other non-specific detritus that marred the clean-cut lines of the atrium's outer rim, Sarah and Riley cut a path to the nearest exit. With a final look at the SED's steel and glass exterior, they departed, vanishing like thieves in the night, leaving only the transient aftermath of their actions behind them. Chapter 46. A few hours had passed since Sarah and Riley had encountered one another outside the shuttle bay's control center, and first light within the USSB had broken, replicating the cosmic dance of Earth's planetary body and the life-giving star at the center of our blessed solar system. Not wanting to attract attention by returning to their respective apartments, housed close to the SED, they'd decided to retreat to Riley's second home, a place he owned 10 miles away on the other side of the base. It was a large diversion, but a necessary one if they were to maintain an inconspicuous distance from the scene of the crime. Traveling separately, in order to avoid any undue attention by the authorities, Sarah rendezvoused with Riley at the proposed monotube station before walking the rest of the way to his home. The door to his apartment slammed shut with a resounding bang, allowing Sarah to breathe a welcome sigh of relief. They'd made it, escaping General Stevens's clutches, hopefully with him being none the wiser as to who'd disrupted his nocturnal activities. Sarah followed Riley through the open-plan interior of his quintessential bachelor pad, taking in the plush surroundings. "Phew, that was a mission and a half," she said. Riley flashed her one of his infectious grins. "You could say that." He opened his fridge, removed 2 bottles of water, and chucked one to her before opening his and taking a long drink. Slipping her rucksack to the floor, Sarah unsnapped the cap on her bottle and gulped down the cool, thirst-quenching fluid. "So," Riley said, his dark brown eyes fixing on her as she drank, "why were you spying on the military in the middle of the night?" She lowered her bottle. "I could ask you the same question." "How do you know I was spying? Weren't you?" "Yes, but I was there under orders. I'm pretty sure you can't say the same." Sarah felt under pressure as she attempted to execute the lie she'd been concocting ever since they'd made their escape. She'd known the question would come, and now that it had, she had to deliver.
"A woman I met yesterday at the SED, Anne-Marie her name was, told me the army were bringing in something else later that evening. I wanted to see what it was."
Riley considered her for a moment, the silent interlude making her feel increasingly nervous. She covered up her fears by taking some more sips of her water. Riley chuckled. "Scrub what I said about Cora being crazy. You take the biscuit. No, make that the whole biscuit barrel." Sarah laughed with him, hoping he wouldn't notice the anxiety it masked.
"What can I say? I just can't stand secrets."
"In all seriousness, though, Sarah," he said, his smile fading, "you can't afford to take these risks. We only got away by the skin of our teeth. As fun as it was, your luck will run out. Curiosity killed the cat and all that."
"I know, you're right,"
she said, knowing full well she had to take many more such risks in order to get back to the surface.
"I'll behave from now on."
Riley made a dismissive gesture. "There's no need to become Mother Teresa. Just make sensible decisions. Reconnoitering General Stevens and his band of merry men isn't sensible by anyone's book."
"You were doing it?"
"Under Locke's orders. And besides, I know the SED inside out and upside down. Plus, to my shame, I have my father to back me up if I do cross the Army's fine line. You, on the other hand—"
Sarah decided to change the subject. "I take it you saw what they brought back?"
"I did. You couldn't miss the damn thing. I'm almost certain it's what we saw those scientists analyzing in the ground of that Anakim structure. It had the same energy reading, too."
Sarah nodded. "That was my first thought. And if the energy reading's the same as you say, did you see the liquid inside it?"
"Yeah, held in some kind of transparent container."
"Any idea what it could be?"
He shook his head. "Not a clue. I just hope it's nothing dangerous."
"They went to a hell of an effort getting it back to base," she said. "They must have some plan for it."
"The power source will be what they're after," he replied. "Figuring out how to get the Anakim's technology to work is the holy grail of the moment, although others would argue deciphering their text takes precedence."
"I'm surprised they haven't already cracked it," Sarah said. "Their writings, I mean, the amount of people they have working on it."
He sat down on a stool. "I think they would have if the Anakim's civilization hadn't gone on for hundreds of thousands of years. Their scripts differ throughout the ages. We may have a lot of sources now on display in the Smithsonian's Museum of Sanctuary, but very few are from the same time period, and they're next to useless as tools for cross-referencing." Sarah, taking his cue to sit, hopped up onto the kitchen counter, letting her legs dangle down. Finishing her drink, she began fiddling with the lid. "Were you shouting something just before I arrived?" Riley said. "Before I saved the day?"
"I might have been."
He grinned. "I'm sure I heard you saying 'sod you' at the top of your voice."
"It just came out."
She felt her neck and face flush in embarrassment. Riley laughed, teasing her. "I'll have to remember that one when I'm being chased by armed guards. Sod you!" Sarah chucked her empty bottle at him. He ducked, and it bounced harmlessly off the countertop behind.
"So," she said, "will you be telling Cora we matched her feat of jumping from the SED's roof to the climbing platform?"
"Probably not. I don't want word getting out. Someone might put two and two together and figure out it was us in the SED tonight. Let's not give the Army any more help in finding out it's us they're after."
"Cora wouldn't blab about it, though," Sarah said. "She hates the military more than anyone.
I'm sure it won't hurt if I just tell her on the quiet. I want to see her face when she finds out she's been bettered by a puny girl like myself. It'd be best to leave it." His tone made Sarah think twice about his motives for keeping stumm, and she frowned in realization. Cora didn't make the jump at all, did she? You lied to me. Riley made a face and got up, his body language appeasing. Hear me out before you judge me too harshly. I thought if you believed Cora had done it, it would spur you on. Everyone had agreed it could be achieved, it's just no one had the motivation to risk their life in proving it. Well, that's not true. A few people would have attempted it had Locke not forbidden it and placed cameras there to stop anyone stupid enough to go against his orders. Sarah glared at him, her trust in him weakened. I needed to give you the confidence to do it, he continued, battling to win her back round. You were facing life imprisonment, and I knew Locke and my father would see to it I'd get away with a hefty rap on the knuckles. I didn't do it to save my own skin. So, she said, you risked your life for me. Riley still looked worried. You could look at it like that, I suppose. Why would you do that? He walked up to her. You're part of my team. All for one and one for all. And you say I'm crazy. In a good way. He put his hands on her knees. Sarah glanced at the over-familiar gesture and then back to his face, searching for something more, something she'd seen before back when they'd kissed during the Deep Reach mission. He moved away from her, the moment passing. I better take my helmet back. He stooped to pick up her rucksack where she'd stashed his headgear for him. No! She jumped down and rushed over to snatch the bag from his hand and put it behind her back. Riley looked at her in surprise before grinning. What have you got hidden in there? Nothing. She struggled to pull out the high-tech helmet behind her back while fending him off from the front. He backed her up to his front door. Come on, what secrets have you got in there? Some cake stolen from Locke's personal stash? Some of Cora's kit? Or a saucy costume, perhaps? Sarah laughed, trying to appear innocent. No, nothing like that. Freeing the helmet, she pushed it into his hands. There you go, all done. Riley, still smiling, put the headgear to one side. There's something in there you don't want me to see, isn't there? He made a grab for the bag again. You're damn right there is, she said to herself, knowing she might be able to explain away the air shuttle manual, deep reach uniforms and waypoint beacons, but never the shaped charges. Realizing he wasn't giving up, she dumped the bag behind her back and planted a big kiss full on his lips. Pulling away, he looked at her in shock, an expression probably mirrored on her own face. Before she knew it, they were kissing again, their mouths opening as he pressed her up against the door, his body against hers. His hands were unbuttoning her uniform, and she found herself losing control. Wait, she pushed him away. I can't do this. He looked at her smiling before leaning in to kiss her again. Despite her protestation, this lingering kiss increased her arousal further, and she had to make a superhuman effort to push him away a second time. No, she said, grabbing the rucksack. I can't. Opening the door and walking through, she slammed it shut behind her. Leaning against the closed door, her head falling back onto it, she breathed deep, while her heart beat loudly, and her body ached for the release she'd just denied it. I have to go, she told herself, realizing the longer she stayed, the greater the temptation to return built within her. Cursing herself, she strode away from Riley's apartment, her mission at acquiring supplies for her, Trish, and Jason's escape plan complete, but her carnal desires for Riley frustratingly unfulfilled. Chapter 47. That same day, after fleeing Riley's embrace, Sarah met back up with Trish and Jason to report on the success of her first supply run. Once again they chose to bask in the new Park District, beneath the bright yellow rays of the USSB's monstrous weather-simulating dome. Rather than discuss matters in a restaurant, as before, this time they decided to take a picnic amongst one of the well-tended meadows that bordered an outlying park. Beautiful butterflies danced and swooped amongst the wild flowers and grasses. Birds sang in nearby trees, and there were even signs that rabbits frequented the area, their droppings prevalent on a grassier section a little way away. Sarah never ceased to be amazed by the ecosystem the GMRC had managed to create within the subterranean base. If she hadn't known any better, if the sky didn't look a tad unreal, she could easily have believed they were on the surface, not thousands of feet below the ground. With nature's sweet aromas surrounding them, the three friends chatted for a while before Trish asked to see the air shuttle manual. She listened as Sarah told Jason about her brush with General Stevens's men and Riley's rescue. "I can't believe he tricked you into jumping," Jason said, around a mouthful of sandwich. "I'd have told him where to go." "If he hadn't," Sarah said, regretting ever mentioning it, "you'd probably have never seen me again. I'd be locked away in a military cell for the rest of my days." Jason's expression turned serious. That doesn't sound too bad." "What?" Trish appeared nonplussed. "Not too bad? How do you figure that?" "We wouldn't have had to look at her ugly mug again. That's got to be a win in anyone's book." Trish sighed and Sarah shook her head. Jason beamed foolishly. "In fact," he said, "all things considered, it'd do my eyes a favour if you both ended up in prison." "Funny," Trish said. "Not. I think you're losing your touch, Jace. Don't you think so, Sarah?" "Yeah, although I did hear ugly people do suffer from bouts of stupidity. In Jason's case, make that a lifetime. I suppose he quantifies the theory that the uglier you are, the longer the duration of denseness." Trish laughed. "That would explain a lot." "Unusual features are a sign of a varied gene pool," Jason said. "I can't help it if I'm a product of superior beings." Sarah sniggered. "Superior beings. I suppose that'd be an amoeba in your case." Trish chuckled while Jason did a good impression of a bemused cuttlefish. "What's this, pick on Jason Day?" "You started it, fugly," Trish said, unsympathetic. "So, where are we on the plan now?" he asked, changing the subject and devouring another sandwich like he hadn't eaten for weeks. Doing her best to ignore his open-mouthed mastication, Sarah considered the question. "Well, you two can sift through the air shuttle manual I printed out and find out if it's even possible to steal a shuttle. The shaped charges are done and dusted for when we get to the surface, supposing we need to blast our way out of a sealed cave, that is. And we have 3 waypoint beacons to help us find out where an Anakim transportation device will take us, plus some deep-reach uniforms to help you blend in." "That's a pretty good haul," Jason said in appreciation. Trish looked up from the thick wad of paper she was reading. "From what I've read so far," she flicked through the air shuttle manual, "it seems most of the system is automatic. I'll have to go through it all, but it looks optimistic." "Where does that leave us, then?" Jason asked. "Less on a wing and more on a prayer, by the sound of it." "I've also got the deep-reach maps for the temple you found containing the Anakim transportation devices," Sarah told him. "They'll tell us which air shuttle track we need to take out of the SED and the exact route to the temple once we're in Sanctuary proper." Trish put down the manual. "So all that leaves is the most crucial part of the plan." Sarah nodded. "My pendant." "And that's going to be down to your boyfriend to sort, I take it," Jason said. Sarah's eyes narrowed while Jason looked back at her innocently. "Riley said he'd take me on a tour of the Smithsonian's vaults," she said, refraining from rising to the bait. "If the pendant's anywhere, it'll be there. I'll ask the question about our possessions while we're inside. We'll have to hope he can find them for us. Otherwise the whole plan goes up in flames." "When will you ask to go?" Trish asked her. "Considering the military could still slap another tracking bracelet on me at any time, I was thinking tonight." Jason brightened. Excellent. I'm beginning to get bored with this place. My job's crap. I can't go into Sanctuary proper. There are too many rules and regulations down here and way too many army bods enforcing them. Bring on the surface, that's what I say. Trish raised her glass. I second that. Sarah didn't respond, her own view on Sanctuary seemingly vastly different to that of her friends. She loved her new job and enjoyed the company of most of her new colleagues. And then, of course, there was Riley. "Sarah," Trish said. "Yes." Sarah raised her own glass in salute. "To the surface." Chapter 48. After ironing out further wrinkles in their Sanctuary escape plan, Sarah regaled Trish and Jason with tales of the mysterious treasures she'd witnessed being brought back to the SED. Jason sighed. "I never get to see the good stuff." Sarah suddenly remembered the picture she'd taken that had sparked her flight from General Stevens's troops. "Actually, you can," she said. Taking out her phone, she opened up the large display and brought up the single image before passing it to Trish. Jason shuffled closer to get a better look. "It's huge. Perhaps it's the Anakim's version of a nuclear reactor." "How old did you say it was?" Trish asked her. Riley said nearly as old as Sanctuary itself. Trish's eyes widened. 900,000 years old. That's incredible. And there's still power running through it. According to Riley, yes. Amazing, Trish said. And those 3 circles sunk into the metal casing around the glass chamber, Jason said to Sarah. Like you said before, they must be how it's activated. If you had your pendant, we could power it up. Trish gave him a withering look. And that's something only an idiot would say. What? Jason frowned at her. Why? Because it could be a bomb for all we know. You could blow us all up. It could blow up the whole sodding planet. We have no idea what we'd be dealing with. And the military do. They've got scientists, Trish said, lots of highly trained professionals versed in the appropriate fields. That's worse. Trish looked at him in exasperation. What? How can that possibly be worse? Jason looked to Sarah and rolled his eyes. Trish, he said sadly, shaking his head from side to side. Don't you listen to anything I say. Actually, he said when Trish began to respond, don't answer that, but yes, it's much worse. These physicists and what have you are like trained monkeys with an array of wooden sticks. The monkey takes a stick from the pile and puts it in a plug socket. It repeats the process systematically until it comes to the single metal stick that electrocutes and kills it. Trish looked unimpressed by Jason's rhetoric, but Sarah thought she could see what he was getting at. Are you talking about that weird theory, that we'll keep pushing the limits of science until we do something spectacularly stupid? It's not weird, he said. And yes, basically the concept is that the reason mankind has never made contact with sentient beings from another world is because as soon as a race reaches a certain technological boundary, they invariably blow themselves to pieces. In fact, there are areas in space that may indicate where these advanced civilizations once existed. Like where? Trish scoffed. Like black holes or unexplained voids within other star systems. So basically, Trish said, you're saying we shouldn't do any more science at all in case we destroy everything. It's one option, or alternatively, until we have a proper worldwide voting system on which science projects we allow to go ahead and which ones we deem too risky to be worthwhile. He's got a point, Sarah said. It's almost inevitable that someone will devise something in the future that will turn out to be uncontrollable. The law of averages means it'll only take one madman to end us all, which actually might be the reason why the Anakim died out, wiped out by their own scientific advances. Jason waggled a finger at her. Exactly. That's all very well, Trish said, but it's still a load of old bollocks. as I'd rather have a raft of trained monkeys dealing with something than one untrained one like you."
Jason nodded sagely. Also a valid point.
The conversation continued until Sarah decided she couldn't put off calling Riley any longer. After their earlier steamy encounter, she was reluctant to add fuel to the fire, but she needed her pendant, and she needed it now, so she was left with little choice. The phone rang for some time before Riley answered. "Hey, what's up?" He sounded no different from usual. "I need a favor." "I'm listening." "Do you remember promising me a tour of the Smithsonian's vaults?" "I do." "How about tonight?" "So soon after what we just went through? I'm beginning to think you're an adrenaline junkie." Sarah chuckled. "So am I." She suddenly realized Jason and Trish had stopped talking and were listening with great interest. Jason grinned at her and raised his eyebrows, making her frown and look away. "How about it, then? Fancy showing me this boneyard?" Jason burst out laughing, and Sarah got up and walked away. "Someone sounds like they're enjoying themselves," Riley said. "It's just Jason being an idiot as usual. So, are you up for it or not?" "Sure. The vaults are totally separate from the SED and over the other side of the Smithsonian's museum complex. The heat we generated last night shouldn't have any impact there whatsoever." "Excellent." She turned round and looked back at Trish and Jason, now 20 feet away. "Where shall we meet? In the museum?" "Yep, down in the basement by the back entrance to the SED." She looked at her phone. "What time?" "Midnight should do it. You'll have to make sure you get in before closing unless you plan on entering by the SED, but I think only one of us should go by that route to divert any suspicion. I'm sure General Stevens will still have a strong presence down there after our escape. I wouldn't want to be in Locke's shoes today." "Won't Locke know it was you, though?" Sarah said. "He did send you there." "Oh, he'll know it was me, all right, and he'll tear me off a strip when he gets the chance. You're the one that should be worrying in case he guesses you were the one with me." "You won't tell him, will you?" "Of course not. I'll just say someone else was down there and that I didn't get a good look at who it was. If I say they were short with dark hair, it should counter any theories he has on the issue. Besides, the lights were low. That'll be my excuse anyway." She was encouraged by his optimism. "Right, I'll see you tonight then." "Yep, don't be late," he said, and hung up. Sarah returned to Trish and Jason, who looked at her expectantly. "It's a go," she told them, retaking her seat on the rug. "Don't forget to film it," Jason said. "I really want to see what they've got stored away in there." "Me too." Trish picked up the air shuttle manual, "and we can use it to add to our growing pile of evidence to show people back in the real world this place actually exists." "Good idea," Sarah said, distracted, her thoughts about exposing Sanctuary mixed. "Why does life have to be so damn complicated?" she wondered. Later that night, Sarah found herself waiting in the dingy lower floors of Sanctuary's museum. Last entry was 7 o'clock, and after she'd looked around some of the exhibits, which were very interesting, she had to while away 180 tedious minutes before the witching hour was upon her. Sarah checked her computer phone again. 12:15. He was late. Standing up, she paced around the barren corridor on the museum's lowest floor, her footfalls echoing eerily against the oppressive silence, like the manifestation of a disturbed apparition. In the wall behind her was the secure entrance to the offices where Dresden Locke had beefed up security after her first incursion into the SED many weeks before. Finally, another 20 minutes into her enforced wait, the door leading to the SED opened and Riley emerged. "About time," she said. "Sorry, I've been getting grief all day. We really stirred up a hornet's nest last night. To say General Stevens is furious is an understatement. He's ordered Locke to interrogate every employee in the division to find the people responsible for assaulting his men. Personally, I think he's far more pissed off his late-night activities were compromised than he cares about the welfare of his troops. Still, Locke was not impressed and gave me a severe dressing down. "Shit, perhaps it's me who should be sorry then," she said, feeling bad for getting him into trouble. Riley screwed up his face. "Nah, water off a duck's back. Besides, Locke was quite pleased in some respects. It gave him ammunition against the General's covert operations. He even told him that if he hadn't turned off all the cameras, they'd have been able to catch the people involved." "I bet that went down well," Sarah said. "Not really. I could hear the slanging match 2 rooms away." "I take it my name didn't come up in the conversations?" "Not yet," he said. "But give it time. With your history, it won't be long until you're hauled over the coals." "Great, I can't wait." "Don't worry, just plead total innocence. There's nothing they can do short of drugging you with a truth serum." "What, they do that?" Sarah said, alarmed. Riley laughed. "No, don't be silly. They're the Army, not the CIA. Come on," he said, walking off. "Let's go take a look at these vaults you're so keen on seeing." Sarah followed Riley down the corridor before they worked their way through various types of doors, some sealed by sturdy locking mechanisms, the large wheels adorning them akin to those seen on the hatches of submarines. After passing through yet another one of those gateways, Riley unlocking each one with his multifunction card, Sarah let out a yelp of surprise when a woman appeared, standing, waiting, on the other side. She held out a well-manicured hand. "Hi, you must be Sarah, yes?" Sarah looked to Riley, who followed behind. Yes." She shook the outstretched hand. "Sarah, this is Petra," Riley told her, introducing the inordinately good-looking, full-figured woman. "She's going to get us into the vaults tonight." "I thought it was just going to be the 2 of us," Sarah whispered to him. "If you'd chosen another night," Petra said, overhearing, "you wouldn't need me. But the Army have been up to their old tricks recently, and we've had to lift up the bridge." "Bridge?" Sarah followed their new companion as she led them down a large, brightly lit corridor. Petra looked back over her shoulder as she walked. "The Smithsonian's vaults are highly secure. Civilians can only gain access via a bridge. But the General has been bringing some large objects into the military's vaults, which are adjacent to ours, and we had to lift it up." "General Stevens." Sarah shot Riley a look. "The same," Petra replied. "We won't run into him down here, will we?" Petra laughed prettily. "Oh, Riley, where did you find her? She's a darling. Where are you from, Sarah? Your English sounds strange." Sarah clenched her jaw at the woman's words, resisting the urge to slap her round the face. "England, you may have heard of it, that little place English comes from." "She's on my Deep Reach team," Riley told Petra, apparently oblivious to the belittling comment aimed Sarah's way. "Oh, I see." Petra winked at her. "I thought you were one of Riley's girls. He gives them all the tour, don't you, Ry?" Riley rolled his eyes and shook his head at Sarah, but Sarah wasn't buying it. "And you were one of them, I suppose?" Sarah asked Petra. "We dated for a while, didn't we, Ry? Had some fun?" Petra paused to usher them through a secure door after Riley unlocked it with his keycard. "A lot of fun." She gave Sarah a sly nudge as she walked past. Sarah made a face at Petra behind her back as she moved through. What a cow, she thought, praying the woman tripped over on her ludicrous high heels and broke something during the fall, preferably her neck. Sadly, however, the conditions weren't sufficiently propitious to induce such a happening, and Sarah was forced to endure the vision of Petra's perfect hips swaying from side to side ahead of her along yet another corridor. After a couple more minutes, her attention was diverted towards something far less galling, as they emerged into a cavernous and brightly lit chamber. Square in design, the large expanse, a few 100 feet across, contained within it 22 large, round, modular buildings that took up half the available space. Immediately in front of these grey circular structures, and cutting off access to the left cluster of 11, a similarly coloured walkway had been hoisted into a vertical position. No footbridge led to the other 11 vaults on the right, which were arranged in a similar crescent formation to those on the left, yet in a mirror image and separated from their brethren by an imposing wall. The only way to access them was via a tarmac service road that ran beneath Sarah's elevated position. Petra approached the bridge's control console and inserted a card. A digital screen powered up, allowing her to enter various commands via a holographic image. The narrow bridge creaked and began lowering on cue. A minute later, the walkway had spanned the gap to the Smithsonian's vaults. "Have fun." Petra stood aside to allow Sarah through. Riley thanked her, and Petra held onto his arm as he passed. Looking at Sarah, she gave him a lingering peck on the cheek. "You owe me, Rye. Call me." Sarah stepped onto the bridge and stomped along the ramp, eager to get into the vaults and unconcerned whether Riley kept up. Reaching the end of the walkway, she descended a wide spiral staircase. At the bottom, the entrances to the massive circular vaults stood arrayed in front of her in a sweeping arc, their towering doors creating a formidable barrier to those seeking the secrets within. The wall, which Sarah had seen from her previous vantage point, carved its way through the centre of the chamber behind her, preventing access to the military's vaults beyond. Riley stopped next to her. "Which one do you want to see first?" "What do your girls normally choose?" "I wouldn't take any notice of Petra. She has a tendency to stir things up." "So, how many conquests have you brought here?" "I'd hardly call them conquests, but if you're asking, the answer's 2, and that includes Petra. I actually got her the job here. Hence, she owes you." He nodded. "I worked in this place for a while when I was in the army, ferrying things into the vaults down the service road. I never really got to see anything much, just things going in and out, covered up or in crates. But one time I was asked to help carry some boxes into one of the vaults, and I was hooked. The mystery and magnificence of the artifacts I saw inside blew my mind. I wanted to know everything about them, where they came from, who made them, and why. All those questions and more fueled my desire to join the SED. I wanted to be the one to find those ancient relics, to unearth them, to be the first to glimpse their wondrous forms emerging from amongst the rock and soil, to hold them, touch their tactile surfaces, and discover the civilizations that gave birth to them. The touch paper to my imagination had been lit, and it was never going out. Sarah looked at Riley anew as he surveyed the vaults in front of them, his thirst for knowledge and the need to satiate the addictive thrill that only archaeological discovery could deliver, a familiar tale of obsession. Indeed, his words could have been her own. "I never knew you felt so strongly." Riley smiled at her. "Don't bandy it about. I've got a reputation to uphold." "Your secret's safe, Ace." She took a step forward. "So, which vault do you recommend first?" "Well, 5 of them contain items fresh from sight. There won't be much to see in those. The boneyard," he pointed to the vault at the far end, "should be left till last, so we'll start at 6. Walking to the vault with a large white number 6 painted on its grey facade, Riley pulled out his multifunction card and swiped it across a pad attached on one side. He entered a code, and in response, a mechanism inside the door shifted, the clank of metal and the hiss of hydraulics resonating through the structure. The gap between the thick steel portal and its housing edged wider and wider. Instead of being greeted by a gaping opening, Inside stood a concave frosted glass panel surrounding a smaller transparent door. Next to this smaller entry point, various warning signs and instructions had been posted. "There's a decontamination procedure before you get right inside," Riley told her. "You'll need to close your eyes and hold your breath for 10 seconds on entering." He bowed. "Ladies first." Sarah smirked and walked inside and onto a metal grid where an orange light blinked on. Closing her eyes, she breathed in. A buzzer sounded, and a blast of fine mist engulfed her, blowing out her hair and ruffling her clothes with its intensity. Almost as soon as it had begun, the process was completed, the buzzer sounding again, prompting Sarah to open another door and pass into a low-lit interior. Ahead, a wide hallway stretched back into the vault, with an even number of rooms on either side consisting of more frosted glass. Above her head, only darkness could be seen. Behind, Riley went through the same procedure before joining her. "We won't be able to go into any of the rooms," he said. "They're hermetically sealed, automatically regulated, and require a full body suit and extra decontamination. Trust me, we don't want to be getting into that rigmarole." She looked at him in concern. "You think someone might catch us in here?" "No, we should be fine at this time of night, but it's best not to tempt fate. Besides, if we went into every room, we'd be here for days." Moving past the air and gas-tight units, Sarah saw a flaw in his plan. "If we can't go inside, how are we going to see anything?" He stopped next to a room. "Aha," he said theatrically. "Watch and be amazed." Next to the entrance and attached to the non-transparent pane sat a small control pad. He pressed a button and the frosted panel shifted, its opacity evaporating to leave behind crystal-clear glass in its place. Impressive. Sarah gazed inside with interest, her eyes becoming transfixed with the object now on display. To protect any artifacts from being exposed to bright light, the room was only dimly lit. However, the illumination was strong enough to expose the treasure within. On a table, secured between two posts, rested a single sword of dazzling beauty. The blade itself appeared to be an abstract weave of two separate blades, flowing into one halfway along its length. It glittered in the dark, an array of colours reflecting from its unblemished surface. The hilt and pommel, wrought of gold, melded into leaf-like structures that acted as a guard, their tendrils flowing up into the blade itself. The craftsmanship was sublime. "Oh, wow," she said, savouring the sight. "How long would you say it is?" "Longer than I am tall, maybe 8 feet. I wonder if they used it with 1 or 2 hands. Depends on the owner." He tapped at a computer screen built into the glass. "According to this, it's 755,000 years old, which puts it in the Permunioteric era. If I remember rightly, the peoples of that age were averaging 9 feet tall, so they could have been wielding this thing single-handed." She shook her head in wonder. 9 feet, that's crazy. He grinned. "You ain't seen nothing yet." He pressed another button to make the sword disappear from view. "Come on." He headed off to the next room. After seeing a variety of artifacts, Riley surprised her again when he activated another system, sending the floor they walked on up to the next level in the vault. The lights above them powered up as the whole floor moved upwards, stopping at the next row of rooms. "How many floors are there?" she asked. 5 per vault. A few of the military ones have 10, 5 in this chamber and another 5 below. "I can never get used to this place," Sarah said. "The USSB, I mean. It's like the surface, but with an extra dimension. There's always something above or below you." He smiled. "It does take a little getting used to. Still, you've got the rest of your life to adjust. Once a Sancturian, always a Sancturian, as they say." "Right," she said. the reason for her being there reasserting itself in the forefront of her mind. After visiting a few more vaults and being wowed many times over by their contents, Sarah decided to inquire about her pendant, initially in a roundabout manner. "I was thinking," she said, "about the artifacts I had with me when I arrived at Sanctuary." Riley looked at her questioningly. "I don't suppose you'd know where they'd be stored, do you? I'd really like to see them again." Mentally, she cursed the obvious nature of her request, while waiting apprehensively for a response. Good question. He didn't display any kind of emotion other than mild interest. And why would he do otherwise, she thought. He has no idea what the pendant can do. "I can check for you on the archived database, if you like," he added. "You can do that?" "Team leader privileges." He breathed on his closed hand and rubbed it against his chest in a show of self-praise. "Excellent," she said, watching as he accessed a computer in the vault they were currently touring. He glanced at her. "Right, description of items, please." "The first one is a small pendant. Composition? Metal with markings on. There are actually two of them, both pentagonal." "Ah, like the symbol of your Deep Reach helmet." "Yes," she said. Impressed, but also concerned, he recalled her idiotic decision to put such a shape on her helmet in the first place. More moments passed as the system searched for the set of parameters. He said. "What? Do you want the good news or the bad news?" "Good." "Well, they're on the system, along with the other objects confiscated from you, parchments and a Mayan tablet, yes?" She nodded. "And the bad news?" "They're not in the museum, but in a vault." "That's great. We're in the vaults," she said, trying to pretend she hadn't planned for such a scenario. "It would be if they were in the Smithsonian's vaults, but they're not. They're in the military vaults, number 3, to be precise." Sarah's face dropped, and with it her hopes of ever seeing the surface again. Part of her was happy, but another, a far greater part, was mortified. "Let's take a look at the boneyard," he said, unaware of the significance of the information he'd just divulged. "That'll cheer you up." Sarah agreed half-heartedly, and he led her out to the final vault, number 11. Entering and undergoing the same decontamination procedure as before, Sarah found herself distracted. No pendant, she thought, barely noticing the strange, pungent smell of the vault tugging at her senses. Trish and Jason will be devastated when I tell them. By now, Riley had switched off the frosted panel on the first room, which was larger than those in the other vaults. "What do you think?" he said. Sarah's eyes focused, and then widened at the sight that greeted her. As with every other room she'd already seen, the lighting had been set to a low level, casting deep shadows over the most magnificent mummy she'd ever seen. Dressed in a fantastically ornate gown of slate-like material, inlaid with a wealth of silver designs of a complex simplicity, the amazingly well-preserved remains of an Anakim man sat upon a chair, facing her. Despite his undoubted age and the black, desiccated skin pulled tight over solid flesh, his features were still well-defined, eerily so, in fact. The strange features of his species, Homo gigantis, as she knew it, were more than prevalent, announcing to any observer that what they looked upon was not human, although if the abnormal construct of the individual's facial bones didn't give away his ancient origins, his intimidating size had to have done. Even though he sat, Sarah found herself gazing up into his face, a face that lived countless lifetimes back in the depths of a distant past consumed by time. "So beautiful," she murmured. "Magnificent, isn't he?" Riley said reverently. "How old is he?" "He's pretty young in the scale of things. Only 230,000 years. He's been nicknamed the Ageless King." "King?" Riley pointed a finger. Look at what he's sitting on. Sarah's eyes moved to the object beneath the mummified remains. She could only see the edges of dark, cracked earth behind the decaying garments. "I can't make it out." "Hang on." He pressed some buttons on the control pad. The mummy slowly rotated on its platform, and coming into view from out of the darkness, a slim yet majestic throne, half caked in the sediment of eons and half shining with a reddish-golden hue. "They're still in the process of restoring it," he said, as the mummy's face reappeared, only to stop before them once more. "Perhaps the most astounding aspect is the age they estimate he lived to before he died." "Which was?" 300 years, give or take a decade or two. 300? How's that possible? Nowhere in the museum do they say Homo gigantis lived any longer than we do. It's not common knowledge. I only know through a contact in the SED, and they haven't published their findings yet. Obviously, if their work is corroborated by a separate team, things could get very interesting. Before she could take everything in, Riley was guiding her to the next room. This one contained a stone sarcophagus that stood fully 40 feet in length. Its design was reminiscent of the Egyptian pharaohs, except the stylization on the lid looked to have been far more detailed, from the few sections that remained intact. "I take it the occupant doesn't take up the whole length of that thing," Sarah said. Riley chuckled. "No, they extracted a mass of the deceased's burial possessions, some of which you saw in the other vaults. The owner had succumbed to the ravages of time. Even the bones had disintegrated. He, or she, was a little smaller than the ageless king, about 8.5 feet. Riley showed her a few more incredible mummies and unearthed burial caskets before taking her to the top floor. This level consisted of just 2 long rooms, one either side of the 100-foot walkway in the middle. Riley paused before revealing their contents. "You're probably wondering by now why this place is called the Boneyard." "Not really. Seems pretty self-explanatory. It's where all the Anakim remains are kept." "But you haven't seen any bones, per se?" "No, I suppose not." "Brace yourself." He pressed the button to reveal not just one room, but both. The frosted panes she'd grown accustomed to dissolved into clear glass along the whole length of the walkway. Lights inside both areas bloomed to life, caressing their steady yellow light over a sight that literally made her jaw drop. "Jesus Christ," she whispered. Chapter 49. The top level in the final Smithsonian vault had relinquished its final secrets, and they stunned Sarah beyond imagination. Skeleton upon skeleton, each complete, stood next to one another, lining the sides of each of the 2 rooms. Attached to some of these long-dead individuals clung the remnants of clothing, as weird and wonderful as that displayed on the ageless king himself. This astounding array of remains stretched the full length of the rooms on either side. Around 25 individuals stood shoulder to shoulder in the front row, but arranged behind these was another row, and behind those yet another. "How many are in here?" she asked. "Around 150. Come and look down here." Excited, Riley walked to the far end, with Sarah following. "These 2 are the biggest we've found," he said. "I know the guy on the Deep Reach team that unearthed them." Steadying herself against the glass, Sarah gazed up at the stark white bones of 2 long-dead Anakai. "They must be over 10 feet tall." 10.5, he said, staring at them. "Their bone structure looks different to the smaller ones," she said, comparing the skeletons around them. "Yes, I think they might be an offshoot, like these." He turned round to indicate a set of skeletons in the opposite area. Sarah felt a jolt of recognition. These bones were much slimmer, their height 7 to 8 feet. They reminded her of the skeletal remains she'd found in the South African cave she'd uncovered with Jason and Trish. Unlike hers, however, these specimens came replete with skulls. She noted the differences in the facial structure. There was also a distinct variation in their clavicle and the formation of the humeral head. They're a whole different species. Well, definitely a subspecies, he said. Sarah and Riley spent another hour in the boneyard discussing the ancient specimens and the various stories and theories surrounding them before finally leaving. Riley slid his card across the entry system to the vault after the door had swung ponderously shut, securing it in place once more. "Can I access these with my card?" Sarah held up her multifunction card. He shook his head. "No, you wouldn't even get into the surrounding corridors. You need level 8 clearance or above, and you're only a measly 7. Plus, as Deep Reach team leader, I get access to places other level 8s don't, and this is one of them." She looked over at the wall, barring her view of the military installation beyond. "And there's no way you can get into the other vaults?" He hesitated, and then shook his head once more. "Wait, there is, isn't there?" Her posture straightened at the possibility glimpsed in his Freudian slip. Riley looked up at a camera array above the vault before motioning for Sarah to walk with him back to the bridge. "There is a way," he told her, "but I'm not prepared to risk my job over it." "Tell me." He sighed. "Don't tell anyone about this." "I won't." "I mean it, Sarah. Promise me. Not a word to anyone." "Cross my heart." She made the movement across her chest. "In the boneyard, there's a disused service elevator beneath the room containing the ageless king. I think it's there in case they want to expand the vault's capacity at a later date. It also happens to back onto a small passageway which runs out to the military vaults on the other side." "How do you know it's there?" she asked. "Because when I worked on the military side, I found a way through." "You just found a way through? Surely they'd make it more secure than that." "Well, perhaps forced a way through is more accurate," he said, noticing her raised eyebrow. "What can I say? I used to get bored over there, standing around for hours on end, waiting to drop off and pick up loads. I used to spend half my day wandering around, and when they were refurbishing 2 of the vaults, they used to be left open, and one thing led to another." To be fair, Sarah didn't really care about the how or the why. The fact that it existed was good enough for her. "There are actually routes through from each of the military vaults, but I only unblocked one." "Does it take long to get through?" she asked, as they walked back across the bridge. He laughed. "Why? Are you thinking about breaking into them?" She mustered a hearty chuckle in response. "Yeah, good one," she said, her duplicitous behavior coming worryingly easily. "And while I'm at it, I'll storm General Stevens's barracks and give him a wedgie." Riley grinned. "Now that I'd pay to see. But no, it doesn't take long. 20 minutes, give or take. It's a shame they're so uptight over their secrets. I'd give my right arm to know what they've got in there these days, and in the laboratory complex below." "Wouldn't your father know? He's a general, isn't he?" He shook his head. "Not a chance. It's highly restricted. Special access personnel only, or so I'm told." Her inquiries complete, talk returned to the collection of artifacts and remains they'd just seen as they worked their way back through the vault chamber's exterior tunnels. They re-entered the museum on one of its upper levels and sauntered through the deserted exhibits in good humor. "Oi, what are you 2 doing in here?" a voice said. Sarah looked round to see an aging security guard a little way away, shining a torch in their direction. "Run!" Riley said to her, before bounding away. Sarah stood frozen for a moment as the security guard ran towards her, brandishing his torch. "Crap," she said, and legged it after Riley. The 2 of them soon left the man behind, and Riley was laughing when he slowed. "What are you doing?" she said, catching her breath. "Why don't we tell him we work for the SED?"
"Where would be the fun in that?"
Before she could answer, 2 more guards appeared from the other direction, and the chase was on again. With Riley leading the way, the 2 of them led the guards a merry dance before exiting the museum and fleeing back to their SED apartments. The nighttime hours had given way to early morning as the rush hour commute got underway, the nearby transport channel filling with vehicles and people, much like any other major metropolis in the world. Having kept on running until they reached Sarah's apartment, they were out of breath as they entered, broad grins on their faces as their evening's sightseeing ended on a high. Sarah poured Riley a drink in the kitchen before being surprised when his hands slipped onto her waist from behind. He turned her round, his face now mere inches from her own. Her heart beat faster as he leant forwards to kiss her, his lips brushing hers. He stood back, giving her the option to pull away. She didn't. Taking his hand, she led him into the bedroom. Reaching up, she stroked his face, smiling, before kissing him. Her passion increasing, the ferocity of their embrace peaked. They tore at one another's clothing, each craving the touch of the other's flesh. Naked, Riley hoisted her up onto his hips as she sank down upon him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Her skin against his, Sarah rose up as she lost herself in the heat of desire. Falling back onto the bed, he thrust down upon her, his powerful strokes making her arch her back and grab the bed covers as she rode the bliss of their sex. As time lost meaning, she drew closer and closer to the edge. Letting out a cry of ecstasy, her other hand reached out to grab the headboard, knocking a switch in the process. A mechanical whirring brought her back from the brink, and, clasping her body with her arms, she saw the blind to her window rolling up, revealing the walkway beyond and the passers-by as they made their way to work. Sarah's eyes widened. "Riley," she said, as he moved rhythmically against her. "The blinds! People are watching!" Riley didn't even glance at the window, choosing to regain her attention by kissing her deeply on the mouth, and then down her unresisting neck. "Let them watch." He ran his hands over her breasts as he continued to pleasure her. Sarah neared the edge once more, her face turned to the window as people looked and pointed at the naked lovers that would be the talk of their day. Sarah shut her eyes, the thrill of being watched adding to the intensity as she climaxed, her body arching higher, her toes curling as her body released an explosive orgasm. As she rode more waves of pleasure, Riley didn't stop, bringing her to the edge again, only stopping some time later when he eventually released himself. Flushed and sweating, Sarah flicked the switch, and the blind rolled back down, ending the spectacle for those partaking in their morning journey to work. Sinking down onto the bed, she rolled over to rest her head on his chest, her right thigh over his. The slow rise and fall of his breathing lulling her eyes closed as her troubles drifted away like never before. Cloying smoke filled Sarah's lungs, a whimper escaping her lips as she struggled to beat back the flames that sought to consume the ancient Anakim maps cradled in her arms. Fire engulfed the timber house around her, the flickering tongues of the inferno setting her hair alight, the pain unbearable. Letting out a stifled scream, she sat up in bed, her brow and palms damp with perspiration. Calming herself down, she swept the strands of blonde hair that had stuck to her face back over one ear. Next to her, Riley's naked form remained undisturbed, his deep sleep continuing, unabated. Leaving him behind, Sarah got out of bed, pulled on a white T-shirt, and went into the bathroom to splash water on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror, the same blue eyes she'd known all her life looking back at her. Except she knew inside she'd changed, and that night had proved it beyond doubt. Having sex in front of strangers would have at one time appalled her. To share such an intimate moment in the full view of others doing nothing to excite her. Now, though, even thinking back to it brought back powerful feelings of arousal she hadn't known existed within her. If I didn't know better, she thought, I'd blame it on the side effect of using the Anakim transportation device. But she knew her tendency to take risks had been growing steadily for some time. Back in South Africa, she'd been willing to risk all to uncover further evidence of Homo gigantis, entering the impact zone of the asteroid AG5 only days before it touched down off the South African coastline. And long before that, even though she'd refused to admit it until now, she'd taken risks beyond the norm. Many years ago, climbing in the Zagros Mountains in Iran, she almost paid the price with her life when she'd misjudged an ill-considered jump. Cave diving in Turkey, again searching for signs of gigantis, she'd risked all to reach an unexplored section of the subterranean system. Numerous other telltale incidents she'd reasoned away also returned from the depths of her memory unbidden, unwanted, and yet speaking a truth she'd long sought to ignore. Curiously, it had taken a moment of pleasure rather than pain to make her confront it. Her mother's death had hit her hard and fast, rending a hole in her life she hadn't been capable of repairing, and it was that single terrible event that had irrevocably altered her. "Am I still sane, Mother?" she whispered into the mirror. "Has your death made me seek my own?" She took off her top to look at herself naked, noting the dark bruises on her shoulders and sides, and the pale white scars collected during numerous misadventures crisscrossing the skin of her arms and legs. Sarah leaned down on the sink to stare deeper into her own eyes, the black pupils failing to relieve her torment. "Perhaps Mother's death just exposed a personality flaw I've always possessed," she thought. A flaw born of the complex fundamentals that go into creating and moulding every person's, every animal's, base desires and needs. "Do I secretly welcome death?" she asked herself, wondering if that question might yet become a self-fulfilling prophecy summoned from the dark recesses of her mind, remaining unanswered until she resolved her deepest, darkest fears so repressed and integral to her psychosomatic being she might never unravel their self-destructive curse. "Sarah!" Riley's voice came from the bedroom. Sarah barely heard him. "Sarah," he said again, coming into the bathroom as brazenly undressed as she herself. "Are you okay? I thought I heard you talking." Sarah straightened up and brushed past him. "Is something wrong?" he asked as she picked up her underwear. Avoiding looking at his toned body, she slipped on her knickers. "I'm fine." "Why don't you come back to bed?" He moved towards her and caressed her hand. She snatched it away, lifting her arm up for him to keep his distance. "Have I done something wrong?" She pulled on her remaining garments. "No, nothing like that." "Then what?" "I need to clear my mind." She walked out into the lounge. He watched her put on her shoes. "Do you want me here when you get back?" "I don't know." She opened the door and looked back at him. "I'm sorry." Closing the door, Sarah moved out into the street, her emotions conflicted, her direction unclear. She needed to get some clarity. Her walk turned into a jog, and gradually she increased her speed until she was running flat out, the physical exertion a welcome distraction from her internal turmoil. Eventually she tired and came to a stop atop a bridge over a transport channel, looking out as cars whizzed by underneath and the monotube flew past above. She'd never felt as alone as she had in that moment, and she was unable to keep a tear from rolling down her face, the salty droplet of water settling between her lips. Refusing to break down, she stood, staring out into space,
gritting her teeth against a building flood of tears. "I don't have a death wish." She gazed down at the black road far below, the welcoming void between her and it, beckoning to her with insidious hands. "I don't," she said again, another tear streaking down her cheek. Chapter 50. The door to Sarah's apartment closed behind her, the latch clicking into place. "Riley," she said, moving through the rooms. No answer was forthcoming. He'd left. Heaving a sigh, she decided to contact Trish via her wall screen and arranged to meet her and Jason back in the New Park district. She then took a much-needed shower, the hot water helping to dissolve a melancholy that seemed to cling to her aura like a malignant parasite. Its suffocating and pervasive embrace temporarily held at bay. After drying her hair with a towel, she pulled on her grey USSB uniform before heading out to meet her two friends. Returning to their previous meeting place, a sun-drenched meadow under the Great Dome, Sarah saw Jason and Trish had beaten her to the destination. The two archaeologists lay side by side on a rug, looking up at the stunning technological masterpiece that was the artificial sky. Jason pointed something out to Trish, who leaned in to follow the direction of his extended arm and finger, seeking out his intended target. "Hey, Saz," Trish said as Sarah plonked herself down next to them. "Saz up," Jason acknowledged her. "How'd it go?" He propped himself up on an elbow. "Pretty good. I've found where they've stashed our artifacts." "Including the pendant?" She nodded. Trish sat up. "You don't look very pleased about it." "With good reason. They're locked up in one of the military's vaults." Jason swore. "That's it then, the whole sodding plan out the window." "Not quite," she told him. "There might be a way inside. It's risky, but since we haven't any other options—" "Don't leave us hanging," Trish said in exasperation. "Spill." "According to Riley, there's a way through from the Smithsonian's vaults to the military's." "That's brilliant," Jason said, his hopes of getting back to the surface reignited. "Isn't it?" he added when Trish didn't match his enthusiasm. "What do you think?" Trish's voice dripped with sarcasm. Jason looked at her blankly. Trish groaned. "Sometimes I worry about you." "What? Why?" "Never mind. I take it there's a lot of security around these vaults," she asked Sarah. "Like you wouldn't believe. Cameras and security doors all over the shop. You need a special level 8 activation on your multifunction card just to get to the Smithsonian vaults. Plus, you need a code to enter the vaults themselves, although that won't be a problem as long as it's not changed frequently." Trish's eyebrows rose. "How so?" "I made sure to memorize the code Riley used to access them, just in case." "Nice," Jason said. "It would be, except the only way I figure I can get in there is to steal a card capable of opening all the doors." "Like Riley's," Trish said. Sarah puffed out her cheeks. "There's no other we know of that would work." "And even then, you'd have to break into the military vault," Trish said, "and God knows what kind of security systems they use inside them." "Getting in might be possible," Sarah said, "but stealing the pendant and getting out again would be an entirely different ballgame. Even if I did manage to make it back out, they'd hunt me down and fast. There'd be nowhere to go where they couldn't find me." Jason looked thoughtful. "That's not strictly true." "Here we go," Trish said. Ignoring her, he looked to Sarah. "What if we were outside the base, outside the USSB? They couldn't find you then, could they?" "Don't be an idiot," Trish told him. Sarah perked up. "No, I think he might be onto something. Go on, Jace." Jason said, put on the spot. "Well, I was thinking, if you could make it out with the pendant, then the best way to escape anyone chasing you would be to get out of the base." Trish made a noise. "You already said that." "And," he said, emphasizing the word, his face a picture of concentration,
The only way to do that would be
to steal an air shuttle, Sarah said in excitement.
Yes, Jason pointed at her. Yes! So the plan would be you steal the pendant, and then we make our escape straight after on the same night.
Sarah's eyes lit up. That's genius.
Ha-ha! In your face!
He shoved an open palm towards Trish and rubbed it into her nose.
Ah, get off!
She fought him off. He continued to plague her until she kicked him in the shin.
Ow!
So that's it then, Sarah said. We take the pendant and escape the base all in one go, in and out, literally.
Smash and grab, baby!
Jason grinned. Trish looked at them both as if they were mad.
I don't like it. Too much could go wrong. You just don't like it because it's my idea, Jason said.
That's not it at all. It's not a case of any of us liking it, Sarah said. If we want to see the surface again, it's all we've got. The three of them sat in silence for a while as they each digested the idea of a permanent existence in the subterranean base. Despite the dust cloud currently wreaking havoc on the surface, they all knew the sun would return and life would continue as before. To leave that behind was almost inconceivable, although for Sarah the alternative was far from lacking in appeal.
Tell Sarah what we found out about the air shuttle, Jason said to Trish, breaking the spell.
Well, we've read through the manual you gave us a few times, and I have to say it looks quite promising.
It's more than promising, Jason said.
Sarah sat up straighter. It's possible to steal one, then?
In theory, Trish said. More so after what you've just told us, but I'll get to that in a minute. The first thing we'd need to do is to select an air shuttle that's already prepped for launch. This is critical. As far as we can tell, as the launch manual doesn't go into much detail on it, the process of preparing a shuttle is beyond what we'd be capable of doing. The task normally requires a team of people working for a whole day to complete.
Prepped shuttles shouldn't be an issue, Sarah said. They normally have at least 2 ready to go at a moment's notice in case of emergencies out in the field.
Trish looked pleased.
Good. From what we understand, the launch procedure for a shuttle is pretty much automatic. We just need to prime the appropriate mechanisms using a series of procedures which are reasonably complicated to follow, but not impossibly so. The 3 of us should be able to sort it.
Doesn't it require codes to activate it? Sarah asked.
Jason nodded.
Yep, but they're all in the manual.
Seriously?
Sarah was taken aback.
It's not that surprising, really, Jason told her. Think about it. The SED is a secure facility inside a secure base. It's probably never even occurred to them someone might want to steal a shuttle. Even if someone did, they'd know they wouldn't be able to get to the surface as their elevators are locked down.
But they didn't reckon on anyone using an Anakim transportation device, Sarah said. He gave a wink.
Exactly.
A shuttle launch also requires the use of 2 multifunction cards with SED level 7 clearance or above, Trish continued, which means if we do get the pendant and shuttle, one after the other, if you have Riley's card, that particular problem is solved as we can use it in conjunction with yours.
Okay, Sarah said. What about controlling the shuttle after the launch?
Once the shuttle is underway, Trish told her, the onboard computer regulates its speed and rocket burns. We can just sit back and enjoy the ride, Jason said.
Sarah looked dubious. You won't be saying that after you've ridden one.
He grinned.
Want to bet?
Sarah couldn't help but let a small smile creep onto her face. If anyone could lighten someone's mood, it was Jason.
Is that it? She asked Trish.
There is one thing we don't really know about. The shuttle will come to a stop by itself, but we'll have no clue who'll be waiting at the other end.
We should expect a number of ground crew to meet us, Sarah said, but we'll all be wearing deep-reach gear so I can blag us past, say we're on an emergency recon or something. With an unscheduled arrival, it's possible we won't see anyone.
Trish crossed her fingers.
With any luck?
Something we'll need a lot of, Jason said.
Sarah murmured her agreement.
How do you feel about using Riley's multifunction card? Trish asked her. Sarah stiffened. "Fine. Are you sure? You've obviously become quite close since you joined the SED, and stealing his card to use in our plan will cause him a lot of problems." "Big problems," Jason added. "I know," Sarah said, "but it won't be too bad for him. He's got the support of Dresden Locke and his father, General Elwood. Sure, he'll get a firm reprimand, but it won't be like he helped us or anything." Trish and Jason seemed to accept her reasoning, which was sound. However, the prospect of betraying Riley did make her feel physically sick, especially now they'd consummated their feelings for each other, feelings which, for her anyway, were very strong indeed. If she'd met Riley at any other time in her life, who knew what could have happened? But as it was, her loyalties were firmly divided, and it was a subject, quite frankly, she could do without dwelling on. As their discussion continued, talk turned to what had been contained in the vaults, Sarah wowing Trish and Jason with the things she'd witnessed during her tour. Almost inevitably, though, their thoughts returned to the escape plan, the finer points being argued over and worked out, detail by detail. "So, according to your deep reach maps," Jason said, "how long will it take us to get to my Anakim temple containing the transportation devices?" "I've already done a quick check on the route to the temple, and it should be a 2-week trip," Sarah told him, "give or take a day or two. The route's already been laid and waypoint markers deployed, so what would have taken the first team months to find will take us a lot less. I've given them to Trish, so she can work out what air shuttle track we need to take out of the SED." "You didn't tell me she'd given you the maps," Jason said to Trish, aggrieved. "You were in the toilet. I forgot. Deal with it." "What about food, water, and other supplies?" she asked Sarah. "The air shuttle will be loaded with everything we need and more." 2 weeks, Jason said. "That's a lot of water." "There'll be a remote-controlled supply vehicle and an aerial drone which can carry most of the load," Sarah told him. "It'll be challenging, but trust me, we can handle it." "If you say so." "We can collect our deep-reach gear on the night of our escape," Sarah continued, "along with anything else we think we'll need." "So that's it then," Trish said. "We're almost set to go." Sarah gave a shake of her head. "No, we are set to go." Jason looked at Sarah and then Trish. "So we're actually going to do this?" Hello," Trish said. "What have we just been planning, a tea party?" "When do we go then?" He sounded anxious. Sarah made a decision. "Tonight." "What?" Trish and Jason said in unison. "The longer we leave it, the more likely it is we'll never get out of here," Sarah told them. "General Stevens will want to interview me after the incident at the SED, and when he finds out my tracking bracelet has gone, I'll be screwed. Secondly, Riley's code for the vaults is more likely to change the longer we leave it. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, I want to get on with it before my bottle goes." Jason rubbed his hands together. "Fucking hell, this is going to be epic!" Trish looked worried. "Or a total disaster." "It'll be fine," Sarah said. "It has to be." Chapter 51. A perfectly choreographed dusk crept over the upper level of USSB Sanctuary, the dimming synthetic sunlight shrouding the subterranean city below in a ruddy hue, long shadows casting phantom nets over the final vestiges of the day. Replicating this eternal ballet of perceived time in perfect synchronization were the other many levels and chambers throughout the base, allowing all Sancturians to indulge in this most fundamental of solar events. Traffic within Sanctuary's transport system ferried passengers through its vast network, the high-tech and high-speed vehicles an enviable collaboration of man and machine, delivering the former safely to its intended destination. As day turned to night, human activity slowed, the corridors of the SED emptying much like the museum located on the levels above. Further out, in the Exploration Division's residential apartments, people returned home from a hard day's work. Amongst these predominantly civilian individuals, 3 unassuming renegades stood on the very edge of rebellion, but only 2 were fully committed to the road ahead. "Sarah!" Trish called out to her friend. "You need to go!" Sarah sat on her bed, fiddling with her multifunction card, turning the dense metallic rectangle over and over in her hands as she stared off into space. Jason poked his head around her bedroom door. "Saz, you need to get a wriggle on." Sarah looked up, her fingers stopping to caress the emblem of USSB Sanctuary embossed into one side of the card. "Huh?" "You need to get going," he said. "The clock's ticking." Sarah checked her phone. It was late evening, and the plan was a go. She stood up, feeling detached and unreal, almost like she didn't exist. "Right," she said, walking out into the lounge area where Trish and Jason had laid out their kit for their journey. "Are you okay?" Trish asked. Sarah focused on her friend. "I'm fine." "Are you sure? You've seemed down all day, distracted too." "I'm fine." Her ferocity took her friends by surprise, the 2 of them exchanging a meaningful look in response. "I'm fine," she said in a calmer tone. "Don't worry about me. Just meet me where we agreed, okay?" "Okay," Trish said. "But if there's anything wrong, you need to say now, as it's all our necks on the line, not just yours." Sarah ground her teeth. "I know. Look, I'm just nervous. I've got a lot on my mind, a lot to remember, and I don't need you winding me up." "She's not winding you up," Jason said. "She's just concerned." Sarah looked from Jason to Trish, their faces looking anything but confident before the off. "I'm sorry." She picked up her rucksack to check everything she needed was inside. Her manner became businesslike. "Is everything ready?" "I think so." Trish looked around at the bags, equipment, and clothing laid out around them. "Shaped charges?" Sarah asked. Jason scooped one up. "Check." "Air shuttle manual?" Trish pointed to it. "Waypoint beacons?" "Yes, check," Jason said. "Deep reach maps?" Trish nodded. "Deep reach uniforms?" Jason picked up one of the red and blue jackets and waggled it about. "Excellent." Sarah looked to Trish. "Have you got the pill?" Trish handed her a small mauve capsule. "And you're positive this won't hurt him?" Sarah rolled the small oblong object around in her palm. 100%, Trish said. "It's a perfectly legal sedative. It'll knock him out for 12 hours, and he'll wake feeling like he had the best sleep ever. Until he realizes you stole his card and fled the base," Jason added. "Shut up, Jason," Trish said, furious. Sarah placed the pill in the pocket of her grey uniform before looking around the apartment one last time, making sure she hadn't left anything behind. Satisfied, she made to leave. "I'll see you both at 1 a.m. then." 1 a.m., Trish gave her a brief hug. "Don't be late," Jason told her. Sarah mustered a smile, turned, and walked out of the door. It didn't take Sarah long to reach Riley's home, as it was located in the same chamber as hers, which was just as well, as she was already getting cold feet. Any longer, and she may have wimped out before she'd even started. She rang the doorbell and waited for him to answer. The door soon opened, and her fear, or was it hope, of him being out shrank to nothing. "Hi," Riley said. "Didn't expect to see you tonight." "No, guess not." "You're lucky you weren't in work this afternoon. Locke was asking after you. You'd better make sure you go in tomorrow, or he'll be out looking for you." "Can I come in?" she asked, finding it difficult to maintain eye contact with him. "Sure." He stood aside to let her through. Sarah moved past him and into his lounge, where she was pulled up short by the sight of 2 of her deep-reach teammates standing in the kitchen, drinking beer. Jefferson, the broad, black-bearded archaeologist, and Cora, Riley's second-in-command, both turned as she entered. "Sorry, I
didn't realize you had company."
"Not a problem. Do you want a drink?" Sarah shook her head, eyeing his multifunction card, which hung, as ever, on a chain around his neck. Jefferson ambled up to them.
"Rye, we're going to go. See you in the morning, yeah?"
"You don't have to."
"Yeah, we do."
He gave Sarah a small nod and a smile before leaving. Cora downed her bottle, handed it to Riley, and then gave Sarah a look that could kill before following Jefferson out of the door.
"Sorry," Sarah said after they'd gone. "I didn't mean to disturb your plans."
"No biggie." He cracked open another bottle of beer and took a swig.
"About this morning, I didn't mean to leave you like that. I just—"
"Don't worry about it. Water under the bridge." They stood staring at each other, the silence between them growing uncomfortable.
"I think I will have that drink," she said, breaking the awkward moment.
Riley put his drink down to get her a beer, and Sarah, her fingers already clasping the sedative inside her pocket, slipped the pill into his drink, the capsule fizzing as it dissolved on its downwards spiral to the bottom. To hide these extra bubbles, she picked up the bottle and handed it to him on his return. Accepting a bottle of her own, she watched as he raised her concoction to his lips.
"Wait!"
She seized the drink from him before he could take a sip and placed it to one side. He looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing."
She was lost at how to explain away her actions. He cut her off by leaning in to kiss her. With a rush of passion clouding her mind, Sarah's thoughts and fears drifted away as she kissed him back, the plan she'd worked so hard over falling broken and discarded by the wayside, the laced bottle of beer continuing to effervesce unseen on the kitchen worktop. Chapter 52. Sarah opened her eyes to darkness. Getting out of bed, she ran her hands through her long tresses and picked up her phone to check the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. Using the dim light of her phone to guide her, Sarah collected her clothes from the floor and retreated to the bathroom to put them on. Returning to the bedroom, she tiptoed around to Riley's side, stopping to watch him sleep, his breathing steady and slow. She drank in his form as she contemplated her options. Stay in sanctuary for the rest of her life, with a man and a job that made her happy, or return to the surface and expose sanctuary and the Anakim, and seek justice for her mother. There was no in-between here. One way or the other, it had to be all in. Riley moved in his sleep, and Sarah looked to his bedside table where his multifunction card lay, unguarded and exposed. "As soon as I take his card, my time at Sanctuary is at an end," she thought. "No more Riley, no more Sanctuary, no more Deep Reach. The end. Finito. No going back." Her thoughts strayed to the surface. The freedom she experienced, journeying to many lands, savouring different cultures, exploring new realms. Why should she give that all up? Sanctuary shouldn't be kept secret. It should be for all peoples to visit as they pleased, not for the select few. The existence of Homo gigantis, perhaps the greatest discovery mankind had ever made alongside Sanctuary itself, should be part of human history, not covered up by the GMRC, the U.S. government, or the Roman Catholic Church. She stretched out her hand to pick up the card, but hesitated, her memories of the Deep Reach mission flooding back to her, her times with Riley and her new friends, the wonders she'd seen in the vaults and at the SED. She pulled her hand back before another memory exerted itself, a powerful memory of smoke, fire, and pain. Anger swelled within her as she reached down again and grasped Riley's card, her fingers curling around it. Taking a deep breath, she picked it up and placed it in her pocket. Her decision made, she bent down and very lightly kissed Riley on his upturned cheek. Leaving the room, she walked towards the front door, noticing on the way the unfinished bottle of beer on the side containing the pill she'd placed within it. Changing course, she picked it up and poured its contents down the sink. Without a backward glance, she left the apartment, shutting the front door behind her as quietly as possible. With a lump in her throat and regret like a millstone around her neck, Sarah headed for the SED. Darkness and silence hung over the area surrounding the Smithsonian's Museum of Sanctuary. The building, bordered by beautifully tended gardens, shone beneath the dull orange glow of the lights encircling its extensive circumference. Now, directly below the USSB's mighty dome, wrapped inside its warm atmosphere, Sarah glanced up at the simulated night sky. Someone went to a lot of effort to make the stars flicker and shine like the real thing, she thought, her mind suddenly picking up on every detail of the base. She noticed they even appeared to match the correct pattern of the constellations. Completing the effect was a near-perfect representation of the moon, the strength of its light even managing to cast its own shadows as she threaded her way through the greenery, which in the half-light appeared as a darker shade of grey. Sarah spied the figures of Trish and Jason sitting under a tree, close to where they'd arranged to meet. "Where the hell have you been?" Trish said in a forced whisper as Sarah approached. "Sorry, I got waylaid." Jason stood up. "What were you doing all that time, or shouldn't we ask?" "Let's get on with this, shall we?" Sarah told them, smoothly avoiding the inference. "Did you get it?" Trish asked. Sarah plucked Riley's card from her pocket and dangled it on its chain in front of them. "Come on," she said, shouldering her rucksack. "I've been waiting ages for you two." "Funny," Trish said as they collected their own bags and followed after her. At a small side entrance to the museum, Sarah swiped her multifunction card over a security pad, the little used door swinging open to reveal its quiet, dark interior. The three friends scurried through the exhibits, their footfalls echoing in the silent halls. As they descended a wide staircase, they were momentarily blinded as a light was shone in their faces. "Hey, what are you doing in here?" a man's voice said out of the darkness. Sarah, regaining her vision, saw that it was the same aging security guard she'd met on her way back from the vaults with Riley the night before. "What's going on, Jeff?" Another guard approached from behind them. Jeff shone his torch into each of their faces. "Got 3 trespassers." Sarah curbed her desire to run. "We work for the SED. We're just passing through." "SED, eh?" Jeff tugged at a large, wrinkled ear. "Let's see your passes, then." Sarah withdrew her card and held it up for him to see. Seems to be in order. What about you two?" "They're with me." "Sorry, miss, can't let people through if they ain't got a card. Dem's the rules. It's more than my job's worth." Sarah groaned inwardly. They hadn't even got to the SED yet, and they were having problems. So much for plain sailing. "You've got my card," Jason said to Sarah, giving her a funny look. "Oh, yes, I forgot." She pulled out Riley's card and made sure to put her finger over the image when presenting it to the security guard. He leaned forward, peering at it. "I can't see the photo. Give it here." Jeff whipped the card out of her hand before she could react. Sarah watched as he looked at the card and then at Jason and then back to the card again. "Shit, we're screwed." "That's fine." He handed the card to Jason. Jason tried to stop himself from grinning as he made a face at Sarah to indicate his surprise. The old guy must be partly blind, Sarah thought. Perhaps their luck was in after all. "I forgot my card," Trish told him. "Sorry." "Forgot your card?" the other guard said. "No one forgets their card. That's crazy." "Perhaps you can let it slide this once," Jason suggested, trying to sound in charge of the situation. "As you saw, I have level 8 clearance. If you want, I'll give you both a tour of the SCD next time I'm back through. How about that?" "But we don't even know what's down there," the man said. "How do we know it's worth it?" "Oh, it's worth it." Jason put an arm around Jeff's shoulders. "It'll blow your minds." "Sounds good to me," Jeff said, after giving it some thought. The other guard nodded. Apparently, Jason's offer was too good an opportunity to pass up. "Excellent!" Jason slapped Jeff on the back. "Catch you later!" The companions set off once more, leaving the bemused guards behind them. "Nice blag," Sarah said to Jason once they were out of earshot. Jason grinned. "I thought we were bollocksed when he took Riley's card. Silly old sod is blind as a bat." "Luckily for us," Trish said as they worked their way down to the lower floors. Reaching the first security door without further incident, the three friends changed into their deep-reach coveralls and matching jackets. Trish's and Jason's having been obtained by Sarah 2 days before during her supply run at the SED. Ready to continue, Sarah swiped her card through the security mechanism. A buzzer beeped negatively, and a red light appeared on the card reader. Sarah swiped it again, with the same result. She swore and tried a third time. The buzzer sounded again, accompanied by the red light. "Perhaps I can be of assistance." Jason flourished Riley's card. "Abracadabra!" He swiped the card through the slot. The door beeped, and a green light appeared. "After you, little lady," he said in a deep voice. Sarah gave him a droll smile. "Thanks." Moving along, they had to pass through another 3 card readers on their way to the lift, each one only accessible using Riley's card, an item that had turned out to be more critical to proceedings than they'd predicted. Knowing these new security measures must have been installed as a result of her and Riley's recent late-night run-in with General Stevens's men, real doubt crept into Sarah's mind about their chances of success. Despite such thoughts tormenting her, Sarah continued to lead the way, and after taking a couple of wrong turns, the 3 friends arrived at their intended destination. Much like the new high-clearance level locking mechanisms they'd already encountered, security surrounding the final obstacle into the SED's little-used auxiliary entrance had been substantially increased. On Sarah's first impromptu foray into the exploration division, the safeguards were virtually non-existent. But now another card reader and a glass door prevented access to the platform inside, and beyond this a biometric scanner had been added, prohibiting access to the lift's controls. Trish eyed the obstructions. "I take it this lot isn't normally here." Sarah's face was grim. "No, they're new." "Looks like you really pissed them off this time," Jason said. "They ain't seen nothing yet." Sarah motioned for him to use Riley's card once more. Jason swiped, and the lock bleeped, the transparent barrier swishing aside with a pneumatic hiss. Moving inside, Sarah sent a silent prayer heavenward before placing her forehead against the retinal scanner. A green laser shone across her eye. A palm reader then flipped down. She placed her hand on it, and a blue grid lit up beneath. 2 perpendicular bright blue lines moved in from the edges, bisecting one another in the center to form a grid which spiraled out to fill the translucent panel. "Thank you," a computer-generated voice said. "Please speak your name and clearance level into the microphone." Sarah looked at Jason and Trish before leaning forwards. "Sarah Morgan, clearance level 7 Delta." "Thank you, Sarah Morgan. Biometrics identified. Your login has been confirmed and recorded. SED access granted." "Sweet," Jason said, as Sarah breathed a sigh of relief. The controls to the platform now unlocked. Sarah sent them downwards with the press of a button. The lift rapidly descended, and they soon reached the bottom, stepping out into the old brick tunnel. The strip lighting running along the passageway's ceiling disappeared around a shallow bend some distance ahead. Sarah pressed on until they reached the same old rusty iron door she'd encountered on her first incursion beneath Sanctuary's museum. Inching it open, she peered through. Nothing stirred. The Exploration Division's hallways and rooms, visible from her position, were devoid of any activity. "Right," Sarah said. "We walk like we belong, but we move quickly, okay?" Trish and Jason nodded, their expressions tense. Opening the door wide, Sarah moved through into the giant circular atrium that encompassed the massive steel and glass building. Striding forwards, Trish and Jason at her side, a movement off to the right alerted her to the presence of a couple of armed soldiers. She watched out of the corner of her eye as the two men wandered off in the opposite direction. They hadn't been seen. Stepping into the SED, Sarah reminded herself to breathe again now that the danger had passed. Their luck was holding, but for how long, she wondered. Striding along the darkened halls in the small hours of the morning, Sarah decided to show Trish and Jason the shuttle bay first. Wow! Jason peered down into the 200-foot-wide oval shaft, the dark pit like the gaping maw of a titanic slumbering beast, seeming to consume the 8 air shuttle tracks that descended into it. "How far down does it go?" "A long way," she said, before showing them the air shuttle garages positioned further back around the edge, one of which housed the vehicle they planned to take. "There's a track connecting all of them together," Trish pointed out the shiny rails running around the ceiling of the bottom level of the shuttle bay. "The manual indicates that any shuttle can be moved around this and mounted onto one of the 8 outgoing rail sets." "I'll take your word for it," Sarah said, and then led them back up the stairs and through a series of corridors, bringing them to the deep-reach Alpha 6 kit room. Knowing speed was of the essence, Sarah selected the climbing equipment they would need and flung it, piece by piece, onto a growing pile in the center of the room. Jason massaged a shoulder. "That's a lot of gear. We can sort it all out later." Sarah checked the time on the phone attached to her wrist. "Just stuff it in those backpacks. We need to hurry. We're behind schedule." "And whose fault is that?" Trish said, as they each rammed the kit into the 3 bags. "Sarah's," Jason nudged into her. "Yes, mine." Sarah shoved him back. Jason grinned at her, the look easing her anxiety levels a little. After they'd finished that task, Sarah helped each of them into their multi-purpose harness. Putting on her own, Trish and Jason helping to do up the rear clasps, Sarah then led them to the so-called departure lounge to collect their helmets. Most of the racks were full, intimating that only a few teams still roamed outside of the USSB. Sarah collected her own helmet, hanging it on her backpack, while Trish and Jason started selecting helmets at random to test their fit. After a few minutes, they'd both acquired suitable headwear, and Sarah took them to the command center, which overlooked the shuttle bay. "We need to keep really quiet now," she said, before entering the tiered control station within the command center. "Don't forget there's a night shift sleeping in the back room." Jason looked horrified. "What? You never mentioned that before." "She did," Trish said. "You just weren't listening as usual." "What if an emergency shuttle comes in?" Jason asked. Trish jabbed him in the arm. "We leg it, you muppet." Jason made a face at her, and Sarah opened the door and went inside. Putting her bulging backpack down, she motioned for Trish and Jason to stay where they were. Sarah approached the door at the back of the room, locking it as she'd seen the soldiers do only 2 nights previously. Returning to her friends, she noticed Trish looking at the control console with apprehension, the bewildering array of dials, screens, and switches, enough to daunt anyone. Trish shot her a look of deep skepticism. "This looks more complicated than I thought it would."
You'll be able to figure it out, though, yeah? Sarah asked, keeping her voice low.
Sure she will, Jason said. She's the cleverest one here. She'll sort it.
You can do this, Sarah told her. I know you can.
Trish nodded uncertainly.
I'll give it my best shot.
She'll do fine, Jason said. Sarah glanced through the window at the oval metal floor below, the giant retractable cover currently sheltering the equally large shaft beneath.
Will we need to open the shuttle bay floor?
If we do, you'll need to disable the sirens and flashing lights, or we'll have the whole damn army down on us in a matter of minutes.
According to the manual, Trish said, and from what I saw downstairs, it seems the shuttles can be launched from the top or bottom floor, as the tracks can be moved as required. I'm not sure why they need both options, but when it comes to launching a shuttle from the lower floor, where you said you were launched from on your deep reach mission, retracting the metal floor is still essential, otherwise the shuttles are unable to clear it as they rotate on the track prior to the drop.
Shouldn't you know this? Jason asked Sarah.
You'd think, but I only rode it once. Anyway, just make sure you keep the sirens off, okay?
Trish gave a thumbs up.
Will do. When you've chosen the air shuttle, you'll need to stow our bags in the rear compartment, Sarah told them. But keep your helmets up here. When I get back from the vaults, we need to be ready to go.
I can't believe we're going through with this, Trish said.
Just stick to what we planned and we'll be fine.
Sarah slid her own deep-reach helmet over her head.
How long do you think you'll be? Jason asked as she adjusted the headgear. Hard to tell. Hopefully no longer than a couple of hours.
It can't be much longer than that, he said. Otherwise we'll have the early starters coming into work.
Sarah nodded.
Good luck.
Trish gave her a hug. You too. She embraced Jason in turn before moving away.
Wait,
Jason said in a hushed voice. Sarah looked back to see him holding out Riley's card. She smiled in self-mockery and accepted the card from him.
Be safe, she whispered,
and with a farewell wave, she was gone. Chapter 53. With the urgency of their situation driving her on, Sarah ran back through the SED, slowing as she neared the atrium. Keeping the noise of her passage to a minimum, she surveyed the area looking for signs of any military patrols. All was quiet. Quelling an inner voice that screamed at her to run, Sarah strode across the empty expanse towards the old iron door and the brick tunnel beyond. Expecting a soldier to call out to her at any moment, Sarah felt the pressure of paranoia release as she left the atrium behind, the threat of vigilant eyes temporarily averted. Running once more, she soon reached the lift, which she activated to return to the lower levels of the Smithsonian above. After a single wrong turn, Sarah found herself back in the public area of the museum. She looked at her phone. 14 minutes had already passed since she'd left Trish and Jason. She needed to move more quickly. Recalling the route Riley had led her along the previous night, she located the entrance and went through. Utilizing Riley's multifunction card, Sarah unlocked door after door, struggling with the cumbersome hatch-like wheel mechanisms as she passed through, making sure to leave the ponderous obstacles ajar in anticipation of a quick return. She just hoped Riley's ex-girlfriend, Perfect Petra, who looked after the vaults, wasn't pulling a late shift. Even the thought of the woman made Sarah's blood boil. Building up a sweat, Sarah arrived at the chamber containing the vaults, her progress so far going unnoticed. At least that's what she hoped anyway. Unlike her previous visit, the whole area stood shrouded in darkness, the only source of illumination coming from a limited number of small lights periodically positioned along the surrounding walkways. Thankful she'd decided to wear her deep-reach helmet, she lowered the visor with a push of a button. The digital head-up display powered up, casting a faint glow over her face. Switching to a spectral field suitable for the conditions,
her surroundings became crystal clear. The bridge spanning the gap to the Smithsonian's vaults remained in its horizontal position. Relieved to see it so, Sarah padded across it before descending the staircase at the end. She was now faced with the imposing round grey vaults, their doors presenting a united front in silent tribute. As she moved towards vault number 11, lights blinked on, making her freeze in place. Raising her visor, eyes wide, she looked around. "It's just a light triggered by movement," she told herself. "Get a grip." After swiping Riley's card over the security pad, Sarah dialed in the code she'd committed to memory, paused, and then hit the enter button. A series of mechanical noises, sounding much louder than she'd remembered, echoed out into the chamber, the massive vault door opening on command. As before, Sarah submitted herself to the decontamination procedure and then entered the interior of the vault. Once inside, Sarah felt a rush of excitement at being alone in such a secure and restricted place. Suppressing the unsolicited feeling, she moved to the room immediately to her right and pulled and then pushed at the door. It was locked. She switched her attention to the control device attached to the room's frosted panel exterior. Struggling with the system, she turned the glass transparent by mistake, and the ageless king of the Anakim appeared on his throne. Partially distracted by the mummy's splendor, she stumbled upon the menu sequence to override the door's locking mechanism. Grasping the chrome handle, she pushed the door open. A resulting expulsion of air and a suction-induced hiss, indicating she'd broken some kind of gaseous seal. Stepping inside, an overpowering smell of chemicals swamped her senses. Coughing and covering her mouth and nose with a hand, Sarah retreated. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she pressed a few buttons on the side of her helmet and deployed her visor and breathing apparatus, the two coming together to seal her face inside, her deep-reach headwear once again serving her well. She went back in and walked past the form of the giant king. His scale made her feel small, inconsequential, and the dark cavities where his eyes had been seemed to watch her from beyond the veil. Aching to take a closer look, Sarah had to force herself to focus on the task at hand and ignore the incredibly ancient and fantastical relic sitting close enough to touch. Knowing the clock was ticking, an intense urgency reasserted itself as she hunted for a way down into the disused service elevator. The place Riley had let slip lurked below. Her vision accentuated by her visor, she allowed her eyes to scan over the scene, but saw nothing useful. Apart from the enthroned mummy, the only other objects in the room were a functional set of cupboards, drawers, and worktops. On and around these, placed in groups, in trays, and on trolleys, were various containers and a variety of implements and bottles Sarah knew well, the tools of a restorer's and archaeologist's trade. But where was the entrance she sought? The floor and walls appeared seamless. With nowhere else to look, she switched the image on her visor to another spectrum, and then another, scanning for signs of a hidden entrance. Nothing. She looked at her wrist, her phone telling her she had no more time to waste. Getting desperate, her attention returned to the ageless king. "Any bright ideas?" she asked, glancing at the Anakim warrior. He stared back at her in mute disinterest. And then something struck her. Perhaps the entrance wasn't just beneath the room with the ageless king in, but beneath the ageless king himself. Crouching down, she peered under the platform on which the throne rested. She could see a distinct line in the floor. Without further thought, she grasped the edge of the raised dais and heaved. The treads on her shoes gripped the floor well, and the mummy, throne, and platform moved aside. Breathing hard inside her mask, Sarah stood up to see that a single square panel sat inset into the floor. She ran to the worktop, plucked out a trowel from amongst its fellows, and hurried back to the center of the room. Planting the blade into the seam, she prized the panel up, lifted it free, and threw it to one side. A similar cover lay underneath, a handle in its center. Sarah lifted it up and out. Its density far greater than the floor covering she'd just removed, and dropped it down with a dull metallic clang. A deep hole presented itself, a ladder on one side. Without hesitating, she adjusted her visor's settings, powered up her helmet's twin torches, and climbed down into the pit. Looking around, Sarah could see the abandoned lift shaft widening out below. She continued down some way before a small rectangular opening came into view to her right. This had to be the passageway Riley had told her about, as it headed off as straight as a die towards the military vaults. Stepping off the ladder, Sarah maneuvered herself into the tiny concrete tunnel. Marveling at how Riley had squeezed into such a small space, Sarah half crawled, half pulled herself forwards. A few minutes passed, and her slow progress was beginning to really concern her. "I have to tackle this all again on the way back," she realized. "But if I'm pursued after attaining the pendant, they'll soon have me pinned down. This place definitely doesn't lend itself to a quick getaway." Opening her mask to suck air more freely into her lungs, she picked up the pace. With her knuckles bruised and raw, Sarah found the way ahead splitting off into 11 separate tunnels. Secured over each of these foreboding entrances squatted a sturdy metal grating which prevented anything from passing through, all except one. This must be the route Riley had forced open, she presumed, noticing the cover hanging off the front and the number 1 painted on one of its interior walls. Logically, she reasoned that if the open passage, which was located on the far left of the 11, went to Military Vault 1, then it stood to reason the tunnel 2 places along from it went to Vault 3, and subsequently her pendant. Positioning herself in front of the 3rd entrance, Sarah pulled at the metal grate. The metal groaned in protest, but failed to give way. She tried again from a different angle. The frame bowed out as she used her legs and a straight back to exert the maximum possible force upon it. Sweat trickled down her neck as she continued to prise the cover loose. While working around the rim, one of the 4 retaining pins snapped, and the metal sagged away from the wall. Spurred on by this advance, she kept up her efforts, and the 2nd pin broke soon after. Wrenching the grate out of the way, noticing the number 3 painted on the wall as she passed inside, she worked her way along this new tunnel. With yet more valuable time ebbing away, Sarah came out into another shaft. Unlike the one back in the Smithsonian vault, this area was fully functional. In front of her rested the top of an elevator car suspended by a cabling system. "This is it," she thought. "I'm inside the military vault." Stepping onto the roof of the lift, she unbolted a hatch and then dropped down into the area below. Now inside a lift much like any other, Sarah turned off her helmet's lights and pressed the G button for the ground floor. Seconds later, she walked out into the vault's interior. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the inside of the military vault mirrored the Smithsonian ones in layout and design. A dimly lit walkway ran down the center of the structure, and on either side stood rooms with frosted panels, the only main difference being the area she'd just entered, where instead of a room there was a foyer outside the elevator. Sarah checked the time on her phone. She'd left the SED just over an hour ago. Reasoning that going back would be far quicker, she estimated she had a maximum of 25 minutes before having to return. An image of Trish and Jason popped into her mind, making her speculate as to how they were faring, thoughts of the numerous ways the plan could go wrong distracting her. Snapping back to reality and remembering how Riley had located the whereabouts of her confiscated possessions, Sarah looked around for a computer system. There didn't appear to be a matching console here, but there was a large wall screen in the foyer. "I hope using this won't alert anyone to my presence," she mused, pressing a button to bring the display to life. Illuminated by the screen's powerful glow, she was pleasantly surprised to see the system didn't require any username or password to access. And why would it, she thought? It was inside a highly secure military vault, and anyone using it would presumably have clearance. Using the touch-screen menu system, which also confirmed she was indeed in Vault 3, Sarah navigated to a database archive. Selecting the search function, she entered a description of her pendant, and almost instantaneously a result displayed. Riley had been correct. All her possessions were there, and on the vault's 4th level. Keen to be reunited with her artifacts, Sarah took note of a code next to the results, D88, and moved onto the walkway. Using a simple control panel attached to a handrail, she sent the platform upwards. Lights above her stuttered to life as she came to a stop on the 4th floor. Sarah looked around in surprise at the dimly lit, open-planned area on either side of the walkway. No rooms or frosted panels here, just one large circular room lined with row upon row of shelving. D88, she said to herself, moving through the orderly corridors with purpose. The number in the code, she deduced, indicated the row number, and the letter the shelving unit within it. Jogging across to the other side, she found row 88 and came to a stop in front of a cabinet labelled with a D. 7 shelves rested within this depository, each enclosed behind a tinted shutter. Sarah yanked up the middle one. Inside, lined up side by side, small black plastic trays held various and disappointingly innocuous objects, none of which were her pendant. She opened the remaining shutters 2 at a time, the second from last revealing a sight that made her catch her breath. Her pendant! Reaching in, she withdrew the metallic pentagonal disc, still on the chain she'd had round her neck on first entering the USSB. With no time to savour the moment, Sarah welcomed it home with a kiss before eagerly extracting her other items, which all rested on the same shelf, the first being the smaller, yet similarly shaped pendant, the next 3 Anakim parchments, and lastly the chunky metal Mayan tablet. Noting each object had been tagged with a plastic label, Sarah slid the small pendant onto the chain alongside its fellow before securing them both around her neck. Tucking them inside her deep-reach coveralls, the 2 metallic discs rested against the skin of her chest, the sensation familiar and deeply satisfying. The parchments, contained within a plastic wallet, folded neatly into her breast pocket, while the tablet slid into a large Velcro pouch on her thigh, weighing her down on one side. Reunited with her artifacts, Sarah checked the time again. She had 15 minutes before she absolutely had to return. A thought worked its way to the forefront of her mind. She had an opportunity here, the possibility of getting her hands on more Anakim wonders, to steal from the military like they'd stolen from the rest of humanity. It was an appealing idea, and such poetic justice, by her reckoning, was a rarity not to be passed up. Getting back on the walkway, she descended to the 1st floor. Now surrounded by rooms, she moved to one and turned the frosted panel transparent. Inside, arranged on a large single bench, lay an array of large and intriguing objects. She recognized one as being the shield she'd seen brought to the SED back by the archaeology team, before the military had swooped in and expelled them all from the shuttle bay. The massive object glittered in the dim lighting, its dark blue and purple hue setting off the gems set into its surface. Knowing she had no hope of stealing anything so big, she moved to the next room, again turning the glass see-through. At first there appeared to be nothing in this room, but as she moved away, a shimmering effect in the air drew her back. Something was in there, but it could only be glimpsed if you moved, and even then only an indistinct outline could be seen. It looked like a large oblong box with a statue on top. A little perturbed by this veiled spectre, she moved to the next room. Inside this she saw a veritable library of what must be Anakim parchments, stacked in furled rolls on a 20-foot-high rack which spanned the whole side of the room. In the rest of the space stood columns of tall, flat, freestanding cabinets, their black monolithic frames reaching up towards the ceiling. Within each of these, on both sides, were more parchments, their ancient texts splayed out for analysis. Unlocking the room via the control pad, Sarah entered, a vacuum sucking at the door as it opened. Snatching some scrolls from the rack, their superfine and durable material folding with ease, she placed them in her pocket alongside her others. Drawn to some red-coloured parchments further along, Sarah saw they were some sort of animal hide, not the high-tech type like hers or the ones she'd just filched. Deciding to leave these alone, something else grabbed her attention like a slap to the face. Almost in a daze, Sarah walked between the upright displays to stand looking up at a parchment on show just above her eye level. "No," she said out loud, shaking her head. "It can't be." But it was. There was no mistaking the design. The image had been a part of her nightmares for months now, permanently seared into her mind for all eternity. Sarah outstretched a hand to caress the parchment before her, the desire for physical contact thwarted by a protective perspex sheet. It had been many years since she'd last lain eyes on it. The detail was exquisite, and the depiction of the Antarctic land mass, perfection. The precarious nature of her mission forgotten, Sarah stared at one of the maps she'd previously believed to have been lost in the fire that had taken her mother's life. There was no doubt in her mind that it had been one of her discoveries. She'd spent enough hours poring over it. She knew every inch. The fact that she was looking at it now shattered her theory as to who was responsible for murdering her mother. And to think I'd been happy here at the SED with Riley. The thought now tasted acrid and vile in her mouth. I even considered staying in Sanctuary and surrendering my freedom to these people. The sickening betrayal and her pathetic naivety broke something within her. Gritting her teeth, she fought to release the map from its locked case. As she failed to make any impact, her frustration skyrocketed, and with an incandescent scream of rage, Sarah launched herself into the cabinets around her, heaving them over. The heavy display cases slammed into one another, creating a domino effect and causing the entire vertical collection to fall, crashing to the floor. The thunderous noise ending when the final ones to topple smashed into the special glass frontage, shattering it into 1,000 tiny shards. Her fury at the deception of those she'd trusted of Riley eviscerated any restraint left in her. Returning to the first room she'd approached, Sarah unlocked the door and barged in. Moving to the monstrous shield suffused with priceless jewels, Sarah grasped its edges and hauled it upright. Turning it round, she placed her hands on the thick handle, attempting to lift it. A foot taller than her, the artifact was incredibly light for its size, and she managed to hold it off the floor for a number of seconds before it dropped back down with a clunk. Seeing the futility of her efforts, her anger subsiding, Sarah made to wrest the shield back down, but before she could do so, she felt a sensation of heat spread over her hands. The pendant on her neck grew hot, and a curious oscillating vibration pulsed through the handle and up her arms. A wave of purple energy rippled across the shield's surface and burst out into the room in a sphere of blinding light. Streams of blue lightning flowed across the floor and walls and out into the vault. Sparks flew from the walkway's control panel and spotlights as they shorted out, the surge of electricity destroying every circuit in its path. Letting the shield drop, its surface still glowing brightly, Sarah rushed from the room in time to see the last remnants of the expulsion of power flickering up the inside of the entire vault, hot metal embers showering down around her. Plunged into total darkness, the shield's light ebbing away behind, Sarah activated her helmet's systems, which had somehow avoided ruin. Her torches ablaze, visor down, and senses recovered. The reality of her situation came flooding back. "I have to get out of here," she thought, desperation upon her. Running to the lift, she pressed the call button, which failed to light up. Realizing the mechanism was fried, she tried to open the doors to get back into the shaft. They held fast. She was trapped. Chapter 54. Imprisoned in the military vault, Sarah looked around in despair, imagining the hordes of soldiers that even now must be homing in on her location. Wait, she thought. Something she remembered seeing in the Smithsonian vaults sent her running back down the walkway. At the end, as she'd hoped, hung an emergency exit sign. Opening the door beneath, she ducked inside to descend the staircase within. Guided by the lights of her deep-reach helmet, Sarah emerged into a small corridor running around the vault's curved exterior wall. Passing through a heavy fireproof door, she arrived at another exit. This new metallic barrier had been plastered in warning signs and bristled with complicated security systems, all of which appeared inactive, wisps of smoke rising from some of the circuitry. Did the power surge from the Anakim shield reach this far? She wondered. Above this formidable steel door, in red lettering on a white background, a military sign read, USSB Sanctuary, United States Military, Scientific Laboratory Complex. Under this, another sign read, Warning, Restricted Area, Level 9, Special Access Personnel Only. Sarah pushed at the door, which swung silently inwards. Wary, but knowing she had no other option, she moved through it and out of the vault. Switching her torches to infrared to avoid detection, she altered her visor's spectral field, allowing her to see in the dark. Now in the laboratory complex, she flicked some switches on a wall next to her. The lights in here were also out. Amazed, the shield's energy had extended so far, apparently through solid walls, she proceeded down an empty corridor, searching for a way out. Arriving at an intersection, Sarah surveyed some signs stuck on the walls, the department names and arrowed symbols working much like those found in large hospitals. Sticking to basics, she followed the placard with "Way Out" on it. Jogging along, she heard voices ahead. Guards, she thought. Who else would be here this late? Dodging right down another hall, she went down a flight of stairs and pushed through a set of sturdy double doors, the card reader outside sparking sporadically as she passed. The whole damn security system was fried. Whatever that Anakim shield had done, it was on a massive scale. She just prayed it hadn't reached Jason and Trish back at the SED's shuttle bay. Moving ahead, she now found herself in a deserted yet extremely sophisticated laboratory. Computer equipment abounded, surrounding individual curiosities undergoing various procedures and tests within their own sealed rooms. One such area contained a huge Anakim body lying face up on a slab. While clearly decayed, the form was frighteningly intact, its dark sunken flesh the only giveaway to its incredible age. Finding it hard to ignore the macabre scene, she carried on, the time ticking away and her fear of capture rising. Making it to the other side of the lab, a buzz of electricity passed over her head, and the lights that remained undamaged blinked on. Her helmet's internal computer adjusted automatically, shutting down the torches and returning the visor to its default transparent state. Opening another door, she entered another bland, white-walled corridor. The lights out here had also resumed functioning, the building's systems beginning to reboot after the blackout. Sadly for Sarah, it made her escape that much more unlikely. More voices echoed down the hall. She went to return to the lab, but as she cracked open the door, she glimpsed 2 armed Terraforce soldiers entering from the opposite side. Panicking, she sped down another passageway, past a large antechamber, and on into another corridor before sliding to a stop as yet another SFSD patrol approached from that direction, their armored shadows looming on the wall ahead. Rushing back the way she'd come, she stopped outside an imposing entrance protected by a security checkpoint consisting of turnstiles, full-body scanners, and large, thick panels of glass. The area looked to be even more restricted than the complex she'd already inadvertently infiltrated. Reluctant to enter somewhere so secure in case the locking systems resumed operation, she froze, unsure of what to do next. Footfalls echoed from either direction. Her eyes widened in fear, and her head spun this way and that as she sought a place to hide. She had nowhere else to go. Her hand forced, Sarah opened a toughened glass door, compromising its vacuum seal, and passed into the restricted zone. Behind her, the heavy security door swung closed. Adorning its exterior surface were an array of warnings and restrictions. 2 of these read, USSB Sanctuary in partnership with GMRC R&D Division and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Warning, restricted area, level 10 Alpha, special access personnel only. Below, sandwiched in the very fabric of the glass, were the emblems and insignias of USSB Sanctuary, the GMRC, and NASA, and underneath these, an elegant silver logo, Project Ares. Chapter 55. Deep in the bowels of USSB Sanctuary, Sarah moved cautiously forwards, each step drawing her further into the military's highly restricted laboratory complex. With every sense heightened and every muscle tense, her eyes darted in all directions, seeking out any danger ahead. The way seemed clear, the many security measures on show appearing dormant, knocked out by the power surge she'd created with the Anakim shield. Aware that she was still visible to the soldiers approaching from outside the glass facade, Sarah vaulted over a turnstile and ducked through a black tunnel-shaped scanner before emerging into a cold, steel-clad room. On the walls around her, numerous white lab coats hung on hooks. In front there was another door plastered with warning signs and hazard symbols. A noise behind her made her jump. Had someone followed her inside? With no time to think, she grabbed one of the coats and pushed open the door, the steel handle cold to the touch. Cooled gases vented into the air around her as she entered, their mist clinging to her body. After quietly closing the door behind her, she found herself in a long, white-walled corridor. Running to the end, she came out into a small area surrounded by glass enclosures, each 7 foot high and 3 wide. Inside these were white, full-body hazmat suits with inbuilt breathing apparatus. On the far wall, a heavy metal hatch barred her way. Peering through its small, letterbox-shaped window, Sarah gazed out at a massive, brightly lit chamber, the size of a warehouse. Within this, she could see 10 self-contained laboratories, their grey sides full of oblong-shaped windows stacked 2 stories high. With no time to spare, she shrugged into the white coat and deployed her deep-reach helmet's breathing system, the mask generating an airtight seal in combination with her visor. Turning the wheel on the hatch through 360 degrees, she hauled it open and went through. Closing it behind her, she locked it again by spinning back the adjoining wheel on the other side. As soon as the lock bit, a buzzer sounded. Then a powerful blast of freezing vapor engulfed her from above and below. Moving away from the decontamination zone, she searched for a way out. With no obvious exits in sight, she glanced back through the door. Inside, she could see a man removing one of the hazmat suits from its cabinet. He looked like a scientist rather than a soldier, and it didn't look like he'd seen her, but if he did, it wouldn't take long for the special forces to arrive. Feeling like a cornered animal, she ran to the right along a metal walkway and descended some stairs before heading for an archway which took her into another smaller chamber beyond. Out of sight of the entrance, she leaned back against a wall to catch her breath, while inwardly cursing her stupidity for touching the shield. "Don't worry about that now," she berated herself. "You need to get out of here." Taking in her new surroundings, she saw, 60 feet away, a familiar sight resting within a semicircle of tall lighting rigs. It was the mysterious object she'd seen being retrieved from Sanctuary proper by General Stevens and his men back in the SED's shuttle bay. Peeking back into the main chamber, she could see the scientist who'd followed her in, walking away in the other direction. Counting her blessings that she hadn't been spotted, and unable to help herself, Sarah approached the pool of light which encompassed the 50-foot-high monolithic structure. The dark, rough, coral-like surface, interspersed with lighter seams of sediment, glinted and glistened under the powerful illumination. Up close, the ancient pentagonal prism soared above her head. Around this bizarre artifact, arranged on either side, were rows of tables blessed with a cornucopia of state-of-the-art scientific equipment and holographic computer screens, all of which appeared to be operating normally, untouched by the shield's power surge. Sprouting from this mass of technological hardware and onto the surrounding floor, reams of cabling snaked out like many long black giant worms to terminate on the artifact's rocky substrate. In front of this most primeval of edifices, a wide set of portable stairs had been positioned. These aluminium steps led up to the rectangular transparent enclosure that lay sunken into the stone some 10 feet off the ground. Sarah glanced back in trepidation. Making a decision, she swiftly ascended the steps to stand in front of the glass-like casing, its edges framed by a heavily corroded metal surround. Inside, the thick, pale, viscous liquid she'd glimpsed before remained static and lifeless. She looked down at the 3 indented discs set into a ceramic panel and tentatively reached out a hand. Her pendant and the circular depression grew warm. The color of the liquid darkened, and a small blue glow blossomed into being in its center. The light intensifying to sparkle like a distant star, beautiful and mesmeric. "Hey, what are you doing up there?" a muffled voice said. Snatching her hand away, the light died and the liquid reverted to its pale state. Sarah turned around to see the scientist in his biohazard suit looking up at her from the bottom of the steps, an expression of concern on his face. Lost for words, Sarah stared back at him through her visor. "Where's your hazmat suit?" the man said, his tone querulous. "Why are you wearing that helmet? Who are you?" Sarah descended the steps towards him. "I was sent here to clear up this mess." He looked around. "What mess?" "The power failure, of course," she said, improvising for all she was worth. "Where's your security pass?" Sarah noticed the official-looking rectangular badge attached to the outside of his suit. "I got special dispensation." She walked away to one of the monitoring stations. "Under whose authority?" he said, following her. "General Stevens. It's a digital certificate. Here." She picked up a computer tablet and pointed at the graphs. "Look at this." The man snatched the device from her. He peered at it for a moment and then looked back to Sarah. "I don't," he began, before a glazed expression spread over his face, and he dropped to the floor unconscious. Sarah chucked the heavy piece of computer hardware back on the desk she'd taken it from and bent down to see if the man was okay. Looking into his protective headwear, she saw his breath appearing as a fine mist on his transparent face mask. Relieved she hadn't killed him, she ripped out some leads from a nearby computer and tied his arms and legs up. With some effort, she dragged him out of sight before plucking the security tag from his chest and attaching it to the breast pocket of her white coat. Running back to the main chamber, she was pleased to see no one else appeared to be around, probably due to it being in the middle of the night. Jogging around the rest of the area, she searched for a way out. Out of breath, again surprisingly quickly, she slowed to a walk, her limbs feeling heavy and ponderous. There were no emergency exits, she realized. It was as she'd feared. The only way out was the way she'd come in. "Why am I so tired?" she asked herself, moving over to lean against the side of one of the grey stand-alone laboratories, her breathing still laboured. A recollection of feeling similarly drained drifted up from her memory banks. "I felt like this after I'd used the Anakim transportation device," she thought. "The shield and the thing I just activated must have sapped my energy reserves somehow. It makes sense," she hypothesized. "If the pendant taps into my body's bioelectricity to power the ancient technology, then it stands to reason such reserves are finite, which means my original theory about the pendant utilizing a battery that never runs out is erroneous, although, while it's an obvious flaw in the Anakim's design, their bodies would have been much larger than mine, thus having a much bigger power source to draw upon." Pleased with the breakthrough, but distressed by its current debilitating effects, and feeling too tired to move, let alone run, Sarah used the enforced break to peer into the laboratory next to her. Nothing significant caught her attention until she focused on the rear interior wall, where a large screen relayed multiple data feeds along with an intriguing image of what looked like live footage from some kind of space station, the large circular structure drifting through what could only be the blackness of space. Moving closer to the window, she could make out, in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the words USSS Archimedes, the NASA insignia, and next to that, a silver-winged emblem containing two distinct words. "Project Ares," she read out loud, captivated by the scene, which couldn't have been more removed from her current location. Wondering what the American Civilian Space Agency could possibly have in common with Sanctuary and the Anakim, Sarah moved to the next window, where she recognized another artifact she'd seen before, also in the SED's shuttle bay. Inside, resting on the floor, lay the bulky form of a jet-black, hexagonal, onyx-type container, one of the 3 15-foot-long and 10-foot-high vessels discovered by an archaeological team in the hidden catacombs of Sanctuary proper, and part of the hoard of artifacts that had included the Anakim shield she'd recently held. The last time she'd seen it, the lid had been open, displaying within 3 rows of small, round spheres. Now the top lay shut. The perfect lines and unblemished reflective surface showed off the fine silver script and symbols that flowed around it. Her strength was slowly returning, but she was still in no shape to mount any kind of escape. Her curiosity once more getting the better of her, Sarah decided to take a closer look. Rounding the corner, she stepped through the airtight door, its glass frontage adorned with the same Project Ares logo she'd seen moments before, and was subsequently doused in another jet of sanitizing vapor. Moving inside, she ran her fingers along the length of the object, relishing its smooth surface and magnificent workmanship. How it had survived so long in such pristine condition, God only knew. She'd be fascinated to know where it had been found, such context vital to determining the history of any artifact. Ignoring a warning sign on the door and passing into another room, Sarah pushed through into a transparent tent which had been erected inside. Within this, on a square aluminium table, sat 10 of the multi-sided orbs that could only have originated from the coffin-like creation she'd just visited. Each of these orbs, or more accurately, regular dodecahedrons, consisted of 12 pentagonal sides. They were each made of different materials. Some had rough, brightly coloured surfaces, while others were dull and smooth. All, however, had fine silver symbols inlaid into every one of their sides. They also seemed to be producing some kind of strange, high-pitched, oscillating noise that made the roots of her teeth tingle. Trying to dispel this unusual sensation, she leaned in for a closer look. Like the other much larger artifacts she'd seen, the scientists had attached to each of these geometric orbs a number of wires which led off to a host of monitoring equipment bolted to a nearby wall. Opposite, a digital screen displayed various charts and graphs, the data collected plotting across them as she watched. Deciding these palm-sized orbs were perfect for stealing, and knowing they would prove difficult to explain away by the scientific community on the surface, Sarah selected the one closest to her. Detaching the small cords around it, she picked it up, noticing as she did so the corrugated surface and extreme weight for something of its size. It felt like a lump of solid lead. Believing 2 of the orbs would weigh her down too much, she cut her losses and exited the lab, just the one orb cradled in her hands. Suddenly feeling a lot stronger, her energy levels climbing, Sarah looked at her watch. She had to get back, and soon. As she went to secure the orb in her pocket, a strange tingling sensation ran down her spine, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The orb grew lighter, its metallic green and yellow flecked surface vibrating and turning smooth. Her hands shook as an intense pain lanced through her head. Crying out in agony, she stumbled, the orb falling to the floor, and she to her knees. Looking down at her hands, she saw silver symbols on her flesh, disappearing as her fingers curled inwards involuntarily. A tortuous seizure tore through her body, and she crumpled to the floor, her limbs in spasm. Fitting uncontrollably, Sarah's eyes rolled up into her head before darkness consumed her, and time lost all meaning. Chapter 56. Sarah groaned and opened her eyes. A few feet away, resting on the smooth concrete floor, her eyes focused on the small orb that had rendered her unconscious. Rolling to her knees, she removed her helmet, shook her head, and rubbed her face before checking the time. Thankfully, she'd only been out for a few minutes, and apparently no one else had been alerted to her presence, as all was quiet in the highly restricted chamber. The 10 grey, twin-tiered labs stood silently around her, unmoved by recent events and, mercifully, still unoccupied. She got to her feet and took a few unsteady steps before her head cleared and the familiar sensation of clarity returned. Unwilling to let this potent object defeat her, Sarah tore a strip of cloth off her lab coat, folded it over so it was nice and thick, and picked up the orb. She waited to see if the same reaction occurred, ready to drop it to the floor the instant it did. After some time passed, she deemed it safe enough to tuck away into her deep-reach coveralls. Feeling light-headed but refocused, she glanced at the phone on her wrist. She was overdue. She had to get back to Trish and Jason, or it was game over. Jamming her helmet back on, a jog turned into a run as Sarah headed back to the hatch she'd entered on her way into the secure area. "Hey!" a voice said, making her heart skip a beat. Looking left, she saw the scientist she'd knocked out had also returned to consciousness, untied himself, and was now running towards the same exit. She sped up, the distance to the door rapidly decreasing as the man also closed the gap, the two of them converging on the single point. Reaching the hatch first, Sarah spun the wheel as the scientist bore down on her. Hauling it open, she dived inside and yanked it shut just as the man arrived outside, his hands slamming against the tiny window. They stared at one another through the small window. Sarah turned the wheel before meeting strong resistance as he tried to pull it back the other way. Despite his slim build, he was deceptively strong, and Sarah knew she couldn't keep him out for much longer. Searching for something to jam in the mechanism, something else caught her eye. Reaching out a hand while holding the door closed with her body, her fingers brushed against a red button. Unable to activate it, she let go of the wheel, sending the hatch swinging open. The scientist appeared in the doorway, a look of shock and horror on his face as he saw Sarah slam her palm against the button. "No!" he shouted. A thick metal plate shot down from above, sealing off the entrance and stranding the man inside. The white lights around her turned red, and sirens blasted out a continuous warning in response to Sarah activating an emergency contamination lockdown and facility-wide alert. If she hadn't realized it before, this time she knew the shit really had hit the fan. Captain Williams of USSB Sanctuary's Special Forces Subterranean Detachment had worked in the Army's scientific laboratory complex for many years. Originally, he'd worked out in Sanctuary proper alongside the elite teams of the SED, but after suffering a broken leg during the climb, he'd been retasked with babysitting duties. At the time, he'd bemoaned the fact that he'd effectively become a glorified security guard for a bunch of prissy, self-involved geeks, and after 6 years, not much had changed. He hated his job and the idiots he was sworn to protect, but apart from demoting himself and taking a hefty pay cut by becoming a regular, he was pretty much screwed every which way. Currently, Williams was pulling a night shift with his colleague Sergeant Shaw, who had just received a transmission via his radio. "Roger that, Control," Shaw said, and then looked at his captain. "Power's been fully restored." Williams shifted the grip on his rifle. "About time." "I wonder what caused it." Williams huffed. "Probably some fool messing with something he shouldn't." Just as he uttered those words, the lights around him turned red, and a siren echoed out into the corridors. "Fuck, what now?" He turned and looked through the glass into the zone he protected. "You better get in there," Shaw told him. "It's protocol." "Screw protocol. The last time they tripped this alarm, 10 people ended up dead. They don't pay me enough to have my face melted off." "Melted?" "I saw the bodies," Williams said, determined not to set a foot in there unless he was ordered to do so. "But by all means, if you want to follow protocol, you're more than welcome to take the lead." The sergeant considered him for a moment. "Let's wait. Someone will be down in a minute." "Good call." Williams eyed the area as a scientist came running through the security scanners in a white hazmat suit. Shaw backed away and cocked his rifle. "How did they get out?" Captain Williams held his hand up at the scientist as they pulled open the thick glass door. "Stay inside," he said, walking backwards away from her. "I'm okay." The woman held her own hands up in the air in supplication. "I'm the one who triggered the system." Williams kept his weapon at the ready in case she got too close. "What's going on in there?" "A big leak." Now out in the hallway, she moved away from him. "I'd start running if I was you. The whole place could go up." "What?" "Run!" She sprinted off. Williams looked round to see his colleague disappearing down the corridor in the other direction. "Crap," he said, and pelted after him. Sarah sped around the corner, pulling off the top of the biohazard suit as she went and throwing it aside. With her shoes squeaking on the tiled floor, she left the soldiers far behind her as she ran as fast as she could. "I can't believe I got away with that," she thought, the adrenaline coursing through her system as sirens continued to wail around her. "You're lucky they didn't shoot you," her internal voice admonished. Trying to get her bearings, she skidded to a halt as she spied some signs. Discarding the bottom half of the hazmat ensemble, Sarah scanned through the directions for a way out. "That'll do," she said, seeing a sign reading Smithsonian Vaults, and darting away to follow the arrow as if the hounds of hell themselves were nipping at her heels. She flew up some stairs and soon crashed through an exit to emerge inside the compound containing the museum's vaults. Back on recognizable ground, Sarah went up the spiral staircase and across the bridge, noticing the area was now brightly lit and military trucks roared up the access road beneath her. "If they aren't after me yet, they soon will be," she thought, keeping up her pace as she smashed open a door to carry on towards the museum and the SED beyond. Hurdling a barrier, Sarah banged open the first of the hatch doors she'd left unlocked on her way in. With their heavy metal frames crashing into the walls at her passing, the sound echoing down the halls, Sarah saw a familiar figure ahead. "Sarah?" Petra frowned and moved to bar her way. "You're the security breach?" Without breaking stride, Sarah swung a fist at Petra's smug face, knocking her out cold. "Yep," she said, glancing back and feeling a disturbing abundance of satisfaction as she continued on her way. Before she knew it, she'd traversed the museum and the lift back down to the SED. Now, running through the brick tunnel, Sarah prized open the rusting iron door, half expecting to see a line of soldiers standing there with their guns trained at her chest. Instead, there was only emptiness, the dimly lit atrium as yet undisturbed by her deeds back in the vaults and laboratories. Rushing forwards into the building, Sarah worked her way inside and back up to the SED's command center. Opening the door to the control station, she moved through to find the area empty. "Where the hell are Trish and Jason?" she thought, looking down into the partially lit shuttle bay below. "Looking for your friends?" a familiar voice said. Sarah turned around to see Cora standing behind the door. Strangest thing, Cora turned on the lights and walked towards her. "Riley rang me up in the middle of the night asking if I'd seen his multifunction card. Of course I hadn't, but then that's because you have it, don't you?" "Where are my friends?" Sarah backed away from her, noticing she held a wicked-looking climbing axe in one hand. "Why, are you planning on going somewhere?" Cora moved towards her, axe raised. "According to the military chatter, you've been a very naughty girl." "Where are they?" Cora smiled and tapped her nose. Now, impatience is not a virtue. Besides, you should be more worried about yourself than them." Sarah realized Cora wanted her to run. Her eyes narrowed, and she halted her retreat. "You're a brave girl." Cora's face hardened. "Let's see if I can cut that out of you." She swung the axe, and Sarah leaned back, the blade nicking her cheek as it slashed past. Diving to the side, she rolled back to her feet before having to evade another strike as Cora slammed the axe down into the desk she'd just been in front of. The woman wasn't trying to stop or maim her. She intended to kill. Sarah ducked again as another strike came in, but this time Cora had overreached, and Sarah was able to counterattack with a punch to her chin. Unlike the fragile Petra, however, Cora walked through the blow to deliver a headbutt to Sarah's nose. Pain exploded in her face as she felt the bone break. A knee took her in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her before a fist connected with her temple. Sarah staggered back and Cora advanced, looking to finish her. Sarah yanked the heavy Mayan tablet from her pocket just as the axe swung down at her head. The point connected with the metal plate, the impact throwing Cora off balance and allowing Sarah to scramble clear. Cora advanced again. Sarah hurled the Mayan pluck at her, but she ducked out of the way. Feeling in another pocket, Sarah withdrew the orb and launched the leaden weight at Cora's head. With cat-like reflexes, Cora caught the artifact in her hand, grinning as she backed Sarah into a corner. "I've been waiting to get rid of you ever since you arrived," Cora said, "and your duplicity has granted me that opportunity. Riley will find it hard to take when he hears of your death, but he'll get over it. Besides," she held up her weapon, "you left me no choice. I had to defend myself when you came at me with this axe. They'll probably even give me a reward for preventing your escape. Call me a hero." Sarah wiped a trickle of blood from her nose. "A twisted bitch is what you are." "So they tell me." Cora prepared to strike before her eyes widened, and the axe slid from her grasp. "What?" She looked down at the orb, still clutched in her other hand. Sarah saw the artifact's surface change texture, and she put her hands over her ears as a high-pitched noise sang out into the room. Cora clutched at her stomach, the orb rolling from her hand as she convulsed. Dropping to her knees, froth seeped from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes rolled up into her head. Toppling over, her body contorted before her back arched up once, twice, and a third time to crack sickeningly, leaving her lifeless form twitching on the floor. Sarah stared in shock at the scene, delighted to be alive, but horrified by what she'd just witnessed. Reluctantly, but feeling compelled to do so, she picked up the orb in its cloth covering and stowed it back in her pocket. A thumping sound, accompanied by muffled voices, drew her attention to the rear of the room where the night shift had been locked in. The fight with Cora had awoken them. Could anything else go wrong? She wondered. The door to the control center opened, and Trish and Jason entered wearing their stolen deep-reach helmets. "Did you get it? The pendant?" Trish said, before gasping at the gruesome sight of Cora's dead body. Sarah scooped up the Mayan tablet. "Yes, but we have to go, now!" Jason tore his eyes away from the corpse. "What's that noise?" "The night shift is awake." Sarah joined Trish at the main console. "Is everything ready?" Trish nodded. "Put the cards in the slots." Sarah withdrew the 2 multifunction cards and slid them into the apertures. Trish tapped away at the control panel, directing Jason to press some buttons on another computer. Guys," Sarah said, looking at a camera feed showing footage of the SED's atrium, "you might need to hurry up." She watched as soldiers streamed in from all directions. The game was up. Trish glanced at the image. "Hurry up, Jason!" Her fingers clicked faster on the keys. "I'm going as fast as I can, for Christ's sake!" Sarah saw an air shuttle appear from beneath the ground at the far side of the shuttle bay below. Trish stopped typing. "We're ready." "But the shuttle bay floor is still closed," Sarah said in dismay. "We didn't know how to turn off the sirens, but don't worry, it'll open." Trish's finger hovered over a red button. "But as soon as I press this, we only have 90 seconds. A loud booming on the rear door interrupted her. The night shift were trying to break free. 90 seconds, she continued, to get down to the air shuttle and secure ourselves in before it launches. "What?" Sarah's face blanched. Jason saw the live camera footage of soldiers rushing into the SED. "Press the damn button!" "Ready?" Trish asked. "Yes!" Sarah and Jason said in unison. The night shift burst out of the back room. "Go!" Trish depressed the button. "Stop!" someone shouted from behind, but Sarah, Trish, and Jason were already out of the door, the seconds ticking away as the sirens and beacons in the shuttle bay came to life, the great star-shaped metal floor grinding back. Sarah's heart felt like it was beating out of her chest as she followed Trish and Jason, who tore down the corridor ahead of her. Shouts from behind made her glance back. 20 feet away, 2 control station workers chased them down. Bursting through a door, Trish and Jason flew down some stairs, but Sarah halted at the top. "What are you doing?" Trish screamed at her, slowing down. "Keep going!" Sarah stepped back behind the door. Moments later, the 2 men came steaming through, and Sarah stuck out a leg, sending both of them tumbling down the stairs. Jumping down after them, Sarah bypassed the groaning bodies by vaulting over the handrail and rushed to catch up to her friends, who were now out of sight. Corridors and doors flashed past as she counted down the seconds in her mind. She was in the shuttle bay. The platform was ahead. She could see Jason and Trish clambering into the air shuttle. Sarah reached the steps, climbed up them, and ran along to the front of the vehicle to jump into a seat next to Trish. The back of her helmet clicked onto the headrest just as the safety frame rose up out of the floor to secure her in place. Her helmet's visor lowered, its internal ice-blue digital displays blazing to life. "Abort this launch immediately," a voice said through the shuttle bay's speaker system. "You are in violation of SED procedures. Stand down." "Why can't they abort the launch?" Sarah noticed the shuttle bay floor had only reached halfway. Trish held up a circuit board. "Because I disabled it." Sarah smiled, but the joy was short-lived as she could see through the command center's windows that the soldiers had arrived. The air shuttle shuddered and rose up into the air. Sirens continued to wail and beacons flashed as the track rose up from below, scraping against the floor as it continued to retract. Sparks showered down as the two mechanisms screeched against one another. With Sarah praying that the system wouldn't fail, the shuttle moved to intercept the rails, making her realize Trish must have set the shuttle to launch from the top tier. The shuttle dropped down so it connected to the track beneath, which had now cleared the floor, its passengers in an upright position. "Sarah, this is Dresden Lock," a voice said through her helmet. "Stop this launch at once." Sarah looked up to see Locke standing in the control station, and by his side, Riley. The windshield of the air shuttle glided into place as a countdown timer appeared on her visor. T-minus 15 seconds, she told herself. "Sarah," Riley's voice said, "listen to me. The soldiers have just been authorized to shoot. Please don't do this. Abort while you still can." Sarah didn't respond as gunfire tore into the control station's toughened windows. The transparent surfaces blurred into opacity as the bullets destroyed their integrity. 10 seconds, Jason said. The shuttle moved forwards to suspend them over the abyss. The soldiers were now kicking and breaking the fractured glass with the butts of their rifles. 5 seconds, Jason said. Sarah watched as the windows fell outwards into the shuttle bay, and the countdown timer sank to 3, 2... Bullets rained down around them. 1. "Launch!" Jason shouted, and the air shuttle plummeted into the earth. Chapter 57. A massive explosion detonated above them as they fell, a fireball hunting them down the shaft like the flaming claws of a demonic beast. Sarah heard Trish scream while the air shuttle spiraled downwards, the flames licking at its sides before they outrun its Promethean grasp. Wondering what had caused such a catastrophic eruption, Sarah watched the vehicle's main beams powering up to light the tunnel ahead. Her head rattled against the headrest as their speed increased before their track diverged from those around it. Rock walls flashed past, the track twisting and turning at dizzying angles, and Sarah's visor displayed a message indicating rocket propulsion was imminent. She braced herself as the burn initiated, thrusting her back into the seat. 10 seconds passed, followed by another rocket burn of the same duration. Roaring wind tore at the three friends as yet another rocket fired, propelling them forwards over 400 miles an hour in the blink of an eye and sending the G-force dial lurching up. The track dipped and weaved, making Sarah close her eyes before a final explosion increased their velocity even further. Hitting a straight piece of track, the air shuttle, currently inverted, angled upwards at 20 degrees, their acceleration still climbing. An alarm sounded inside Sarah's helmet. "Warning," a computerized voice said. "Unrecognized launch protocols detected. Maximum track velocity exceeded. Deploying emergency brakes." Sarah cracked open an eye to see the same message flashing on her visor while the skin on her face rippled backwards under the increasing speed. A jolt ran through the vehicle as the brakes engaged. A high-pitched screech slowed them for a few seconds before a loud bang followed by something large and heavy flying past their heads caused the shuttle to surge forwards again. "Malfunction, emergency braking system failure, SED control station offline, fail-safe protocols unavailable, manual activation required." At the end of Sarah's armrest, a panel opened and a joystick emerged. Sarah reached for it, but a twist in the track, bringing them upright, forced her hand back down before another rocket fired, powering them beyond 6 and then 700 miles an hour. A strange air pocket formed on the front of the shuttle's nose cone before a sonic boom shattered the air around them, announcing they'd just broken the sound barrier. Sarah's vision faded to grey and narrowed. Her body felt like she'd gained 1,000 pounds. The G-force dial on her visor crept up still further. The track dipped down and Sarah's vision blacked out her consciousness slipping. The rockets finally depleted. The shuttle slowed. Sarah's vision returned, and she managed to inch her fingers onto the joystick as they shot through the interior of Sanctuary proper, faster than a speeding bullet. Using all the effort she could muster, she pulled the stick back. Small rockets fired on the front of the shuttle, impeding them further before the track entered another spiral. Gradually their speed dropped below 300 miles an hour, and a message appeared warning them of imminent track transition. A transparent sheath shrouded the air shuttle before the vehicle detached from its rails to continue its journey on a cushion of air through a translucent tunnel. With the journey far from over, Sarah realized this track went much further than the one she'd previously ridden. They fell once more like a stone out of the sky, dropping towards the center of the earth. More twists and turns followed, jarring her to the core until their trajectory leveled out. With the near-death experience leaving her shaken, Sarah concentrated on their surroundings, lit up by the shuttle's inexorable advance. Ancient buildings loomed at the edges of perception, some merely large, others monumentally colossal, their ghostly forms cutting stark and unusual shapes as the shuttle passed them by, dressing them in moving shadows with its lights. These lost treasures had lain hidden for untold millennia, unbeknownst to humanity's ancestors evolving on the surface's shores. They were all untouched by man, their secrets held close, and their tales lost to time's distant and fickle past. They slowed further before the tube in which they travelled sank beneath a torrent of water, a great river. Amazed by this transition, Sarah's eyes were drawn to fantastical architecture and long submerged statues, their obscure and often disintegrating beauty exposed as they drifted past, an underwater world briefly glimpsed, but one forever remembered. Their travel slowed yet further, the tunnel emerging from calmer waters. An opening folded back on the shuttle's outer skin, and their speed dropped off to bring them cruising into a deserted, man-made structure, an SED outpost, and their journey's end. Running alongside a platform, much like those in a train station, the air shuttle glided to a stop. A small click from near the back of Sarah's head announced her helmet had released from the headrest, and the frame securing her in place retracted into the vehicle's floor. Sarah sat for a moment in an attempt to regain her composure and to keep down the contents of her stomach, a plan which so far seemed to be working. A nearby retching noise made her turn to see that Jason wasn't adhering to such a strategy. He leaned over the side of the shuttle, ridding himself of his last meal. Trish sat silently next to her, slumped forwards in her seat. "Trish, you okay?" Sarah nudged her friend with a hand. She didn't respond. "Trish!" Sarah pulled her friend upright, sending her helmet clonking back against the headrest. "Huh?" Trish's eyes popped open. "Is it over?" "Yeah. I think I passed out. I thought we were going to come off the track." Sarah stood up, feeling giddy. "We nearly did. Something went badly wrong." "That's a bloody understatement." Jason wiped the back of his sleeve across his mouth. "I nearly crapped my damn pants. In fact—" He looked down at himself. Trish and Sarah looked at him in dismayed disgust while he wriggled his hips about. "Nope, false alarm, I'm all clear." "Perhaps we entered the wrong parameters," Trish said to Sarah as they exited the shuttle. "But what was that explosion at the start?" Sarah replied. "That definitely wasn't normal." Yeah, about that," Jason said. "That was probably my fault." Sarah looked at him puzzled. "What did you do?" Trish asked in resignation. "Well, you told me you'd disabled the console so they couldn't follow us." Trish looked wary. "Yes?" "Well, I kinda didn't believe you." Trish's eyes narrowed. "I see. So you did what?" Sarah said. "So I attached a shaped charge to the launch platform and activated it as we fell." "You did what?" Trish said. "You nearly blew us all up." "Yeah, I might have detonated it too soon," he grinned.
But that's hindsight for you.
You idiot! You fucking idiot! Trish whacked him round the head. Ow! I'm sorry, okay? Sarah shook her head and went to retrieve their gear from the rear of the shuttle, while Trish continued to rail at him. Jason, trying to escape Trish's wrath, soon came to join Sarah, and the verbal tirade came with him. Of all the crazy things you've done, this takes the prize. My sister's dog has more sense than you, and it's dead. Jason looked thoughtful. Wasn't that dog really clever, though? But ugly, but clever. It won prizes for playing the piano, didn't it? Trish glared at him. That was my niece, and no, the dog wasn't clever. It liked to chase cars and got run over. The dog was dumb, perhaps the dumbest dog ever, but compared to you, it's friggin' Einstein. If you say so, but come on, you must admit, just disabling their console wouldn't have kept them at bay for long. They'd have repaired that quick time. At least with my way, we'll have a good head start. By the time they rebuild the track, we'll be long gone. He does have a point, Sarah said. Trish gave her a hot stare. Well, he does, she said in answer to her friend's expression. You could have told me, Trish said to Jason. I didn't think you'd go along with it. You'd have started panicking. With good reason, Trish said. You nearly killed us. True, but I didn't, did I? That's not the point. Pretty much is, he told her. And besides, you nearly killed us by entering the wrong parameters for the launch, so that makes us even, and you a hypocrite. Piss off, Jason, Trish said, the argument taking a serious turn. Perhaps it's the dog that has more sense than you. Jason's tone was scathing. One thing's for sure, being a squashed, dead dog, it's got to be better looking. Enraged, Trish fronted up to him. Are all Welsh men ugly, cowardly pricks, or is it just you? Are all London women cold-hearted, vicious cows that look like they've got a cork stuck up their arse? Oh, no, wait, that is just you. Sarah banged the side of the shuttle. Shut up! You're acting like children. Stop bickering and grow up. We need to get going. We have a finite amount of supplies. We've got out of the USSB and we have the pendant, but the hard part's still to come. We need to concentrate and get serious. What's done is done. We need to pull together and press on. Trish folded her arms. As soon as we get to the surface, I'm getting as far away from him as possible. Likewise, Jason said, earning himself an evil stare from Trish. I don't know what's with you two, Sarah said, but now is definitely not the time. When we get to the surface, you both do what you have to do. But right now, right here, we're in a dangerous, unknown environment with no backup and no idea of what lies ahead. If we don't work together as a team, we're as good as dead. And if help did come, Jason said, it'd be to throw us in prison. Sarah held out an upturned hand between them. Correct. So right now, we're a team, a unit, working and thinking as one. We need to put away our petty differences, okay? Jason put his hand on hers and clasped it. Okay. Sarah looked at her friend. Trish? Okay, she said reluctantly, placing her hand on Jason's. Good. Sarah bound them together with her remaining hand, and then stared at them with stern eyes, her face grim. Now let's get the fuck out of here. Chapter 58. Unseen droplets cascaded down into shallow, stagnant pools of inky blackness, their steady, plip-plopping, mournful trill of solitude echoing through the cracked and decaying chamber system of Sanctuary proper. A bitter taste of acidic minerals cajoled the senses of those travelling along the paths of a long-forgotten civilization, prehistoric and even pre-human. Such was the age of the area in which they trod. Sarah found it hard to comprehend the sheer enormity of the time that had passed since these places had last been inhabited. Even Sanctuary's latterly constructed architectural creations were tens of thousands of years older than humanity's first attempts at a centralized existence.
To try to piece together a history of this place would take 100, 1,000 lifetimes, maybe more. The prospect of such an undertaking excited Sarah, as did the work being done by the SED. Everything down here was a marvel, but where before it had been a ray of light stimulating her with an elixir of intoxicating energy, it now elicited anger, a simmering fury reignited tenfold since seeing her map on display in the military's secret vault. If she'd been determined to reveal the existence of Homo gigantis, the Anakim, to the world before entering Sanctuary, it was nothing to how she felt as she tried to exit it. This single-minded goal had been the sole reason she'd decided to retrieve the orb. Despite its power to immobilize, and in Cora's case kill, the Anakim device was proof positive of the lost race. On its own, it was powerful, but alongside the other evidence they'd managed to collect, including her recently acquired artifacts, it was undeniable, unequivocal, and definitely 100% box office. If she wanted to court worldwide attention and maintain it, then she had everything she needed and more. "Watch it!" Trish's voice sang out into the chamber, bringing Sarah back from her reverie. "Then don't stand in the bloody way, then!" Jason reversed the bright yellow remote-operated all-terrain supply vehicle so he could maneuver it around Trish, who stood in its path. "This thing isn't as easy to control as it looks," he added. "I'm still getting used to seeing through this helmet's visor," Trish said, aggrieved. Sarah stopped and turned. "Just stick to the second setting on the third spectrum combination. It's the best for seeing in the dark. We need to conserve battery life, so no torches unless absolutely necessary." "Can I at least turn the lights on this thing on while I get used to controlling it?" he asked. "They call it the Centipede," she told him. The nickname was apt for the sizable 20-wheeled machine which moved over rough terrain much like a multi-legged insect, hugging the surface but able to bend its spine at 90-degree angles. "It can be called bloody Humphrey Sodding Bogart for all I care. If I can't tell where the damn thing's headed, it's going to end up at the bottom of a crevasse, along with all our food and water." "Okay, switch them on," she said, "but be frugal." "I'll give you frugal," Sarah heard him mumble as she walked off. Declining to comment, Sarah saw the twin lights on the Centipede blaze forth, altering the colour of the terrain ahead through her visor's enhanced display. Pressing a button on the side of her helmet, she loaded the next section of the Deep Reach map on her visor. A graphical representation of their current position appeared, the image incorporating a plotted course to the next waypoint beacon previously laid down by the team that had first found the Anakim temple complex to which they headed. Now, an hour out from the SED outpost, their progress was slow, but when Trish and Jason had properly acclimatized to the new equipment, Sarah expected them to be able to pick up the pace. Looking at the maps, she deduced they should be able to utilize the Centipede for almost half the journey before they needed to unload the aerial drone. The UAV, the perfect companion when attempting to ferry supplies over the deep fissures that occurred throughout Sanctuary proper. It was late afternoon when Sarah called a break to proceedings, all of them in agreement to make camp for the night due to the fact that they'd all been up for over 36 hours. With weary limbs resting on uncomfortable ground, Sarah was left to her own thoughts, while Trish and Jason sat in stony silence nearby. Usually such an uncomfortable atmosphere would have bothered Sarah, but her current dark mood meant she paid it no heed. Also her face throbbed painfully from the brutal impact dealt by Cora back at the USSB. No longer wearing her deep-reach headgear, Sarah reached up and gingerly touched the end of her nose. According to Trish, it hadn't been knocked out of shape, but that didn't make it hurt any less.
She withdrew her fingers, the area still far too sensitive to accept any further investigation. With her thoughts returning to process recent events, the ancient dark wood they'd retrieved from close by sparked and crackled within the small campfire, its dense, sweet-smelling smoke drifting on a silken breeze. The occasional pop and sizzle punctuated the quiet as the burning fuel ran low, the embers mimicking volcanic lava by glowing a deep, bright orange. "It's strange how no one was waiting for us," Jason said quietly, breaking the silence. "At the SED outpost, I mean." Sarah looked over at him. They couldn't have been expecting any shuttles to come in and must have returned to the SED. "We were lucky," Trish said. Jason nodded while Sarah murmured her agreement. The light of the fire grew lower still, the shadows it cast long and still, no longer moved by flickering flames. No one said anything for another minute, until Jason spoke again. "What happened to that woman, Sarah? The one in the control station?" Sarah saw Trish looking at her too, waiting for an answer. "That was Cora," she said after a lengthy pause. "Riley's second-in-command?" He sounded surprised. Sarah nodded, recalling the events from the previous night. "I found something in the military vaults. At first, I couldn't believe or accept what I saw." "Which was?" Trish said, when Sarah failed to continue. "One of the maps that I last saw in my mother's house." She stared into the fire. Jason and Trish swapped looks. "Are you sure?" he asked. "After seeing it, I lost the plot," she continued, ignoring his question. "I tried to take an Anakim shield, but my pendant activated it, and some kind of energy wave blew out all the circuitry in the area, cutting off my escape route." Trish looked shocked. "How did you get out?" "Blind luck. I found an emergency exit and managed to get into the military's laboratory complex, as all the security systems were also fried. I wandered around looking for a way out, but ended up in some top-secret area, and inside I found this." She opened a side pocket on her trouser leg and withdrew a chunk of white cloth, which she opened out to reveal the orb within. Trish and Jason leaned forward to look at it. "What is it?" Jason asked. "I have no idea, but when I held it, I had a seizure and blacked out. And when Cora held it, well, you saw the results." "You should have left it behind." Trish eyed the 12-sided object with fear, its metal sheen glinting darkly in the subdued light. "Shouldn't you put it in something a bit more secure?" Jason said. Sarah gazed at it. "It's fine as it is. It saved my life." "After almost killing you," Trish said. Sarah didn't reply, her mind returning to Riley. How could she have been so wrong about him? He'd seemed so perfect. He'd made her happy, but he was just like everyone else in the USSB, devious, manipulative, or skilled at turning a blind eye. He was part of the very fabric of the SED and the military operation that oversaw it. Everything about that place reeked of hypocrisy. They weren't there to secure knowledge for the rest of mankind. They were there to make sure it never reached the light of day. And to think I considered staying there with him, she thought. Staying and living amongst those who were willing to murder innocents on the surface in order to protect their secret and expand their knowledge of the Anakim. The whole place stank to high heaven, and the guilt she'd felt about taking his card and going behind his back now seemed ludicrous to her, obscene in its naivety. Of course, part of her still ached for Riley's embrace, a part of her bereft at his passing from her life, but she knew such feelings would pass. They always did. The evening drifted on, and Trish and Jason chatted to one another in hushed tones, perhaps reconciling whatever problems existed between them. Eventually they grew silent, falling asleep to leave Sarah alone with her thoughts, the small orb placed before her. She reached out a hand to caress its surface, her touch lingering for a moment before she withdrew it. Her eyes drooped closed, her breathing becoming steady and relaxed as sleep took her. In her dreams, images of the map returned to haunt her, and the smell of the nearby campfire induced the nightmare that still lurked in the recesses of her mind. Deeper and deeper she fell, down into a darkness that refused to relinquish her from its eternal embrace. Fire blossomed into being, the torment once again taking hold, her mother's dying cries searing pain into her soul. Epilogue. "Where are we again?" Jason asked. "West or north of the USSB?" "South," Sarah said, surveying the scene ahead with her deep-reach helmet's visor, Trish and Jason by her side. "This place is friggin' awesome," he said, marveling at the ancient, crumbling ruins that surrounded them, the immense vestiges of the Anakim's long-hidden legacy undeniable in their timeless majesty. Sarah pressed another button on her helmet. "You're not wrong." Trish was similarly awestruck. "I can't believe what I'm seeing." "Believe it, and this is only the beginning, a tiny fraction of what's still to be explored." Jason shook his head. "Fantastic!" "We should get moving," Sarah told them. "Otherwise we'll never get to those Anakim transportation devices." 2 days in," Trish said. 2 weeks to go." "It's like death by chocolate," Jason said. "But this is death by archaeological architecture." "Come on." Sarah moved off into the vast chamber ahead, its every surface bristling with weird and wonderful structures of millennia past. Trish, now in control of the centipede, followed behind, the yellow multi-wheeled supply vehicle by her side, its wheels kicking up dust and soil as its lights blazed a trail ahead. Jason looked behind them, something catching his eye. He pressed a button on his helmet to activate the communication system. "Hey guys, did any of you just see that?" "See what?" Sarah's voice came back through his helmet speakers. "I thought I saw something back there." "Like what?" Trish's voice broke up slightly as she moved further away from him. "I'm not sure, like a light." "Stop sodding about," Sarah said. "You're getting left behind." "Your eyes will play tricks on you down here," Trish told him. "It's a bit spooky." Jason searched into the black void with his visor and flicked through its various spectral fields. I guess so." He turned round to see Trish and Sarah were now a few 100 feet away. "Hey, wait for me!" The 2 women slowed and then stopped to wait for him to catch up. "Come on, Lardos, we haven't got all day." Sarah cuffed him round the head as he rejoined them. "Hey, did I show you these cool blue stones I found yesterday?" Jason said, as the 3 of them started off once more. Sarah shook her head. "Nope." "They're really cool." Jason held them out for them to see. "Check it out, they glow really bright in the dark." Trish peered at the luminous objects cradled in the palm of his hand. "They look radioactive." "Nah, don't be silly," he said. "They're beautiful, harmless, probably worth a fortune on the surface." "Really?" Trish appeared unconvinced. "Definitely. You could be walking along with a millionaire." "Or an idiot," Sarah said. "Yes, that's also a possibility," Jason conceded, laughing, the infectious sound lightening the mood that had hung over them since they'd left the USSB. The 3 friends continued to talk and joke as their small forms disappeared into the immensity of sanctuary, their voices and laughter floating off and fading away into the darkness. Some time later, after the companions had vanished from view, The area where Jason had been standing gradually lit up with a bright, shimmering, blue-green light that appeared to hang suspended just off the ground. A noise, like metal scraping on rock, accompanied this ethereal phenomenon, and on the edge of perception a curious clicking sound could be heard, growing steadily louder with each passing moment. A large, viscous lump of inky black mucus slipped to the floor, and a deep snarling growl transformed into a terrifying, blood-curdling screech, its reverberations echoing out into the pitch black of the ancient Anakim structure that would be forever known as Sanctuary.